Chapter 1 Reborn and top up 10 billion. Am I reborn? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, only to feel an excruciating pain in his head. He clearly remembered dying from a betrayal by his comrade during the expedition against the abyssal demon god, Kungazat. But when he opened his eyes again, he was back here, in this house that he knew so well. And the calendar on the wall had flipped exactly to February 7th, 2037. That is, the day before the Lord Era game launched. Just then, the sound from the TV suddenly entered Lin Yuan's ears. The Lord Era, a game that integrates resource gathering, troop training, hero cultivation, war looting, and many other gameplay features all into one. In this continent, you will become a lord and fight to expand your territory. Only one day remains until the Lord Era official beta test begins. The order hotline for the gaming pod is... Sure enough, it's correct. Lin Yuan instantly sorted out his thoughts. He still remembered how in his previous life, the Lord Era used such an overwhelming advertising strategy to attract countless players. The number of online gamers on just the first day was as high as 7 billion. Even in the year 2037, with its rapidly growing population, 7 billion people online simultaneously was still an incredibly terrifying figure. However, this game called the Lord Era was far more than just a game. Because 7 days after the game's launch, all players were unable to log off. After a month since the game's opening, the game world officially merged with reality. All those who hadn't entered the game through the gaming pod were completely teleported into the game. From then on, the era of everyone being lords began. Frankly speaking, even though Lin Yuan spent 3 whole years inside the Lord Era in his past life, he was still completely unaware of the secrets hidden behind the game. In his last life, Lin Yuan went through 3 great chapters in the Lord Era. The first chapter, Lord's Clash. In this age where everyone was a lord, all lords battled each other across the eternal continent. Various forces emerged incessantly, truly resembling a time of warring kingdoms. The second chapter, Abyss Invasion. After various forces continued to rise, the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent quietly opened up. In no time, countless abyssal creatures invaded the continent, causing unimaginable destruction and leading to countless deaths among the lords. However, before the calamity brought by the abyssal creatures could be thoroughly resolved, the curtain rose on the third chapter. The third chapter, Alien Arrival. It was only then that Lin Yuan realized that their planet wasn't the only one pulled into the game. After the arrival of alien races, these alien lords mercilessly slaughtered Earth's lords, plundering their resources. Caught between the dual pressures of abyssal monsters and alien lords, humanity's living space became increasingly limited, with survival hanging precariously in the balance. It was precisely because of this situation that Lin Yuan, one of the 10 greatest lords of China, decided to lead his comrades on an expedition against the abyssal demon god Kungazat. Lin Yuan made comprehensive preparations for this expedition. However, just as he was about to kill Kungazat, he suffered a fatal blow from behind, betrayed by his comrade. All his efforts turned to ashes. What filled him with even more despair was that his betrayer was none other than his uncle, Lin Tianke. Furthermore, just as his life was nearing its end, he learned of an even more enraging secret. That is, the car accident involving his parents years ago was masterminded by Lin Tianke. His purpose was to seize control of the entire Lin family group. Thinking back to the disdainful smile on Lin Tianke's face when he revealed this secret, Lin Yuan felt a burning flame in his heart. It was the fire of revenge. Fortunately, heaven had granted him another chance, allowing him to return. Living another lifetime, Lin Yuan wanted nothing more than to slay his enemies. Lin Tianke, abyssal demon gods, alien lords. None of these former enemies would escape him this time. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan immediately walked into the bathroom and splashed some cold water on his face, forcing himself to calm down. Subsequently, he began analyzing his current advantages. His greatest advantage right now was none other than his 3 years of advanced gaming experience compared to other players. This gaming experience could help him take the lead in the game. As the old saying goes, a step ahead means always staying ahead. As long as Lin Yuan could seize this advantage, rolling up the snowball would be easy. And the second advantage was that he was extremely wealthy. Moreover, Lin Yuan's wealth wasn't just ordinary riches. His father was the chairman of the Lin family group. Even calling him wealthy enough to rival a nation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents had passed away 3 years ago due to the car accident orchestrated by Lin Tianke. As an only son, Lin Yuan naturally inherited the company's shares. After Lin Yuan's father passed away, the entire Lin family group also began to decline. But no matter what, even a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If Lin Yuan were to convert his shares into cash, he wouldn't be able to spend it all in several lifetimes. After analyzing his current advantages, Lin Yuan soon remembered something important. Something absolutely crucial. It was that the Lord Era game could be pre-recharged before the official launch. After the game officially started, perhaps out of fairness considerations, everyone had a daily top-up limit of 1 million. Once this limit was exceeded, further top-ups were impossible. However, there was no limit on how much money could be pre-deposited before the game's official release. Back then, many people regretted ignoring this feature because no one would have guessed that this game would eventually merge with reality. Lin Yuan remembered this clearly because in his past life, he had pre-deposited 10 million credits into the game. It was precisely because of these 10 million credits that Lin Yuan quickly jumped ahead and successfully became one of the top 10 strongest lords in Huaxia. Countless times during sleepless nights, Lin Yuan deeply regretted not depositing more money, say 100 million instead of just 10. Fortunately, this time around, Lin Yuan wouldn't miss this opportunity. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. After the call connected, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Young Master Lin Yuan, may I ask for your orders? Lin Yuan directly said without hesitation. Manager Li, I command you to liquidate all the company shares under my possession within 12 hours. Not just the Lin Group shares, but also the stocks in my name must be sold. My luxury cars, watches, and antiques, all of them should be sold off, even at rock-bottom prices, if necessary. I need you to secure as much cash as possible within the shortest time. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Manager Li froze for a moment. Once he recovered, he asked anxiously, Young Master Lin Yuan, is something wrong? Are you being held hostage or something? Just relax, I'm fine. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and solemnly said, if there are any contracts requiring signatures, send them directly to my villa. Understood. You only have 12 hours. Hurry up, fast, fast, fast. All right, I'll get right on it. Hearing the urgency in young Master Lin Yuan's voice, Manager Li wasted no time in acting swiftly, although he had no idea what exactly young Master was planning. As a butler, his duty was to carry out all orders from young Master Lin Yuan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan took another deep breath. Manager Li had been working for his father since he was alive and had witnessed Lin Yuan grow up. Thus, Lin Yuan never doubted his loyalty. His only concern now was how much money he could raise within less than a day. The next day, noon, 12 p.m. Manager Li had already followed Lin Yuan's instructions and sold off the company shares and luxury goods at extremely low prices. Still, half a day was too short. Equity transactions involve very complicated processes, and most of the time, payments aren't made all at once. Additionally, in business trades, once you appear eager, you're bound to be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Lin Yuan chose to sell his assets at very low prices. His sole condition was that he would not accept installment payments. He would only take full upfront payment. Within such a short period, likely many people now viewed Lin Yuan as either foolish or gullible. However, Lin Yuan didn't mind this at all. Anyway, after a month when the game merged completely with reality, money would become nothing more than scrap paper, even too hard to use as toilet paper. Lin Yuan didn't close his eyes the entire night, completing everything. In front of him lay a stack of bank cards. Altogether, the funds in these cards amounted to over 10 billion credits. At this moment, there were still 5 hours remaining until the Lord Era went live officially. Lin Yuan stared at the clock on the wall, waiting quietly. When the countdown to the server opening reached the final 3 hours, he would deposit this enormous sum of 10 billion entirely into the Lord Era. Chapter 2. Fengkong Recharge, Global Shock. Tick, tock. Time was slipping away second by second. Finally, the hour hand reached 2 o'clock. It was time to prepare for recharging. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, picked up a bank card, entered the card number and password, then input the recharge amount, and proceeded with the transaction. The maximum single recharge limit was 1 million yuan. This meant that if Lin Yuan wanted to deposit all 10 billion into the game, he would need to operate the process a full 1,000 times. Because of this, Lin Yuan specifically reserved 3 hours just for recharging. The reason why he timed his recharges instead of giving himself more leeway was to prevent others from noticing. After all, there was a specific recharge ranking system which ranked users based on the early recharge amounts. In this world, tycoons were not uncommon. What if some super rich person decided to compete with him and also went on a spending spree? Lin Yuan's advantage would be diminished significantly. Before starting his recharges, Lin Yuan specially glanced at the recharge rankings. He discovered that the current top spot was held by an Arab who had already recharged over 60 million yuan. One couldn't deny that in this world, there were indeed quite a few wealthy people. On the top 10 list, only 2 were Longwa citizens, one who had recharged 30 million and another 43 million. All these individuals had chosen to conceal their names, showing only their nationality. Even before the official game release, there were already people splurging tens of millions. However, they probably did not know yet. Their actions right now could very well be the most correct decision of their entire lives. Beneath the recharge rankings was a comment section that was already buzzing with heated discussions. Wow, this first place is really a big spender. The game hasn't even launched yet, and they've already recharged over 60 million. No kidding, selling oil must bring in the cash. Sigh, comparing ourselves to others really gets me steamed. I'm still thinking whether to add an egg to my pancake for breakfast, while these people are already throwing down tens of millions on games. Right, I wonder if those big spenders even have dogs at home. Their pets eat better than me for sure. Still, haven't you noticed? We long ones actually have a decent presence too, holding 2 spots in the top 10. This shows our country's strength. If we can take down that first place, it'll be even better. After glancing at the comments, Lin Yuan involuntarily curved his lips into a smile. These people probably didn't realize it yet, but the real massacre was about to begin. Holding a stack of bank cards, Lin Yuan officially started his recharging journey. The amount you wish to recharge is 1 million yuan. Do you confirm? Confirm. Please conduct fingerprint verification. Fingerprint verified successfully. Congratulations on your successful recharge of 1 million yuan. Each of Lin Yuan's recharges was at the highest possible limit. During the entire process, he operated like a machine, numbly inputting card numbers and passwords followed by fingerprint verification. and Lin Yuan's efficiency was extremely high. In just 1 hour, he managed to recharge a total of 400 million yuan. Suddenly, the entire comment section erupted. Damn, am I hallucinating? This person ranked first has recharged a full 400 million. So fierce. What kind of godlike person is this? Truly brings glory to our country. That's a solid 400 million. Too ridiculous. His current recharge amount is already more than the sum of everyone else on the chart. With Lin Yuan's rapid recharge of 400 million yuan, the original first place was directly pushed to second. And the second place contender wasn't willing to back down either, increasing their initial 60 million to 100 million yuan. Unfortunately, compared to Lin Yuan's 400 million, it was still peanuts. Moreover, for Lin Yuan, this was merely the start. Another hour passed. Lin Yuan's recharge amount had surged to 700 million yuan. The runner-up on the rankings finally stopped after reaching a final amount of 150 million, without further advancement. Clearly, they considered Lin Yuan insane and didn't want to continue competing with him. Apparently, being reborn truly had its own butterfly effect. Lin Yuan remembered that in his past life, no one had ever prepaid more than 100 million yuan, and even 5 million was rare. But in this life, under his influence, almost everyone in the top 10 of the recharge rankings hit above 5 million yuan. To Lin Yuan, these people should really thank him properly. Recharging continued. After all, the time left for Lin Yuan was getting short. Once Lord Era officially launched, no matter how much money he had in hand, he wouldn't be able to recharge it into the game. Finally, at 455, Lin Yuan's recharge amount reached an astonishing 10 billion yuan. At this moment, there was only 5 minutes left before Lord Era officially went live. And those who were watching the comments were almost numb. The guy who recharged 10 billion at the start, is he even human? It's too terrifying, too incredible. Because of continuous recharging for 3 hours straight, Lin Yuan felt extreme soreness all over his body. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan directly laid down inside the game pod. Even the game pod he ordered was the top-tier stellar class game pod. The nutrients inside the game pod could even supply a normal person for a whole month. If everything went as planned, these nutrients should last until the day when the game fully merges with reality. Lin Yuan lay inside the game pod, quietly counting down while waiting for the official launch of Lord Era. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final second passed, Lin Yuan felt his consciousness instantly being extracted. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a brand new space. Beneath him stretched vast lands and towering mountain ranges. This continent was called the Eternal Continent. Upon the Eternal Continent stood countless cities. Humans, undead, elves, orcs, demons. All different races waged war against each other on this continent. This was the world of the lords. Even though this was the second time Lin Yuan had seen such an epic sight, he was still profoundly moved by it. Next came the character creation phase. And if he hadn't forgotten, he would be able to use his money power right here during the character creation process. Chapter 3, Infinite Reset, S-Class Hero, Arthur. Please enter your character name. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Lin Yuan. This game name was homophonic with his real name and had been in use since his previous life. However, in this lifetime, he would not allow himself to have any regrets again. Character name registration successful. Please select your initial race. Human race. This time, Lin Yuan made his decision without hesitation. In the Lord Era, there were 5 initial races to choose from: human, ghost, beast, elf, and demon. Compared to other races, the human race seemed incredibly mediocre, almost devoid of any distinctive features. But Lin Yuan, who had lived another life, knew clearly that despite the initial mediocrity of the human race, their growth potential was extremely strong, making them one of the strongest races later in the game. Even when compared with some hidden races, the humans still held their own. After confirming his race, the elf in front of him spoke again. Do you wish to draw for an initial hero? Lin Yuan nodded. Draw immediately. The next second, a beam of white light flashed before him. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn an E-class hero, peasant leader, Kinlak. Upon hearing the notification in his ear, Lin Yuan's face darkened. He clearly hadn't expected that even after living another life, he was still as unlucky as ever. Kinlak, this hero, was known among the masses as the king of farmers for being utterly useless in battle, with his only characteristic being a 10% increase in farmland production. Drawing such a worthless hero meant starting off on the wrong foot. Fortunately, it only cost 10,000 gold coins for Lin Yuan to redraw an initial hero. One should note that the exchange rate between renminbi, Chinese currency, and gold coins was 1-to-1. Thus, resetting a draw cost 10,000 renminbi, which is no small amount for an average person. For Lin Yuan, who had already topped up 10 billion renminbi, it wasn't a problem at all. After spending 10,000 gold coins, a beam of white light flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes once more. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn an E-class hero, Marksman, Clark. Evidently, even after redrawing, Lin Yuan's luck hadn't improved much. Still, the one thing Lin Yuan didn't lack right now was money. System notifications kept sounding in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn a C-class hero, Soul Hunter, Dura. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn an E-class hero, Scythe Maniac, Wilman. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn a C-class hero, Fury Warrior, Ryan. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn a B-class hero, Sea Demon Killer, Mantasha. It must be said, Lin Yuan's luck was truly atrocious. Out of 100 draws, the highest tier he achieved was a B-class hero. Within less than 5 minutes, 1 million gold coins vanished. I don't believe. I can't get an A-class hero today. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and fiercely said, keep going. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 200 times, 500 times. Finally, at the 537th attempt, a purple light flashed before Lin Yuan. Success at last. An involuntary look of excitement flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. If he had failed here, it would have been unforgivable after wasting over 5 million RMB. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn an A-class hero, Flame Spirit, Levy's. As for this hero Levy's, Lin Yuan did have some memory of him. If he wasn't mistaken, this hero performed decently within the scope of A-class heroes, especially with a fire-based area of effect spell as his starting skill, allowing rapid leveling in the early stages of the game. But, should he really choose him as his initial hero? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan ultimately made the decision to give up. Levy's might already be considered a pretty good A-class hero, but for Lin Yuan, he was simply not enough. There was someone else Lin Yuan wanted even more deeply embedded in his mind, a different starting hero. Back in his previous life, Lin Yuan had witnessed just how powerful this hero could be. If he managed to draw this hero, at this thought, Lin Yuan decisively chose to continue drawing. Anyway, redrawing only cost 10,000 RMB, and what he wasn't lacking now was money. Lin Yuan refused to believe that dumping a billion wouldn't net him the initial hero he desired. However, after giving up Levy's, Lin Yuan's good luck seemed to have run out. He drew 1,000 times in succession without even one A-class hero appearing. The best he got was B-class heroes. But Lin Yuan remained undaunted because he clearly knew that the probability of drawing an A-class hero was extremely low. Moreover, so far, he had only spent over 15 million renminbi. Soon, at the 1,891st draw, another flash of purple light appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Congratulations, you successfully drew an A-class hero, Daughter of the Forest, Laya. This A-class hero still didn't meet Lin Yuan's expectations. The skill strength of Forest Daughter Laya was even inferior to Levy's. Furthermore, this hero was more skilled in commanding the elven troops and wasn't very compatible with the human race. Upon realizing this, Lin Yuan decisively chose to abandon her. At the 2,345th draw, an A-class hero, Heart of the Desert, Sagat, was drawn. At the 2,777th draw, an A-class hero, Shield of the Empire, Dorgan, was drawn. At the 3,444th draw, an A-class hero, Lady of Misfortune, Jinder, was drawn. After drawing more than 3,000 heroes, Lin Yuan felt as if his whole person were about to become numb. It was the first time in his life that he thought drawing cards was such a dull and tasteless thing. What made it even more frustrating was that the A-class heroes he drew later on were even worse than the initial Levy's. By now, Lin Yuan was already beginning to regret it a bit. If he'd known, he shouldn't have been so picky. The time he wasted drawing heroes here could probably already be enough for other players to build their territories. At this point, Lin Yuan had secretly resolved in his heart. As long as the next A-class hero he drew was usable, he would directly choose him. 4,000 times, 4,500 times, 4,700 times, 5,000 times. This time, Lin Yuan seemed as if he had fallen into some kind of spell. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw an A-class hero. If it weren't for his substantial resources, he would likely have been utterly crushed by this ridiculous card drawing system. Fortunately, at the 5,135th attempt, another flash of purple light appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Congratulations, you successfully drew an S-class hero, the Sealed Sword, Arthuria. Upon hearing the system notification in his ear, Lin Yuan first paused slightly, then instantly a look of surprise and joy spread across his face. After resetting more than 5,000 times, Lin Yuan finally drew the A-class hero he most wanted, the Sealed Sword, Arthuria. More accurately speaking, the hero's title should be the Sealed Sword of Victory. Because the artifact in Arthuria's hands was currently in a sealed state, players must complete an extremely difficult hidden task to unseal it. After the seal is lifted, Arthuria will directly ascend from an A-class hero to an SSS-class hero. This is precisely why Lin Yuan was so eager to draw this hero. Chapter 4. Territory Construction, Use of Wealth Power. Although just drawing heroes had already cost over 50 million, for Lin Yuan, as long as he drew Arthuria, everything was worth it. After all, this was a being with the potential to grow into an SSS-class hero. Even if Lin Yuan was one of the 10 great lords of Huaxia in his past life, the highest level hero under his command was merely SS class. If it weren't for his current lack of strength, Lin Yuan would have wanted to complete that hidden quest right away and lift the seal on Arthuria's sword. Respected lord, would you choose Sealed Sword, Arthuria, as your starting hero? Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. I will. The moment these words left his mouth, Arthuria clad in silver armor knelt down on one knee, lifting her stunningly beautiful face. Respected lord, Arthuria is willing to serve you. Congratulations on successfully selecting your starting hero. Next, lead your hero to embark on conquests in Eternal Continent. Good luck, my lord. In the next second, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. When he came back to his senses again, he realized he had appeared on a piece of empty land. It was quite obvious that this was his starting territory. Soon after, A prompt box appeared in front of Lin Yuan. This land is fertile and suitable for building a territory. Would you like to start construction? Lin Yuan did not hesitate and immediately chose to build. The next second, a wooden house rose from the ground. There was no doubt that this would temporarily be the Lord's palace. Although it looked very shabby, regardless of anything, there was finally a building in Lin Yuan's territory. Inside the Lord's palace, Lin Yuan could check his resource overview. In Lord era, resources were divided into 5 types: grain, wood, stone mine, iron mine, and silver coins. Whether constructing buildings or recruiting soldiers, resources were required. As for gold coins, strictly speaking, they could not be considered resources. At present, Lin Yuan, as a newly established lord, only had 100,000 of each resource. If calculated carefully, these resources were entirely sufficient for initial territorial construction. However, Lin Yuan wasn't planning to scrape by. After checking the resources, he immediately constructed the first building, a shop. The resources required to construct a shop were not excessive. Lin Yuan spent merely 10,000 grains, 10,000 woods, and 10,000 stones to build it up. In the early stages of the game, constructing low-tier buildings was relatively fast. Within a few short seconds, the shop had risen in Lin Yuan's territory. The function of the shop was rather simple. It sold various items to the Lord. The goods in the shop refreshed every 24 hours. The higher the shop's level, the more diverse the types of refreshed items and the better their quality. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directly opened the shop and quickly found what he wanted. Basic resource pack, consumable. Description: after activation, obtain 10,000 random resources. Price: 100 gold coins. Intermediate resource pack, consumable. Description: after activation, obtain 50,000 random resources. Price: 500 gold coins. Advanced resource pack, consumable. Description: after activation, obtain 100,000 designated resources. Price: 1,200 gold coins. You must know that during the early stages of the game, resources are quite crucial. Once resources are insufficient, the construction of the territory will quickly fall into stagnation. And Lin Yuan clearly would not allow such a situation to happen. Therefore, he directly chose to purchase resource packs. Ting, congratulations on successfully purchasing X 100 basic resource packs. Ting, congratulations on successfully purchasing X 50 intermediate resource packs. Ting, congratulations on successfully purchasing X 10 advanced resource packs. Admittedly, the prices of the resource packs were far cheaper than Lin Yuan expected. All those resource packs he bought only cost him a total of 47,000 yuan. In fact, if possible, Lin Yuan still wanted to buy more resource packs. Unfortunately, the items provided by a level 1 shop were indeed limited. The resource packs that Lin Yuan purchased had already emptied out the shop. For a time, Lin Yuan actually felt the sorrow of having money but no place to spend it. Fortunately, aside from the resource packs, there were other things available for him to buy. Worker recruitment warrant, consumable. Description: after use, can recruit 1 additional worker to stay in your territory and construct buildings. Effective time: 3 days. Price: 10,000 gold coins. Harvest card, consumable. Introduction: after use, increases the output of all farmland within the territory by 20%. Effective time: 7 days. Price: 5,000 gold coins. Experience potion, small bottle. Introduction: after consumption, provides 500 experience points to a hero. Price: 6,666 gold coins. Random strategic treasure box, consumable. Introduction: after use, randomly reveals 1 strategic treasure ranging from black iron grade to gold grade. Price: 150,000 gold coins. The items in the shop were dazzling. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan made a sweeping gesture and decided to purchase everything. Money is meant to be spent. If not for getting stronger, paying money would be meaningless. Moreover, compared to what he had invested, the amount Lin Yuan was spending now was like a drizzle. Still, Lin Yuan's luck was pretty good. Even at the basic level shop, a random strategic treasure box had been refreshed. In Lord era, strategic treasures functioned much like equipment. The higher their rank, the more valuable they were. Each hero could equip 5 strategic treasures. If a set of top-notch attribute strategic treasures were equipped, even a B-class hero could rival an S-class hero. That was how crucial strategic treasures were. Despite a single box costing 150,000 gold coins, Lin Yuan did not hesitate, directly buying 20 boxes at once, instantly spending 3 million and emptying the shop. If Lin Yuan wanted to buy more, he would have to wait until the next day when the items in the shop refreshed. Of course, before then, he would definitely upgrade the shop to a higher level. Only by doing that would he stand a chance to refresh even better items in the shop. Sometimes, having too much money that couldn't be spent was indeed a kind of bother. After purchasing the 20 random strategic treasure boxes, Lin Yuan could not contain his eagerness and immediately prepared to open them. No matter what, he needed to obtain a full set of strategic treasures for Artoria to equip. As an A-class hero, it simply wouldn't do without a fine set of equipment. It was uncertain just how many gold-grade treasures these 20 boxes might yield. Chapter 5, a single sword slash, and the powerful Artoria. After opening the first gift box, a golden light immediately flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes. Upon seeing this streak of golden brilliance, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but pause slightly. When had his luck gotten so good? Did he get a drop on the very first try? Once the light faded, Chu Feng could see that what appeared before him was indeed a pendant shaped like a lion. Lionheart King's Pendant. Quality, gold. Attributes, strength plus 25, agility plus 25. Additional skill, Blessing of the Lionheart King. After activation, all human troops under command will receive a 15% increase in all attributes. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 6 hours. It must be said, the attributes of this strategic artifact were quite impressive. Even among gold-tier equipment, it could be considered a small premium item. Especially with that additional skill, it was divine for the human race. It seems I've truly turned my luck around. Next, without any hesitation, Lin Yuan directly opened up all the remaining gift boxes in one go. Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic artifact gift box. You have received a black iron level artifact, Rusty Iron Sword. Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic artifact gift box. You have received a black iron level artifact, Moldy Linen Robe. Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic artifact gift box. You have received a silver level artifact, Flowing Water Staff. Congratulations on successfully opening the random strategic artifact gift box. You have received a gold level artifact, Burning Gemstone. In total, from 20 boxes, Lin Yuan managed to open 8 black iron artifacts, 5 bronze artifacts, 4 silver artifacts, and 3 gold artifacts. In Lord Era, equipment is divided into 9 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, mythical. But even during the early stages of the game, gold-level equipment was still extremely precious. Before long, Lin Yuan had fully equipped Artoria with an entire set of strategic artifacts. 3 gold-level artifacts, the Lionheart King's Pendant, the Burning Gemstone, and the Obsidian War Armor. 2 silver-level artifacts, Frost Ring and Glory Shield. On the first day of the game's launch, Lin Yuan had managed to fully equip his hero with this complete set, which was simply brutal. What is a perfect start? This is a perfect start. At this moment, Lin Yuan was already eagerly waiting to take Artoria outside the city to slay monsters and test the power of her gear. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directly gave instructions to the construction workers within the city, ordering them to build structures in order. Afterward, Lin Yuan left his territory with Artoria heading toward the forest beside their land. When the game begins, low-tier magic beasts typically spawn near the territory. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Yuan entered this forest, 5 ferocious gray wolves began cautiously approaching him. "My lord, let me protect you." Artoria held the sealed sword and immediately blocked the way in front of Lin Yuan. Even through the heavy armor, her excellent figure still stood out prominently. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and spoke faintly. "Go, exterminate them." If he hadn't mistaken it, the gray wolves before him should only be first-tier magical beasts. Beasts like these can only pick on peasants. Trained first-tier spear soldiers could easily take them down. Not to mention, standing before them was an A-grade hero decked in premium equipment. Letting Artoria step in to slaughter them was akin to using a cattle cleaver to kill chickens. The next second, Artoria's form instantly transformed into a blur, and the blade in her hand followed by slashing downward. Rip! A faint sound of flesh tearing followed. In an instant, the heads of the 5 gray wolves were severed from their bodies. All it took was a single sword stroke to instantly kill all 5 gray wolves. This was the power of Artoria. Simultaneously, system notifications started playing continuously in Lin Yuan's ears. Defeating first-tier gray wolf, received 1 gray wolf fur, Lord Experience plus 10, Hero Experience plus 10. Defeating first-tier gray wolf, received 1 gray wolf fur, Lord Experience plus 10, Hero Experience plus 10. Defeating first-tier gray wolf, received 1 gray wolf fur, Lord Experience plus 10, Hero Experience plus 10. These low-tier magical beasts may not drop good items, but the experience they provide is quite substantial. Lord Experience could be used to enhance the Lord level. Only at a higher Lord level would one be able to construct more advanced buildings and lead more heroes. Hero Experience, on the other hand, is used to increase the hero's level. The higher the hero's level, the stronger their power will naturally become, and they will be able to command a larger number of troops. However, since Artoria was already so powerful, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't be content with just having her hunt these low-tier magical beasts. He immediately waved to Artoria and said, "Let's go, we'll head straight into the depths of the forest." The deeper into the forest, the denser the concentration of monsters becomes. But these monsters were no match for Artoria at all. In less than half an hour, Artoria's level had already risen to 4. All of her attributes had been significantly improved as well. Meanwhile, with more and more players entering the game, the World Channel began to buzz with activity. "Guys, I got a B-grade starting hero right off the bat. How about you? Holy crap, hate the lucky bastards. I reset 20 times just to get a B-grade hero. I'm so done." Resetting 20 times? That's 200,000 credits. The guy above me must be rich. 200,000 is nothing. I reset 1,500 times and drew A-grade water elemental queen, Helena. Praise the master. Kneeling before the master. Sigh, it's dangerous out there too. My D-grade hero can't even defeat the lowest tier magic beasts. Damn, same here. My dwarf warrior also got killed by a pack of wild wolves. Although heroes can resurrect, their loyalty drops like crazy. Don't talk about it. Every word breaks my heart. For us casual players, we'd better train more troops before hunting monsters again. Watching the chat contents in the World Channel, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. While most players were still getting torn apart by monsters outside, the hero under his command was almost about to reach level 5. In this lifetime, he would do everything possible to ensure history didn't repeat itself. His fate would be rewritten by his own hands. Chapter 6. First kill of the silver-level boss. World announcement. Whoosh. After killing a gray wolf, a beam of white light flashed, and Artoria's level instantly rose to level 5. Leveled up again. Lin Yuan looked at Artoria and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord. I feel great." A faint blush crossed Artoria's face. "Being by your side is an honor for me." In the next second, the system prompt also rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Hero Artoria's loyalty increased by 1 point. Current loyalty is 81 points. Hero Artoria successfully comprehends skill, Holy Light Slash. In the era of lords, a hero's loyalty is an especially important attribute. A hero's loyalty can change at any time. Whenever a hero falls in battle or the actions of the lord go against the hero's wishes, loyalty decreases. Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, there was a player who was so foolish as to force one of the female heroes under his command into serving him intimately. As a result, this female hero's loyalty plummeted, not only betraying him but also cutting off a part of his anatomy with a single sword strike. Only after this incident did the majority of players realize that the heroes under their command were far more than mere NPCs in a game. They were just like real humans, flesh and blood, and even had their own thoughts. Generally speaking, if the loyalty is above 80, they won't easily betray their lords. If it drops below 60, during times of life and death crises, the hero might betray their lord. As for loyalty above 95, such loyalty could only be described as fanatical. No matter how extreme the actions, they are willing to protect you until death. However, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised that Artoria had comprehended her first skill already at level 5. She truly lived up to being an S-class hero. Her growth speed was astonishing. For an A-class hero, it would probably take until level 10 to understand their first skill. Subsequently, Lin Yuan slightly moved his mind and directly called up Artoria's hero interface. Hero Artoria. S-class hero. Title, Sealed Sword. Level 5. Health, 1,500 of 1,500. Mana, 350 of 350. Attack, 240 to 430. Defense, 170. Strength, 160. Agility, 155. Intelligence, 135. Skill, Holy Light Slash. Holy Light Slash. After use, Artoria infuses holy energy onto the tip of her sword, consecutively delivering 3 slashes forward. Each slash will deal 150% damage to enemies, simultaneously causing double damage to dark creatures. After seeing Artoria's attributes, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but inwardly admire. An S-class hero could indeed be so powerful. Just as Lin Yuan was examining Artoria's attributes, her voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Lord, it seems like there's a large group of gray wolves ahead." Lin Yuan paused for a moment and instinctively glanced in the direction Artoria was pointing. Sure enough, he saw a large group of gray wolves. Their numbers were no less than 100. Such a dense concentration of gray wolves could only indicate one thing. There must be a boss nearby. Soon, Lin Yuan's eyes fell on the largest gray wolf, which was twice the size of an ordinary gray wolf, its fur like steel needles, red eyes glaring with ferocity and brutality. Mutated Gray Wolf King. Silver-level boss. Level 5. Health points, 12,000. Attack, 120 to 150. Defense, 70. Skill, unknown. A mutated kind in the pack of gray wolves, possessing terrifying strength and speed. The absolute king among gray wolves. Whether Lin Yuan's luck was good or bad, here he met a level 5 silver-level boss. Based on Lin Yuan's experience, bosses of this level usually required over 1,000 units of rank 1 soldiers to surround and kill them before having a chance to defeat it. But beside Lin Yuan, apart from Artoria, there wasn't a single soldier present. If he went back now to recruit more forces, when he returned, it might be difficult to find the location of this mutated Gray Wolf King. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yuan finally made a decision. He turned around, looked at Artoria, and asked solemnly, "Do you have confidence?" Artoria firmly nodded, answering confidently, "I will not disgrace the mission. In that case, let's act." Lin Yuan immediately issued an order. "Clear out the gray wolves surrounding us first, then deal with the mutated Gray Wolf King." Under Lin Yuan's command, Artoria directly flanked to the edge of the gray wolf pack. Soon, the gray wolves surrounding them very quickly became aware of her presence and surged toward her. However, these regular gray wolves were no match for Artoria. With every swing of her sword, one after another gray wolf fell beneath her blade. Using this guerrilla tactic, the number of gray wolves steadily decreased. After Artoria had killed over 20 gray wolves in succession, she finally drew the attention of the mutated Gray Wolf King. Roar! With a roar, the mutated Gray Wolf King rushed directly toward Artoria's position. Gray wolves from all sides swiftly surrounded her. The battle began. Artoria, wielding her holy sword, moved gracefully among the gray wolves. With almost every slash, blood sprayed as one gray wolf fell. At this moment, the mutated Gray Wolf King also charged fiercely towards Artoria. The mutated Gray Wolf King suddenly lunged with a claw attack, but Artoria nimbly evaded it. In response, Artoria slashed back, striking the wolf's body. Minus 356. A crimson damage number suddenly appeared above the mutated Grey Wolf King's head. Undeniably, as an S-class hero, Artoria was indeed extremely powerful. Moreover, Artoria wore an entire set of strategic artifacts. Being able to equip such a complete set of strategic equipment so early in the game enabled Artoria to possess the capability to solo challenge a silver-level boss. Under Artoria's strong assault, the number of surrounding Grey Wolves continued to decrease. At the same time, the life bar of the mutated Grey Wolf King kept dropping to 12,000, 9,000, 6,000, 3,000. Throughout this process, most of the attacks by the mutated Grey Wolf King were skillfully evaded by Artoria. Even if they managed to hit her, they did not cause much harm to her. After all, apart from her own high defense, Artoria also wore a gold-level artifact called Obsidian Battle Armor. But, just when the mutated Grey Wolf King's health dropped below 3,000, an unexpected change occurred on the battlefield. With a long howl, the mutated Grey Wolf King's eyes bled red, and its body swelled even larger. Next, its sharp claws immediately swung towards where Artoria stood. Wolf King Claw. Upon entering a berserk state, the mutated Grey Wolf King's explosive power became extraordinarily alarming. Before Artoria could react, the claw attack was already upon her. Fortunately, at this moment, the special effect of the gold-level strategic artifact, Glory Shield, was triggered automatically. This artifact's special effect, when the wearer is about to receive a large amount of damage, a shield will automatically activate to mitigate part of the damage. Directly in front of Artoria, a phantom shield manifested. Then, under the fierce impact of Wolf King Claw, the shield phantom shattered, but it still successfully defended against this blow for Artoria. Frost Imprisonment. In this situation, Artoria wasted no time and activated the additional skill from Frost Ring again. In the next second, thick frost solidified instantly on the limbs of the mutated Grey Wolf King, forcibly imprisoning it in place. And without hesitation, Artoria unleashed her skill, Holy Light Slash. Brilliant holy light instantly burst forth from the tip of her sword. Then, with a speed that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, her radiant sword cleaved down onto the mutated Grey Wolf King. Minus 579. Minus 597. Minus 633. 3 consecutive holy light slashes significantly reduced the remaining health of the mutated Grey Wolf King. Subsequently, the rest of the battle left absolutely no room for suspense. Artoria's sword continuously struck out, each strike reducing a portion of the mutated Grey Wolf King's health. In less than a minute, the mutated Grey Wolf King's body crashed heavily to the ground, dead beneath Artoria's blade. Killed the silver-level boss, mutated Grey Wolf King. Obtained 1x Grey Wolf Heart, 1x Wolf Fang Necklace, 1x Grey Wolf Knight Summon Scroll, plus 2,000 Lord Experience, plus 2,000 Hero Experience. Indeed, the rewards from killing a boss were quite substantial. Artoria's hero level immediately rose to level 7. Simultaneously, the world announcement rang out. The Chinese player, Lin Yuan, has become the first to defeat a silver-level boss, obtaining rewards. 3 random gold-level strategic treasure chests, 10 advanced resource packs, 100 equipment reinforcement stones, and 1 hero recruitment decree. After the world announcement sounded, it was as if a single stone had been cast into the water, causing ripples far and wide. Within the chat channel, excitement once again boiled over completely. Damn, is this real? I haven't even defeated the ordinary monsters outside the city, yet someone has already started hunting bosses. Indeed, and they received the first kill reward. The rewards are incredibly generous. Just looking at them makes me jealous. Sigh, comparing people will drive you crazy. Who exactly is this Lin Yuan? They're so powerful. And he's also one of us Chinese, truly bringing honor to our country. I'm a cute girl. Please take care of me, Mr. Lin Yuan. Wah. The person upstairs should stop being so clingy. Who says that your cuteness beats mine? Chapter 7. Tavern completed, hidden quest. Of course, Lin Yuan knew that the world announcement of the first kill would create a huge stir. However, he didn't care. Even if all sorts of factions came against him, he was still not afraid at all. Lin Yuan was not only a reborn individual, but also someone who had recharged 10 billion yuan. He did have this much confidence. This time, both the rewards from the mutated Grey Wolf King and the first kill boss reward were extraordinarily generous. Lin Yuan directly opened his inventory and began to review the rewards obtained this time. The Wolf Fang Necklace was merely a strategic treasure of the silver tier. However, the first kill reward gave Lin Yuan 3 random golden tier strategic treasure chests. But for the current Lin Yuan, these strategic treasures weren't really that important. After all, he had already equipped a complete set of strategic treasures for Artoria. As for the high-level resource packages, though they could yield a large amount of resources, Lin Yuan wasn't particularly lacking in them now either. What truly interested him was the Hero Recruitment Warrant and the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll. Hero Recruitment Warrant, Special Item. Introduction. Can randomly recruit a hero above B rank. Collecting 10 Hero Recruitment Warrants grants a 50% chance to recruit an S-ranked hero. Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll, Special Item. Introduction. After use, it can summon 52nd tier Grey Wolf Knights loyal to you. Both the Hero Recruitment Warrant and the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll are rare and valuable items. However, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to use the Hero Recruitment Warrant. The probability of recruiting a top-notch hero through a single warrant is just too low. Besides, given that he already had Artoria, recruiting some ordinary B-ranked heroes would hold no meaning for Lin Yuan. Next, Lin Yuan immediately chose to use the Grey Wolf Knight summoning scroll. As the scroll shattered, a flash of white light immediately passed before his eyes. Once the white light dispersed, 50 second-tier Grey Wolf Knights instantly appeared before Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan had no impression of this unit, since they were second-tier troops, their attributes shouldn't be bad. Subsequently, Lin Yuan turned to Artoria and said, "Take these Grey Wolf Knights and continue hunting magical beasts. When your level reaches 10, we will return to our territory." Artoria immediately leaned on her long sword and knelt down on one knee. "I follow my king's command." Immediately after, she stood up and led the 50 Grey Wolf Knights toward the depths of the forest. You see, even if the Grey Wolf Knights were only second-tier units, their combat power was significantly stronger than that of first-tier militiamen. 3 Grey Wolf Knights could easily surround and kill a Grey Wolf without taking any damage. Unfortunately, killing wild monsters wouldn't level up the units. However, the experience earned from slaying these magical creatures would go to the hero herself. Because of this, Artoria's leveling speed improved dramatically. She led the 50 Grey Wolf Knights and completely swept through the entire forest. 3 hours later, Artoria's body flashed with another white light once again. Current level of Hero Artoria successfully increased to level 10. Hero Artoria successfully learned skill, Night Spirit. Night Spirit, active skill. Introduction. When used, all human unit under Artoria's command will receive a 50% morale boost and a 30% attribute enhancement, lasting for 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 12 hours. After Artoria's level was increased to 10, she gained a new skill. Upon finishing reviewing the description of this skill, Lin Yuan couldn't help but brighten his gaze. There was no doubt about it. This skill absolutely belonged in the Divine Skill category. Though Divine Light Slash was also a very powerful skill, it was ultimately just a single-target offensive skill. The Night Spirit skill, when activated, could provide benefits to all human units under her command. Remember, Lin Yuan chose the human race. That's why he regarded this as a divine skill. In the Age of Lords, morale is extremely important. Apart from undead units, almost all units are affected by morale. If morale drops, there might be deserters. If morale is high, there's a greater chance of combo hits or critical strikes. Alright, it's time. Let's head back to our domain. Lin Yuan waved directly at Artoria, preparing to take her back to their territory. After all, there would be plenty of time to raise the hero's level. In the early game phase, base construction was the key. Soon, Lin Yuan returned to his domain. By the time Lin Yuan returned, with the 2 construction workers building simultaneously, several new structures had already been added to the city. The cottage, which could recruit farmers. The militia camp, which could recruit militiamen. And the tavern, which could both recruit heroes and accept quests. At the same time, the spearman camp and archer camp were still under construction. Once they were complete, Lin Yuan would be able to recruit second-tier spearmen and second-tier archers. The early game units of the human race could arguably be considered the weakest among all races in Lord's era. Farmers and militiamen were practically useless. Spearmen and archers, while slightly better, were not exactly powerful either. However, everything has 2 sides. Weakness at the beginning meant strength in the end. When a human lord could finally recruit 7th-tier units, griffins, that's when this race truly began to shine. And once they recruited 9th-tier units, archangels, humans directly ascended above every other race. Still, this weakness at the beginning only applied to ordinary players. For someone like Lin Yuan, who had already topped up 10 billion yuan, if he still started on the same footing as regular players, what was the point of spending money? Besides, nowadays, the top-up system of Lord's era had been restricted to a daily limit of 1 million yuan. Under these circumstances, no one could surpass Lin Yuan in terms of spending. Moreover, apart from his money, Lin Yuan possessed countless experiences from his past life. These alone were enough to leave ordinary players far behind in the dust. Just then, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly landed on the tavern. If he wasn't mistaken, during the early game, there should be an extremely special NPC within the tavern. As long as specific steps were followed, it was possible to obtain a unique treasure from this NPC. But this quest was definitely not something just anyone could complete. Even when Lin Yuan first learned about how to finish this task in his previous life, he found it utterly speechless. However, since he had come back to life with full knowledge of the entire process of this hidden quest, he certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. With this thought, Lin Yuan wasted no more time, striding straight toward the tavern. Chapter 8. Hidden Quest, The Gamblers in the Tavern. It must be said, this game, Lord Era, is simply like a real world. Upon entering the tavern, Lin Yuan immediately heard the noisy chatter of people and the continuous clinking sounds of wine glasses. The entire tavern was divided into 2 areas. One area was the bulletin board. Every day, this bulletin board would issue quests to players. Quest levels were categorized as easy, normal, hard, adventure, nightmare, and hell. At the same time, there was also an extremely low probability for hidden quests to refresh. If players were dissatisfied with the quests posted on the bulletin board, they could use the quest refresh order to refresh it. Lin Yuan walked up and gave it a casual glance, discovering that almost half of them were gray tasks, mixed with a few white tasks, with only one being a purple task. Gray, white, and purple corresponded to easy, normal, and hard respectively. Judging from this, the chance of refreshing high-level tasks was indeed quite low. Out of 20 tasks, only one hard-level task was refreshed. As for the other part of the tavern, it was the tavern counter. Here, the Lord could spend silver coins to summon heroes. Typically, taverns below level 3 would only refresh 5 available recruitment heroes daily, and most of them were heroes ranked B or lower. If even one A-ranked hero was refreshed, it would be like their ancestors blessing them. However, with the increase in tavern level, more heroes would be refreshed, and the probability of refreshing high-level heroes would gradually increase. But these weren't Lin Yuan's main purpose for entering the tavern. He had come here solely for the hidden quest. Lin Yuan glanced around quickly, and soon locked his gaze onto a man who was drinking. That man had a very ordinary face with a head of chestnut-brown curly hair, completely belonging to the type that disappeared easily in a crowd. However, his eyes exuded a cunning air indescribably. Lin Yuan immediately moved forward and sat in front of the chestnut-haired man. "Barkeep, bring 2 rums. I want to offer this gentleman a drink." Upon hearing those words, the chestnut-haired man couldn't help but look up, perplexed, and countered. "You're offering me a drink? How about if I can't?" Lin Yuan smiled slightly and responded calmly. "Don't you find drinking alone boring?" "It certainly is boring." The chestnut-haired man drank the alcohol in the glass in one gulp and smiled. "However, just drinking doesn't have much meaning. Why don't we gamble around?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan involuntarily curled the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the process of triggering the hidden quest was correct. All he needed to do next was to continue following the steps. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan directly asked, "How are you going to gamble?" "The simplest way, toss a coin, guess heads or tails." The chestnut-haired man smiled and continued, "As long as you win, I will give you my heirloom." "So big a bet." Lin Yuan countered. "Then what if I lose?" The chestnut-haired man slightly squinted his eyes, revealing a cunning light beneath. "Then you just need to lose to me 1,000 gold coins." Keep in mind, in Lord era, the exchange rate between RMB and gold coins was 1-to-1. 1,000 gold coins equaled 1,000 yuan. For an ordinary person, this was already considered a significant amount of money. However, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a second before agreeing. After all, his biggest advantage was having plenty of money. With money, one can pretty much do anything. Ring. With a crisp sound, the coin was tossed straight up into the air. Just as the coin fell back onto the hand of the chestnut-haired man, he immediately stretched out his other hand, covering the coin. Subsequently, the chestnut-haired man looked up and asked, "Heads or tails?" "Heads." Lin Yuan casually reported one side. Anyway, regardless of which side, it was a 50% chance. Just guess. "What a pity it's tails." The chestnut-haired man lifted his hand, shaking his head with regret. Lin Yuan didn't say much to him and directly threw over a bag of coins. This bag contained exactly 1,000 coins. "Continue." Lin Yuan spoke calmly, not bothering at all with such a small amount of money. The gambling continued. Indeed, Lin Yuan's luck wasn't particularly good. Despite a 50-50 probability, he failed to guess correctly 5 times in a row. Fortunately, by the 6th time, Lin Yuan finally guessed the orientation of the coin correctly. "It seems the goddess of fortune still favors you." The chestnut-haired man sighed and then directly took out a pocket watch from his bosom, handing it over to Lin Yuan while pretending to be reluctant. "This is my heirloom. Old pocket watch, special item." Description: a dirty and old pocket watch, seemingly already at the antique level. After seeing the description of this item, Lin Yuan almost burst out laughing. It must be said, the psychological tactics of the man before him were indeed skillful. He had the audacity to claim that this broken thing was his heirloom. In the previous life, this chestnut-haired man had tricked countless gold coins from others. Numerous players were psychologically crushed by him, lamenting and cursing under their breath. Because as long as they gambled with him, they would inevitably suffer a loss. If they lost, it meant losing 1,000 gold coins. Even if they won, they could only win at most a pile of junk from his hands. But Lin Yuan knew well that the significance of this man's existence went far beyond simply scamming money from players. The betting game between the two continued. Lin Yuan still relied on his intuition to guess the orientation of the coin after it landed. Out of 100 times, Lin Yuan won 37 times and lost 63 times. This meant that in less than half an hour, Lin Yuan had already lost more than 60,000 yuan. And what he had won was all junk without any attributes. An ordinary player would have probably already lost their temper and started shouting. However, Lin Yuan remained calm as ever, continuing to gamble with the chestnut-haired man. The 53rd time, the 72nd time, the 87th time, the 99th time. Finally, Lin Yuan had won exactly 99 times, although he had paid nearly 200,000 gold coins for it. In his view, as long as he could obtain that hidden treasure, everything was worth it. "It seems you're also a real gambler." The chestnut-haired man smiled and said, "Since that's the case, why don't we make this next round even bigger?" Still flipping the coin and guessing heads or tails, but this time, let's bet 1,000,000 gold coins. How about that? Chapter 9, Gambler's Ring, Fraudster's Mask. 1,000,000 gold coins. To be honest, if it were an ordinary player, they would probably have been scared off after hearing that number. After all, 1,000,000 is not a small amount. In some second or third-tier cities, that would be enough to buy a house. What's more, the brown-haired man earlier had only given out junk even when he lost. What if this time around, even if the player won, they still got junk? Could they attack an NPC? In reality, this was the second hurdle of this hidden plotline. The first one goes without saying. Only after winning 99 times could a player trigger the next stage of the plot. During this process, what the player lost was real money, but what they won was a pile of junk. For anyone, this was a psychological test. But in truth, the real challenge was just about to begin. A gambling session costing 1 million wasn't something everyone could afford. Ding! With a crisp sound, the gold coins landed once again on the back of the brown-haired man's hand. Head. Sorry, you're wrong. It's tail. Smiling, the brown-haired man revealed his hand, and sure enough, the coin showed tail. In just over 10 seconds, Lin Yuan had already lost 1 million. But for him, this was just the beginning. The game continued. However, it seemed as if the goddess of luck had completely abandoned Lin Yuan. In the next few rounds of gambling, Lin Yuan didn't win a single one. The coin in the brown-haired man's hand seemed to mock him. Every toss contradicted Lin Yuan's guess. Because of this, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan had already lost 10 million gold coins. Yet, despite all this, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Shall we continue? The brown-haired man smiled again, his eyes flashing with cunning. Of course we continue, said Lin Yuan as he extended his hand and snatched the coin from the other man. However, next time, I'll toss the coin, and you'll guess head or tail. Upon hearing these words, the smile on the brown-haired man's face froze. At this moment, the hidden plotline had entered its third phase, and Lin Yuan officially sounded the call for counterattack. Ding! The coin was flipped into the air, and after countless spins, it landed back onto Lin Yuan's palm. Do you know what sunk cost means? It refers to costs that have already been incurred and cannot be recovered. Sometimes, people get stuck deeper and deeper because the sunk cost keeps growing larger. Like this gambling session with you, my investment is getting bigger and bigger, yet all I'm getting are useless trash. But to me, this cost doesn't mean much at all. 1 million gold coins, it's just pocket change. Even if I lose this round, I will keep playing with you until I win. Lin Yuan spoke slowly, smiling as he continued. Now, tell me, is this coin head or tail? The brown-haired man paused for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and said, I've lost. Even if I didn't lose this round, I would definitely lose to you in the future. So, as the wager, these 2 treasures are yours. After saying this, the brown-haired man casually tossed Lin Yuan 2 items, a mask and a ring. Fraudster mask, special item. Description: after wearing it, one can freely change their appearance and race without revealing any flaws. Gambler's ring, special item. Description: the wearer gains +10 luck effect. This ring belonged to a gambler who never lost, still stained with blood, rumored to bring good fortune to others. After seeing the attributes of these 2 treasures, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a trace of delight on his face. Frankly speaking, spending more than 10 million gold coins to exchange for such items was absolutely worth it. It's just that very few players could last until the end. Moreover, the only way to defeat the brown-haired man was to snatch the magic coin in his hand. If this coin possessed magical power, then no matter how many times they gambled, the brown-haired man would always win if he was allowed to toss the coin. Lin Yuan remembered that in the previous life, a Middle Eastern tycoon spent over 50 million to figure out this rule. He also rose rapidly due to these 2 items, becoming a world-renowned top lord. But this time, Lin Yuan had obtained these 2 treasures ahead of him. After all, hidden storylines like these are unique. This means that from now on, in all the taverns within every player's territory, this NPC will no longer appear. Looking forward to our next meeting. As he was about to leave, the brown-haired man patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and gave him a meaningful smile. To be honest, even in Lin Yuan's previous life, no one had clearly identified who this brown-haired man truly was. Some said that he was just a gambling swindler, and the 2 treasures were his heirlooms. Others claimed that he was an earthly avatar of the god of fraud, which explained why he possessed such valuable items. Nevertheless, regardless of all the speculations, Lin Yuan had already achieved his goal. After putting away the 2 treasures, Lin Yuan immediately stepped out of the tavern. During the time he spent in the tavern, both the spearman camp and the archer camp had been fully constructed. However, the levels of these 2 buildings were only at 1. In this situation, they could only produce 20 spearmen and 10 archers per week. Moreover, recruiting troops also required resources. To recruit 1 spearman, it would consume 500 units of grain, 500 units of iron ore, and 500 silver coins. To recruit 1 archer, it would need 1,000 units of grain, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron ore, and 500 silver coins. Of course, these resources were a trifling matter for Lin Yuan. The 10 high-level resource packs awarded as a bonus for killing the silver-tier boss were already enough for him to extract 5 million random resources. So, with a grand gesture, Lin Yuan directly chose to recruit. After spending the resources, 20 spearmen and 10 archers joined his ranks. As for the first-tier militia, Lin Yuan didn't even bother recruiting them. After all, they were nothing but trash troops with no real combat ability. Even if recruited, they would only be cannon fodder. Next, Lin Yuan began assigning tasks to the construction workers. Firstly, the spearman camp and the archer camp certainly needed upgrades. Only in this way could Lin Yuan recruit more troops and expand his force. But before doing so, he had to prioritize upgrading the Lord's Mansion first. The Lord's Mansion is a prerequisite for upgrading all other constructions. If the Lord's Mansion remained at level 1, then all other buildings' level caps would also be locked at 1. At the same time, upgrading the Lord's Mansion would increase tax revenue, ensuring that the Lord could gain a certain amount of gold and silver coins daily. Additionally, only when the Lord's Mansion reached a specific level could certain building permissions be unlocked. For instance, only when the Lord's Mansion reached level 7 could the Lord unlock the permission to build Griffin Cliff, thus recruiting Griffin Knights. But for the current Lin Yuan, achieving a level 7 Lord's Mansion was still far too distant. His true aim was to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 3 first, because by doing so, he would then be able to begin constructing the auction house. Once the auction house was built, it would mean that Lin Yuan could freely trade with other players. Only in this way could Lin Yuan completely leverage his own advantages. Chapter 10. Hell-level difficulty dungeon, the Death Golden Mine. Of course, the construction of the territory also requires time. Moreover, the higher the level of the building, the longer the upgrade will take. Without a construction acceleration card, it would take at least 3 days to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 3. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally couldn't afford to stay in his territory for 3 whole days. Even acting alone, Lin Yuan dared to venture into the forest with Artoria to hunt magic beasts. Besides, he now already had his own troops. Subsequently, Lin Yuan wasted no time and entered the tavern where he casually recruited 2 heroes. These 2 heroes were respectively Iron Fist, Body, and Eagle Beauty, IV. Both of these heroes were C-class heroes, with nothing particularly special about their attributes or skills. The recruitment fee wasn't excessively high either. Together they cost a mere 12 silver coins in total. Lin Yuan's reason for recruiting these 2 heroes was simple, to use them for reconnaissance. After all, as an S-class hero and Lin Yuan's primary combatant, Artoria certainly could not waste her time on such trivial matters as scouting. However, the unknown areas around the territory still required exploration. Therefore, these common heroes recruited from the tavern were the perfect fit for the task. If only Lin Yuan's current lord rank allowed him to command more than 3 heroes, he would have recruited even more. Money, after all, was something he had plenty of. Esteemed Lord, Body is ready to serve you. Esteemed Lord, Ivy is ready to serve you. After being recruited by Lin Yuan, both heroes dropped to one knee to express their respect. Iron Fist Body was extremely towering in stature, almost 2 meters tall, looking like an enraged bear. Eagle Beauty Ivy had a fiery figure, tall and statuesque, with bronze skin exuding a fierce allure. Body, lead 20 pikemen and 10 gray wolf riders toward the east direction of our territory to explore. Ivy, lead 20 gray wolf riders and 10 archers toward the west direction of our territory to explore. If you encounter an unclaimed resource point, claim it directly. But if the resource point has many magic beasts guarding it, then come back and tell me, and I'll personally send troops to clear them out. Very quickly, Lin Yuan assigned tasks and distributed troops to the 2 heroes standing before him. Afterward, Body and Ivy each immediately led their respective units away from the territory. The waiting time was long indeed. Yet even so, Lin Yuan did not leave the territory easily. If he left the territory at this time, there was a high possibility of missing the information passed on by the 2 heroes. Sometimes, being too eager leads to failure. Patience instead allows you to reap more rewards. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time flew quickly. 5 hours passed entirely. Lin Yuan became so bored that he even fell asleep inside the Lord's Mansion. Fortunately, such a long wait was not meaningless. 5 hours later, Body and Ivy returned simultaneously. Esteemed Lord, during the exploration process, we captured a Chuji timber factory, an initial farmland, and an initial iron mine. Also, 50 militiamen, admiring Lord's fame, have joined our ranks. Body knelt on one knee, reporting the results of this exploration to Lin Yuan. It has to be said, this exploration was quite successful. At the very least, they captured 3 resource points. As long as these wild resource points are occupied, they can continuously supply resources to the Lord. A patch of initial farmland could produce at least 20,000 units of grain per day. Other resource points were about the same situation. Like in the early game stage, when all Lord's resources are extremely scarce, it's common to see fights over wild resource points. In theory, after capturing wild resource points, troops usually need to be dispatched for defense. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's troops were not yet sufficient to defend every resource point. Still, any short-sighted lord who dares to contest him over these resources, Lin Yuan didn't mind letting them experience what true despair is. Then, Lin Yuan turned his head again and looked at Ivy, asking, "And you? Did you make any discoveries?" "Yes, Lord." Ivy took a deep breath. "We found a gold mine, but this gold mine seems to be cursed. I sent people in, but not a single one came back alive, and there was no news at all." Only now did Lin Yuan notice that Ivy's troops seemed to have indeed lost a few members. The cursed gold mine. Lin Yuan smacked his lips, pondered for a moment, then said, "Since that's the case, you just need to take me there to take a look." "All right." Ivy hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, clearly still somewhat shaken. However, Lin Yuan had already roughly figured out what had happened in his heart. Under Ivy's lead, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at the cursed gold mine. "Respected Lord, this is the cursed gold mine I spoke of." Ivy's voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. But now, Lin Yuan was completely ignoring what she was saying, because he had already focused all his attention on the gold mine in front of him. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this mine shaft was exactly one of the instances in the Lord's era. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped forward directly. The next second, the difficulty selection panel appeared before his eyes. Death Golden Mine. Introduction. This was originally a rich gold mine, but due to a cave-in, hundreds of lives were lost. These unwilling spirits eventually turned into undead creatures, killing every living thing that entered the mine pit to bury them together. Difficulty selection. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Sure enough, it was an instance. A trace of joy immediately surfaced in Lin Yuan's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that during the exploration of unknown areas, Ivy actually stumbled upon an instance by accident. Based on Lin Yuan's experience from his past life, The rewards for clearing high-difficulty instances were always extremely generous. Some rewards were even unique. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan finally made his choice. He directly selected the highest difficulty, the Hell-level difficulty instance, the Death Golden Mine. Chapter 11, 9th Rank Skeleton Dragon, Black Treasure Chest. The Hell-level difficulty Fubon has officially commenced. Amidst the mine tunnel before them, a cold wind immediately began to blow. But Lin Yuan showed no hesitation whatsoever, simply waving his hand and declaring, "Let's go." Subsequently, he directly led Altoxia along with the troops under his command into the gold mine. Inside the mine tunnel, the light was extremely dim. The deeper they went into the mine tunnel, the darker the surroundings became. Two spearmen walked at the front, each holding a torch. And at that moment, a low-pitched roar suddenly resounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Looking up, Lin Yuan noticed that the channel ahead was already filled with zombies covered in rotting flesh. These zombies moved extremely slowly. Some wore miner helmets on their heads, while others held long miner hoes. Although the zombies were a second-rank unit, their combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Altoxia swung her long sword and took the lead in plunging into the zombie horde. One must know that her hero level had already reached level 10, even equipped with what could be considered top-notch strategic gear in the early stages of the game. Slaying these zombies before her eyes was almost as easy as chopping melons and slicing vegetables. Following this, the spearmen and Grey Wolf Knights all joined Altoxia in charging into the enemy formation. Behind them, 10 archers continued to draw their bows and release arrows without pause. With every arrow whistling through the air, it inflicted significant damage upon the zombies. Under the circumstance where melee units were taking the brunt of the fight up front, the archers, a ranged unit, could fully perform output with no pressure. Even Taekwon Batty and Eagle Beauty Iwei joined the fray. Even though they were only C-ranked heroes, still, they were heroes after all. Facing zombies that belonged to the second-rank unit category, they handled it with ease and confidence. The zombie horde before them was soon crushed by the forces under Lin Yuan's command. The system's notification sounds kept playing incessantly in his ears. Killed a second-rank zombie, obtained 1 rotten heart, plus 30 lord experience, plus 30 hero experience. Killed a second-rank zombie, obtained 1 rotten heart, plus 30 lord experience, plus 30 hero experience. Killed a second-rank zombie, obtained 1 rotten heart, plus 30 lord experience, plus 30 hero experience. Without doubt, leveling up within this dungeon would also turn out to be a decent choice. However, Lin Yuan was equally aware in his heart, hell-level difficulty dungeons are absolutely not that simple. Even if Death Gold Mine was merely an elementary dungeon, once the difficulty rose, clearing it wouldn't be an easy task. Lin Yuan led his army further pushing deeper into the mine tunnels. When they traveled halfway through, ghostly creatures actually appeared among the monsters blocking their way. Ghosts, being third-rank units in the necromancy line, possess extremely high mobility speed and powerful attack strength. Their only defect is relatively low hit points, making them rather fragile. In contrast to first-rank skeleton soldiers and second-rank zombies, ghosts indeed stepped outside the cannon fodder domain. Under the cover of the zombies, ghosts surged forward at an incredible speed, and their extremely sharp spectral claws could effortlessly tear apart the flesh and blood bodies of Grey Wolf Knights. Nevertheless, although ghosts boasted formidable attack power, their weaknesses were equally obvious. A 3-rank ghost unit couldn't even withstand 2 attacks from the Grey Wolf Knight, their body as brittle as paper. Under such circumstances, casualties were inevitably incurred within Lin Yuan's forces. Yet Lin Yuan was never one who feared the death of soldiers. In his perspective, soldiers were created to die. Effective sacrifice was aimed at gaining greater value. Those who cherished their soldiers like lives and wished to register each soldier individually were the true fools. Lord Duran, another group of enemies, is approaching. Once again, Altoxia's voice resounded. Before Lin Yuan could react, she had already plunged back into the enemy formation. As her sword flashed and fell, yet another ghost dissipated. To be honest, if not for the presence of Altoxia, the S-ranked hero, there would be no way the mere amount of troops under Lin Yuan's command could have made it this far. If there are no mistakes, this should be the last batch of monsters, right? Lin Yuan observed the battle situation, pondering inwardly. Elementary dungeons like the Death Gold Mine, even at hell-level difficulty, reaching 5 waves of monsters was already the limit. What followed then should be the boss battle. Lin Yuan strained to recall any information related to this particular dungeon, but remembered nothing. Even if he was a reincarnator, he couldn't possibly remember everything about all situations thoroughly. Remember, this was merely an elementary dungeon. Lin Yuan had just gone through its rounds a few times during the start of the service. He had already reached the middle to late game when he died, so naturally, he didn't have much impression of this Thuba. Leading the troops under his command, Lin Yuan continued moving forward and finally passed through the narrow mine tunnel. And what appeared before him was a huge underground cave. It would be more accurate to say it looked more like a grand hall. There were still balancing beams supporting the surroundings, obviously man-made renovations. If Lin Yuan's guess was correct, this place should have originally been an underground cave, discovered by gold miners and then renovated into an underground grand hall. Lord Darong, shall I go in and scout the way for you? Altoxia softly spoke. Not yet. Lin Yuan shook his head and directly picked a random Grey Wolf Knight, ordering him to hold a torch and charge into the cave. For such a dangerous task as scouting, there was no way he'd let Altoxia do it. After receiving the order, the Grey Wolf Knight immediately held the torch and rushed into the grand hall at the fastest speed. However, The sight before them caused even Lin Yuan to feel immense shock. Under the illumination of the firelight, the scene within the grand hall finally revealed itself to him. The entire hall was filled with densely packed skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts. In the center of the hall, there was also a creature of colossal size, a dragon. But this dragon had not a single ounce of flesh or blood on its body. Only ghostly white bones remained. Without a doubt, this was precisely the 9th rank unit of the necromancy line, the skeleton dragon. For a moment, Lin Yuan's expression involuntarily darkened. He really hadn't expected that the hell-level death gold mine would actually feature high-rank units like the skeleton dragon. Even if there was only one, it wasn't something he could handle right now. Even Altoxia wouldn't be a match for a 9th rank skeleton dragon. However, just at that moment, Lin Yuan's peripheral vision suddenly caught something in a corner of the grand hall. A pitch-black treasure chest, faintly exuding a deathly aura, was placed in that very corner. Chapter 12. Special Treasure, the Skull King's Skull. The Grey Wolf Knight who rushed in first to scout the way was soon discovered by the bone dragon. In the eye sockets of the bone dragon, there was a flicker of emerald green soul fire. Soon after, it lifted its colossal dragon claw and with one swipe, reduced the Grey Wolf Knight into a pile of bloody pulp. There was simply an insurmountable chasm between 2nd-tier units and 9th-tier units. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Artoria, calmly opening his mouth to ask, "Do you think? Are you a match for this bone dragon?" Artoria clenched her teeth and softly replied, "I will fight it." "There's no need." Lin Yuan shook his head. "You can't possibly defeat this bone dragon." As a reborn individual, he knew all too well just how powerful 9th-tier units were. If Artoria's hero level were higher, or if his troops under his command were greater in number, then perhaps they could surround and kill the bone dragon. But at least as things stood now, Lin Yuan saw no chance for victory. This hell-level difficulty dungeon should be impossible to clear for now. However, Lin Yuan did not plan to give up right away. Even if the dungeon couldn't be cleared, he had to figure out a way to get some benefits from it. His eyes soon focused on the black chest in the corner of the grand hall. His intuition told him that within this black chest, there must certainly be something good inside. As for how to approach it, Lin Yuan already had a plan in mind. He looked at Artoria and said gravely, "You guard here with the troops. Don't make any rash moves, understand?" "I understand." Artoria nodded. Although she didn't know exactly what Lin Yuan intended to do, she unconditionally obeyed the Lord's orders. Afterward, Lin Yuan directly opened his backpack, took out the recently obtained trickster mask, and wore it on his face. The next moment, Lin Yuan's face and body rapidly began to rot, transforming him into a walking corpse. Seeing this scene unfold before her eyes, even Artoria was startled and instinctively stepped back. "Lord, are you alright? Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Lin Yuan waved his hand. The reason he had transformed into a walking corpse was due to the disguise ability of the trickster mask. In such a state, even the bone dragon before them would be unable to discern Lin Yuan's true identity. After disguising himself as a walking corpse, Lin Yuan dragged his slow steps toward the grand hall ahead. Step, step, another step. Lin Yuan moved forward at an incredibly slow pace, carefully approaching the location where the black chest sat. Without a doubt, the disguise ability of the trickster mask was virtually flawless. All around him, the skeletons, zombies, and ghosts regarded Lin Yuan as one of their own kind, with no intent to attack him whatsoever. Not even the bone dragon sensed that a human had infiltrated its lair. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan finally reached beside the black chest. This place wasn't very far from where the bone dragon rested. Once detected, Lin Yuan would also be close to death. Fortunately, at this moment, the bone dragon lay asleep on the ground, completely unaware of anything unusual. Time was running out. There would only be one opportunity. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and decisively chose to open the chest. Opening chest, current progress, 1%. A progress bar appeared in front of Lin Yuan's eyes as the chest began to open. Lin Yuan roughly estimated that it would take at least 10 seconds to fully open the chest. Such a mere span of time felt like a year for Lin Yuan. Opening chest, current progress, 92%. Opening chest, current progress, 95%. Every single second ticked by. At this moment, the bone dragon finally sensed something, and the soul fire in its eyes flared up immediately. Its cold dragon gaze fell directly onto Lin Yuan. Caught. A chill shot through his heart instantly. Fortunately, right at this point, a melodious system notification sounded directly in Lin Yuan's ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully opened the death chest and obtained a special treasure, the Skull King's skull." The instant Lin Yuan successfully opened the chest, the bone dragon's dragon claw roared down towards him. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately shouted, "Leave the dungeon." The next second, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot and reappeared outside the death gold mine. The Lord Lin Yuan has failed the challenge in the hell-level dungeon death gold mine, resulting in a deduction of 1 million grain, 1 million wood, 1 million iron ore, and 1 million silver coins. He will enter a weakened state for the next 5 hours, and the hero experience and lord experience gain will be halved. For such an entry-level dungeon, one can always exit anytime. However, failing the dungeon challenge does come at a certain cost. Just like this time, Lin Yuan not only had a significant amount of resources deducted, but he also fell into a weakened state. Fortunately, he managed to successfully obtain the treasure from the black chest. To Lin Yuan, as long as he gets his hands on the treasure, it's all worth it. He then directly took out that item and carefully examined it. What he obtained from the black chest was a black skull, covered with dark patterns. Skull King's skull, special treasure. Description: after eliminating enemy troops, 10% of them will be converted into level 1 skeleton soldiers by the wearer's forces. It enables the synthesis of skeletons into more advanced skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior, heavy skeleton warrior, skeleton knight, heavy skeleton knight, dark skeleton knight, skeleton king, hell skeleton king, skeleton emperor. At the same time, all types of skeleton under the wearer's command will receive a 30% increase in all attributes. As Lin Yuan read through the description of the treasure, a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He finally remembered. If he was not mistaken, in his previous life, it was a North American undead clan lord named Black Hill who obtained this treasure. This lord named Black Hill was not only one of the top 10 lords in North America, but was also known as the Skeleton Emperor, because the troops under his command were extraordinarily singular, just skeletons. But the skeletons under his command were not the kind that could only serve as cannon fodder. Though Lin Yuan had never seen him, he had heard that even 9th tier units could be easily surrounded and killed by his skeletons. The ability to train such garbage units like skeletons to this level proved that Black Hill must have had some special treasure. Now, it was clear, the reason Black Hill could become the dominant skeleton emperor in North America was undoubtedly related to this Skull King's skull. Only in this lifetime, it was Lin Yuan who got his hands on this treasure. Even though Lin Yuan belonged to the human race, this treasure was still of immense value to him. As long as he could convert enough skeletons through battle, he would be able to cultivate a high-level skeleton army capable of annihilating gods and Buddhas alike. Chapter 13. Successful Synthesis, Heavy Skeleton Warriors. The number of times one can enter a dungeon instance each day is limited. For ordinary instances, entry is restricted to only 3 times per day. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to continue entering the dungeon. After all, he was currently in a weakened state, and both the Lord experience and hero experience he had gained would be halved. If Lin Yuan were to continue entering the dungeon under his current condition, he wouldn't be able to clear the hell-level difficulty of the Death Gold Mine, and could only opt for a lower difficulty. Let's go, Artoria. Lin Yuan waved his hand and spoke. During this unsuitable time for grinding instances, killing monsters in the wild was naturally the best choice. After all, with the possession of the Skeleton King's skull, he could convert slain monsters into skeleton soldiers while grinding. This way, Lin Yuan's army could also quickly grow in size. 6 hours later, the weakened state officially ended. During this time, Lin Yuan had been hunting gray wolves in the forest with Artoria and his troops. Even with experience halved, during these 6 hours, Artoria's hero level still increased to level 12. At the same time, Lin Yuan used the Skeleton King's skull to generate 160 skeleton soldiers. In front of Lin Yuan stood rows of skeleton soldiers. These lowest-tier skeleton soldiers could be easily killed in large numbers by second-tier spear soldiers. However, as long as the Skeleton King's skull existed, Lin Yuan could synthesize these skeleton soldiers into more advanced skeleton units. Next, Lin Yuan directly activated the artifact ability. Then, a black magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. 2 skeleton soldiers were immediately sucked into the black magic circle. Subsequently, a second-tier skeleton warrior holding a rusted iron sword slowly materialized from the black magic circle. Looking at the scene before him, a flash of excitement passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. It definitely worked. 2 skeleton soldiers could be synthesized into 1 skeleton warrior. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan continued synthesizing. The 160 first-tier skeleton soldiers quickly became 80 second-tier skeleton warriors. But for Lin Yuan, the synthesis was just beginning. With the activation of the Skeleton King's skull, effect, the black magic circle appeared again. The 82nd tier skeleton warriors were synthesized into 43rd tier heavy skeleton warriors. Besides their rusted iron swords, the heavy skeleton warriors now wore thick armor, clearly enhancing their defense. For the current Lin Yuan, 3rd tier units were already sufficient. Therefore, he chose not to proceed further with the synthesis. Just within 6 hours, obtaining 40 units of 3rd tier troops was a great harvest for Lin Yuan. Since the weakened period had ended, Lin Yuan was now ready to continue entering dungeons. After all, the experience and treasures within dungeons far surpassed what could be obtained from wild monsters. Soon, Lin Yuan once again led his troops to the entrance of the Death Gold Mine. However, this time, he selected the hard difficulty. Since he couldn't handle the hell difficulty yet, Lin Yuan didn't plan to challenge nightmare difficulty either, choosing instead the hard difficulty. Anyway, since he already possessed the rarest artifact, the Skeleton King's skull, Lin Yuan's current focus on entering dungeons was mainly for experience. Indeed, the hard difficulty version of the Death Gold Mine turned out to be significantly simpler. The first wave of monsters Lin Yuan encountered were almost all skeleton soldiers, with barely any second-tier zombies. After experiencing the hell difficulty, hard difficulty was like playing in easy mode. Artoria directly led her troops forward, sweeping away everything in their path. During this process, the 3rd-tier heavy skeleton warriors demonstrated extraordinary strength. Even against second-tier zombies, they could take them down with 2 hits. Due to their heavy armor, the attacks from skeleton soldiers and zombies were practically like scratching an itch to the heavy skeleton warriors. Perhaps only 3rd-tier ghosts could deal effective damage to the heavy skeleton warriors. Unfortunately, in the hard difficulty Death Gold Mine, even the number of ghosts was extremely rare. Whenever a few ghosts appeared, they were mostly dispatched by Artoria casually. Under this unstoppable advance, Lin Yuan soon reached the final boss checkpoint with his troops. This time, guarding the hall wasn't a bone dragon but merely a 5th-tier dark priest, 10 ghosts, 20 zombies, and a bunch of skeleton soldiers. With this formation, Lin Yuan naturally did not even give it a second thought. Heavy skeleton warriors, pave the way. Lin Yuan gave the order in a calm tone. During the process of advancing through the dungeon, he had also converted more than a dozen additional heavy skeleton warriors, ensuring that his forces grew rather than diminished. More than 50 heavy skeleton warriors pushed forward with overwhelming force. The skeleton soldiers and zombies didn't even have the chance to fight back before falling under the blades of the heavy skeleton warriors. At that moment, ghosts also rushed to the attack. 2 ghosts appeared at lightning speed, swiftly flashing to the front of a heavy skeleton warrior. Their sharp, ghostly claws tore through the armor, shattering the skeleton warrior into pieces. Nevertheless, Artoria was certainly not one to let these ghosts run rampant. With a low battle cry, she immediately plunged into the enemy ranks. Dazzling holy light suddenly enveloped her sword's edge. Holy light slash. Artoria's holy light-infused longsword swung out repeatedly, in quick succession. Each streak of light struck down a ghost with perfect precision. Confronted by such an unstoppable Artoria, the Dark Priest, as the boss, could no longer hold back. Taking a step forward, he raised his staff high, rapidly chanting an incantation. O God of the undead, following your decree, may you bestow punishment upon these foolish mortals. The moment the chant was completed, the ground beneath their feet turned into a black bog. This was the Dark Priest's ability, Dark Marsh. All enemies who stepped into the Dark Marsh would experience slowed movement, along with a 10% to 20% reduction in various attributes. Artoria, kill him directly. In this situation, Lin Yuan wasted no time, issuing his command. Capture the thief first by capturing the king, an eternal simple truth. Upon Lin Yuan's instruction, Artoria immediately activated her skill, Night Spirit. For a brief moment, spearmen and archers saw a great boost in morale, alongside attribute enhancements. However, the heavy skeleton warriors and Grey Wolf Knights were not part of the human race unit category, so they could not benefit from the Night Spirit boost. It seemed that the pairing of heroes and units was indeed crucial. If given the chance, Lin Yuan would definitely try to recruit a Dead Soul class hero of a rank or above, someone who could lead his army of skeletons. Artoria, Barty, and Eve quickly surrounded the Dark Priest. From behind, arrows from archers whistled toward the Dark Priest with lethal accuracy. In such a scenario, the Dark Priest's health plummeted drastically. In less than 2 minutes, it dropped to 0. You'll never leave here alive. As soon as his health points hit 0, the Dark Priest's body exploded, dispersing into the sky as a mist of black fog. At the same time, the sound of clearing the instance rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Overlord Lin Yuan has successfully passed the hard difficulty dungeon, Death Gold Mine. Rewards obtained. Overlord experience plus 3,000. Hero experience plus 3,000. Hero recruitment order X1. Mid-level resource pack X50. Random silver level strategic treasure chest X2. Chapter 14. The auction house is built. Lin Yuan's plan. It must be said that the rewards from a hard level Fubung are quite substantial. The abundant experience points directly boosted Altoria's level by 1. However, apart from experience, the only thing Lin Yuan could truly make use of was probably that hero recruitment order. With Lin Yuan's current perspective, silver tier strategic artifacts were indeed somewhat beneath him. Now, there was still one more dungeon opportunity left. After successfully clearing the hard level death mine once, this time Lin Yuan gradually advanced and directly chose to challenge the nightmare difficulty. After all, under his command now, he already had nearly 70 heavy skeleton warriors. Under the condition of owning the artifact, Skull King's Skull, Lin Yuan could even achieve self-sustaining growth through battle. There wasn't much difference in the flow of the nightmare difficulty death mine. It was still around 4 to 5 rounds of minor enemies, plus the final boss stage. However, the nightmare level boss was neither a 9th tier bone dragon nor a 5th tier dark priest. Instead, it was a 6th tier ghost eye spider. And around this ghost eye spider, there were many spiders with different colors gathered. Black spiders, green spiders, red spiders, white spiders. Among them, the black spiders were extremely fierce, with high attack power. Green spiders' attacks came with poison. Red spiders could explode themselves, dealing damage to nearby enemies. White spiders could spin webs, restricting enemy movement. Fortunately, these spiders' tiers were not particularly high, being equivalent to 3rd tier units at most, though their numbers were somewhat greater. In such a situation, although this boss battle caused some casualties, nearly losing half of the heavy skeleton warriors, Lin Yuan still managed to win smoothly in the end. Under Altoria's holy light slash, this 6th tier ghost eye spider ultimately died under her sword. Leader Lin Yuan has successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Death Mine, gaining rewards. Leader experience plus 7,000. Hero experience plus 7,000. Hero recruitment orders X2. Mid-tier resource pack X150. Random gold tier strategic treasure, chest X2. The completion reward for the nightmare difficulty dungeon was simply incomparably better than that of the hard level. Before Lin Yuan could finish checking his rewards, the world announcement sounded again. World announcement. Chinese player, Lin Yuan, has become the first lord to clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Death Mine. Rewarded. Random platinum tier strategic treasure chest X1. Advanced resource pack X20. Hero experience storage vessel X1. Hero recruitment order X2. After the world announcement, the chat channel was once again abuzz with excitement. Damn, Lin Yuan big guy even cleared the nightmare level dungeon. That's too strong. I've spent 40 or 50,000, but can't even get through a normal difficulty dungeon, hugging myself in sorrow. Don't talk about it. I haven't even found where the dungeon is. Sigh, this is outrageous. With just my small army, I can't even clear wild monsters. It's so hard. Too envious. These rewards are just too good. This is platinum tier strategic treasure. Lin Yuan big guy is really leading step by step. Always one step ahead. To be honest, upon hearing the world announcement ringing in his ears, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a flash of delight. Platinum tier strategic treasure chest. Even for him, platinum tier strategic items were considered quite rare treasures. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment and directly opened the chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully opened the random platinum tier strategic treasure chest and obtained the platinum tier strategic item, Dawn Sword. Dawn Sword. Quality, platinum. Attributes, strength plus 75, agility plus 45, constitution plus 20. All attributes of human troops under command increase by 10%. Skill attached, Dawn War. After use, increases attack speed of all melee troops under command by 30%, critical hit rate by 20%, and blood-sucking ability by 10% for 15 minutes. The attributes of this platinum tier strategic item were quite excellent. Not only were the attributes good, but the attached skills were also incredibly powerful. Lin Yuan immediately handed this Dawn Sword to Altoia. Equip it. This treasure belongs to you. Thank you, Lord. Altoia's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she immediately accepted the longsword. Hero Altoia's loyalty increased by 1 point. Current loyalty is 82 points. It was obvious that Altoia was also very satisfied with this Dawn Sword. After equipping this platinum tier strategic item, Altoia's attributes were directly boosted. Hero, Altoia. S tier hero. Title, Sealed Sword. Level, 14. Health, 2400/2400. Mana, 430 of 430. Attack, 390 to 560. Defense, 210. Strength, 245. Agility, 195. Intelligence, 160. Skills, Holy Light / Night Spirit. Upon seeing Altoia's current attributes, even a hint of satisfaction flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Moreover, if everything went as planned, Altoia would unlock her third skill after reaching level 15. Having used up all 3 chances to enter the dungeon, Lin Yuan directly returned with his troops to the fief. During the time Lin Yuan was away, construction in the territory had continued without pause. The most important, Lord's Manor, had already been upgraded to level 2, now able to collect 2,000 gold coins and 20,000 silver coins per day. The Spearman Barracks and Archer Barracks had also been upgraded to level 2, making it possible to recruit more troops. However, for Lin Yuan, troop numbers were no longer the most crucial concern. At present, he had but one goal, to quickly upgrade the Lord's Manor to level 3 so that the auction house could be built. Because only by doing this could Lin Yuan fully leverage his advantage of being wealthy. Sometimes, having too much money and nowhere to spend it can also be a headache. But Lin Yuan wasn't particularly troubled about it. After all, on the very first day of the game's launch, he had already accumulated a significant enough lead. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yuan took Altoia every day to clear the nightmare-level death mine 3 times. Under these circumstances, Altoia's level increased at a rocket-like speed. Within just 2 days, she had ascended to level 20. Simultaneously, Altoia unlocked her third skill, Glory Holy Shield, and her fourth skill, Sacred Seal. Skill, Glory Holy Shield. Description: after activation, this skill blesses the hero with a Glory Holy Shield. Upon release, it clears the majority of negative effects, absorbing 1,500 points of damage. During the duration of the Glory Holy Shield, all troop types under the hero gain plus 20% defense. Skill, Sacred Seal. Description: after use, seals a single target enemy, restricting their movement and skill usage. The seal lasts from 2 to 10 seconds, during which time, all attributes of the sealed enemy drop by 30%. The specific sealing duration depends on the strength of the enemy unit. After consecutively unlocking these 2 skills, Altoia's true power began to gradually show itself. However, the reason Altoia is referred to as the Sealed Sword is because her current abilities are still in a state of being sealed. If there must be an analogy, Altoia is like a treasure buried deep underground. Only by breaking her seal can her potential be thoroughly unleashed. But for Lin Yuan, it was far too early for that yet. After all, it had been only 3 days since the game launched. During these 3 days, the Lord's Manor finally met Lin Yuan's expectations, reaching level 3. And afterward, the auction house Lin Yuan had been longing for was ultimately constructed in full. This meant that Lin Yuan could finally start executing his subsequent plan. Chapter 15, 100 Ring Quest, Dark Moon Tree Heart. After the auction house was built, Lin Yuan didn't rush to it right away, but instead headed to the tavern. He approached the tavern owner and casually tossed 10 gold coins onto the counter with a light chuckle. "Boss, I heard that there's been an alchemist here lately who behaves rather strangely. Do you still remember him?" Actually, this alchemist was a random NPC who only occasionally appeared in the tavern. However, Lin Yuan certainly wasn't going to wait around like a rabbit by a stump. Since he already knew who he was looking for, he could directly start gathering intelligence. The tall tavern owner immediately pocketed the 10 gold coins and smiled as he said, "This guest, you're probably referring to a lackey, right? That guy is really peculiar. Every time he comes here to drink, he always adds some strange things to his wine. Last time, he even wanted to put a fire lizard's pancreas into the wine. He almost blew up my tavern." "A lackey? Yes, it was him. The one who released the 100 Ring Quest. Lin Yuan contained his excitement and asked solemnly. Then, may I ask, where can I find him? If I'm not mistaken, he should live in Starlight City. The tavern owner smacked his lips and then immediately flipped open a ledger. After glancing through a few pages, he nodded confidently. Yes, that's correct. It's Starlight City, Silver District number 87. That address was what he left me with last time when he had me send over 2 crates of rum. All right, thank you. Lin Yuan nodded, memorized the address, and then immediately left the tavern. I do know the location of Starlight City. After all, during these days, apart from running dungeons every day, he also hadn't forgotten to dispatch the other 2 heroes to explore unknown maps. If his memory served him right, Starlight City was already one of the main cities closest to his territory. With full speed, he could reach there smoothly within 3 hours. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and immediately set off. 3 hours later, Starlight City, Silver District number 87. Lin Yuan easily found the place based on the address given by the tavern owner. To be honest, this Starlight City was far more prosperous than his own territory. Compared to Starlight City, his territory seemed primitive, like a simple farmhouse. But building a territory was originally a process of starting from nothing. Lin Yuan believed that one day, his Lin Yuan City would become even more prosperous than this Starlight City. Then, Lin Yuan immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened, and a man with messy hair peeked out, looking puzzled as he asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Mr. Alaki, I've come specifically to visit you." "Visit me?" Alaki looked even more confused. "Do you know me?" "I have incidentally heard of your great name, a very talented master of alchemy." Lin Yuan lightly laughed as he said, "I've also heard that you're recently collecting some special magical creature materials. Is that true?" Flattery cuts through anything. Since he came to accept the quest, naturally, his attitude should be respectful. "I wouldn't say master yet. The field of alchemy is vast and profound, and I've only just started exploring its depths." Alaki scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and then said, "However, I am indeed collecting some specific magical creature materials recently. If you can help me obtain them, I would be extremely grateful. Would you like to accept the quest?" Alaki's request. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to accept. Finally, the 100-ring quest has been picked up. After accepting the quest, Alaki made his request. "Recently, my alchemical experiments require 50 gray wolf hearts. Do you think you can get them for me?" Gray wolf hearts. Lin Yuan actually had plenty of them. After all, in recent days, the number of gray wolves that had died by his hand must have been in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Lin Yuan immediately chose to submit the task. Lord Lin Yuan successfully completed the quest, Alaki's request, and received rewards. Lord Experience plus 500, Hero Experience plus 500, Basic Resource Treasure, Chest X5. Honestly, the quest reward wasn't abundant. It was even a bit meager. However, the reason this quest is called a 100-ring quest is because it is extremely tedious, consisting of 100 steps. During this process, Alaki will make the player collect various bizarre alchemical materials for him. Most players choose to give up midway due to the tedious nature of the quest and the stingy rewards. Only Lin Yuan knew how rich the rewards for completing the 100-ring quest were. Moreover, the first player to complete the 100-ring quest would also receive a unique special reward. Alaki's second ring task required Lin Yuan to collect venom sacs from poisonous spiders. Lin Yuan happened to have this material on hand already. After all, the final boss of the Nightmare Death Gold Mine was the ghost-eyed spider. After handing in the task, Lin Yuan once again gained 500 points of Lord Experience, 500 points of Hero Experience, and 5 basic resource treasure chests. The third ring task asked Lin Yuan to gather 200 scales from blacktail snakes. He indeed did not have this material in his possession. However, there was nothing that money couldn't buy for him. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately opened the auction house. As long as the auction house was built within the territory, the Lord could open it at any time and anywhere. Soon, Lin Yuan opened the auction house, quickly finding the blacktail snake scales being sold by other players. In the early game stage, these materials were still quite precious. The price of one blacktail snake scale fluctuated between 100 to 150 gold coins. However, for Lin Yuan, this amount of money was no issue at all. Even 200 scales cost only 2 or 3 10,000s. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all, directly bidding for the 200 blacktail snake scales and immediately choosing to submit the task. Lord Lin Yuan successfully completed the quest, Alaki's request, and received rewards. Lord Experience plus 500, Hero Experience plus 500, Basic Resource Treasure, Chest X5. 1 ring, 5 rings, 10 rings, 20 rings. In just one short hour, Lin Yuan had already completed 50 rings. However, just for the sake of acquiring these 50 rings of materials, the gold spend amounted to over 3 million. Especially with some rare materials, they were even nowhere to be found on the auction house. After all, the game had only been running for 3 days, and many players weren't yet eager to trade their materials. But this didn't pose any difficulty for Lin Yuan. Whenever he encountered materials unavailable on the auction house, he would directly announce in the world chat, offering high prices to purchase them. If 10,000 wasn't enough, then 50,000. If 50,000 wasn't enough, then 100,000. Under this financial assault, there would always be players who would get tempted. Although more than 3 million gold coins was not a small amount, for Lin Yuan, as long as he could complete the 100-ring quest, it was all worth it. Continuously purchasing materials and handing in tasks, Lin Yuan successfully brought the quest, Alaki's request, up to the 99th ring. Although each task only rewarded 500 hero experience points, The cumulative reward from the 99 rings amounted to nearly 50,000 experience points. The massive experience caused Artoria's level to rise directly to level 22. Next, there was only the final ring left. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately lifted his head, smiling and speaking. Mr. Alaki, may I ask if there's anything else I can help you with? Truly, I thank you greatly. I must say, you've helped me a lot. Alaki rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed, saying, You've gathered so many materials for me, but I cannot offer much in return. It's no problem. Lin Yuan smiled, replying, It's all for the development of alchemy. Exactly, Alaki replied excitedly. Believe me, I will surely achieve something significant in the field of alchemy. But my research so far still lacks one crucial material. If you could help me gather it, it would be perfect. Lin Yuan nodded, asking, What does Master Alaki require? The Dark Moon Tree Heart. Alaki took a deep breath and softly said, Within the Dark Moon Forest outside Starmoon City lies a millennium-old tree. I need its core from that very ancient tree. But within this Dark Moon Forest, there are groups of Dark Elves present. Please do be careful. Chapter 16. Dark Elf Sword Master, Sacred Seal. The material required for the final step turned out to be the Dark Moon Tree Heart indeed. Materials needed for the first 99 steps could all be purchased from other players, but the Dark Moon Tree Heart was an exception, because this material could only be obtained by clearing the Dark Moon Forest dungeon. However, if Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten, the difficulty of the Dark Moon Forest dungeon was immense. Even in his previous life, it wasn't until the 10th day after the game's launch that the First Lord managed to clear the Dark Moon Forest. But even so, Lin Yuan had no intention of retreating at all. After all, as someone who was reborn, he must accomplish the impossible. Otherwise, how could one talk about changing their own fate? After accepting the quest, Lin Yuan immediately set off with Arthuria and his forces towards the direction of the Dark Moon Forest. 2 hours later, a sinister and dark forest appeared before him. There was no doubt that this forest ahead was the Dark Moon Forest that Alaric had mentioned. Unlike Death Goldmine dungeons, the Dark Moon Forest was a special dungeon without level distinctions. Do you choose to enter the Dark Moon Forest dungeon? After the system prompt appeared, Lin Yuan promptly confirmed it. The next second, the scene before him instantly changed. When Lin Yuan came to his senses, he and his forces had already entered the Dark Moon Forest. Everyone be cautious. Let the heavy skeleton warriors walk at the front. Soon, Lin Yuan issued orders to his troops. After all, this was the territory of the Dark Elves, and caution would always be wise here. It turned out that Lin Yuan's consideration was entirely correct. They hadn't walked far when they heard a whistling sound piercing through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A storm of black arrows rained down from the sky. Fortunately, those at the front of the team were the heavily armored skeleton warriors with higher defense. Nevertheless, over a dozen heavy skeleton warriors died under the arrow rain. Bear in mind, these heavy skeleton warriors were third-tier units, showing just how devastating this wave of black arrows was. It's the Dark Elves. Arthuria immediately made her decision. Grey Wolf Knights, charge in and limit the attacks of the Dark Elves as much as possible. Undeniably, Arthuria's strategic judgment was still very accurate. In such a situation, it was essential to suppress the opponent's firepower. And due to the slow movement speed of the heavy skeleton warriors, only the Grey Wolf Knights could handle this task. Although the Grey Wolf Knights were not high-tier units, the mobility of this troop type was quite formidable. Even within the forest, they moved like on flat ground. Once the Grey Wolf Knights charged into the fray, the intensity of the arrow storms significantly weakened. After buying time for the heavy skeleton warriors, the skeleton troops rushed in, beginning their slaughter. Cries of agony from the Dark Elf archers immediately echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. In a short span of time, one corpse after another was tossed toward Lin Yuan. All 30 Dark Elf archers were eliminated by Lin Yuan's forces. If Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten, this unit belonged to the third-tier class. Their characteristic was extremely high attack power and long-range abilities, but their physical endurance was very weak, even less than that of second-tier units. Especially once they were engaged in close combat, they became like fish on a cutting board, helpless against their enemies. However, it must be admitted that the reason they were able to achieve such an easy victory without much loss this time was entirely due to Arthuria's decisions. Good job. Lin Yuan complimented with a light smile, and then proceeded to convert the bodies before him into skeleton soldiers. Only, before he could act, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Humans, this is no place for your kind to tread. These undead creatures, truly repulsive. At the end of this voice, 34 sword-wielding figures emerged from the shadows of the jungle. Third-tier unit, Dark Elf Swordsman. High attack, high agility, but still frail frames. Heavy armored units like the heavy skeleton warriors naturally counteracted lightly armored units like the Dark Elf Swordsman. Therefore, Lin Yuan wasn't overly concerned. His eyes fell upon a Dark Elf wielding twin swords. Compared to other Dark Elf Swordsmen, this individual radiated a clearly more imposing aura. Even the dual swords in his hands were covered in ominous black runes. Dark Elf Swordmaster. Silver Tier Boss. Level, 20. HP, 36,000. Attack, 620 to 850. Defense, 370. Skills, Dark Sword Dance, Dark Dual Sword Slash. A master of swordsmanship among the Dark Elf Swordsmen, with exceedingly high accomplishments in the art of the sword, possessing extremely astonishing power. Sure enough, this guy was a mini-boss. The next second, the Dark Elf Sword Master directly charged into Lin Yuan's formation. His dual swords moved as flexibly as dancing butterflies. Almost every slash easily decapitated a heavy skeleton warrior. However, Arthuria would naturally not allow him to slaughter at will. A brilliant holy light suddenly surged from her sword's edge. Holy seal slash. -1165. -1256. -1248. 3 crimson damage numbers abruptly appeared above the Dark Elf Swordmaster's head. His HP line instantly dropped by a segment. Do you also wish to obstruct me? The Dark Elf Swordmaster looked up, his gaze cold as he scanned Arthuria. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated his skill, Dark Sword Dance. The next second, his dual swords began to whirl rapidly at an incredibly high frequency. The madly dancing twin blades formed a sword storm around him, sweeping directly toward Arthuria. Even before the blades struck Arthuria, Lin Yuan could already sense the power of this skill. However, at that moment, Arthuria's figure abruptly retreated sharply. Then she raised her longsword high. In the name of justice, I shall seal thee. As Arthuria's words echoed, her sword emitted a dazzling white light. The next second, a radiant 6-pointed star magic circle shone beneath the Dark Elf Swordmaster. Before the latter even reacted, his dark sword dance had been forcibly interrupted. His body was forcibly locked in place. This was precisely the Holy Seal skill executed by Arthuria. Chapter 17, Dark Moon Forest, the Dark Elf Queen. It is important to know that the skill Sacred Seal was only unlocked after Arturia's level increased to 20. After using this skill, it would seal a single enemy. Not only could it restrict movement, but it could also interrupt the casting of skills. At the same time, during the sealing period, all attributes of the sealed target would decrease by 30%. Clearly, the dark sword dance of the Dark Elf Swordsman was forcibly interrupted by the Sacred Seal. During the sealing process, the sword in Arturia's hand constantly struck towards the Dark Elf Swordsman. Moreover, 3 or 4 heavily armed skeleton warriors joined in the encirclement and began fiercely attacking him. For such light-armored swordsmen who rely on agility for their survival, being confined to one place is simply a nightmare. Under the joint encirclement attack by Arturia and the heavy skeleton warriors, the bloodline of the Dark Elf Swordsman dropped rapidly. Finally, when the confinement ended, he was left with only 1/4 of his original health. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan would naturally not let him go easily. Iron Fist Baddie and the Eagle Beauty, Ai Wei, immediately led dozens of spear soldiers to block the retreat path of the Dark Elf Swordsman, preventing him from escaping. With no way out, the Dark Elf Swordsman had no choice but to continue fighting desperately. Unfortunately, he was no match for Arturia. After a few rounds of combat, his health dropped to 0. With a face full of reluctance, he fell in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. Defeat silver-level boss Dark Elf Swordmaster. Obtain 2 Dark Elf Swords, 1 Dark Elf Heart, 1 Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll, 2 Hero Recruitment Orders, Lord Experience plus 8,000, Hero Experience plus 8,000. Even though they were both silver-level bosses, the rewards for defeating the Dark Elf Swordsman were richer than those for defeating the mutated Grey Wolf King. After all, one is a level 20 boss, while the other is merely a level 5 boss. Upon obtaining the rewards for killing the boss, Lin Yuan wasted no time and immediately used the Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll. The next second, 50 Stage 3 Dark Elf Swordsmen appeared before Lin Yuan. After the defeat of the Dark Elf Swordmaster, the battle quickly ended. After all, with just dozens of Stage 3 Dark Elf Swordsmen, they couldn't pose any real threat to Lin Yuan's forces. Although some troops were lost, Lin Yuan again activated the ability of the Skull King's skull and summoned nearly 200 skeleton soldiers with the corpses. The higher the stage of the corpse, the more skeleton soldiers could be summoned. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directly began merging the skeleton soldiers. 200 first stage skeleton soldiers merged into 100 second stage skeleton warriors. 100 second stage skeleton warriors merged into 53rd stage heavily armored skeleton warriors. Despite experiencing a battle, Lin Yuan's forces didn't decrease, they increased instead. However, spear soldiers and archers, these human unit types recruited from camps, are irreplaceable once they die. This situation made Lin Yuan feel somewhat awkward. He was, after all, the lord of the human race. Yet, over half of his army consisted of ghost race units. But for Lin Yuan, as long as it could strengthen his power, it didn't matter whether the units belonged to the ghost race or if they were an eclectic mix. He accepted it all. Keep advancing. After a quick cleanup of the battlefield, Lin Yuan immediately issued the order and led his forces forward. Eliminating a minor boss was only a phased victory. His ultimate goal remained the Dark Moon Tree core. As he continued to advance, Lin Yuan encountered several ambushes by Dark Elves. Dark Elf Swordsmen, Dark Elf Bowmen, Dark Elf Wizards, Dark Elf Assassins. These Dark Elves, without exception, were all Stage 3 units. Furthermore, each round of ambushes contained at least 50 to 80 units of Stage 3 Dark Elves. Fortunately, Lin Yuan possessed the Treasure Skull King's skull. Otherwise, by the time he reached the final boss checkpoint, his forces would have already been completely annihilated. If Lin Yuan was having such difficulties, it goes without saying how much harder it would be for ordinary players. For other players, the Dark Moon Forest instance was something they could not currently challenge. Remember, even in Lin Yuan's previous life, it wasn't until the 10th day of the game's release that someone managed to clear the Dark Moon Forest instance. Right at this moment, Lin Yuan's sight finally fell upon an ancient towering tree. This tree soared into the clouds, seemingly reaching up into the heavens. It was obvious that this was the Dark Moon Tree worshipped by the Dark Elf race. One must admit, the scene before him was truly spectacular. At the very least, up until this point, Lin Yuan had never seen such an enormous ancient tree. Filthy human, your steps end here. Just as Lin Yuan was feeling utterly astonished, a clear and cold voice immediately sounded in his ears. Lin Yuan followed the source of the sound and saw a tall figure clad in a black short formal dress, none other than the Dark Elf Queen standing before him, looking down on him with disdain. Underneath the black short formal dress lay a pair of long legs. Her ash-gray skin added an exotic charm to the Queen of the Dark Elves. A black spellbook floated beside her. At the same time, thick dark magic swirled around her lithe figure. The close-fitting black formal dress revealed the hot body of the Dark Elf Queen, who was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. To be honest, the charm exuded by this Dark Elf Queen did indeed leave Lin Yuan stunned with admiration. Kill him for me. Before Lin Yuan could take the time to admire her fully, the Dark Elf Queen extended her finger, pointing at Lin Yuan. The next second, 4 black shadows suddenly rushed towards Lin Yuan's location. All 4 black shadows were wielding dual swords. They were all Dark Elf Sword Masters. Without a doubt, these 4 Dark Elf Sword Masters were personal guards of the Dark Elf Queen. Protect Lord Yuan. Artoria acted decisively, stepping in front of Lin Yuan. All by herself, she blocked 2 Dark Elf Sword Masters. Following this, a large number of heavily armored skeleton warriors surrounded and attacked the other 2 Dark Elf Sword Masters. Even though the Dark Elf Sword Masters possessed formidable strength, they still struggled under the swarm attack of these third-stage units. The number of Lin Yuan's heavily armed skeleton warriors was already quite substantial. Without exaggeration, the strategy of overwhelming with sheer numbers was starting to form. Even a 20-level silver-grade boss would find it hard to resist the encirclement and slaughter from dozens of heavily armored skeleton warriors. The situation grew more intense. By herself, Artoria managed to hold back the attacks of 2 Dark Elf Sword Masters. And under the relentless attacks of the skeleton warriors, the health bars of the other 2 Dark Elf Sword Masters continued to drop. This situation was clearly highly advantageous for Lin Yuan. However, up to this point, the Dark Elf Queen still showed no sign of wanting to intervene. Chapter 18. The Final Kill, Dark Life Drain. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. At this moment, a sudden cry of alarm rang out in Lin Yuan's ears. Then, a large number of Dark Elves appeared from behind the Elven Queen, charging toward Lin Yuan's forces. Dark Elf Swordsmen, Dark Elf Archers, Dark Elf Assassins. Soon, Lin Yuan's skeletal army clashed head-on with the Dark Elf forces. The ultimate boss battle was naturally extremely arduous. Only by defeating this wave of Dark Elves could Lin Yuan officially declare war on the Dark Elf Queen. For Lord Yuan, Artoya immediately raised the Dawn Sword in her hand and activated its passive skill without hesitation. Dawn Battle. At the moment the skill was activated, a holy light blossomed from the Dawn Sword. After activating this skill, all melee units under his command would gain a 30% increase in attack speed, 20% critical strike rate, and 10% lifesteal for 15 minutes. There was no denying that platinum-level treasures were quite formidable. Under the enhancement of Dawn Battle, all troop types under Lin Yuan's command received a significant boost. Immediately afterward, system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yuan's ears. Defeated silver-level boss Dark Elf Swordsage. Obtained 2 Dark Elf Swords, 1 Dark Elf Heart, 1 Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll, 2 Hero Recruitment Orders, plus 8,000 Lord Experience, plus 8,000 Hero Experience. For consecutive system notifications sounded one after another in Lin Yuan's ears. This meant that the 4 Dark Elf Sword Sages had already fallen one after another to the combined assault of Artoya and the heavy skeleton warriors. Next, Artoya immediately wielded her long sword and rushed into the ranks of the Dark Elves. These third-tier units simply weren't her match. With her wide-ranging sword techniques, Dark Elf after Dark Elf fell beneath her blade. Seeing her kin fall one by one before her eyes, the Dark Elf Queen couldn't help but frown. You vile human, you will pay for your actions. The Dark Elf Queen took a step forward, and the book of dark magic at her side began flipping rapidly. Next, dozens of dark magical energy orbs instantly condensed, launching directly toward Lin Yuan's troops with an explosion of power. Boom boom boom. With a thunderous roar, a large group of heavy skeleton warriors fell instantly beneath the bombardment of the dark magic orbs. As the final boss of this scenario, the Dark Elf Queen's strength was indeed quite formidable. Normal third-tier units were nothing more than cannon fodder against her. Meanwhile, the attributes of the Dark Elf Queen also appeared before Lin Yuan. Dark Elf Queen, Platinum level boss. Level, 25. Health points, 100,000. Magical attack power, 1220 to 1650. Defense, 300. Skills, Dark Magic Orb, Shadow Blade, Dark Elf Summoning Art, Dark Life Drain. Queen of the Dark Elves, wielding the powers of darkness, commanding the entire clan within the Crescent Moon Forest, and holding high prestige. Upon seeing the attributes of the Dark Elf Queen, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with astonishment. Indeed worthy of being a platinum-level boss, these stats were truly terrifying. Artoya alone might not be able to handle the Dark Elf Queen. Fortunately, Artoya wasn't fighting alone. Even if all the troops under Lin Yuan's command were wiped out in this fight, as long as they could defeat the Dark Elf Queen, it would be worth it. Without a second thought, Lin Yuan tore open 4 Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scrolls. Keep in mind, these 4 scrolls he had just acquired from the Dark Elf Sword Sage and put to use so quickly. In an instant, 200 more units of Dark Elf Swordsmen joined the battlefield. Witnessing the scene, The Dark Elf Queen became even more enraged. How dare you betray me for a mere human? You disgrace the lineage of the Dark Elves. At the end of her words, massive amounts of dark energy surged forth once again from the dark spellbook. This dark energy solidified into shapes resembling blades, slashing violently in all directions. These dark magical blades were exceedingly sharp, capable of instantly slicing through the bodies of the heavily armored skeleton warriors. Faced with the unrestrained firepower of the Dark Elf Queen, no longer held back and immediately activated her skill, Glorious Holy Shield. After this skill was cast, not only could it bestow a glorious holy shield on the hero, absorbing 1,500 points of damage, but it also instantly cleared most negative effects. Meanwhile, during the duration of the glorious holy shield, all troop types under the hero's command would receive a 20% increase in defense. Under the dual empowerment of Dawn Battle and Glorious Holy Shield, Lin Yuan's forces advanced with overwhelming momentum. Even Artr relied on the shield to forcefully withstand the Dark Elf Queen's assault and unleashed a holy light slash with her raised hand. -1,648. -1,754. -1,654. Although the Dark Elf Queen, as a platinum-level boss, had extremely astonishing skill damage, she was ultimately a mage-type character. And mages have a common flaw: low defense and thin blood. With just one holy light slash, Artr directly inflicted nearly 5,000 points of damage on her. The Dark Elf Queen's health bar dropped by an entire notch. Then, the archers in the rear took advantage of their range superiority to immediately unleash a volley at the Dark Elf Queen. -175. -168. -144. -258. Although second-tier archers did not deal high damage individually, when accumulated like grains of sand forming a tower, a single volley still dealt quite significant damage. In Lord Era, relying solely on a powerful hero or merely on troop numbers was useless. Only by combining the hero with the troops could the strongest power be unleashed. Artr constantly moved around the Dark Elf Queen's side, ready to attack whenever the opportunity arose. And those heavy skeleton warriors bravely stood at the front line without fear of death. Even though they could be easily shattered by dark magic orbs, these skeleton warriors never retreated even an inch. 90, 75, 45. The Dark Elf Queen's health line continued to decrease and finally broke the 20 mark. Despite the favorable situation, Lin Yuan remained fully alert. Because conventionally, the lower the boss's health, the more dangerous they become. Sure enough, as soon as her life fell to the last 1/5, the Dark Elf Queen's body hovered into the air, and dark energy surged wildly around her, resembling leaping black flames. The Dark Elf Queen slightly nodded, her expression cold, as if she were a queen ruling over all creation. Those who defile this place will receive punishment from the Dark Moon. Dark Life Drain. Chapter 19. Instance cleared, the Dark Moon tree heart in hand. Countless threads of dark energy immediately spread out in all directions, connecting to Lin Yuan's troops. Moments later, Lin Yuan witnessed one of the black threads directly turning a spearman into a dried-up corpse. At the same time, the bloodline of the Dark Elf Queen also rose by a notch. It was clear that the effect of this skill, Dark Life Drain, absorbed the vitality of other living beings to restore itself. Looking at the rising bloodline of the Dark Elf Queen, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. He spoke in a low voice, "Focus fire on her. Absolutely don't let her recover her health." After Lin Yuan issued the order, Guinevere launched an attack first. Even though she was also being drained of life energy by the dark threads, there wasn't a trace of fear on her face. The same went for Lin Yuan's troops. They fearlessly surrounded and attacked the Dark Elf Queen. Under these circumstances, even though the Dark Elf Queen could replenish her blood by absorbing life energy, the speed of her healing far lagged behind the damage she sustained. As he watched the boss's health drop steadily and consistently, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed the decision he made was indeed correct. The more critical it became, the more courage was needed to break the deadlock. If only hesitation and retreat were allowed, perhaps the Dark Elf Queen would have managed to fully heal herself. In that case, the situation would become even more difficult. SSS-level. Finally, Guinevere's longsword pierced straight through the chest of the Dark Elf Queen. With one swift stroke, the sword easily wiped out the last bit of the Dark Elf Queen's life energy. "I failed to protect you, my people." Accompanied by a mournful wail, the body of the Dark Elf Queen slowly knelt down onto the ground. At the same moment, the system prompt sounded. Chinese Lord Lin Yuan successfully defeated Platinum-grade boss Dark Elf Queen. Obtained Platinum-grade strategic treasure, Dark Moon Heart. Obtained, Dark Elf Queen Spellbook X1. Summon Scroll of Dark Elf Swordsman X4. Summon Scroll of Dark Elf Archers X4. Summon Scroll of Dark Elf Assassins X4. Hero Recruitment Orders X5. Lord Experience, plus 38,000. Hero Experience, plus 38,000. After hearing the reward prompts, a glint of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. It had to be said, the rewards for defeating a Platinum-grade boss were incredibly generous. Just those 12 summoning scrolls added up to already 600 units of third-tier troops. Despite Lin Yuan suffering significant losses during this battle, he now effortlessly recovered his forces. However, the rewards for defeating the boss were just a small part. The real highlight was yet to come. Just as Lin Yuan expected, the world announcement soon rang again. Chinese Lord, Lin Yuan, became the first lord to defeat a Platinum-grade boss. Received rewards. Random Platinum Grade Strategic Treasure Box X2. Advanced Resource Pack X150. Equipment Enhancement Stone X300. Hero Recruitment Order X5. Chinese Lord, Lin Yuan, became the first lord to complete the instance, Forest of the Dark Moon. Received rewards. Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order X1. Advanced Resource Pack X100. High-Tier Hero Experience Book X10. After the two world announcements successively rang out, chaos erupted once more in the chat channel. It's Big Shot Lin Yuan again. So powerful, Big Shot has monopolized the world announcements. How many days has the game been running? And yet he already killed a platinum level boss. Is this guy even human? We're clearly not playing the same game as the Big Shots. These rewards are too extravagant. Platinum Grade Strategic Treasure Box. Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order. All good stuff. Holy hell, I'm getting so excited. I'm heading off right now with my militia to farm instances. The militia might as well focus on farming instead. Their combat strength is pitifully weak. I regret picking human units. That's true. Humans are relatively weak early on, but didn't Big Shot Lin Yuan pick human as well? It doesn't really matter what race. At this level of expertise, no matter the race, nothing will stay weak under someone like him. To be honest, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to outside evaluations. But the first cleared bonus rewards for Dark Moon Forest did somewhat surprise him. Platinum Grade Strategic Treasures weren't particularly special, although they were quite valuable in the early game. Once it progressed, they quickly became common. What truly caught Lin Yuan's attention was the Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order. Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order, Special Item. Description: After use, an S-grade hero, Dark Elf Queen, will be refreshed in the tavern. The hero will remain available in the tavern for 24 hours, so please recruit her as soon as possible. Another S-grade hero. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. It was well known that having high-grade heroes was always beneficial, regardless of how many there were. Even though Lin Yuan already possessed the S-grade hero Artoria, he had no objection to recruiting yet another S-grade hero. After all, S-grade heroes harbored limitless potential. Moreover, even in the late game when strategic treasures might depreciate, A-grade or higher heroes still maintained their value. After clearing the instance, Lin Yuan did not rush to leave. Instead, he went directly to the Dark Moon Tree. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his challenge in this instance, to obtain the Dark Moon Tree Heart. If he didn't manage to secure the Dark Moon Tree Heart, it would certainly be a case of losing sight of what was important. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the Dark Moon Tree. Only standing before this 1,000-year-old ancient tree could he feel how immense this Dark Moon Tree actually was. Then, Lin Yuan extended his hand and said, "Artoria, lend me your sword for a moment." "Sure." Artoria nodded and immediately handed her sword to Lin Yuan. The reason she was called the Sealed Sword was precisely because of the sword she wielded. Due to this, her sword was extremely sharp. Lin Yuan firmly grasped the hilt and began cutting into the Dark Moon Tree. In no time, he managed to cut through the tree with the long sword and reached its interior, where he spotted a core resembling fruit. This core also emitted a faint moonlight, looking incredibly beautiful. There was no doubt that this was the Dark Moon Tree Heart. Even if the Dark Moon Tree Heart was taken away, the Dark Moon Tree wouldn't die because there wasn't just one Dark Moon Tree Heart within the tree. However, Lin Yuan wasn't greedy enough to dig out all the Dark Moon Tree Hearts. After all, completing Alaric's 100-ring quest required only one Dark Moon Tree Heart. After obtaining this Dark Moon Tree Heart, Lin Yuan immediately set off for Star Moon City. Although he knew no one could complete the 100-ring quest before him, he still wished to submit the quest at the earliest possible time. An hour later, Lin Yuan finally led his troops back to Star Moon City. "Lord Alaric, I've brought back the Dark Moon Tree Heart you requested." After knocking on Alaric's door, Lin Yuan smiled, pulled out the Dark Moon Tree Heart, and handed it to him. Chapter 20. Successful Recruitment. The Dark Elf Queen. Indeed, it is the Dark Moon Tree Heart. After receiving the Dark Moon Tree Heart, a gleam of excitement immediately flashed in Araka's eyes. He had certainly not expected that Lin Yuan would actually be able to procure the Dark Moon Tree Heart for him in such a short time. Keep in mind, Dark Elves are not exactly a friendly race. Getting a Dark Moon Tree Heart from them is no simple task. With this Dark Moon Tree Heart, my alchemical experiments can make greater progress. Thank you. Arak spoke excitedly and said, "In the coming days, I will seclude myself for research. In 3 days' time, I will definitely give you a satisfying reward." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "If so, then I'll await your good news." Arak nodded heavily. "Rest assured, this time I will definitely succeed. The final reward for the 100-ring quest requires waiting 3 days before it can be claimed. This ultimate reward just happens to relate to the alchemical experiment Arak is about to conduct." Thus, Lin Yuan did not waste any more time and immediately chose to return to his territory. Upon returning to his territory, Lin Yuan immediately entered the tavern. He was already eager to summon the Dark Elf Queen. As he walked into the tavern, Lin Yuan immediately retrieved the summoning scroll from his backpack and without hesitation, decided to use it. Subsequently, an option for the Dark Elf Queen appeared in the tavern hero recruitment list. However, summoning the Dark Elf Queen required 20 hero summoning orders. Undoubtedly, this design was truly brutal. You see, after using the summoning scroll, players only have 24 hours to recruit heroes. If they fail to collect 20 hero summoning orders in advance, they essentially miss out on this opportunity. Fortunately, since the game started, Lin Yuan had already accumulated quite a few hero summoning orders. Even if a few were missing, he could just buy them at a high price from the auction house. Although this item was extremely rare, as long as the price was high enough, someone would still choose to sell it. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan immediately opened the auction house to check the price of hero summoning orders. It must be said, there were indeed many rich people in the game, Lord Era. The price of the rare item, the hero summoning order, had been inflated to 1 million gold coins each. That is to say, recruiting the Dark Elf Queen would cost at least 20 million. Lin Yuan casually bid on 6 hero summoning orders, spending 6 million gold coins to gather the total of 20. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately chose to recruit the Dark Elf Queen. Esteemed Lord, I, Kalen, am willing to serve you. The proud and elegant Dark Elf Queen once again stood before Lin Yuan. Only this time, she was no longer an enemy but a hero under Lin Yuan's command. Even in her cold, serene voice, there was a trace of flattery. However, the newly recruited Dark Elf Queen was only at level 1. Fortunately, Lin Yuan still had 10 high-level hero experience books. Each high-level hero experience book provided 20,000 experience points to the hero. 10 experience books meant a total of 200,000 hero experience points. Lin Yuan immediately applied all 10 high-level hero experience books to Kalen. Then, streaks of white light from level-ups flashed repeatedly around Kalen. The system notification sounds also continuously rang in Lin Yuan's ears. The level of hero, Dark Elf Queen, Kalen, has been increased to level 12. Hero, Dark Elf Queen, Kalen's loyalty has improved by 1 point. Current loyalty stands at 81 points. Hero, Dark Elf Queen, Kalen successfully comprehended skill, Dark Magic Blast. Hero, Dark Elf Queen, Kalen successfully comprehended skill, Summon Dark Elves. Inspect hero stats. After Lin Yuan gave the order, Kalen's status panel instantly appeared before him. Hero, Kalen. S-Class Hero. Title, Dark Elf Queen. Level, 12. Health, 1800 of 1800. Mana, 1450/1450. Magic Attack Power, 540 to 730. Defense, 120. Strength, 80. Agility, 160. Intelligence, 375. Skill, Dark Magic Blast. Once used, multiple Dark Magic Blasts can form around the user, inflicting damage on one or more enemy targets. The number of Dark Magic Blasts depends on the hero's level, and each blast inflicts 60% magical damage to enemy targets. Skill, Summon Dark Elves. Once used, it can summon multiple Dark Elves to assist in battle. The rank and number of summoned Dark Elves depend on the hero's current level. It must be acknowledged that the Dark Elf Queen deserves her S-Class ranking. In comparison to Artoria, her stats are more than comparable. Not only that, but the two rivals also possess unique beauty. Artoria is the majestic female swordswoman, while Kalen is the alluring and regal queen. For other players, owning one such hero would be a stroke of incredible luck. Yet Lin Yuan has acquired both of these powerful heroes. After completing the 100 Ring quest, he had no pressing matters left to attend to. Lin Yuan planned to focus on building his territory over the next 3 days, giving his forces time to rest and recover while exploring surrounding maps at a steady pace. He understood the principle that hasty actions could often backfire. Sometimes, stable development was far more important than reckless ambition. During the following 3 days, Lin Yuan focused on 3 tasks: constructing Linine City, allowing Artoria and Kalen to lead their troops for leveling up outside, and dispatching 2 other heroes to explore unknown territories. During this period, the Lord's residence had successfully been upgraded to level 4. Meanwhile, both the heavy armored troop encampment and night training camp were successively built. This meant Lin Yuan could now recruit 3rd-tier heavy armored troops and 4th-tier knights. Although higher-level units were unlocked, Lin Yuan did not feel particularly excited. After all, without a higher barracks level, the number of troops that could be recruited remained incredibly limited. To expand his army as much as possible, he needed to devise some alternative strategies. And during this period of stable growth, what Lin Yuan looked forward to most was the reward from the 100 Ring quest. Now, the moment had finally arrived. On a morning before dawn, Lin Yuan already led his troops to Starmoon City, preparing to claim the quest rewards from Iraq. Chapter 21. The Dark Potion Recipe. Monopolistic Super Profits. Mr. Alaki, how is your alchemy experiment progressing? In front of Lin Yuan, Alaki looked haggard with deep sunken eyes, clearly having had little rest over the past 3 days. Nevertheless, excitement still flashed in his eyes. Thanks to you, the experiment was a great success. Subsequently, Alaki directly took out a scroll of parchment from his bosom and solemnly declared, I don't have much valuable to give you, so I'll offer this as a reward. This is the result of my years of hard work. I hope you won't reject it. The Lord Lin Yuan has successfully completed the mission, Alaki's final request, gaining the reward. The Dark Potion Recipe. Yes, this was the final reward of the 100 Ring quest. A single alchemy potion recipe. Though it was only a recipe, in the previous life, someone made nearly 10 billion profits just from this potion recipe alone. It should be known that the most profitable business in this world is monopoly, and the final reward for the 100 Ring quest was unique. That is to say, the Dark Potion recipe was possessed solely by Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan didn't remember incorrectly, all the way until the middle stages of the game, the Dark Potion would continue to be a divine-level potion sought after by countless Lord players. To produce a bottle of the Dark Potion, the cost was merely 200 gold coins. However, the selling price of a single bottle could soar up to 2,000 gold coins, a profit margin close to 10 times. Although Lin Yuan had barely dabbled in side professions, he also roughly understood that a master-level alchemist would need at most 3 minutes to concoct a bottle of dark potion. A single bottle of dark potion meant an 1,800 gold coin profit. 20 bottles an hour equated to 36,000 gold coins of pure profit. Even if only dedicating 8 hours per day, that would still net him almost 300,000 gold coins. With just 1 year, Lin Yuan could make tens of millions based on this dark potion recipe. Though Lin Yuan was already wealthy, who wouldn't want more money? Wasting resources recklessly would eventually deplete even the largest fortune. Only by constantly finding new sources of income could one achieve inexhaustible wealth. But now, another problem arose. Though creating the dark potion was highly profitable, Lin Yuan himself couldn't possibly waste large amounts of time brewing potions. Therefore, he must find someone to brew the dark potion on his behalf. Moreover, this person must be someone he trusted. After all, when faced with a profit of tens of millions per year, few people could resist greed. Once someone succumbed to greed, betrayal would inevitably follow. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Yuan had developed an extremely thorough understanding of human nature. In his past life, he'd been too trusting of others, leading to his tragic death at the hands of the abyssal demon god. At the mere thought of this deeply ingrained grudge, Lin Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. This lifetime, he vowed never to repeat his past mistakes, never to commit the same errors again. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately initiated communication with Mr. Li, the steward. Up to this point, the game Era of Lords had been live for more than 7 days. All players who entered the game were no longer able to log out. Even forced measures would prove ineffective. Nonetheless, under such circumstances, players within the game could still initiate communication with the outside world. Soon, the communication line connected. "Master, is that you?" Mr. Li's voice quickly came through from the other end. "It's me," Lin Yuan said straight away. "Uncle Li, are you playing Era of Lords?" Mr. Li laughed and said, "Isn't this game just for the younger generation? I'm getting old. I'll leave the fun to you kids. A person becomes less capable with age. I originally thought I could assist with managing the company for Master, but since you've sold all the company shares, I guess it's time for me to retire. I plan to buy a small villa with a garden on the outskirts, grow some vegetables, keep a dog, and enjoy a simple life, which will be quite good for my old age." He had worked as a steward for many years, and having some savings was normal, enough for him to live without worry during his later years. Apparently, he still did not understand why Lin Yuan would make such a decision. After all, Lin Group was built by Lin Yuan's parents and left as their legacy to Lin Yuan after they passed away. Yet, Lin Yuan chose to liquidate all the company's shares right away. Mr. Li initially thought that Lin Yuan might be wanting to start a new business and lack startup capital. But what he certainly hadn't expected was that after selling off the shares, Lin Yuan simply turned around and started gaming instead, which naturally made him feel somewhat disappointed. However, given his position, he had no authority to interfere with Lin Yuan's decisions. After hearing Mr. Li's response, Lin Yuan paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth. "Uncle Li, pay close attention to what I'm about to say, because it is very important for you." Upon hearing this, Mr. Li couldn't help but feel slightly stunned. In his memory, young Master Lin Yuan rarely spoke to him in such a serious tone. If possible, make sure to purchase a game pod within the next few days and enter Era of Lords. Because within a month, everyone on Earth will be forcibly teleported into the game world. At that time, the game world will replace the real world and become the main world. The sooner you enter the game, the sooner you can establish an advantage. After hearing these words, Mr. Li was left speechless. Lin Yuan's statements truly shocked him. He even began to doubt whether his young master had gone mad. Otherwise, how could he possibly utter such nonsense? I know, for any normal person, this would be extremely hard to accept. But everything I've said is true, Lin Yuan calmly stated. I am only sharing this with you because I consider you one of my own. As for why I know all this, there's no need for you to concern yourself with that. If you trust me, then act according to what I've told you. Subsequently, as if remembering something, Lin Yuan asked, by the way, haven't there been a lot of news reports recently? Given the timeline, players inside the game should already be unable to log out normally. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li was suddenly startled, because what Lin Yuan had mentioned was indeed correct. Lately, news about this incident had been flooding headlines across various news websites. After all, the inability of players to log out of the game was no small matter. Once the nutrient solution inside the game pods runs out, the players' bodies will also begin to wither. Most people believe that this must have been a malfunction of the game pods, and were preparing to collectively condemn the game company. But now it seemed that these incidents happening were not mere accidents. Chapter 22. If I say I'm a reborn, would you believe me? If everything is really as Master Lin Yuan said, then it's far too terrifying. The game world will completely replace the real world. Just thinking about it makes Manager Li feel like it's all too surreal. But now, all evidence suggests that Lin Yuan didn't lie to him. And Lin Yuan seems to genuinely know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so decisively sold off his company shares. After all, those were all premium equities. Even if he just held on to them, he could earn substantial dividends every year. At this moment, Manager Li suddenly remembered that his daughter had recently bought a gaming pod, saying she wanted to play with her friends. Thinking of this, Manager Li immediately felt a cold sweat seep from his back. Master Lin Yuan, I'll call you back later. My daughter seems to have entered the game. I need to ask her. After leaving this message, Manager Li hastily ended the call. It was only then that Lin Yuan remembered that Manager Li indeed had a daughter. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, In his previous life, his daughter was a somewhat famous female lord who founded a guild named Thorny Rose. It was precisely because Lin Yuan and her father cared for her that even though Manager Li entered the game a month late, he still wasn't bullied much. Moreover, even in the game, Manager Li demonstrated his abilities, helping his daughter manage the guild impeccably. Manager Li was this kind of managerial talent that he certainly wouldn't let go of. And if possible, he even wanted to bring his daughter into his fold as well. After learning from the mistakes of his past life, Lin Yuan understood that relying on one person's strength was ultimately limited. To claim a place in this world, one must build up their own power base. Soon, Manager Li called his daughter anxiously. Hey Bingqiu, are you in the game? Yeah Dad, what's up? While taking the call, Li Bingqiu directed her troops, surrounding the skeletal general before her. This was a dungeon known as Land of Bones, and she was almost about to clear it entirely. Moreover, she was attempting it at the difficult level. It was evident that no Lord's success was accidental. Despite the game having been launched just a few days ago, Li Bingqiu had already taken the lead over most players. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Manager Li couldn't help but sigh in relief. He then hurriedly asked, Bingqiu, did you buy that gaming pod to play that game called Era of Lords? Yes, what's wrong? Nothing, I just want to know. Have you tried logging out of the game recently? I've tried. I can't. Li Bingqiu calmly responded. And it doesn't seem like I'm the only one this way. Manager Li paused slightly before asking. So, you're not worried at all? What's the point of worrying? Anyway, none of us can leave the game. Li Bingqiu said. Even if we die, we'll die together. Even Manager Li himself had to admit that his daughter was incredibly carefree and composed. As a woman, she could remain calm in the face of overwhelming chaos. With such a temperament, it was no wonder she had risen forcefully in the brutal world of Era of Lords. Manager Li hesitated for a while, but eventually recounted what Lin Yuan had told him to Li Bingqiu. Honestly speaking, he deep down believed Lin Yuan, but this matter was just too fantastical. Based on his judgment alone, it was hard to verify. Do you think this event could happen? It's not impossible. Li Bingqiu pondered for a while before speaking. The authenticity of this game has already far surpassed the level current technology can achieve. In other words, it's very likely true. This game is far more complex than we imagined. However, if in a month, the game world truly replaces the real world, then what we should do fastest is establish our advantages within the game. Indeed, Li Bingqiu's adaptability was impressive. Even under such circumstances, she remained absolutely calm. After hearing his daughter's analysis, Manager Li also nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, he said, since that's the case, I'll try to enter the game as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, I'll give you Master Lin Yuan's contact details later. If you encounter any difficulties in the game, make sure to seek him out. Li Bingqiu nodded. All right. Not long after, Lin Yuan received a friend request from Li Bingqiu. The Lord Bingqiu has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately accepted the friend request. After successfully adding Lin Yuan, Li Bingqiu's first message was quickly sent over. Are you Lin Yuan? There was clearly a tone of astonishment in Li Bingqiu's voice, because the name Lin Yuan was simply too famous. Since the game started, almost 2/3 of the world announcements were made by Lin Yuan alone. To the vast majority of players, Lin Yuan was a legendary lord, a being at the very top of the pyramid. Even calling him the top lord of China at the moment would not be an exaggeration. Li Bingqiu had just found out that Lin Yuan was actually Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Such similar names, she should have thought of it earlier. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, what's wrong? Am I not supposed to be? That's not what I meant. Li Bingqiu chuckled shyly. It's just that I didn't connect the two of you together right away. It's fine. It's not too late to know now. Lin Yuan spoke lightly. I assume your father told you everything I said to him. Yes, he related to me. So what do you think? Are you willing to believe me? Or do you think I'm joking with you? I believe what you said. Li Bingqiu stated firmly. This game is indeed extraordinary. However, I'm curious. How did you come to know all this? Lin Yuan smiled faintly and asked. If I say I'm a reborn soul, would you believe me? Li Bingqiu pursed her lips and said, since you don't want to talk about it, let's leave it then. Everyone has secrets. I won't force you. Lin Yuan. Why is it so hard to get people to believe the truth these days? Chapter 23. Meeting you for the first time feels like reuniting with an old friend. Never mind. If you don't believe me, then let's not dwell on this matter too much. Lin Yuan said. You should know why I told your father something so important, right? Because you trust him enough. That's correct. Lin Yuan continued. But apart from that, there's another reason. I hope he can help me. I understand. Li Bingqiu said. You need help too. You need his help to handle matters within the game. Smart. Lin Yuan chuckled and said. However, besides him, I also hope that you will assist me together. Me? Li Bingqiu looked slightly surprised. But it seems like we've just met, haven't we? Meeting you for the first time feels like reuniting with an old friend. Lin Yuan laughed and said, didn't I tell you? I'm a reincarnated person, of course I know you. In fact, everything he said was true. Although Lin Yuan in his previous life was a lone wolf who liked to act alone, he had interacted with Li Bingqiu several times. He did have some understanding of her character. Even as a friend, Li Bingqiu was absolutely trustworthy. Not to mention, there was already the relationship of Mr. Li the steward. Lin Yuan was certain that if he could recruit Li Bingqiu under his command, she would never betray him. If it is so, then I will consider it. Li Bingqiu did not immediately agree to Lin Yuan. To her, this decision was crucial and needed careful consideration. And Lin Yuan didn't press her either, because he was clear that someone like Li Bingqiu could not be forced. If you're willing to work for me, I can pay you 1 million gold coins every month. Lin Yuan added. Moreover, I will provide you with game strategies to ensure you lead the majority of players. 1 million gold coins, even converted into real-world money, that is solid 1 million. Let alone, when the game world fully replaces the real world, all the money in reality will become worthless pieces of paper. At that point, gold coins will truly be the hard currency. And Lin Yuan offered Li Bingshu a 1 million monthly salary in his very first offer. The reason he was so generous was entirely because Li Bingshu was worth the price. Li Bingshu wasn't only quick-witted but also possessed exceptional gaming talent. Upon hearing the remuneration offered by Lin Yuan, even Li Bingshu, whose disposition was normally stable, couldn't help but flicker her gaze. What moved her certainly wasn't the $1 million monthly salary. $1 million per month sounds a lot, but for those capable, it actually isn't worth mentioning. What she really cared about was that Lin Yuan was willing to provide her with game strategies. If these words came from anyone else, Li Bingshu would definitely scoff at them. But the key was, these words came out of Lin Yuan's mouth. This man has monopolized half the global announcements. Furthermore, he is undoubtedly the rightful First Lord of China now. If she chooses to follow Lin Yuan, she might grow faster. That was what most impressed Li Bingshu. Well, I've already laid out the conditions for you, Lin Yuan said. Next, I'll give you time to carefully consider it. However, just as he was about to disconnect the communication, Li Bingshu suddenly spoke up. I accept your offer. After hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. If so, from now on, we are comrades in arms. Even though Lin Yuan guessed that Li Bingshu would likely agree, when she really accepted, Lin Yuan still felt delighted. Because this meant he now had 2 more helpers by his side, Mr. Li the steward and Li Bingshu. For Lin Yuan, this was undoubtedly an enhancement. Adhering to the principle of complete trust, immediately after Li Bingshu agreed to join the team, Lin Yuan informed her about the dark potion recipe without delay. Additionally, he particularly emphasized the value of this potion recipe. Regardless of Li Bingshu's usually calm nature, she couldn't help but feel astonished after listening to Lin Yuan's introduction. After all, this is a pure profit of $1 billion a year. Absolute monopoly. Absolute windfall profits. Subsequently, Li Bingshu immediately asked, then, what do you plan for me to do? Simple. Lin Yuan replied. I want you to help me find a suitable candidate to learn this recipe and become a dedicated pharmacist. In terms of compensation, I will naturally be very generous. But I have one requirement, absolute loyalty. I don't want the pharmacist I've trained hard to end up helping others. Alright, I understand. Of course, Li Bingshu could comprehend Lin Yuan's intentions. In fact, the pharmacist was merely a medium. What truly held value was this recipe. Precisely because of this, Lin Yuan needed to find someone who wouldn't betray him. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingshu spoke up without delay. Actually, I do indeed know of a suitable candidate. I know a young girl, a scholarship student from a poor family. My father had previously sponsored her through university, and now she has already entered the workforce. She possesses good moral character, with a very resilient nature. Unless absolutely necessary, she almost never asks for money actively. After starting work, she even sends my father a fixed monthly remittance. During holidays, she visits my father as well. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. Judging by that, this young girl did indeed have commendable integrity. At the very least, she knows how to be grateful. Moreover, the monotonous task of concocting potions indeed required a tenacious character that could endure loneliness. However, none of these were issues Lin Yuan needed to worry about anymore. Since he chose to trust Li Bingshu, Lin Yuan would entrust the matter entirely to her to take charge of. Without further ado, Lin Yuan said, since you already have an ideal candidate in mind, you will be responsible for this matter. I will shortly transfer the potion recipe and 1,500,000 gold coins to you. 1 million is your salary, while the remaining 500,000 will be used to purchase materials for concocting potions. During the early stages, the failure rate for making potions will be high, but it doesn't matter. Everything requires an initial investment. Things will improve once proficiency improves. Understood. Li Bingshu nodded, indicating that she understood. Her heart, however, brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. She could feel the trust Lin Yuan placed in her. A potion recipe worth hundreds of millions was handed over just like that, and her monthly salary was paid in advance as well. Of course, she would never betray this trust. Just as Lin Yuan had said, they were now comrades in arms. Li Bingshu had never seen herself as a meek woman. She had her own aspirations, her own ambitions. Henceforth, her ambitions would be firmly tied to Lin Yuan. Chapter 24. The most miserable NPC, Architect Master Bulata. After finding suitable people to handle various affairs for him, Lin Yuan put aside his distractions and began planning the next steps. Lin Yuan now possessed formidable strength. The number of third-tier troops under his command had already easily exceeded 1,000. However, the vast majority of these third-tier troops were heavily armed skeleton warriors converted from corpses. A smaller part consisted of dark elves summoned using a summoning scroll. The truly human troops represented only a small percentage. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Yuan's personal strength was sufficient, he did not care much about troop purity. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Moreover, Lin Yuan's forces were not only abundant, but also included 2 S-class heroes with extremely powerful capabilities. After the Dark Elf Queen's level increased, Lin Yuan specially equipped her with a set of appropriate strategic treasures. 2 platinum-level artifacts and 3 gold-level artifacts significantly boosted her attributes. At this point, Lin Yuan felt fully prepared to proceed with his next plan. Since Star Moon City was the nearest main city, Lin Yuan specifically recalled if there were any suitable missions within this main city. In the end, he did remember one extremely special mission. Architect Master Belai Tur's commission. With memories from his past life, Lin Yuan quickly found Architect Master Belai Tur in Star Moon City. This man in front of him had sunken eye sockets and tobacco dangling from his mouth, appearing as a dispirited middle-aged man. However, his true identity was Chief Architect Belai T of Star Moon City. Even more so, the entire Star Moon City was designed by him alone. Reasonably speaking, given such a high status, Belai T's life should have been extremely fulfilling. Yet, the middle-aged man in front of them appeared utterly desolate, like a soulless body. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Belai T frowned and pointed at the door. "Go away. How many times have I said, do not disturb me when I'm drawing?" Facing the rude remarks, Lin Yuan remained unruffled, calmly opening his mouth. "Master Belai T, I have come to accept your commission. A group of orcs outside Star Moon City have started to become restless again. If you need it, I can clear them out for you." After hearing this, Belai T first slightly hesitated, then his eyes immediately reddened, sobbing listlessly. "Annie, my Annie." After a while, Belai T seemed to finally realize his inappropriate behavior. He dried the corner of his eye with a handkerchief, took a deep breath, and fiercely opened his mouth. "If possible, I hope you can kill all those damn orcs, not leaving even one." His tone was fierce, like a wild animal driven to desperation. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely kill all those orcs for you." "Good." Belai T spoke. "I swear on my reputation, if you really can achieve this, I absolutely will not let you down. You have successfully accepted the mission. Belai T's commission." Frankly speaking, anyone who knows Belai T's backstory would understand why he harbors such hatred towards orcs. In the eyes of most players, Belai T is considered one of the most pitiful NPCs in Lord Era. He showed extraordinary talent in architecture from a young age, achieving fame early and acting boldly. At the age of 28, he fell in love with a noble lady named Annie. Both talented and beautiful, they quickly fell in love. However, the love-obsessed Belai T had no idea that this marked the beginning of his tragic life. Annie was lively and loved nature. So after their marriage, Belai T immediately decided to take her out of the city for a trip, which could be seen as their honeymoon journey. But this erroneous decision led to regret for the rest of his life. To ensure safe travel, Belai T hired an entire team of mercenaries. Even with this precaution, an accident still occurred. Just over 30 miles outside Star Moon City, they were ambushed by a large group of orcs. These orcs were numerous and savage. The mercenary team hired by Belai T was quickly slaughtered by these ferocious orcs. Belai T and Annie subsequently became captives of the orcs. Following their victory, the orcs immediately indulged in excited celebrations. They hung the corpses as trophies on the trees, tearing off chunks of flesh to shove into their mouths, while smearing blood over their bodies, all the while letting out guttural roars like wild beasts. Watching this scene that resembled a living hell, Belai T felt endless terror grip him, his stomach churning uncontrollably and making him retch repeatedly. But the real nightmare was only just beginning. The energized orcs, unable to release their excess energy, quickly set their sights on Annie. You see, these orcs possessed intelligence no greater than that of children. More often than not, they acted purely on instinct. So, right in front of Belai T, the orcs treated Annie as a tool for releasing their lustful desires. Before the muscular orcs, noble-born Annie was little more than a toy, completely incapable of resisting and left only to weep and scream endlessly. As the heart-wrenching cries filled his ears, Belai T felt as if his heart were bleeding. Gradually, those cries weakened and fell silent. Having had their fill, the orcs tossed Annie's body aside like so much garbage. Seeing this sight before him, Belai T's spirit shattered, despair filling his eyes. He could not have imagined things turning out this way. Just days ago, he was a brilliant young master architect who had just married his beloved bride. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself plunged into the depths of hell. Still, these orcs cared nothing for Belai T's despair. Their savage nature led them to quickly find other ways to amuse themselves. One orc approached Belai T, jabbered unintelligibly, then gripped its wooden club with a malicious grin and struck between his legs with a single brutal swing. Belai T's agonizing screams immediately echoed across the orc camp. Fortunately, Belai T was somewhat lucky. Before the orcs could kill him, the Imperial Knights of Star Moon City arrived. They drove away the orcs and successfully rescued Belai T. However, what was lost could never be regained. In this tragedy, not only did he lose his newlywed wife, who was brutally raped and murdered by the orcs, but he himself became permanently incapable of fathering children. This horrific event left an almost indelible scar on Belai T's psyche. Precisely because of this, his hatred for the orcs ran so incredibly deep. Chapter 25. Hell Difficulty, Orc Camp. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that Bright had been resilient enough. If it were someone else, even if they were saved, their spirit would likely have broken long ago. However, Lin Yuan naturally didn't choose to accept Bright's commission because of his tragic backstory. He was a pragmatic person. The purpose of accepting tasks was only one, for the mission rewards. After taking on the task, Lin Yuan wasted no time and immediately headed towards the direction of the orc camp. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's memory was decent, and he could roughly remember the location of the orc camp, saving him considerable time. In this situation, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at the position of the orc camp with his troops. Orc camp. Introduction. a large group of extremely ferocious orcs gather here. They will tear apart all invaders into pieces cruelly. Difficulty selection: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The orc camp and the death gold mine are both instances where difficulty can be chosen. Even without accepting Bright's task, challenges could still be attempted. But Lin Yuan knew that the final reward for this mission was linked to the difficulty of clearing the instance. That is to say, the higher the level of the challenge, the more generous the task rewards he would receive. With this in mind, Lin Yuan made no hesitation and directly selected the Hell difficulty. Hell level Fubon, orc camp. Instantly, the scene before Lin Yuan changed. On the plain in front of him appeared an orc camp resembling a primitive human village. Due to the low intelligence of the orc race, they could only build these extremely crude wooden houses. The air was filled with a pungent stench of blood. Lin Yuan raised his head and gazed at the orc camp before him, then waved his hand decisively. Attack directly. When there's sufficient manpower, frontal overruns are always the best choice. With a single order from Lin Yuan, nearly 1,000 heavy skeleton warriors immediately charged towards the direction of the orc camp. Actually, Lin Yuan had long been able to upgrade the heavy skeleton warriors into the more advanced skeleton knights. However, while 4-stage skeleton knights greatly improved in flexibility, their health values and defense would not increase significantly. Moreover, after testing, Lin Yuan found that it took 4 heavy skeleton warriors to synthesize 1 skeleton knight. This meant that 1,000 heavy skeleton warriors would only produce 250 skeleton knights. For Lin Yuan, this was clearly not worthwhile. Roar! The charge of the heavy skeleton warrior army soon caught the attention of the orcs. Within the orc camp, angry growls resounded immediately. Subsequently, a large group of orcs wielding giant clubs burst out of the camp to engage in battle with the skeleton army. Since Lin Yuan challenged the Hell difficulty orc camp, even the most common orc possessed attributes comparable to third-stage units. The first wave of orcs rushing out of the camp numbered around 200 to 300 heads. These orcs alone couldn't break through the defensive line of the heavy skeleton warriors. Moreover, with frontline units holding off the enemies, the archers and dark elf bowmen in the rear could attack without any pressure. Under such circumstances, within less than 10 minutes, more than 200 ordinary orcs were completely wiped out by Lin Yuan's forces. As for Lin Yuan's side, they lost only a few dozen heavy skeleton warriors. Despite such glorious results, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, because he was well aware that the Hell-level orc camp was not that simple. Sure enough, before Lin Yuan's forces could continue advancing, another large contingent of orcs emerged from the camp. Only this time, every orc was equipped with bronze armor and carried massive axes. These well-equipped orcs were the 4th-stage units, orc warriors. With the intelligence of the orc race, they were naturally incapable of crafting armor and weapons themselves. Managing to pick up sticks as weapons was already good enough for them. However, when orc tribes were formed, they regularly raided the dwarf race, capturing a batch of dwarf craftsmen to forge their armor and weapons during those raids. These well-equipped orc warriors had extraordinarily high attacks and defenses, with the sole drawback being relatively slow movement speed. Fortunately, the number of these orc soldiers still wasn't much, about 200 heads. Lin Yuan could handle 200 units of 4th-stage soldiers. Kill them all. With a single command from Lin Yuan, the skeleton army launched another attack. At the same time, Artoria and Kaelin chose to take action. Artoria was seen wielding a long sword, her figure instantly becoming a fleeting shadow as she recklessly charged into the enemy ranks. Her swordplay was incredibly fast. Even the tough-skinned Ren warriors couldn't survive more than one strike from her. However, if it came down to killing efficiency, the Dark Elf Queen still took the lead. Kaelin began chanting spells, and the magic books floating around her immediately started flipping pages, emitting dark magical energy. Magic bullets formed of dark energy immediately unleashed their power toward the surrounding Ren warriors. Boom, 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 boom. Even though the dark magic bullets could only cause 60% of magical damage, it was more than enough to instantly kill 4th-stage units. After all, the strength of an S-class hero was quite formidable. Not to mention, Kaelin was also equipped with a set of supreme strategic treasures. Under the bombardment of dark magic bullets, the Ren warriors fell one after another at her feet. With the 2 S-class heroes joining the battle, the situation had already begun to tilt completely in Lin Yuan's favor. But just at that moment, 2 towering figures suddenly stepped out from the Ren army's ranks. These 2 towering silhouettes were incredibly robust, standing at 3 meters tall, with muscular physiques that brimmed with explosive power. Moreover, the equipment on these 2 show people was also significantly better. The giant axes they held were inscribed with magical runes, clearly endowed with magical empowerment. Orc Centurion. Gold class boss. Level, 25. Health points, 58,000. Attack power, 720 to 950. Defense, 570. Skills, Savage Force, Great Axe Annihilation Slash. A powerful warrior among the show people who can command over 100 so men. With an imposing stature, they possess terrifying strength inside. It is not advisable to confront them head-on. Roar. From the mouth of the showman Centurion came a beast-like roar of anger. Next, this mammoth figure took a single step forward, and the great axe in his hand directly swept horizontally towards where the heavy skeleton warriors were located. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound of bone-shattering explosions, no fewer than 4 or 5 heavy skeleton warriors were killed outright under this single swing of the showman Centurion's axe. If they couldn't restrain him, these two-man centurions would inevitably cause severe casualties to his troops. Although Lin Yuan wasn't particularly concerned about the losses in his forces, it didn't mean he would let his troops die needlessly. These two-man centurions had to be restrained. Artoria, Kalin, blocked them. In fact, before Lin Yuan even gave the order, Artoria and Kalin had already stepped in front of the two-man centurions. Chapter 26. Beastmen Priests, Blessing of the Beast God. Holy Light, Chain Slash. With a low cry, Artoria struck first, her sword blade instantly becoming a blur as she slashed down upon the Centurion Beastman. Minus 3056. Minus 2896. Minus 2784. Artoria's hero level has now reached 27. With the support of top-tier strategic artifacts, her damage is quite impressive. Just one, Holy Light Chain Slash, reduced the Centurion Beastman's health by nearly 10,000 points. It should be known that the Centurion Beastman's total health is only 58,000 points. Clearly, Artoria can single-handedly defeat the opponent without any difficulty. Subsequently, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze to another direction. Here, the Dark Elf Queen was also engaged in battle with another Centurion Beastman. However, due to being recruited later, Kalin's hero level was merely at 21. The Centurion Beastman scanned Kalin up and down, unconsciously licking its lips, its eyes filled with lustful desires. Although the beasts have low intelligence, they are still able to differentiate between beauty and ugliness. In the next second, this Centurion Beastman roared with anger, its eyes instantly turning blood red, clearly entering a berserk state. After Berserker's strength is activated, all of its attributes receive significant enhancements. However, Kalin showed no hint of fear. Rather, a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. Filthy imbecile. Kalin let out a cold shout and immediately began chanting a spell. In front of her, a black magic circle immediately appeared. Nearly 50 dark elf swordsmen manifested within the magic circle, protecting Kalin. This is Kalin's skill, Summon Dark Elves. Even though she is a frail mage, she is able to protect herself using the Summoned Dark Elves. Under the influence of the Berserker state, before the Centurion Beastman could react, it was surrounded by the Dark Elf swordsmen. Following that, several dark magic missiles howled forth, smashing heavily into its body. A few minutes later, the two Centurion Beastmen fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Those 204th-tier Beastman warriors were completely annihilated by Lin Yuan's forces. If everything goes as planned, the final boss battle will be next. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the earth beneath Lin Yuan's feet violently trembled. A mountainous shadow stepped out from the Beastman camp, bringing with it an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, appearing before them. Beastman Commander, Platinum level boss. Level, 30. Health, 200,000. Attack, 1020 to 1550. Defense, 750. Skills, Boiling Beast Blood, Fury of the Great Axe, Savage Collision. The absolute king of the Beastman tribe, ruling over the entire Beastman race, possessing terrifying brute force. So strong, it can tear steel with bare hands. The towering Beastman Commander, nearly 4 meters tall, has an incredibly robust physique covered in explosive muscles, with countless fierce scars indicating that he is undoubtedly an experienced warrior of countless battles. Appearing alongside the Beastman Commander are 304th-tier Beastman warriors and 603rd-tier common Beastmen. Even for Lin Yuan, handling this scale of an opposing lineup is quite challenging. However, what troubled Lin Yuan most wasn't even these troops. His eyes passed over the Beastman Commander and landed on what was behind it. There were two hunched figures with ugly features, wielding oak staves, Beastman priests. In the Beastman race, Beastman priests are among the very few individuals endowed with wisdom. Moreover, these two Beastman priests, just like the Centurion Beastmen, are 25th level gold bosses. Yet, underestimating these two Beastman priests would come at a heavy price. This fact had already been proven countless times by the lords who challenged the Beastman camp in the previous life. Beastman priests possess but a single skill, named Beast God's Blessing. This skill has two effects. Strengthen all Beastman warriors within sight in a specific area, granting them an 80% increase in all attributes. Or enhance the Beastman Commander, granting him a 30% increase in all attributes and immunity to 50% of the damage dealt. Lords who were unaware of the Beastman priest's skills always suffered greatly during their first challenge of the Beastman camp. After all, with the Beastman Commander being a 30th level platinum boss, his strength was already formidable enough as it is. Under such circumstances, if further bolstered by Beast God's Blessing, then the Beastman Commander truly would become unstoppable, killing gods and destroying Buddhas alike. At the very least, Artoria alone would absolutely not be able to stop it. Moreover, even more importantly, apart from boosting the Beastman Commander, the Beastman priests can also enhance the Beastman warriors. Therefore, these two Beastman priests are the priority targets that need to be eliminated first. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately made a decision. All ranged units, focus fire on the Beastman priests. Heavily armored skeleton warriors, advance to the front and clear the way for the Dark Elf assassins. Under Lin Yuan's command, his troops began to act in an orderly manner like a well-oiled machine. Arrows rained down relentlessly, hurtling toward the direction of the Beastman priests. The heavily armored skeleton warriors charged ahead without fear of death, blocking the Beastman warriors' charge. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf assassins skillfully utilized their speed and concealment abilities to weave through the battlefield, advancing towards the location of the Beastman priests. No matter what, those two Beastman priests must be killed. Artoria clearly understood Lin Yuan's intention as well, and she immediately unleashed her fastest speed, charging toward the position of the Beastman priests. However, at that moment, the massive body of the Beastman commander suddenly blocked her path. A magic-inscribed giant axe came crashing down directly toward her direction. Fury of the Great Axe. Human die. The Beastman commander opened its mouth and emitted a deep and heavy sound. In response to the opponent's all-out attack, Artoria hesitated not a moment and activated her ability, Glory Shield. Instantly, a shield-like barrier appeared before her, forcibly deflecting the blow. -944. It cannot be denied that the damage dealt by the Beastman commander was indeed astonishing. Just one slash-left cracks all over the Glory Shield. It should be noted that even Artoria, whose hero level reached 27, only possessed a little over 4,000 health points. This means that without any shielding protection, Artoria would definitely be unable to withstand several attacks from the Beastman commander. At this moment, one of the Beastman priests raised his staff high and started murmuring incantations. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine, because he already knew what was about to happen next. Sure enough, after completing the spell chanting, Beast God's blessing was bestowed upon the Beastman commander. I feel power. A crimson light enveloped the Beastman commander's body. Its already enormous figure expanded even further, veins bulging prominently out of its muscles. Under the effect of Beast God's blessing, the Beastman commander not only gained a 30% boost in all attributes, but also acquired a 50% damage reduction. Die! With another roar, the Beastman commander swung down its axe once more. The glory shield in front of Artoria finally shattered into pieces. She herself was sent flying back, losing over 700 health points. The enhanced Beastman commander truly possessed terrifying strength. Chapter 27. A one-hit kill, Cylon's burst damage. Holy Seal. After suffering a setback at the hands of the Orc commander, Artoria quickly adjusted her strategy. What she needed to do now wasn't to directly confront this opponent, but rather to restrict it as much as possible, because only in this way could others have a chance to take down the Orc shaman. After the activation of Holy Seal, a pure light immediately burst forth from the sword blade in Artoria's hand, and then directly sealed off towards the direction where the Orc commander was located. However, Artoria herself wasn't sure how long this skill would be able to imprison the Orc commander, but no matter what, she had to give it her all. With that thought in mind, Artoria once again raised her longsword high and activated the additional skill of Dawn's Sword. Dawn Battle. Upon use of this skill, all melee units under her command experienced an increase of 30% attack speed, 20% critical hit rate, and 10% life drain, lasting for 15 minutes. After the skill went into effect, Lin Yuan's melee forces instantly gained an enhancement, dramatically changing the tide of battle on the field. Still, the Orc shaman obviously would not sit idly by. Another Orc shaman gave a cold laugh and immediately began softly chanting. As soon as the last syllable fell, all Orc warriors within its line of sight received the blessing of the Beast God blessing, gaining an augmentation of 80% across all stats. Bear in mind, Orc warriors were already a 4th tier unit. With such a significant boost, their attributes were easily comparable to those of 5th tier units. The augmented Orc warriors crashed forward like savage bulls, swiftly ripping open a gap in Lin Yuan's formation. If they didn't find a way to kill one of the Orc shamans soon, even if Lin Yuan managed to clear the level eventually, it would only result in a Pyrrhic victory. This kind of outcome was clearly unacceptable to Lin Yuan. Fortunately, he still had a few tricks up his sleeve. After all, until now, Kylon had yet to make a move. The dark magic books around her immediately began flipping page by page. Dark magic orbs immediately began coalescing around her. Then, Kylon took step after step, closing in toward the Orc shaman. Orc warriors from all sides immediately surrounded and attacked her. Nevertheless, the dark elven warriors fiercely protected Kylon. Under the cover of the dark elves, Kylon quickly reached the front of one Orc shaman. Upon sensing the oppressive aura emanating from her, a flash of fear passed through this Orc shaman's eyes. Yet, there was nobody who could save it now. Light of the Dark Moon. Kylon immediately activated her skill. A dark moon immediately appeared in the sky. Subsequently, a beam of the dark moonlight shot down, enveloping the body of the Orc shaman. -345, -377, -455. Under the coverage of the dark moonlight, the Orc shaman not only entered a state of suppression, but also continuously spewed out damage numbers. Light of the Dark Moon was not a skill obtained through leveling up, but rather one that came as part of the artifact, Heart of the Dark Moon. This platinum-level strategic artifact was something Lin Yuan initially obtained after slaying the Queen of the Dark Elves, which happened to suit Kylon perfectly. The effect of this skill was quite simple, suppressing the enemy while continuously causing harm during the suppression period. After the Orc shaman was forcibly suppressed, Kylon struck again. The dark magic spheres concentrated around her suddenly shot out at an incredible speed toward the Orc shaman. -1126. -1345. -895. A string of blood-red damage figures abruptly sprang up over the head of the Orc shaman. But that wasn't the end. Kylon recited another incantation, using the dark energy streaming out of the dark magic book to conjure up a shadow blade. This was undoubtedly the single highest damage skill she currently mastered. With a whistling sound slicing through the air, the shadow blade suddenly struck out. minus 7,754. An ultra-high damage figure instantly floated up above the orc shaman's head, and simultaneously, the head of the orc shaman landed upon impact. Using her entire set of skills, Kylon managed to outright one-hit kill one orc shaman. At this moment, even Lin Yuan marveled greatly at the terrifying burst output of the Dark Elven Queen. This was entirely like a magical Gatling gun. Although Artoria was also very strong, her strength was more balanced. In terms of burst damage, she simply couldn't compare to Kylon. The two S-class heroes had taken different development paths. After the orc shaman was killed, the blessing on the orc commander also dissipated. This instantly relieved a great deal of pressure from Artoria. Although the orc commander was of a higher level, in a fair duel, she could still hold her own against him. Besides, all she had to do now was to stall him. As long as Kylon became available, they could join forces against the orc commander. The situation on the main battlefield was also far from optimistic. The enhanced orc warriors were crazily slaughtering the heavy skeleton warriors. The two-level attribute gap made these skeletons as fragile as paper before the orc warriors. But Lin Yuan was well aware that as soon as the other orc shaman was killed, the current situation would once again turn in their favor. Kylon was highly efficient and quickly focused her attention on the other orc shaman. The latter, filled with fear, screamed loudly, drawing over many orc warriors who surrounded it for forced protection. Keep in mind, the Dark Elven swordsman protecting Kylon had already been decimated trying to break through. Moreover, the skill, Summon Dark Elves, also had a cooldown period and couldn't be used without limit. Under such circumstances, the orc warriors quickly surrounded Kylon. Some of the orc warriors' attacks had already landed on Cylon's body. Though Kylon was an S-class hero, her defense wasn't particularly high. The enhanced orc warriors could still deal her a considerable amount of damage. Under the attack of numerous orc warriors, Cylon's health bar kept dropping. Witnessing this scene, the orc shaman couldn't help but grin ear to ear, excitedly waving its hands around, mockery written all over its face. Clearly, in its eyes, Kylon was no longer capable of getting close enough to pose any threat. However, at that very moment, Cylon's lips curved into a brilliant smile. Truly, underestimated by a swarm of filthy insects. The next second, the dark magic book once again surged with immense, dark energy. This dark energy instantly transformed into threads, connecting toward the surrounding orc warriors. This was exactly the same move Lin Yuan had previously witnessed. Life Drain of Darkness. At this very moment, Kylon truly revealed her presence as the Queen of the Dark Elves. Chapter 28. Slaying the Orc Leader, Rewards for First Clear. After the Dark Life extraction was activated, all the orc warriors connected by the dark threads started losing a lot of blood. In contrast, these life values were entirely reflected back to Kalen's body. In just 10 seconds, Kalen restored nearly 20% of her health. Lin Yuan had already experienced the power of this move before. After this skill was initiated, either you quickly focus fire and take her out within seconds, or you duel her as much as possible. Otherwise, the life recovery from the dark life extraction will make all of Kalen's enemies feel despair. At least in the current situation, all the orc warriors have indirectly become Kalen's mobile blood bank. Witnessing this scene, the orc shaman finally completely broke down. It directly discarded the staff in its hands and immediately turned around to try and escape. Unfortunately, would Kalen let it go so easily? Several dark magic missiles once again coalesced into existence, like homing missiles, suddenly shooting toward the direction of the orc shaman. Minus 1,135. Minus 1,456. Minus 1,089. One harm value after another appeared above the orc shaman's head. With its pitiful speed, it could not escape from Kalen's attack range. Finally, the dark magic missile took away its last trace of life. As the form of the orc shaman hit the ground, the effects of Beast God Blessing disappeared accordingly. The orc warriors who were still charging around like mad bulls instantly became deflated, and Lin Yuan's army followed up with a counterattack. Kalen, well done, Lin Yuan praised, while also reminding her, go help Artoria, she's almost unable to hold on. With both orc shamans killed, the outcome of this battle was no longer uncertain. Under the counterattack of the skeleton army, one orc warrior after another fell, their numbers continuously decreasing. Until, in the end, many heavy skeleton warriors couldn't find any more targets to attack, and thus directly turned around to encircle the orc leader. Despite the orc leader's great strength, it is ultimately hard to fight against multiple opponents. Dealing with both Artoria and Kalen has already made it somewhat hard-pressed. In this situation, facing the swarm of skeletons, its health rapidly decreased at an alarming rate visible to the naked eye. Even after entering the berserk state when its health dropped to 20%, it proved futile. After going berserk, Artoria immediately pulled away, leaving only Kalen to perform ranged attacks. In the berserk state, aside from killing several dozen heavy skeleton warriors, the orc leader was ultimately powerless to change its fate. Boom! As the last bit of health drained away, the orc leader's eyes dimmed as well. Its mountainous frame thundered down onto the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Chinese Lord Lin Yuan successfully slays Platinum-level boss orc leader, obtaining Platinum-level strategic artifact, Shadow Battle Axe. Obtained. X1 Orc Leader Heart. X10 Orc Leader Fangs. X10 Orc Warrior Summon Scroll. X5 Hero Recruitment Decree. Plus 60,000 Lord Experience. Plus 60,000 Hero Experience. World Announcement. Chinese Lord Lin Yuan. becomes the first to clear the hell difficulty dungeon, Orc Camp, receiving rewards. X1 Orc Leader Recruitment Decree, X150 Advanced Resource Pack, X15 High-Tier Hero Experience Book. It must be said that the reward for clearing the hell difficulty dungeon is quite rich. Especially during the first time clear, additional first clear rewards are available. This made Lin Yuan can't help but recall in his past life that there indeed was a group of lords who called themselves dungeon hunters. What they were most passionate about was exploring maps and trying their best to open up unknown dungeons. The reason why these people would do this was for the first clear reward of the dungeon. After all, regardless of the level of the dungeon, the first clear reward would not be too bad. Like Lin Yuan this time, successfully completing the first clear of the hell difficulty, Orc Camp, he obtained the Orc Leader Recruitment Decree as a reward. However, Lin Yuan does not plan to use this recruitment decree this time. Although the Orc Leader is also an S-grade hero, its specialty lies in commanding the Orc race troops, which does not fit with Lin Yuan's development path. Moreover, most Orc race troops lack unique features and don't possess the immense potential that human race troops have. The only advantage, if it could even be called that, would probably appeal to those who enjoy blindly charging into battle with brute force. Moreover, nurturing a hero requires an immense amount of resources. A hero's value lies in quality, not quantity. So, without a second thought, Lin Yuan directly passed on the recruitment of the Orc Leader. However, even though he did not intend to recruit the Orc Leader, this does not mean he negated the value of this item. After all, despite it being so many days since the game launched, to most players, an A-grade hero is still an extremely rare existence. As for S-grade heroes, they are even rarer. Who else could be as picky as Lin Yuan? It's no exaggeration to say that if Lin Yuan were to auction off this Orc Leader Recruitment Decree at the auction house, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. At the very least, it would start at tens of millions. But such thoughts were fleeting, because Lin Yuan was not short of money, and he didn't need to trade this item for cash. In reality, by the late game stage, there are some items whose value can no longer be measured in terms of money. By then, transactions among players will mostly revolve around bartering goods for mutual benefit. This great battle had cost Lin Yuan nearly 700 heavy skeleton warriors. The casualty rate had approached 2/3. This shows just how brutal this fight truly was. Fortunately, Lin Yuan could use the artifact, Skull King's Head, to transform all the corpses on the battlefield into skeleton soldiers. Soon, all the orc bodies were gathered together, forming a mountain of dead bodies. Lin Yuan directly took out the skull and activated the artifact's ability. As a gust of ghostly wind blew past, you successfully used Skull King's Head to convert 6,248 rank 1 skeleton soldiers. More than 6,000 skeleton soldiers were converted. This meant that Lin Yuan could synthesize nearly 1,500 heavy skeleton warriors again. Even after experiencing such a fierce battle, the number of troops under Lin Yuan's command increased instead of decreasing. That was the power of artifacts. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directly cut off the Orc Leader's head, threw it into his bag, and hurried toward the Starmoon City to complete his mission. Chapter 29, 5th Rank Mage, Hidden Unit. Inside Starmoon City, Lin Yuan directly approached Bulai Tur's presence, and right in front of him, he retrieved the head of the Orc commander. Keep in mind, the reward for this mission is graded based on the difficulty level of the dungeon that players complete. Lin Yuan cleared the hell difficulty level of the Orc encampment, thus earning the top-tier mission rewards. Upon seeing the Orc head before his eyes, Bulai's eye sockets instantly reddened. Tears then welled up and streamed down his face. Annie, I have finally avenged you. At this moment, there was no trace of the joy of successful vengeance in this poor man's eyes, only mourning and reminiscence for his late wife. After venting all of his emotions, Bulai Tur redirected his gaze back to Lin Yuan. He stepped forward, firmly grasping Lin Yuan's hands. Thank you, brave adventurer. Please accept my gift. It is the reward you deserve. Right after that, the system prompt sounded. Leader Lin Yuan has successfully completed the task, Bulai Tur's commission. Task completion rate 100%. Received rewards. 5x 24-hour construction acceleration scrolls. 10x 12-hour construction acceleration scrolls. 120 by 1-hour construction acceleration scrolls. After hearing about the task rewards, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had not misremembered. Completing Bulai Tur's commission granted large quantities of construction acceleration scrolls. The higher the task completion rate, the more acceleration scrolls were obtained. Besides, these special items cannot be traded. Lin Yuan made a rough calculation, and with the construction acceleration scrolls he acquired, they would save him almost 15 days of construction time. This meant that, as long as he used these acceleration scrolls, Lin Yuan would take a significant lead over other players in the development of his territory. Such is the advantage of being a reborn person. During every phase, Lin Yuan knew exactly what needed to be done, with extremely clear objectives. Carrying the construction acceleration scrolls back to his territory, Lin Yuan immediately began to develop his land. Manor, upgrade. Spearman Barracks, upgrade. Archer Barracks, upgrade. Knight Training Camp, upgrade. Blacksmith Shop, build. Magic Tower, build. With such an abundance of construction acceleration scrolls at hand, Lin Yuan felt like playing a private server game. No words needed, just upgrade. Then use the acceleration scroll to cut the building time down to the minimum. For example, upgrading the manor to level 5 normally would require at least 7 days. But Lin Yuan directly used 7x 24-hour construction acceleration scrolls, instantly leveling the manor to level 5. Just at this moment, the world announcement also sounded. World announcement. Leader, Lin Yuan, becomes the first player to upgrade the manor to level 5, receiving rewards. 10x Advanced Lord Experience Books, 10x Advanced Hero Experience Books, and 1 5th rank unit upgrade scroll. After the world announcement, Lin Yuan couldn't help but slightly startle. Only then did he recall that advancing the manor to level 5 would also gain rewards. In the chat channels, the lords from various countries sparked a fierce debate. What? Lord Lin Yuan has already upgraded his manor to level 5. This is ridiculous. We all entered the game at the same time. Why is my manor still only at level 3? Yeah, this is so unfair. It feels like Lord Lin Yuan must be a plant by the game company. F***CK? This Chinese lord named Lin Yuan must be cheating. It's unfair. I want to complain. I want to report. What reporting? You can't even log out of the game now. How are you going to file a complaint? Sigh, I'm already panicking. Could it be that we really can never exit this game for the rest of our lives? Yeah, if exiting the game isn't possible, then it's good because this game is too fun. I'd be willing to stay in it for a lifetime. Ho ho, your thinking is quite idealistic. The game pod's nutrient solution can last for a month at most. If you can't exit the game after a month, you'll end up as a dry corpse inside the game pod. Crap, that's terrifying. If only I hadn't played this game. I'm truly unlucky. Lin Yuan casually scanned through the chat channels several times. Initially, there were people amazed at how fast Lin Yuan managed to upgrade his manor to level 5. However, very quickly, the discussion started to deviate. After all, right now, no one in the world could log out of the game. Panic spread within the game accordingly. After closing the chat channel, Lin Yuan immediately began checking his rewards. There was nothing to say about the Advanced Lord Experience Books and Advanced Hero Experience Books. One provided a large amount of Lord experience, while the other could offer significant hero experience. However, what truly caught Lin Yuan's attention was the 5th rank unit upgrade scroll. 5th rank unit upgrade scroll, special item. Description. After use, it allows for the upgrade of any 5th rank unit, elevating it to an advanced hidden unit. Hidden unit. After reading this description, a glint of excitement flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. He knew that after completing the unit upgrade, every unit recruited by him would be the upgraded hidden unit. In his previous life, although Lin Yuan had never obtained a hidden unit, he was well aware of their terrifying power. How did that saying go? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Lin Yuan remembered there was an orc lord named Andre who had fortuitously obtained a 9th rank hidden unit, the Golden Biot. At first, Andre was an unknown minor lord. However, after obtaining the hidden unit, the Golden Biot, in just 1 month, he forced his way into the top 10 list of lords in North America. The Golden Biot under his command could even rip apart a 9th rank angel with bare hands. From this, it was evident how incredibly powerful hidden units were. A 5th rank hidden unit, in terms of basic attributes alone, could already rival a 6th rank unit. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect of hidden units wasn't their base attributes, but rather their unique unit traits. Next, Lin Yuan wasted no time and immediately began constructing the Mage Guild. The 5th rank unit of the human race is mages. As soon as the Mage Guild was built, Lin Yuan would be able to recruit mages. Building the Mage Guild required 35 million food, 35 million wood, and 10 million silver coins. Besides, it also took 3 days of construction time. For Lin Yuan, resources were a trivial matter, but the construction time was key. Fortunately, there were still some construction acceleration scrolls left. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan directly used 3 24-hour construction acceleration scrolls, instantly bringing out the mage camp. Next, Lin Yuan took out the 5th rank unit upgrade scroll and chose to use it without delay. The next second, the system prompt sound rang out. You have successfully used the 5th rank unit upgrade scroll. Please choose the unit you want to upgrade. Before Lin Yuan's eyes, there was only one option, because at the moment, the only 5th rank unit he could recruit was the mage. After choosing mage, 3 more options appeared before Lin Yuan. Please select the upgrade path. Frost Mage, Flame Mage, Wind Spirit Mage. Upon seeing these choices before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Hidden units. Can we actually choose our own evolution path? Chapter 30. The Dark Potion, Green Dragon Lair. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan eventually made his choice. He ultimately decided to evolve the mage into a Blaze Mage. If everything went according to plan, the 3 evolution paths should represent 3 different types of troop characteristics. The Frost Mage leans more towards control. The Wind Spirit Mage is more inclined towards support. The Blaze Mage leans more towards offense. To be honest, both control and support type troops are not particularly crucial for Lin Yuan. What he needed most was extreme output. Precisely because of this, he chose the Blaze Mage. After completing the evolution of the troop, Lin Yuan immediately upgraded the Mage encampment to its highest level and then directly recruited a batch of Blaze Mages. He couldn't wait to see just how powerful the Blaze Mages were as hidden troops. After spending quite a few resources, 60 Blaze Mages immediately appeared before Lin Yuan. These Blaze Mages stood tall, wearing deep red magical robes, looking like walking flames. Next, Lin Yuan directly had 10 Blaze Mages stand in a row. Then, he had Artoria activate the Glory Shield. Alright, unleash your full attack so I can see your strength. With Lin Yuan's command, these 10 Blaze Mages simultaneously began chanting their spells. It must be said, the casting speed of the Blaze Mages was incredibly fast. Ordinary mages would need at least 4 or 5 seconds of chanting to form a magic missile. But these Blaze Mages, after only 1 or 2 seconds of guidance, gathered several explosive fireballs and bombarded them towards the direction where Artoria was standing. Boom, 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 boom. With a resounding explosion, all the explosive fireballs impacted upon the glory shield. In just a second, the glory shield, which could absorb 1,500 points of damage, shattered instantly. Looking at this scene before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of astonishment. He indeed had made the right decision. The damage from these blaze mages was simply too explosive. Even 6th-tier troops might not have such terrifying output. Of course, Lin Yuan was immensely satisfied with the performance of the blaze mages. Ding ding ding. Just at this moment, Lin Yuan's communication list suddenly rang. Lin Yuan took a look and found that it was Li Bingqiu who sent the message, so he immediately answered it. What's the matter? Boss, I've already found the person for you. Li Bingqiu opened the conversation saying, and she has already produced the first batch of dark potions based on the potion recipe. Lin Yuan paused slightly. Is the efficiency really that high? Clearly, he didn't expect Li Bingqiu to act so decisively, getting things done so quickly. Subsequently, Li Bingqiu asked again, Boss, how do you plan to handle this first batch of dark potions? Are they for sale, or are you planning to keep them for yourself? How many doses have been prepared? The quantity isn't much, there are only 50 doses. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan responded, then just mail them all to me first. There's no rush to sell them yet. Understood. Li Bingqiu nodded understandingly. I'll have her send all the prepared dark potions over later. Lin Yuan certainly planned to use the dark potions to make money. Just not right now. The game had been live for not even a few days. Most players were still in the exploration phase. Under such circumstances, only a small number of people could recognize the value of the dark potions. Even the most valuable items could only realize maximum profit if sold at the right time. Since that's the case, there was no need for Lin Yuan to sell the dark potions too early. Moreover, the efficiency of producing dark potions was currently too low, so Lin Yuan wouldn't have too much stock available in the coming period. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I'd like to entrust you with. Li Bingqiu asked curiously. What is it? I want you to help me train a team of dungeon hunters. Dungeon hunters? Confusion flashed across Li Bingqiu's eyes. What does that mean? They will be specialized teams assigned to explore dungeons for me. Lin Yuan explained. As you know, clearing the dungeon for the first time comes with substantial rewards. So, I need to cultivate such a team to explore maps and find dungeons for me. There are no other special requests, but they must be professional enough, preferably with a few heroes skilled in exploration. I understand. Li Bingqiu nodded, comprehending Lin Yuan's intent. It had to be said, Lin Yuan's idea was indeed very constructive. At the very least, before this, she had never even thought that something like this could be done. Just at this moment, Li Bingqiu suddenly remembered something and opened her mouth to say, By the way, I recently discovered a dungeon. With just my strength alone, it might not be enough. Would you be interested in teaming up with me? What kind of dungeon is it? The Green Dragon Lair. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but hesitate slightly for a moment, because he really did have some memory of this dungeon. After all, in the era of lords, dragons are undoubtedly creatures standing atop the food chain. Not to mention actual dragons. Even magical creatures with dragon in their names were at the very least of 6th-tier rank. If Lin Yuan's memory served him right, this dungeon was a special one, and moreover, it possessed uniqueness. This meant that once any player cleared it, the dungeon would vanish completely. Indeed, Li Bingqiu's luck was rather impressive, as she had already managed to find the entrance to the Green Dragon Lair so early on. However, the Green Dragon Lair was not a challenge that just any ordinary lord could take on. Lin Yuan knew well that passing through the Green Dragon Lair granted access to its treasure hoard, but guarding the treasure were no less than 29th-tier green dragons. In the game's early stages, a 9th-tier unit was practically synonymous with world-shattering power. Previously, when Lin Yuan had faced the Hellgrade Death Gold Mine, merely one 9th-tier bone dragon was enough to dissuade him from attempting the dungeon altogether. One could imagine just how overwhelmingly powerful 9th-tier units were. Still, Lin Yuan had grown much stronger now compared to what he used to be. Therefore, the Green Dragon Lair. He was somewhat inclined to attempt the challenge. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. Sure, when do you plan to go for the Green Dragon Lair? Let's make it the day after tomorrow. Li Bingqiu replied. The day after tomorrow marks the start of a new week, which means we'll be able to recruit a batch of troops. This will improve our chances of successfully clearing the dungeon. Lin Yuan nodded his head. Alright, then let's make it the day after tomorrow. In his opinion, Li Bingqiu was nothing if not audaciously ignorant. The low-tier troops recruited in the game's early phase wouldn't be enough to satisfy the hunger of those few green dragons, let alone defeat them. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan didn't add any more words. To him, Li Bingqiu was still a young phoenix that hadn't fully grown yet. Undergoing some trials would only be beneficial for her. Ultimately, conquering the Green Dragon Lair would require relying on his own strength. Chapter 31. Beast Race Tyrant, Chenbei. 2 days later, Lin Yuan arrived at the designated coordinates with his troops according to the agreed time. When Lin Yuan arrived, he found that Li Bingqiu had already been waiting there in advance. Boss, over here. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Li Bingqiu immediately waved to him. Li Bingqiu was at least 170 centimeters tall. Her light leather armor perfectly displayed her curvaceous figure. Combined with the pair of long legs under the leather armor and her stunningly beautiful face, she was a perfect example of a mature woman. Next to Li Bingqiu stood a man and a woman. The man had regular features, a slim build, and clean skin. He looked quite scholarly. The woman, on the other hand, was petite, with big eyes that twinkled, making her look incredibly cute. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Lin Yuan smiled and asked Li Bingqiu as he turned his gaze towards her. Who are these two? Chen Bei, Lin Mingming. Li Bingqiu introduced. They are my friends, so I invited them along to run the dungeon. It was obvious that Li Bingqiu's character was quite cautious. She brought these two people along due to concerns about the difficulty of the Green Dragon Lair. All right, Lin Yuan nodded and said. However, some matters should be clarified beforehand. If possible, I hope the rewards from this dungeon run will be distributed according to each person's contribution. To be honest, Lin Yuan didn't care if a few more people were sharing the reward. However, the final treasure of the Green Dragon was something he was determined to secure at all costs. After Lin Yuan spoke, Chen Bei immediately responded with a smile. Of course, there's no problem with that. Even among close brothers, one needs to calculate clearly. Distributing it based on individual contributions would be fairer anyway. At the side, Lin Mingming added her agreement. I have no objections. Judging by this, Li Bingqiu's two friends seemed to be reasonable individuals. If they couldn't even accept such conditions, then there wouldn't be any reason for Lin Yuan to team up with them. After all, Lin Yuan came to play the dungeon, not to engage in charity work. Soon, Li Bingqiu sent out team-up requests to all three of them. After joining the team, Lin Yuan immediately heard an exclamation from Chen Bei. Holy crap, you're Lin Yuan the Great. Chen Bei widened his eyes, shocked. Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked, what? Didn't Li Bingqiu tell you? Not at all. Chen Bei scratched his head. She just mentioned forming a team for a dungeon run. How could I imagine she'd invite a legendary player like you? Great player, don't tell me you fell for her charm? Let me warn you. Although this woman looks good, her personality is absolutely awful. She's essentially a beautiful snake. By the side, Li Bingqiu almost laughed in frustration, slapping a hand directly onto the back of Chen Bei's head. Chen Bei, behave yourself and stop talking nonsense, or I'll cut off your tongue. Chen Bei wailed and quickly covered the back of his head while dodging to the side. You see, Lord Lin Yuan, this girl has a different side to her. If you marry her, watch out for daily domestic violence from her. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, don't overthink things. I haven't known Li Bingqiu for very long. Moreover, strictly speaking, I should be considered her boss. Boss? A hint of confusion flashed in Chen Bei's eyes. Li Bingqiu explained. In simple terms, Lin Yuan hires me to do tasks for him and pays me 1,000,000 gold coins every month. After hearing this, Chen Bei's eyes bulged wide open. How much? 1,000,000 gold coins? And still, 1,000,000 every month? Chen Bei immediately looked towards Lin Yuan, his face glowing with excitement, rubbing his hands together. Big brother, do you need any support members? I'm also very capable. Everything Li Bingqiu can do, I can do too. My body may not be as good as hers, but I follow orders. And I'm cheaper. 500,000 per month is fine. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel both amused and annoyed at this point. This guy actually started competing. Even Lin Mingming couldn't hold herself back anymore and kicked Chen Bei. That's enough. Stop being ridiculous and let's hurry up and start the dungeon run. Chen Bei glanced at her askance. Do you understand? I'm exchanging feelings with the big brother. All right, if everyone is prepared, I'll go ahead and initiate the dungeon now. Li Bingqiu took a step forward and selected for the entire team to enter the Green Dragon Lair instance. The next second, the scene before their eyes instantly transformed. Before they realized it, they had already been transported into a dense forest. It's worth mentioning that the trees here not only have lush branches and leaves, but are mostly over 10 meters tall, at least of the kind that have grown for over 100 years. After entering the instance, everyone summoned their heroes and the forces under their command. Even Chen Bei, who had been laughing just moments ago, became serious. When Artoria and Kalen appeared beside Lin Yuan, everyone present couldn't help but pause momentarily in surprise. Even Chen Bei instinctively swallowed a lump in his throat. This was because the auras of these two heroes were simply too overwhelming. Moreover, both of these female heroes were stunningly beautiful. One looked spirited and elegant, noble and graceful. The other had a fiery figure, proud and cold with an icy charm. The appeal they exuded would likely be irresistible to most men. Li Bingqiu quietly asked. The ranks of your two heroes shouldn't be low, right? Lin Yuan nodded and readily admitted. Both of them are S-class heroes. After hearing Lin Yuan's reply, the trio involuntarily drew in another sharp breath. S-class heroes. And there were two of them. Was there even any sense of fairness left in this world? Not only did Lin Yuan possess two S-class heroes, but the number of troops under his command far exceeded their expectations as well. Just the number of soldiers Lin Yuan commanded alone already surpassed the combined total of all three of theirs. Furthermore, within Lin Yuan's forces, there were many units which they had never even seen before. Keep in mind, the three of them were among the stronger batch of lords out there. At the very least, in Huaxia, they could rank in the top 10%. However, compared to Lin Yuan, they were garbage among garbage. All three of their heroes were A-class heroes. Li Bingqiu's race was human, and her hero was A-class rose swordsman, Kellen, also considered a fairly powerful female human hero in the early game. Lin Mingming's race was elven, and her hero was A-class elven priest, Amy, more inclined towards supportive roles. The only one who somewhat surprised Lin Yuan was Chen Bei. This fellow, though he looked scholarly, chose the extremely violent orc race. And his hero was none other than barbaric tyrant, King Mountain, a bulky minotaur holding a giant axe with explosive muscles. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled that, in the previous life, there seemed indeed to be an orc lord in the Thorny Rose Guild Li Bingqiu established. The reason Lin Yuan remembered wasn't without cause. It was precisely because all the high-level members of Thorny Rose were female lords, except for that single orc lord. Besides, it was rumored that this guy was also extremely powerful, known as the Beast Race Tyrant. The orc army under his command was excessively brutal, capable of obliterating enemies in every battle with irresistible force. Judging from the situation now, the orc lord of the previous life who had reached such prominence in Lin Yuan's ears must be none other than Chun Bei, standing right in front of him. From this, it could be seen that Chun Bei still had great potential. If necessary, it might be worthwhile to invest appropriately, drawing him into one's own camp. However, judging by his character displayed now, Lin Yuan still found it hard to associate him with the notorious Beast Race Tyrant from his past life. Chapter 32. 6th Rank Creature, Green-Scaled Dragon Lizard. Be careful, this instance isn't as simple as you think. Before starting the exploration of the instance, Lin Yuan specially reminded everyone. Understood. Everyone immediately nodded. Since Lin Yuan had said it, being cautious was definitely not a bad idea. Just at that moment, a rustling sound came from the jungle before their eyes. Upon hearing the strange noise, all of them instantly heightened their vigilance. Next, pair after pair of dark golden pupils lit up deep in the jungle. These dark golden eyes were filled with ferocity and savagery, clearly indicating an unfriendly presence. Screech! With a shrill cry, dozens of shadows directly charged out from the jungle. After taking one look, Lin Yuan instantly identified the species of these monsters before them. It's the green-scaled dragon lizards. Green-scaled dragon lizards, 6th rank creatures. Any creature associated with dragons in its name is at least a 6th rank existence or higher. The green-scaled dragon lizards before their eyes were no exception. In long history, dragons would also mate with other creatures, thus producing some hybrid offspring with impure bloodlines. Although these hybrids did not possess the pure bloodline of dragons, their strength could not be underestimated. The green-scaled dragon lizards before their eyes were the product of crossbreeding between the Green Dragon clan and the Giant Lizard clan. Soon, these green-scaled lizards, whose bodies were as large as Tibetan mastiffs, clashed with their own troops. It wasn't long before Chun Bei's face turned pale. Aren't these lizards too strong? My 4th rank orc berserkers were killed by 2 bites. Lin Yuan spoke firmly. These green-scaled dragon lizards are 6th rank creatures, so it's natural for their attack power to be higher. What? 6th rank creatures? Chun Bei's mouth twitched sharply. No wonder they're so fierce. But, isn't this instance too difficult? We already encountered 6th rank creatures right after entering. How hard will it get later? Instances naturally became more difficult as they progressed deeper. Chun Bei even began to doubt if they could clear it successfully. Just then, Lin Yuan's voice rang in their ears once more. Each of you take care of 20 green-scaled dragon lizards. Just hold them off, and try to minimize troop losses. The rest, I'll handle it. Upon hearing this, the 3 couldn't help but pause slightly. There were at least 120 to 130 green-scaled dragon lizards in front of them, and Lin Yuan had directly taken on half of them. However, no one doubted Lin Yuan's judgment, because he indeed had such capability. Almost instantly, close to 2,000 heavy skeleton warriors moved toward the green-scaled dragon lizards. Though the heavy skeleton warriors were only 3rd rank creatures, they possessed an absolute numerical advantage. Moreover, they weren't the main force for dealing damage. Their role was simply to bear the brunt up front and absorb the damage dealt by the green-scaled dragon lizards. The true damage dealers were actually the flame mages stationed at the back. Soon, these flame mages began chanting incantations. One after another explosive fireballs formed and fiercely erupted toward the location of the green-scaled dragon lizards. Boom boom boom. With each booming thunderous sound, streaks of bright red damage values appeared abruptly above the heads of the green-scaled dragon lizards. As a hidden soldier class, Flame Mage's basic attributes could rival those of 6th rank creatures entirely. That was why the damage inflicted by the explosive fireballs on the green-scaled dragon lizards was incredibly shocking. A single explosive fireball could blast away nearly 1/3 of a green-scaled dragon lizard's health. Upon seeing the damage dealt by the Flame Mages, everyone was utterly stunned. Lin Mingming dumbfoundedly asked, "Are the human race's soldiers this powerful? Isn't the damage from these mages just outrageously high?" Chun Bei involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Had I known humans were so formidable, I would have chosen the human race too. But Li Bingchu beside him shook his head. No, that's not right. A basic mage unit absolutely isn't like that. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be a hidden unit. Hidden unit. Chun Bei cried out in amazement, his eyes full of envious color. You see, hidden units are far rarer than even high-tier heroes. This explained why the cloaked flame wizards dressed in crimson robes were able to deal such astonishing damage. All right, stop daydreaming, Lin Mingming spoke up. Lin Yuan is strong, but we shouldn't hold him back either. Having finished speaking, she ordered the elven priestess to bless everyone's army. An emerald green light immediately enveloped everyone. Blessing of the forest goddess. All troops bathed in the forest light received a 10% increase in attack speed, 10% increase in movement speed, and 10% damage immunity. Under the buff's enhancement, everyone's troops fought more courageously. With the barrage from the flame mages, one green-scaled dragon lizard after another perished. However, the counterattack of the green-scaled dragon lizards was also extremely fierce. Unfortunately, these green-scaled dragon lizards were surrounded by heavily armed skeleton warriors and couldn't reach the rear rank of flame mages. They could only vent their anger on the frontline skeleton warriors. Despite the heavy losses among the heavy skeleton warriors, to Lin Yuan, these cannon fodder units were meant for sacrifice. Even if they were all wiped out, they could be summoned again, causing absolutely no pain. The battle lasted exactly 15 minutes. A total of over 100 green-scale dragon lizards were annihilated. However, their own casualties weren't few either. Among them, the hardest hit was Lin Yuan, who lost 500 heavily armed skeleton warriors. Big brother, are you alright? Do those losses matter much? Shinbei looked at the scattered bones on the ground and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Even though these heavy skeleton warriors were just third-rank units, anyone would feel the loss with so many gone. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, speaking calmly, no worries. If you really want to help me, then gather all the corpses of the green-scale dragon lizards into one pile for me. Shinbei paused slightly, clearly unsure of Lin Yuan's intention. Fortunately, he was still fairly smart and didn't ask too many questions. Since Lin Yuan told him to do it, then he would follow through. Soon, the corpses of the green-scale dragon lizards were piled up into a small mountain in front of Lin Yuan. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately activated the ability of the Skull King's Skull. Chapter 33, Final Level, the 9th Rank Green Dragon. In the next second, a dark magic array appeared, like a black hole, swallowing all the bodies of the green-scaled dragon lizards. Then, one by one low-rank skeleton soldiers walked out from the dark magic array. Looking at this scene before them, everyone's eyes involuntarily revealed a touch of shock. They had obviously not expected that Lin Yuan's skeleton soldiers came from such a source. No wonder he completely didn't care about the casualties among the skeleton warriors. However, these skeleton soldiers in front of their eyes seemed to be merely the lowest tier 1 rank skeleton soldiers, the most worthless ones. There was still a great difference compared to heavy skeleton warriors. But soon, Lin Yuan started to use the treasure in his hand to upgrade the skeleton soldiers. 2 skeleton soldiers were combined into 1 skeleton warrior. 2 skeleton warriors were combined into 1 heavy skeleton warrior. Thus, the skeleton soldiers summoned through the green-scaled dragon lizard corpses were directly transformed into 400 heavy skeleton warriors. In other words, in the previous battle, Lin Yuan was equivalent to losing only more than 100 heavy skeleton warriors. This loss of war was entirely acceptable. Shun Beiqing couldn't help but exclaim, "This treasure is really too powerful." With this treasure in hand, there's no worry about not having enough troops. Lin Mingming grinned and spoke. However strong the treasure is, it still depends on who uses it. If placed in your hands, it would probably just end up with a few limping little skeletons created at best. TCH, don't underestimate me so easily, Shun Beiqing replied without hesitation. Once my orc army develops fully, it'll absolutely be invincible. Blocking gods will slay gods. Blocking Buddhas will slay Buddhas. As for your elves, they can just give me health boosts. Ugh, who would even want to heal you? Lin Mingming immediately made a ghost face, mocking. The orc tribe is so ugly, not even dogs play with it. And you talk about an orc army? Be careful, or else you might never find a girlfriend later. You dead straight man. It must be said that these two were truly a pair of rivals, bickering needlessly right off the bat. However, it wasn't difficult for Lin Yuan to see that the relationship between these two should still be quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't joke around like this. After integrating the converted heavy skeleton warriors into the troops, Lin Yuan continued leading the group forward. Next, they were attacked 3 more times by waves of green-scaled dragon lizards. Each wave had over 100 green-scaled dragon lizards. Clearly, this Thuban named Green Dragon Nest was far beyond what lords of the current level could challenge. The reason why they could get this far was entirely due to Lin Yuan's personal power. Without Lin Yuan, even if all their soldiers were wiped out, they wouldn't have been able to come this far. However, during the battles ahead, Lin Yuan also took the loss into consideration and chose to let Artoria and Kalen join in the fight. With the strength of these 2 S-ranked heroes, dealing with merely 6th rank units was effortless. They could easily take on 10 foes at once. Thus, after these 2 joined the battle, Lin Yuan's losses quickly turned negative to positive. The number of heavy skeleton warriors transformed from the green-scale dragon lizards' corpses even exceeded those lost in combat. And as for Li Bingqiu, Shun Beiqing and others, they certainly weren't without any gains. A large amount of materials could be stripped from the green-scaled dragon lizards' corpses, like dragon lizard eyes, dragon lizard blood, dragon lizard fangs. All of these were extremely precious alchemical materials. If sold at the auction house, they'd fetch excellent prices. Moreover, the most precious part was undoubtedly the dragon lizard scales. If Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten, gathering enough dragon lizard scales would enable him to ask a blacksmith to forge a platinum-grade strategic artifact, the dragon lizard armor. Though, for Lin Yuan, platinum-grade strategic artifacts were no longer anything special. For Li Bingqiu and the others, however, it was definitely a valuable item. After all, they currently did not even have a complete set of gold-grade strategic artifacts. If everything goes as planned, the next step should be the final showdown. Lin Yuan looked around calmly and opened his mouth to say, "Everyone, prepare yourselves because this final showdown might be far more difficult than you imagine." The 20 guarding the final checkpoint are 9th rank green dragons. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed a hint of horror in their eyes. 9th rank green dragons? And 20 heads? You've got to be joking. Shun Beiqing found it hard to believe. This dungeon is way too insane. It's purely designed not to let us pass. Lin Mingming asked curiously. So how do you know that? If I'm not mistaken, you should also be experiencing this dungeon for the first time, just like us? Lin Yuan smiled and calmly said, "Indeed, it is my first time going through this dungeon. However, before entering the game, I obtained a great deal of internal game information through a special channel. Otherwise, how could I have been so far ahead of you at the beginning? It must be admitted that Lin Yuan's explanation was rather reasonable. At the very least, Lin Mingming chose to believe it. Chen Beiqing went even further by directly hugging Lin Yuan's leg, worthy of being Lord Lin. To get inside game information, too fierce. From now on, when Lord says east, I won't head west. When Lord says fight a dog, I won't curse a chicken. Even if Lord tells me to eat feces, I'll only ask whether it's dry or liquid. Chen Beiqing's face showed complete determination as if he decided to adhere to being an extreme flatterer until the end. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Frankly speaking, he couldn't quite imagine that this guy would become the future beast tyrant, the second in command of the Thorny Rose Guild. Still, despite his peculiar character, this person was worth pulling into his circle. Although Lin Yuan wasn't interested in building a power base, the grand pattern of the future was certainly not something he could change all by himself. Among the three of them, Li Bingqiu remained silent alone. She quietly gazed at Lin Yuan, her beautiful eyes flickering faintly. Previously, when Lin Yuan told her that he was a reborn soul, she didn't believe him. Now, though, she started wavering slightly. Though his reasoning about having pre-gamed the information seemed plausible, to Li Bingqiu it felt more like something Lin Yuan had fabricated on the spot. Could this guy actually be a reborn soul? Just as Li Bingqiu was lost in thought, the final checkpoint of the Green Dragon Nest arrived. Before their eyes were dozens of sky-piercing ancient trees, their massive trunks towering up to the clouds. And the canopies of these giant trees were lush with leaves, intertwining and covering each other, forming an entire ocean of trees above the sky. In between this sea of trees, one could vaguely make out the figures of green dragons. It was clear that Lin Yuan hadn't deceived them. Resting upon this vast expanse of treetops were 20 legendary creatures, dragons. Chapter 34, Lin Yuan's Strategy, Divide and Conquer. Very soon, from the sea of trees above, a huge emerald dragon head extended out. The dark golden dragon pupils quickly locked onto them. Immediately afterward, this green dragon raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar. It was clear that this green dragon had identified them as intruders. Upon hearing this roar, even Chun Bei was frightened enough to take a step back. This is my first time seeing such a high-ranked monster. I'm actually a little excited. After recovering, Chun Bei sheepishly chuckled and awkwardly explained himself. Lin Mingming, on the other hand, ruthlessly exposed him. If you were scared, just say it. No one's laughing at you. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. There are 29 ranked green dragons in total. Each of you needs to hold off 3 of them. Can you do it? It should be no problem. Li Bingqiu nodded. What about you? Lin Yuan responded gravely. I'll deal with the rest. In order to defeat these green dragons, we must break them down and attack them one by one. Bear in mind, whether it's Li Bingqiu or Chun Bei and Lin Mingming, the highest rank of troops under their command is only 4-star. With a gap of 5 ranks between them, lower rank troops would almost certainly not be able to cause significant damage to the green dragons. And these green dragons can easily annihilate their troops. Their only way to delay the green dragons is to use lives to buy time and try their best to draw the attention of the green dragons. Be careful then, Li Bingqiu whispered. If things get too difficult, withdraw from the instance immediately. Even if there will be some punishment and resource deductions, it's better than losing everything. Lin Yuan nodded and calmly said, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Lin Mingming, have your hero buff everyone. Understood. Lin Mingming responded, and immediately ordered the elven priests to release their skills. Blessing of the Forest, once again was bestowed upon everyone. Following this, her group's elven archers immediately fired arrows toward the green dragons over the tree canopy. -156, -78, -121. Due to rank suppression, the 3-star elven archers couldn't inflict much damage on the green dragon. A round of arrow rain did little more than scratch its surface. However, Lin Mingming's goal wasn't necessarily to kill the green dragon, but rather to draw it away. After hatred was attracted, the green dragon swooped straight toward Lin Mingming. Then, this green dragon opened its mouth, gathering a wind orb which hurtled towards the position of the elven archers. Boom! The attacking power of this green dragon was far greater than expected. Just one wind bullet shattered 4 elven archers into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lin Mingming's face slightly changed color. If things continued like this, her troops might not last long. Time is running out. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and immediately ordered the fiery mages behind him to initiate an attack on another green dragon. As soon as he gave the command, a series of explosive fireballs abruptly crashed onto this green dragon's body. -345, -296, -256. But, the damage inflicted by the fiery mage on this green dragon made Lin Yuan frown deeply. You see, even the 3-star elven archers could cause over 100 points of damage. Being a hidden unit, the fiery mage's damage should be much higher, not so low. However, Lin Yuan soon realized the truth. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the green dragon before them likely possessed the trait of magic immunity. In this situation, all magic attacks landing on it would reduce 70% of their damage. Damn, I forgot to consider this point. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, but still didn't abandon the attack. Soon, the green dragons residing in the tree sea were lured out one after another. Li Bingqiu, Chun Bei, and Lin Mingming followed Lin Yuan's instructions, each drawing away 3 green dragons. Nevertheless, despite this, Lin Yuan still faced considerable pressure. After all, he had to single-handedly battle 11 9-rank green dragons. Each green dragon's attributes were equivalent to at least a level 30 gold class boss. In other words, Lin Yuan was essentially fighting against 11 gold class bosses simultaneously. Fortunately, Lin Yuan quickly figured out these green dragons' attack patterns. Green dragons' attacks were divided into two types. Claw Slash, this was a single target attack. Roar Wind Bullet, this was an area of effect attack. Every wind bullet spat out from the green dragon's mouth could instantly wipe out a group of heavy skeleton warriors. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan's troops were rapidly decreasing. If it were anyone else, they would probably have become extremely anxious by now. However, Lin Yuan remained calm. If he couldn't devise a breakthrough strategy soon, his troops might be wiped out before all the green dragons were eliminated. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yuan quickly came up with a plan. He immediately took out the Skull King's skull and directly merged it with the heavy skeleton warriors on the battlefield. In just a few seconds, all the heavy skeleton warriors were forcibly transformed into 4-star skeleton knights by Lin Yuan. Over 2,000 heavy skeleton warriors were directly converted into more than 1,000 skeleton knights. Though the number was halved, the skeleton knights had much greater mobility. Moreover, under this situation, the density of Lin Yuan's forces also decreased significantly. This was Lin Yuan's intention. He wanted to prevent the green dragon's area of effect attacks from being effective, while trying to use the high mobility of the skeleton knights to outmaneuver these green dragons as much as possible. Soon, Li Bingqiu, who had been observing this side, immediately understood Lin Yuan's intentions. Then she promptly reminded them, make your troops spread out. This can effectively avoid mass casualties from the wind bullets and allow you to hold out for longer. Upon Li Bingqiu's reminder, Chun Bei and Lin Mingming followed suit. Indeed, after the teams dispersed, the effectiveness of the green dragon's wind bullets was weakened accordingly. On Lin Yuan's side, Altria and Kirin chose without hesitation to focus their fire on one target together. Altria lifted her long sword and slashed without hesitation, unleashing the Saint Light Slash. 3 brilliant beams of light caused significant damage to the green dragon, and Kirin was not to be outdone either. After chanting the spell, she easily conjured several black magic spheres, instantly firing them toward the green dragon. Chapter 35. Instance cleared, Green Dragon Treasure. Even though the basic attributes of the green dragon equate to those of a level 30 gold level boss, for Artoria, it wasn't a particularly stressful battle. Instead, Kylon was restricted by the dragon's magic immunity and struggled to deal significant damage. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, with the combined output from 2 S-rank heroes and a group of ranged units, the health of this green dragon in front of them was still rapidly decreasing. 2 minutes later, accompanied by a shrill howl, the massive green dragon plummeted directly out of the sky. At the same time, the system notification rang out in Lin Yuan's ears. Killed Tier 9 Green Dragon. Obtained 10 Green Dragon Scales, plus 19,500 Lord Experience, plus 19,500 Hero Experience. Looking at the fallen Green Dragon, Lin Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement in his eyes. We've succeeded. Although this was merely the first green dragon he had slain, nonetheless, it was a good start. What remained for him to do next was to snipe down the rest of these green dragons one by one. In fact, not only was Lin Yuan excited, but the other 3 members of the team were equally thrilled, because they finally saw the hope of victory. Night Spirit, Dawn Battle. At that moment, Artoria directly raised the long sword in her hand and continuously activated 2 skills. In an instant, Lin Yuan's forces received an immense boost. Under such conditions, the rate at which the green dragon's health decreased became even faster. As time passed, one after another green dragon fell from the heavens. Although their armies suffered heavy casualties, compared to the upcoming victory, this loss of manpower didn't matter much. However, when the number of green dragons dropped below 10, a large number of green-scaled dragon lizards suddenly surged from all around and surrounded them. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Yuan furrowed his brows and immediately made a decision. Ignore these dragon lizards, continue attacking. These green-scaled dragon lizards were obviously here to interfere with their offensive rhythm. If they switched their target of attack, prioritizing the handling of these green-scaled dragon lizards, it would be falling into the trap. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't commit such a foolish act. Boom. Another green dragon's health ran out, and it fell from the sky. Lin Yuan growled. Push harder. It's almost over. Understood. Everyone responded resolutely. Because they all understood clearly, they were just one step away from clearing the instance. Lin Yuan glanced at the situation on the battlefield. The more than 1,000 skeleton knights were now down to only about 400. Despite the skeleton knights' strong mobility, they could hardly withstand the green dragon's attacks. But realistically, for Lin Yuan, this extent of casualty was completely acceptable to him. As long as he could clear the green dragon lair, obtain the treasure of the green dragon, even if the skeleton knights were wiped out entirely, he would deem it worth the cost. But based on the current situation, it appeared that things wouldn't reach that point. Finally, the last green dragon also, under the focused fire of Lin Yuan's troops, ran out of all its health. After all the green dragons were dead, those green-scaled dragon lizards scattered like frightened rats. We finally cleared it. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and his tightly strung nerves finally relaxed completely. Soon, the system notification sounded. Your squad successfully cleared the green dragon lair instance. Rewards received. 20 high-tier Lord Experience books, 20 high-tier Hero Experience books, 500 high-tier resource chests, 2 random platinum-tier strategic artifact boxes. World announcement. The squad led by the Chinese Lord Bingqiu successfully cleared the green dragon lair. Reward obtained. Forbidden spell scroll. Green Dragon's Wrath. The generous rewards boosted everyone's spirits significantly. Each of us gets 2 platinum tier strategic artifacts. Holy crap, this instance clearance reward is way too awesome, Chunbei said excitedly. And so many high-tier hero experience books, surely enough to upgrade my hero by 2 or 3 levels. TSK, you look like someone who has never seen anything impressive. Lin Mingming gave him a disdainful glance. Isn't it normal for an instance this difficult to have generous rewards? Though she said this, her own excitement was no less than Chunbei's. After all, 2 platinum tier strategic artifacts were absolutely sufficient to elevate their strength by a level. After all, before this, they hadn't even managed to collect a full set of gold tier strategic artifacts. Chunbei, in excitement, spoke up. Let's open them quickly. If we get something unsuitable for us, we can still exchange among ourselves. Right, this is the best approach. Li Bingshu lightly smiled and said. However, we should let Lin Yuan pick first. That's definitely how it should be. Chunbei chuckled. Our success in completing this instance is all thanks to Lord Lin Yuan. Hanging out with a big shot is simply one word. Awesome. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan helplessly waved his hand. All right, there's no need to be courteous with me. You guys can choose by yourselves. Platinum tier treasures are no longer very important to me. I only need that forbidden spell scroll and the upcoming green dragon treasure. That's undoubtedly no problem. Chunbei curiously asked, but what exactly is this green dragon treasure? Lin Yuan smiled faintly and calmly said, you'll know soon. Although curious about the so-called green dragon treasure, Chunbei was more concerned with the strategic artifact box in his hand. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good this time. The 2 platinum tier strategic artifacts he opened turned out to be a mage's twilight robe and an archer's crimson longbow. After going through all that trouble to open 2 platinum tier artifacts, they were both useless to him. This couldn't help but make Chunbei feel somewhat disheartened. You're hilarious, you non-paying player. Lin Mingming casually tossed a black axe to Chunbei. Here, take it. It suits you well. After receiving the axe and examining its attributes, Chunbei's eyes instantly brightened. A platinum tier great axe, Dark Slayer. It not only had an extremely high attack bonus, but also came with an AoE skill, Shadow Harvest. This piece of treasure was absolutely perfect for his orc hero. Lin Mingming, from now on, you're my mom. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingming couldn't help but roll her eyes. Spare me. This axe isn't free. Trade it for the Twilight Robe. I think this gear will suit my hero quite well. No problem. Chunbei generously handed the Twilight Robe over to her. Anyway, the artifact would just sit useless in his hands. Being able to trade for something suited to him was obviously the best scenario. Soon, everyone got their hands on treasures that satisfied them. Though the 2 platinum tier artifacts Lin Yuan opened weren't too suitable for his hero, he managed to exchange for a pair of flowing cloud boots from Li Bingshu, which fitted Artoria perfectly. Subsequently, Lin Yuan spoke. Alright, since we've finished inventorying the spoils, our next step is to retrieve the Green Dragon's treasure. Where exactly is the Green Dragon's treasure? Chunbei looked around confused and asked. At this moment, Lin Yuan pointed upwards toward the vast canopy above and answered calmly. It's up there. Chapter 36. The boss is responsible for killing, and I'm responsible for gagging. In order to get the Green Dragon treasure, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to choose to climb up the ancient tree, and Li Bingshu and the others could only choose to follow Lin Yuan. Damn, this is too high. After climbing halfway, Chunbei couldn't help but look down once, feeling his legs go limp. After all, they were currently tens of meters up in the air. If one fell accidentally, they would certainly be crushed to death. But Lin Mingming, standing nearby, opened her mouth with disdain and said, You, a man, your courage is too small, isn't it? It's just a game. Even if you fall, what does it matter? You will revive anyway after death. Li Bingshu also smiled lightly and opened his mouth. That's right. Look at Lin Mingming, a girl whose bravery is greater than yours. Chunbei muttered quietly. Who made the game so realistic? Can I have acrophobia? Actually, at this point, when players die within the game, they can indeed revive. The punishment for death is merely the deduction of some resources and experience. However, after 1 month, the situation will be different. At that time, all people from the real world will be teleported into the game world. At the same time, the rules for death will also change. Everyone only has 3 chances to die. Once the limit is reached, they will die permanently. By that time, no one will take death lightly anymore. Not long after, Lin Yuan and the others arrived at the top of the sea of trees. Because the branches and leaves were too lush, layer upon layer of branches and leaves looked like a flat expanse of green earth. Just then, the sharp-eyed Chunbei suddenly raised his hand and pointed towards the front, opening his mouth with joy and saying, There are treasure chests over there. Following the direction of Chunbei's finger, everyone saw 3 emerald treasure chests. There was no doubt that this should be the green dragon treasure that Lin Yuan had mentioned. Subsequently, without any hesitation, they rushed directly toward the direction of the treasure chests. Since the dungeon was already completed, they didn't encounter any obstacles. Hurry up and open the treasure chest. Who knows what good stuff is inside the green dragon treasure? Upon arriving before the treasure chest, Chunbei excitedly rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation on his face. Although he knew that the items inside the chest belonged to Lin Yuan, being able to feast his eyes on them was still worth it. To be honest, even Lin Yuan was quite looking forward to it, because he also didn't know what the green dragon treasure could contain. The person who obtained the green dragon treasure in the previous life only revealed the location of the treasure chest, and did not disclose the content of the treasure. However, it must be admitted that guy managed to find the treasure due to sheer luck. After all, who would loiter around aimlessly inside the dungeon after completing it, let alone climbing such a tall ancient tree? Although Lin Yuan didn't know what the lord of the previous generation was thinking, it was precisely because of this unconventional thought that he got the green dragon treasure. Fortunately, Lin Yuan possessed the memories of the previous life. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find this place either. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan immediately chose to open the treasure chest. Click. With a light sound, the treasure chest was successfully opened. You have successfully opened the green dragon treasure and received green dragon crystal. You have successfully opened the green dragon treasure and received diamond class item, green dragon armor. You have successfully opened the green dragon treasure and received green dragon summon scroll. The 3 treasure chests each contained 1 item. Lin Yuan focused, immediately starting to check these items one by one. Green dragon crystal, special item. Description: when embedded in armor, provides 30% magic immunity. Green dragon armor. Quality: diamond. Attributes: strength plus 230, constitution plus 350, agility plus 170, defense plus 500, magic immunity plus 20%. Additional skill: roar of the green dragon. When activated, the roar of the green dragon will spread in all directions, causing all enemies hearing the roar to be oppressed by dragon aura, with their attributes decreased by 10% to 35%, and their damage received increased by 20%. The specific weakening values depend on the strength of the opponent. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 120 minutes. Green Dragon Summon Scroll, special item. Description: after use, can summon 10 green dragons, incorporated into your army. After reading through the introductions of the 3 items, Lin Yuan's eyes could not help but flash with a touch of amazement. Because these 3 items were all invaluable, the green dragon armor needs no introduction. If nothing goes wrong, this should be the first strategic item of diamond class globally. This green dragon armor not only possessed extremely high basic attributes, but its additional properties were also outrageously powerful. The roar of the green dragon could directly and forcibly suppress enemies in a wide area. Such a ranged suppression skill was a key factor in changing the tide of battle. As for the green dragon crystal, although it only had 1 attribute, increasing magic immunity by 30%, even just this attribute alone determined the value of this treasure. Moreover, the green dragon crystal and green dragon armor could be said to be an extremely perfect match. After all, the green dragon armor itself already came with 20% magic immunity. If the green dragon crystal was embedded into it, that would result in a full 50% magic immunity. Lin Yuan had already experienced the effect of magic immunity on the green dragon. Even when over 105th tier hidden unit flame mages focused their attacks together, they couldn't take down too much of the green dragon's health. Without this characteristic of magic immunity, Lin Yuan wouldn't have struggled as much to pass the dungeon. As for the value of the last item, the green dragon summon scroll, there was even less need to explain. After all, this scroll could summon 10 9th tier green dragons. Although the quantity was a bit small, the strength of 9th tier units was undeniably powerful. It could be said that this partially compensated for Lin Yuan's heavy losses. After Lin Yuan finished checking these treasures, Chun Bei's voice rang out impatiently. Master, what good stuff did you get? Show it to us so we can feast our eyes. Lin Yuan smiled, chose not to conceal anything, and directly displayed the introductions of these 3 treasures before them. A few seconds later, the 3 people present couldn't help but gasp. Diamond level strategic treasure? Holy cow, that's insane. Chun Bei's face was filled with envy. To say he wasn't jealous would be a lie. However, no matter how envious he was, he still understood. No matter how good the attributes of this treasure were, it belonged to Lin Yuan. They really are great items. Li Bingshu spoke up. If we embed this green dragon crystal onto the green dragon armor, that 50% magic immunity would truly be a nightmare for mage heroes. Indeed, Li Bingshu showed good judgment as he immediately saw the true power of this strategic treasure. Lin Yuan nodded and said, yeah, that's what I thought. I plan to equip this armor on Artoria. This way, she will be a legitimate mage counter. Previously, Artoria's strength was almost comparable to Kaelin's. After all, although Kaelin was a fragile mage, her ability to summon dark elves and her life-draining skills made her quite formidable. It wasn't easy for Artoria to forcibly break through to her side. However, after wearing the green dragon armor, the situation was completely different. With 50% magic immunity, Kaelin would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of Artoria. No, to be more accurate, all mage heroes would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Artoria. Since they had already obtained the green dragon treasure, there was no longer any need for them to linger in the instance dungeon. As the team captain, Li Bingshu immediately led the squad out of the instance. After they successfully cleared it, the entrance to the green dragon nest disappeared as well. After all, this was a unique instance. Once someone cleared it, the instance naturally disappeared. What do you guys plan to do next? Lin Yuan looked around and asked. Lin Mingming hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Me? I think I'll go back and rest for a while. After all, quite a number of my troops died, so I'll need some time to replenish them. I'm the same. Li Bingshu nodded and added. And during this time, I'll find some candidates for your instance hunters. There was no denying that Li Bingshu was efficient. Lin Yuan had only mentioned it casually to her once, and she had been thinking about it ever since. Curious, Chun Bei leaned over and asked, what's an instance hunter? Li Bingshu didn't answer immediately, instead turning her questioning gaze toward Lin Yuan. Of course, he knew that Li Bingshu was seeking his opinion. However, This was not a secret, and there was nothing that needed to be kept hidden. Go ahead, it's fine. After Lin Yuan gave his approval, Li Bingqiu immediately explained the concept of an instance hunter to Chun Bei. Find instances and claim the first clear rewards. In an instant, Chun Bei's eyes lit up. Big brother, this is right up my alley. How about letting me be your instance hunter? After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh wryly. Do you really think being an instance hunter is an easy job? It's completely hard work. Even if you manage to find an instance, the bonus might only be a few 10,000 yuan. Moreover, if you waste too much time searching for instances, it will delay your own development. For you, it's not worth the loss. Although Lin Yuan intended to recruit Chun Bei, it wasn't through this method. If this guy were to become an instance hunter, his entire developmental trajectory might change entirely, and he might never become the renowned beast barbarian in the future. After hearing Lin Yuan's advice, Chun Bei nodded thoughtfully. You're right, I shouldn't waste my time on this. Then he quickly added, however, could you take me along when you first clear an instance, big brother? The two of us can utterly annihilate our enemies. You'll do the killing, and I'll provide the chaos. Lin Yuan. This guy was truly an amusing character. Chapter 37, No Merchant, the Mysterious Parchment Map. However, since Chun Bei had already been so proactive, Lin Yuan felt it inappropriate not to give some kind of response. Anyway, they were going to build a relationship sooner or later. He decided to take this opportunity to extend an olive branch and bring Chun Bei into his team. After making the decision, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. Chun Bei, Lin Mingming. If you both still plan to follow Li Bingqiu in the future, then I can consider giving you an opportunity to join my team. Upon hearing these words, Chun Bei and Lin Mingming couldn't help but slightly startle, because neither of them expected that Lin Yuan's invitation would come so suddenly. After all, this was merely their first time teaming up for a dungeon run. Being able to enter a dungeon with someone at Lin Yuan's level was already due to the influence of Li Bingqiu. Now the great player was actively inviting them, which made both of them feel incredibly honored. Actually, what Lin Yuan truly valued was Chun Bei's potential. As for Lin Mingming, he had just extended her an invitation out of courtesy. To be honest, in Lin Yuan's memory from his previous life, there wasn't much impression about someone named Lin Mingming. Once realizing the situation, Chun Bei immediately shouted excitedly, I'll join. Of course I will. And Lin Mingming also soon gave her reply. I will join as well. Good. Lin Yuan nodded and a satisfied smile curved on the corner of his lips. To be honest, this result didn't surprise him. Subsequently, Chun Bei, with excitement written all over his face, asked, Boss, how many people are there in our team now? There must be quite a few big shots besides me, right? In Chun Bei's view, a big shot at Lin Yuan's level should naturally preside over a large force. However, Lin Yuan looked at him and began counting on his fingers. There were only me and Li Bingqiu initially. Now, including you and Lin Mingming, there are 4 people total. Oh, there's also my steward. However, he probably hasn't entered the game yet. Chun Bei. Real or fake? It turned out that I could already be considered one of the founding members. Even so, Chun Bei had absolutely no regrets about this development. After all, Lin Yuan's power was something he'd already witnessed. Mixing with such a great player would definitely not end up badly anywhere. Since you've both decided to join, I should give each of you a welcome gift. After saying this, Lin Yuan directly took 2 items from his backpack and handed them respectively to Chun Bei and Lin Mingming. He was never stingy when it came to those close to him. The item given to Lin Mingming was a platinum-grade mage staff, named Pure White Dream, which suited an elf wizard perfectly. The gift presented to Chun Bei was, of course, the token he had acquired earlier. Thank you, boss. Lin Mingming was very polite. After accepting the treasure, she promptly thanked Lin Yuan. Chun Bei, on the other hand, quickly examined the introduction of the token in his hand. A few seconds later, Chun Bei involuntarily widened his eyes and exclaimed, This is an S-class hero recruitment token. When he said this, Lin Mingming and Li Bingqiu's attention was immediately drawn to it. They clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be so generous, even handing out an S-class hero recruitment token casually. Lin Yuan calmly explained, This was obtained when I first cleared the Hell level, Orc Camp. It allows the recruitment of an S-class hero Orc leader. To be honest, this hero's potential can only be considered average among S-class heroes, and he doesn't suit me either. However, it suits you pretty well. Therefore, I'm offering it as your welcome gift. In a flash, endless joy practically overwhelmed Chun Bei's mind. After all, the value of an S-class hero was something he knew all too well. If put up for sale outside, it would fetch a minimum price of tens of millions. Even then, it would likely be impossible to find a buyer, let alone that Lin Yuan gave him an S-class hero tailored precisely to his chosen race. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. That was Lin Yuan, his boss, who was indeed not mistaken. From now on, regardless of whether Lin Yuan asked him to walk through fire or water, he would absolutely do it without hesitation. Boss, I won't say any formalities. Chun Bei spoke seriously. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I'll have no second thoughts. As for Chun Bei's integrity, Lin Yuan didn't doubt it at all. Though an S-class hero was priceless, if he could exchange this Orc leader recruitment token for Chun Bei's loyalty, then for Lin Yuan, it would still be a worthwhile trade. After all, the thing he lacked least was money. Just at this moment, Chun Bei seemed to suddenly remember something. He immediately pulled out a parchment from his backpack and handed it over to Lin Yuan. What is this? After receiving the parchment, Lin Yuan discovered that it seemed to be a map. I have no idea either. It seems like a treasure map. Chun Bei began to explain. I obtained this parchment from a gnome merchant back then. While I was leveling up my heroes by defeating monsters, I just happened to encounter the gnome merchant. I've always been interested in these wild NPCs, so I thought maybe I could get a hidden quest or something, and I approached him to start a conversation. However, this gnome merchant was extremely greedy. He wanted to trade with me, and after a few trades, I spent quite a lot of silver coins. All he gave me were some trash treasures. In a fit of anger, I ordered my orc to beat him up. Unexpectedly, this gnome merchant turned out to be an easy target. After being beaten half to death, he immediately begged for mercy and tried to offer me this parchment map in exchange for sparing his life. Until now, I still don't know what this parchment map is actually for. It just looks like a treasure map. At this point, Chunbei scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Since you're so generous with me, I can't be stingy, right? I don't really have anything valuable on me, but this parchment map might have some worth. So consider it as a small gift when we first met." It has to be said that Chunbei is indeed pretty righteous. Even though he didn't have much good stuff on him, he still took out this accidental find, the parchment map. After listening to Chunbei's explanation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but pause slightly. Because, in his previous life, he seemed to have indeed heard about this hidden plot related to the gnome merchant. If he wasn't mistaken, in his past life, that particular lord had a similar experience to Chunbei, also encountering a gnome merchant in a forest and getting swindled out of a bunch of silver coins before losing his temper and trying to kill the latter. However, the only difference was that the treasure the lord got from the gnome merchant wasn't a parchment map, but an exquisite platinum-grade artifact. Chapter 38, Wilderness Boss, Bone Spirit Mage. Lin Yuan made an effort to recall and soon remembered the general sequence of events. If he hadn't remembered incorrectly, that noble who had met the goblin merchant was deceived out of quite a few silver coins, after which he almost beat the latter half to death. Right after, the goblin merchant pulled out a sheepskin map to beg for mercy, but that noble still believed the guy was fooling him and did not choose to stop. To save his life, the goblin merchant eventually handed over a platinum tier treasure, causing the noble to let him go. In the early stages of the game, platinum tier treasures were extremely rare. For that noble, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. However, the more he thought about it later, the more regretful he became. He increasingly felt that the sheepskin map was the real good item held by the goblin merchant. Unfortunately, some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever. Even if he returned to that forest again, there would be no sign of that goblin merchant. After recollecting the entire incident, Lin Yuan's gaze on the sheepskin map in his hand changed. It appeared that his rebirth indeed triggered the butterfly effect, altering many things. The original opportunity meant for others now ended up in Chunbei's hands, and then came into his possession. He wondered what level of treasure might be found following the marks on this sheepskin map. "Thank you for your kindness." Lin Yuan didn't hesitate when speaking with Chunbei, directly putting away the sheepskin map. Subsequently, the group bid farewell to each other and returned to their respective territories. After the mayor's manor reached level 5, the time required to upgrade each building began to grow longer as well. Higher level buildings naturally took longer to construct. At this pace, it would take at least several days to develop to recruit 6th-tier units. However, this waiting time was bearable for Lin Yuan. Rushing things may lead nowhere. He had experienced rapid development for such a long time already and now needed some grounding. Moreover, with the flame mages acting as hidden units under his command, even if a 6th-tier unit were recruited, the improvement wouldn't be significant. 7 days later, with the start of the new week, the forces available for recruitment in various camps were refreshed. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan recruited all the troops he could, including even the 1st-tier militia. His resources were abundant enough, it wasn't worth skipping any recruits. Even if resources ran out, he could simply spend money to acquire them. In this week, Lin Yuan only focused on 3 tasks: running instances, grinding monsters, and developing his territory. Altair's hero level had increased to 33. Kalang's hero level also gradually caught up, reaching 30. However, bringing them along to grind monsters wasn't entirely for leveling. A significant portion of the goal was also aimed at expanding his army. After all, since the last battle at the Green Dragon Lair, the number of skeleton soldiers under Lin Yuan's command had dwindled significantly. Fortunately, through these 7 days of effort, Lin Yuan successfully converted 1,000 units of heavy skeleton knights. Though 1,000 units might not seem like much, the heavy skeleton knights were 5th-tier units. Converted equivalently, at least 16,000 1st-tier skeletons would be required to produce 1,000 heavy skeleton knights. This troop type not only retained the high mobility of skeleton knights, but also possessed an extremely strong defense, making them a formidable fighting force. Now, Lin Yuan's forces had grown powerful to a certain extent. 10 9th-tier green dragons, 200 5th-tier flame mages, and 1,000 heavy skeleton knights. These were Lin Yuan's main troops. Apart from these forces, Lin Yuan's team also included several groups of pikemen, archers, knights, dark elf swordsmen, dark elf archers, and dark elf assassins. Actually, just these miscellaneous troops alone were already sufficient to thoroughly crush many common nobles. Beep beep beep. At this moment, Lin Yuan's communicator rang again. Upon picking it up, Li Bingchu's voice quickly came through the line. "Boss, interested in a wilderness boss?" Over these past few days, Li Bingchu had been hard at work, carefully selecting members to form a dungeon hunting squad for Lin Yuan. This squad consisted of 5 members, all meticulously chosen by Li Bingchu. Not only did these 5 squad members possess extensive gaming experience, but their heroes were also all scouting types. The salary package Lin Yuan offered them was quite generous, a monthly base pay of 20,000 credits, plus additional bonuses. For every unexplored dungeon they found, there would be an extra bonus of 50,000 credits. This kind of treatment could already be considered exceptionally favorable. Lin Yuan originally thought that Li Bingqiu had contacted him because he discovered a new, unexplored dungeon. However, he didn't expect it to be the discovery of a wilderness boss. After all, in the era of lords, wilderness bosses were extremely rare entities. The rewards from defeating a wilderness boss were on par with those from completing a dungeon for the first time. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately asked, "What level is the wilderness boss? If the level is too low, then forget it. I'm not interested. Bosses that are too low level, I would have definitely taken care of it myself instead of coming to you," replied Li Bingqiu. "It's a platinum tier 40 level boss, Bone Spirit Mage Gatha, located deep within the skeleton forest. The coordinates are, if you're coming, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the skeleton forest right now." Upon hearing the coordinates from Li Bingqiu, Lin Yuan glanced at the map and realized the skeleton forest wasn't far from him. He estimated it would only take him around an hour and a half to get there at most. Subsequently, Lin Yuan made his decision promptly. "Alright, I'll head over there now. A platinum tier 40 level boss should offer decent rewards worth making the trip." Lin Yuan arrived even faster than he had anticipated. In just over an hour, he reached the entrance of the skeleton forest. Seeing Lin Yuan, Li Bingqiu immediately waved him over. "Boss, over here." Approaching, Lin Yuan went straight to the point. "Let's go. Lead me to the boss." "Sure." Li Bingqiu nodded but quickly added, "But, we need to act fast. I just saw another Lord squad entering this skeleton forest. I think their team configuration suggests they might also be targeting that wilderness boss." Chapter 39, I can solo this. Facing Li Bingqiu's concerns, Lin Yuan showed no regard for it. "Don't worry, no one can steal the boss from me." Subsequently, he directly let Li Bingqiu lead the way in front and prepared to enter the bone forest to search for traces of the bone spirit mage. It must be said that Li Bingqiu was obviously prepared, being extremely familiar with the terrain of this bone forest. In less than half an hour, Li Bingqiu had already brought Lin Yuan deep into the bone forest. As for the monsters they encountered on the way, they were naturally easily dealt with by Lin Yuan's troops. The monsters within the bone forest were mostly third-stage skeleton magic wolves. Occasionally there would appear a few fourth-stage skeleton magic bears. This level of monster, for Lin Yuan, naturally did not pose a threat. There wasn't even a need for Artoria and Kira, these two heroes, to take action. 200 flame mages directly unleashed a round of explosive fireballs, turning these monsters into bone fragments. Here we are. After entering the depths of the bone forest, Li Bingqiu soon stopped, extending her hand to point forward. The direction she pointed at was precisely where the bone spirit mage was located. What appeared before Lin Yuan was a tall skeletal figure. Notably, this skeleton not only held a staff, but also wore ashen white robes, clearly appearing like a mage. In the background story, this bone spirit mage became obsessed with studying necromancy and eventually even transformed himself into a skeleton. After transforming himself into a skeleton, this bone spirit mage completely became a heretic among mages and was soon expelled from the mage guild. He even faced a bounty due to conducting magical experiments on live humans issued by the major cities. However, even under these circumstances, this bone spirit mage still chose not to turn back. He directly disappeared into this forest to continue his research. As time passed, the majority of the monsters in this forest were transformed by him into skeletal creatures. This once peaceful forest then became known as the Bone Forest, turning into what people call the Forbidden Place. Lin Yuan glanced at the bone spirit mage and calmly opened his mouth. "Since we've found the boss, let's prepare to make our move. Artoria, you go and pull that guy over here." Just as Lin Yuan was about to act, another person's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Are you sure that boss is here? It's definitely around here. I encountered it this morning while leveling up and informed you right away. Good job. If this operation goes smoothly, I'll give you credit when we get back." "Hehe, thank you boss. But, isn't that a platinum level boss at level 40? Can we really handle it? What's there to worry about? Combined, our troops must number well over 1,000 or so, right? Even 4th tier units amount to 2 or 300. The apparent leader seemed highly confident in their own strength. "Even if we have to die repeatedly, we can overwhelm and kill this boss just by sheer numbers. Won't the casualties be too high? If we lose our strength, it might take us a week or two to recover." Upon hearing this, the leader became impatient. "You guys, why so hesitant all the time? If we manage to obtain a couple of platinum-grade items, do you think the boss will mistreat us?" After hearing the transmitted voice, Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brows, then immediately looked towards the source. A small team composed of 7 or 8 lords was heading in their direction. It was evident that this small team was also after the Bone Spirit Mage. The group Li Bingqiu had seen earlier should probably be them. After noticing them, Lin Yuan realized that these people had undoubtedly noticed him as well. A youth with a short haircut slightly startled, then quietly spoke up. "Boss Wang Hu, looks like someone beat us to it." The Wang Hu he referred to was a burly scar-faced man. He examined Lin Yuan and Li Bingqiu from head to toe, then coldly laughed. "So what if they got here first? Just 2 people, they wouldn't possibly stand a chance against this boss, would they?" The short-haired youth quickly caught on, lowering his voice. "So boss's plan is, isn't it obvious?" Wang Hu waved his hand, speaking coldly. "If these 2 really plan to attack the boss, we'll just wait on the sidelines. We'll let them wear down the boss's health first, then we'll choose to intervene." Hearing this, the short-haired youth immediately raised his thumb. "No wonder, boss. This method is truly ingenious." Wang Hu crossed his arms in front of his chest and opened his mouth with a cold laugh. "That goes without saying. Since there are fools willing to take the lead for us, let them go ahead then. On the other side, as Li Bingqiu looked at Wang Hu and his group who had stopped, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Lin Yuan, they don't seem to have any intention of teaming up with us. Teaming up with me? They don't have the qualifications for that. Lin Yuan spoke coldly. Judging from their appearance, they're probably planning to reap the benefits without doing any work. Li Bingqiu's expression turned somewhat grim. Then what should we do? Shall I go over and negotiate with them? Negotiate? There's no need for that. Lin Yuan calmly spoke. Isn't this simple enough? As long as they dare to make a move, I'll kill them outright. In Lin Yuan's calm tone, there was an evident sense of menace. Kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Facing enemies, Lin Yuan would never show mercy or weakness, a truth he had thoroughly understood from his past life. After hearing these words, Li Bingqiu's heart trembled. She certainly knew that Lin Yuan wasn't joking around. However, since she had started playing the game, this was the first time she had come into conflict with other players. Although Li Bingqiu had already experienced many battles, this was the first time she fought against other lords. Alright, just keep a close eye on them for me. Lin Yuan said indifferently. I'm going to solo the boss now. If this group makes any moves, don't hesitate for a moment. Act directly. Alright, Li Bingqiu immediately nodded, her eyes showing a glint of caution, and she promptly mobilized her forces to protect Lin Yuan's rear. But actually, Lin Yuan didn't even consider these people as a threat. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't made a move yet, Lin Yuan would probably have wiped them out completely by now. As for the Bone Spirit Mage, who was a 40th level boss, Lin Yuan didn't even need Li Bingqiu's help. He was already preparing to solo him without hesitation. Chapter 40, Blood Red Skull, Wang Hu's Intentions. Artoria immediately raised the holy sword in her hand, activated the Glory Shield, and charged towards the direction where the Bone Spirit Mage was located. Artoria moved at an incredible speed, quickly flashing to stand in front of the Bone Spirit Mage, and with a swing of her hand unleashed a holy light combo slash. Minus 2,134. Minus 2,014. Minus 2,256. 3 blood red damage numbers immediately floated up from the Bone Spirit Mage's head. At the same time, the Bone Spirit Mage's attributes also appeared before Lin Yuan. Bone Spirit Mage. Platinum level boss. Level 40. Health points, 220,000. Magic attack, 1560 to 2580. Defense, 550. Skills, Summon Bone Wolves, 1000 Souls Destruction, Skeleton Bone Rain, Skeleton Magic Shield. A fallen necromancer that wields terrifying bone manipulation magic. The Bone Spirit Mage's defense wasn't particularly high. A set of holy light combo slashes by Artoria dealt over 6,000 points of damage to the opponent. Just as Artoria was preparing to launch another attack, the Bone Spirit Mage immediately began chanting a spell. The next second, a ghostly white skeleton shield instantly appeared in front of the Bone Spirit Mage, blocking Artoria's attack. Click, click. Subsequently, the Bone Spirit Mage recited another incantation, summoning more skeleton wolves that rushed forward toward Artoria. These skeleton magic wolves were at least 4th-tier monsters and possessed significant lethality. It couldn't be denied that as a platinum-level boss, the Bone Spirit Mage had considerable strength. In just a few dozen seconds, there were already over 100 skeleton magic wolves surrounding the Bone Spirit Mage. However, despite the cunning means employed by the Bone Spirit Mage, there was not a trace of fear on Lin Yuan's face. Heavy Skeleton Knights, charge. Crush them. Following Lin Yuan's command, waves of heavy skeleton knights surged forward like tidal currents, rushing toward the skeleton magic wolves. After all, the heavy skeleton knights were 5th-tier units. Their attack power, defense, and mobility were all definitely up to the standards of 5th-tier units. In front of the heavy skeleton knights, these skeleton magic wolves were akin to paper-thin constructs. What's more, the number of heavy skeleton knights was several times greater than that of the skeleton magic wolves. Seeing this scene unfold, the members of Wang Hu's squad involuntarily widened their eyes. Holy crap, this guy is too powerful, isn't he? Is he attempting to solo the Bone Spirit Mage? Did he choose the ghost race as his initial race? I've never seen a ghost-like mounted skeleton soldier. I've never encountered such strong skeleton soldiers in my entire life. They're effortlessly killing those 4th-tier skeleton magic wolves. This guy's hero is pretty strong too. Every attack seems capable of cutting off a good chunk of the boss's health. Listening to the amazed voices around him, Wang Hu felt slightly embarrassed. Frowning, he coldly spoke. Why are you so surprised? There's nothing special about this. The only reason he can handle it so easily is because this boss is too weak. If it was us, we might deal with it even more effortlessly. An adjacent young man with a buzz cut immediately chimed in agreement. Big brother is absolutely right. If only we had known how weak this boss was, we would have taken action earlier. Wang Hu's gaze flickered, and he sneeringly continued. No problem, we'll still act soon. We'll move once this guy has reduced the boss's health to less than 20%, then we'll take over and grab the boss for ourselves. Moreover, this guy's hero causes such high damage. There must be top-tier strategic artifacts on him. If we kill him, there's a chance that 1 or 2 could drop. The rules of the game, Era of Lords, were clear. If one lord was killed by another, 1 or 2 strategic artifacts would certainly drop. Furthermore, when the game world officially replaced reality, after using up 3 resurrection chances and dying permanently, all strategic artifacts carried by the lord would be dropped. After Wang Hu's words left his mouth, the youth with a buzz cut's eyes immediately lit up, licking his lips excitedly. You're absolutely right, boss. What does first come, first served mean for a boss? Whoever grabs it gets it. Unfortunately, heroes cannot be captured, otherwise. I would definitely get my hands on his hero. That face, that figure, is completely a top-level beauty. At this moment, Lin Yuan still had no idea that Wang Hu and his group had already decided to turn on him. Even if Lin Yuan knew, he wouldn't have cared at all. Because in his eyes, these people were just like ants. Under the assault of the heavy skeleton knights, the Bone Spirit Mage's lifeline had become increasingly fragile. To increase efficiency, Lin Yuan directly had Kalen join the battle. It must be noted that against a boss like the Bone Spirit Mage who has no magic immunity traits, Kalen's damage output far outstrips Artorias. As long as Kalen is in a safe position, she can function like a magical machine gun, continuously unleashing spells without concern. In others' eyes, the platinum-level boss is immensely powerful. However, before Lin Yuan, this boss could only let him manipulate its fate. Finally, when his health points dropped below 20%, the Bone Spirit Mage unleashed his ultimate move. Awaken, O ye skeletons beneath the earth. As he finished speaking, a blood-red skeletal hand burst forth from beneath the ground. Immediately following, half of a blood-red skeleton crawled out, standing before Lin Yuan. But it wasn't over yet. After the first blood-red skeleton broke through the soil, more and more emerged, second, third, fourth. These blood-red skeletons wielded rusted iron swords, emanating a sinister energy around their bodies. At this moment, one blood-red skeleton immediately swung its sword down toward a heavy skeleton knight nearby. Clang! Accompanied by a metallic clash, the armor of this heavy skeleton knight was split right open. Even its health points instantly halved. One could imagine just how terrifying the attack power of these blood-red skeletons truly was. Lin Yuan looked around at all the blood-red skeletons summoned by the Bone Spirit Mage and discovered there were over 200 or 300 of them. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Yuan's troops managed to exterminate all the blood-red skeletons, they would still suffer considerable losses themselves. So, given the current situation, the most rational choice would be to focus all attacks on the Bone Spirit Mage until he dies. Once the Bone Spirit Mage is killed, these blood-red skeletons will disappear automatically. Meanwhile, Wang Hu couldn't help but feel excitement in his heart. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them. If they took the chance to kill Lin Yuan now, wouldn't the boss be theirs for the taking? With this thought, Wang Hu couldn't suppress the cruel grin that spread across his face. Brothers, get ready. Chapter 41. Ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating oneself. Lin Yuan, be careful, those people are about to attack you. Just as Wang Hu and his group were getting restless, Li Bingqiu, who had been keeping an eye on them, was the first to detect the abnormality. After Li Bingqiu gave her warning, Wang Hu immediately became serious, saying coldly, "What are you all waiting for? Why don't you make a move yet?" Upon Wang Hu's order, these people did not dare to hesitate at all. They promptly directed their troops towards Lin Yuan's direction to surround him. Li Bingqiu also did not back down. She directly dispatched Rose swordsman Karen, leading her troops to intercept the enemy in front. Li Bingqiu's purpose was very clear. To lay hands on Lin Yuan, one must pass through her guard first. However, Wang Hu's side obviously outnumbered them. Relying solely on her, it might not be possible to hold out for too long. At this moment, Li Bingqiu could only hope that Lin Yuan would quickly end the battle and come over to assist her against these people. Soon, Rose swordsman Karen engaged in combat with a demon race hero with ram horns growing from his head. After passing the Green Dragon Lair, together with Lin Yuan, Li Bingqiu gained quite a few benefits. Thus, Karen was already equipped with 2 platinum-level strategic treasures now. Under the condition of going all out, she quickly suppressed the ram-horned demon in front of her. Seeing this scene, Wang Hu couldn't help but furrow his brows. An S-class hero? This ram-horned demon was an A-class hero he spent hundreds of thousands on, ram-horned demon Azazel. With this hero, he could say that there was no impediment during the early stages. Yet, at this very moment, Azazel was being forcefully restrained by the opponent's hero. No, wait. If this is an S-class hero, there is definitely no way the restraint level should only be this much. I see, it must be the strategic treasure. This hero definitely has an extraordinary strategic treasure. Wang Hu's eyes sparkled as he quickly overturned his previous judgment and came to a conclusion. He truly never expected that. Aside from Lin Yuan who solo challenged bosses, Li Bingqiu also possessed extraordinary treasures. Thinking about this, Wang Hu immediately spoke up. "Girl, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the 2 platinum-level treasures, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, we will completely wipe out your troops under command, making you start from zero again." Honestly speaking, if Li Bingqiu were willing to comply, that would be absolutely perfect. After all, if they really clashed with these 2 individuals, quite a number of his soldiers would die on his side as well. If Li Bingqiu chooses to accept his conditions, then it would be equivalent to him obtaining 2 platinum-level treasures without effort. Unfortunately, Li Bingqiu didn't show any sign of compromise. She simply lifted her head, staring icily at Wang Hu, and sarcastically replied, "Are you dreaming? A person like you, who is so shameless, shouldn't have even been born into this world." At this moment, Li Bingqiu's heart was boiling with anger. These people not only wanted to snatch their boss, but also coveted their treasures, truly despicable to the core. Since you've sought death yourself, then you have no one to blame but yourself. Wang Hu coldly snorted, saying, "Directly reduce her troops to 0 for me." Ho ho, reducing to 0? What a grand statement. A figure slowly stepped out from behind Li Bingqiu, calmly asking in return, "Did you receive my permission to reduce my followers to 0? Upon this figure's appearance, everyone in Wang Hu's team couldn't help but widen their eyes, wearing expressions akin to seeing a ghost. because the figure standing in front of them was none other than Lin Yuan. But what exactly was going on? Wasn't this guy still battling the Bone Spirit Mage just now? If they weren't mistaken, the boss still had at least 20% HP left. How much time had passed since then? 1 minute? Half a minute? Perhaps even less than half a minute. So how did he achieve this? Could it be that this guy instantly annihilated the nearly depleted boss? Before they managed to understand, Lin Yuan had already initiated his attack. A horde of heavy skeleton knights immediately charged towards them. Damn it, stop these skeleton soldiers. Wang Hu's face changed drastically at once, because he had witnessed the power of these heavy skeleton knights before. Here, their highest rank was merely 4th-tier troops. But even 4th-tier troops were completely incapable of halting the charge of the heavy skeleton knights. FZZT. A 4th-tier hellhound was directly pierced through the body by the lance of a heavy skeleton knight, then lifted into the air. Immediately afterward, several long spears thrust through simultaneously, instantly taking away the life of the hellhound. Don't worry, we still have a chance. Wang Hu clenched his fists and spoke gravely. We have more people, and our forces are also more sufficient. Even if we only rely on wearing them down, we can still kill him. The boss is right. Troops that die can be recreated. As long as we slaughter these two, their treasures will be ours. The short-haired youth was heartbroken over his fallen troops, but under such circumstances, he had no choice but to push forward despite his reluctance. Yes, wear them down. Do not fear death at all. Everyone, charge. Whoever kills the most, the treasures from these two will be yours. And there's the treasure dropped by the boss. I suspect this guy hasn't had time to pick it up yet. Let's hurry and kill him. These people roared excitedly, whether it was to bolster their own courage or because they truly regarded Lin Yuan as an easy target for slaughter. Looking at the crazed individuals in front of him, a wry smile involuntarily crept onto the corner of Lin Yuan's lips. Do you know there's a saying, an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating oneself? Since you think your manpower is your greatest advantage, then I'll let you know that, in the face of absolute power, numbers mean absolutely nothing. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the 200 flame mages behind him began to chant incantations immediately. One fireball after another, exuding scorching heat, coalesced into shape around these flame mages. What these flame mages represented was the terror of an ultimate output. The reason Lin Yuan could manage to concentrate his fire so quickly to slay the Bone Spirit Mage within such a short period of time was entirely due to these flame mages. In front of magic-immune monsters and creatures without resistance to fire elements, the offensive capabilities of these flame mages were nightmare-like in nature. Now, take a good look and see what real firepower looks like. Lin Yuan's tone was exceedingly calm. At the same moment, hundreds of fireballs hurled directly toward Wang Hu's camp. It was just like a meteoric firestorm. Chapter 42, Decisive Victory. Boom, 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 boom. Countless fireballs descended with a thunderous crash. Brilliant fire erupted before everyone's eyes. The damage from flame mages was nothing to take lightly. Any fragile unit below the 4th tier could be instantly killed by a single explosion fireball. Only light or heavy armored units could withstand more than 2 fireballs. But the problem was, there were 200 flame mages behind Lin Yuan. A synchronized attack unleashed 200 explosive fireballs. When the fiery glow faded, all that remained in front of Lin Yuan was a scene filled with scattered corpses. In less than half a minute, nearly a quarter of Wang Hu's forces had been wiped out. Yet on Lin Yuan's side, not a single soldier was injured. Such a lopsided casualty ratio left everyone in Wang Hu's team utterly despaired. For them to win this battle, they would need to eliminate those flame mages. However, the group of heavily armed skeleton warriors blocking their path were no pushovers either. Attempting to bypass these warriors and launch a surprise assault on the flame mages was simply impossible. Lin Yuan looked up and stared at Wang Hu and his companions, then said calmly, "Will you voluntarily disband your forces, or should I take care of it myself?" From start to finish, he never intended to let any of them go. And only at this moment did Wang Hu finally realize the disparity in strength between both sides. His face turned grim as he spoke firmly. "Young man, don't overstep. If you let me go today, we'll call it even and maybe even friends. Otherwise, you'll regret the day you crossed Lin Corp. They will obliterate you." Lin Yuan cast him an incredulous glance and asked, "Are you affiliated with the Lin Corporation?" Upon hearing that Lin Yuan knew of the Lin Corporation, Wang Hu's demeanor regained its previous arrogance. "So what if I am? I'll tell you, my boss is Lin Tianke, the head of Lin Corporation." Wang Hu sneered. "Now do you understand that you can't afford to offend me?" After Wang Hu said this, Li Bingqiu beside him couldn't help but appear perplexed. She clearly hadn't expected the other side to use the Lin Corporation to intimidate them. Even if Wang Hu's superior really was Lin Tianke, he was merely a subordinate. But Lin Yuan in front of them was none other than the legitimate heir of Lin Corporation. If Lin Yuan hadn't chosen to sell off his shares, he himself would be the true largest shareholder of Lin Corporation. Even Lin Tianke, were he present, would have needed to show Lin Yuan some respect. Still, Wang Hu remained arrogantly defiant despite provoking the wrong person. It was surprising to Li Bingqiu indeed. This man wasn't just brave, one might say he was foolhardy. Just as Wang Hu thought Lin Yuan was scared, Lin Yuan's voice sounded faintly in his ears. "I'm still alive, and how exactly does Lin Tianke represent the entire Lin Corporation?" After hearing these words, Wang Hu was initially stunned. When realization hit, his eyes revealed a flicker of panic. Though he didn't know who Lin Yuan was specifically, given what he'd heard, it became apparent that he'd underestimated his opponent severely. After finishing his sentence, Lin Yuan waved his hand and coldly commanded, Annihilate them. With Lin Yuan's order, thousands of heavily armed skeleton knights charged once more. Behind them, the flame mages also began chanting incantations, conjuring hundreds of explosive fireballs. There was no way Wang Hu's forces could hold against such overwhelming assault. Within dozens of seconds, their troops were completely wiped out. The battle could only be described as a crushing victory. Casualties on Lin Yuan's side were practically negligible. Once all the forces under Wang Hu were annihilated, an attack on the lords themselves could commence. Alto immediately flashed forward in a blur, appearing in front of Wang Hu within an instant, slicing off his head with a single sword stroke. As for the other lords following Wang Hu, all were pierced through by Cylon's dark magic bolts. Even until death, their eyes remained wide open in unyielding resentment, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Unexpectedly, this was likely their first time experiencing death in the game. Following their deaths, a couple of strategic artifacts dropped from each individual. Lin Yuan picked them up and examined them. Most turned out to be silver or gold level strategic artifacts. No platinum level strategic artifact emerged from the lot. For Lin Yuan, this was just a pile of junk that could only be sold at the auction house later to see if he could make some money. These people truly deserve their fate. They not only wanted to Chang boss, but also intended to kill us along the way. For Wang Hu and his group, Li Bingqiu had no shred of mercy in her heart. Then, she reminded again. By the way, you haven't picked up the stuff dropped by the Bone Spirit Mage yet. Only after hearing this did Lin Yuan remember. He immediately hurried over to the corpse of the Bone Spirit Mage and began rummaging through the treasures dropped by the boss. It has to be said, the items dropped by outdoor bosses were indeed quite valuable. There were as many as 2 platinum-level strategic artifacts alone. One was the Bone Heavy Mace, suitable for close combat heroes. The other was the Bone Spirit Robe, designed for mage heroes. The Bone Heavy Mace was useless for Lin Yuan since Artoria uses a sword, making this heavy weapon unsuitable for her. As for the Bone Spirit Robe, it was rather fitting for Kylon. After equipping this strategic artifact, Cylon's overall attributes improved significantly. Besides these 2 platinum-level artifacts, the Bone Spirit Mage also dropped a special hero recruitment scroll. Using this scroll would allow the recruitment of an A-ranked hero, Skeleton Knight, Green. Lin Yuan had some impression of this hero. Among A-rank heroes, it was relatively well-structured, especially suited for Ghost Clan lords. Unfortunately, with Lin Yuan's current perspective, he had surpassed A-rank heroes. Therefore, he didn't plan to waste one of his hero slots on this Skeleton Knight. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan directly tossed the hero recruitment scroll along with dozens of useless strategic artifacts to Li Bingqiu. Subsequently, Lin Yuan spoke. These things, you can handle them as you see fit, just price them according to market value. However, if possible, I would prefer you trade these items for something rare. After all, I'm not short on money. Chapter 43. In this realm of lords, there truly lies the future. Li Bingqiu immediately nodded and responded, I understand. Of course, she was well aware that money wasn't important to Lin Yuan. On the contrary, those special items might still serve some purpose. Alright, since the boss is dead and people have been killed, we should head back. After saying this, Lin Yuan promptly turned around and prepared to leave the bone forest. Li Bingqiu quickly caught up and asked, by the way, weren't those people from earlier your uncle Lin Tiang's subordinates? Will this matter affect you in any way? Lin Yuan looked at her and asked, are you worried my uncle will target me? One must always be cautious. Even if he's your uncle, it's no different. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingqiu eventually decided to speak up. My father told me that your uncle is someone with deep scheming. So, I fear he might bear a grudge against you because of this. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Li Bingqiu questioned curiously, what are you laughing about? I'm laughing because you don't understand my uncle at all. Lin Yuan calmly said, people like Wang Hu mean nothing more than dogs to him. He wouldn't bother with something so trivial to come after me. Moreover, he might even welcome me with a smile, taking the initiative to apologize. That's the kind of person he is. When he does something, he does it thoroughly. Even right before he plans to deal a deadly blow to someone, he could still be joking and laughing with them. However, one thing you said isn't wrong. He definitely wants me dead. Because only when I'm dead can he take over the Lin family group legitimately. The reason Lin Yuan understands Lin Tianke so deeply stems from the fact that his death in his previous life was precisely due to the latter's conspiracy. Lin Tiang's betrayal made him fully realize the true face of his uncle. Furthermore, his own parents also fell victim to Lin Tiang's hands. An unforgivable enmity as vast as an ocean of blood. To be honest, the steward warned him about his uncle Lin Tianke in his past life. Only, Lin Yuan didn't take it seriously then. Because after the death of his parents, Lin Tianke was almost the only relative and elder left. Back then, Lin Yuan had no idea that his parents were killed by Lin Tianke, continuing to trust him completely. Besides, Lin Tianke, this old fox, has always been good at disguise, not allowing Lin Yuan to detect anything unusual. Not until he discovered the truth did Lin Yuan realize how naive he was. Sorrow, regret, frustration, anger, despair. These emotions intertwined together, ultimately transforming into flames of revenge, blazing fiercely within his heart. From that moment on, he vowed deep inside that if given another chance, he would surely seek vengeance, leaving Lin Tianke without a burial place, whether for himself or for his parents. Fortunately, heaven was still kind to him, giving him a second chance to live. Since the beginning, Lin Yuan's fire of revenge has never dimmed. The reason he hasn't acted yet is simply because he is still accumulating strength. Even Lin Yuan had to admit, Lin Tianke truly has talent. In the previous life, relying on the influence of the Lin family group, Lin Tianke quickly formed his own power base in the Lord era, becoming one of the dominant figures in China. Therefore, it won't be easy to completely uproot Lin Tianke and his forces. Even though Lin Yuan is capable enough to handle 10 enemies alone, it doesn't mean he can easily match up against hundreds or thousands. Hence, this is why Lin Yuan wants to establish his own faction. Because one person's strength is ultimately limited. Only by forming his own faction can he gain the resources necessary to compete and negotiate with other factions. At this point, Li Bingshu added, "By the way, I heard from my dad that you've already sold off all your shares in the Lin family company. Why is your uncle still targeting you?" Lin Yuan replied indifferently, "Some things aren't as simple as you think. Even though I've sold off all my shares, I still wield significant influence within the group. Because many high-ranking elders in the group were personally promoted by my father. If Lin Tianke takes over, they might be oppressed, thus harboring natural enmity towards him. So, to be precise, these people belong to my camp. They want to support me to resist my uncle. Similarly, if Lin Tianke wants to deal with these people, he has two options. Either get rid of me or turn me into his puppet, wielding control in my name like the emperor was once used in ancient China. I chose to sell off the shares I held, and many of them must be utterly disappointed in me by now. However, I don't regret doing this. The insignificant Lin family group is no longer worth my attachment. The world we're in right now truly represents the future." Lin Yuan's tone was calm, but the words he spoke were deafening. Even Li Bingshu couldn't help but pause slightly, taken aback. It was then that she realized the Lin Yuan standing before her, though young, possessed a maturity, vision, and boldness far surpassing those of his peers. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed like a cunning hero from ancient times, gazing toward the future and planning its framework. It was clear, this boss was someone she definitely hadn't followed in error. Li Bingshu felt even more certain deep in her heart. Wang Hu emerged from the resurrection point of his territory, his face expressionless yet grim. This time, his losses were catastrophic. Not only did he lose a large amount of resources and see all of his troops wiped out, but 2 gold-tier treasures were also plundered. Bear in mind, those 2 gold-tier treasures weren't something he had obtained himself. They cost him over 100,000 yuan, bought from other players. Even for him, 100,000 yuan wasn't pocket change. To have it wasted so easily was unbearable. Just then, Wang Hu's communicator suddenly rang. Furrowing his brow, he picked up the call, speaking in a deep voice. "Feng Chong, what is it?" The sorrowful voice of the short-haired youth quickly came through the line. "Boss, our losses were tremendous this time. All of our brother's soldiers are dead, and quite a few strategic artifacts have been lost as well. Damn, if only we hadn't messed with that guy." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu grew even more irritable. "Are you saying I didn't suffer heavy losses too? Quit whining already. Soldiers can always be rebuilt, and I'll think of ways to compensate you guys. By the way, go check this out. What's the background of that guy? This grudge. I just can't let it slide." "Yeah, I'm calling you because of this matter," Feng Chong responded instinctively, swallowing hard before speaking. I just checked the kill logs. The guy who killed us, his in-game ID is Lin Yuan. That Lin Yuan who keeps spamming world announcements every day." Chapter 44. Do you know who he is? Is that guy Lin Yuan? Upon hearing this gaming ID, even Wang Hu couldn't help but pause for a moment. After all, the fame of the ID Lin Yuan was simply too big. This was the one who dominated the global rankings without question. Out of 10 players, at least 8 would recognize this name. Wang Hu obviously did not expect to have offended a player of this caliber. Feng Chong lamented with a woeful expression. "Boss, we've really kicked the hardest plate this time." "No, it's not just a hard plate. It's a titanium alloy one." "I said it. How could he solo farm a level 40 platinum boss? Turns out he's Lin Yuan." Alas, if only we had known he was Lin Yuan. Even with 10 borrowed guts, we wouldn't dare to provoke him. As Feng Chong continued his endless complaints, Wang Hu became increasingly irritated. Finally, he could no longer hold back and shouted, "What use are you as an idiot? Scared like you have no bones. What if he is Lin Yuan? He'll pay for offending me anyway." Feng Chong paused, then opened his mouth helplessly and said, "Boss, I know you can't swallow this. But the key is, there's nothing we can do about him. You see how many of us there were, yet he took us all out instantly. We're not on the same level at all. The troops under his command are way too insane." Indeed, what Feng Chong was saying came from deep in his heart. Heavy skeleton knights, high attack, high defense, high mobility, their attributes were well balanced. Moreover, they were 5th-tier units, with more than 1,000. Flame mages, with super high burst damage, 1 round of fireballs was enough to clear the field. In addition, Feng Chong saw something else behind Lin Yuan. 10 huge green dragons spiraling in the air. Feng Chong didn't even dare to speculate on what tier those green dragons were. It was precisely because of these factors that Feng Chong realized they were on entirely different levels compared to Lin Yuan. "With just as few, we definitely can't handle him." Wang Hu spoke bitterly and said, "But there will be someone who can deal with him. Don't worry, Mr. Lin will certainly stand up for us." After disconnecting the call with Feng Chong, Wang Hu dialed another person. Soon, a slightly chilly voice rang out. "Wang Hu, what's the matter?" Even upon hearing this voice, Wang Hu felt somewhat nervous. Subsequently, after taking a deep breath, he adopted an extremely obsequious tone and greeted, "Mr. Lin, it's good to hear from you again." Wang Hu knew that Lin Tianke didn't like people wasting his time, so he immediately got straight to the point. "Here's the situation. We happened to come across a platinum-grade boss while exploring in Bone Forest today." Are you incapable of dealing with it? Lin Tianke casually replied. Give me the coordinates. I'll take care of it. Go to the finance department. Each of you will receive a 200,000 yuan bonus. It must be said, Lin Tianke was very generous. Just providing the coordinates of a boss earned everyone a 200,000 yuan bonus each. For the group Wang Hu was in, that amounted to over 1,000,000 yuan. Still, compared to the treasures a platinum-grade boss might drop, that million didn't seem like much. However, Wang Hu opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly. Mr. Lin, it's not exactly that way. We intended to give you the coordinates of the boss, but something unexpected happened midway. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianke couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but his tone remained calm. Go on. Knowing Wang Hu's greedy nature, Lin Tianke understood that there could only be two reasons for Wang Hu reaching out to him now. Either they couldn't defeat this boss or some other incident occurred. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hu continued speaking. Mr. Lin, this matter concerns our rights greatly. That boss, we discovered it first. But unfortunately, there were two individuals who directly came and stole our boss away. To make Lin Tianke support them, Wang Hu wasn't afraid to twist the truth and shift the blame onto the other party. At this point, Lin Tianke arched an eyebrow and asked, two individuals stole your boss right from under your noses? How many of you were there? Eight. A sly smile crept onto Lin Tianke's lips. You 8 people couldn't contend with 2 people? He finally realized why Wang Hu had approached him. It seemed like they had gotten themselves into trouble. You see, although Wang Hu and his group weren't among the top-tier lords in terms of strength, they had reaped numerous benefits from him, making them relatively upper-middle-class lords. And yet, they were utterly wiped out by just 2 individuals. This gave a glimpse into just how formidable the other side truly was. As it turned out, Lin Tianke didn't realize that Wang Hu's claim of being taken down by 2 people was already a prettified version of what actually happened. The truth was, Li Bingqiu hadn't even participated in the fight. It was Lin Yuan alone who had wiped them all out. And the entire ordeal took no more than 10 minutes. Just then, Wang Hu clenched his teeth again and spoke. If it was only about losing the battle because of our inferior skills, I wouldn't be so angry. Being robbed of the boss would have been something we'd have to accept. But the crux of the matter is, when I told them I was part of the Lin Corporation and working under you, they still dared to insult you, saying that the Lin Corporation isn't something you have the authority to control. Lin Tianke couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. Truth be told, he clearly wasn't pleased with Wang Hu throwing his name around carelessly to suppress others. However, he was more curious about who this person was and why they would say such things. With that thought, Lin Tianke directly asked, did you find out this guy's identity? Not yet. All we know for now is his gaming ID, Lin Yuan. Wang Hu seemed to catch the displeasure in Lin Tianke's tone and couldn't help but become enthusiastic. But if Mr. Lin cares, I'll immediately arrange someone to investigate. Who in the entire Lin Corporation doesn't know that Mr. Lin is the boss? This guy's arrogance needs to be put in its place. I say just reset him completely. With Mr. Lin's abilities, dealing with someone so ignorant of their place would be as easy as turning your hand over, right? What he needed to do was incite Lin Tianke's hostility toward Lin Yuan. Only then would Lin Tianke possibly help him deal with Lin Yuan. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Tianke chuckled again and said lightly, you really do think a lot for me. Wang Hu let out a silly laugh. Of course. What affects Mr. Lin affects me. Lin Tianke asked indifferently. Do you know who this Lin Yuan is? Who is he? Wang Hu's heart sank, suddenly having an ominous premonition. Lin Tianke smiled faintly and answered, my nephew, Lin Yuan. Chapter 45. Abnormal Corpses, Bone White Crystals. After Lin Tianke said this, Wang Hu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. No, to be more accurate, it was as if his scalp would burst open. The person he had offended turned out to be the nephew of Boss Lin? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. These two names were so similar. He should have realized this long ago. Right at this moment, Wang Hu almost wanted to slap himself hard. You're deceiving me. Just as Wang Hu was filled with remorse, Lin Tianke's voice suddenly rang in his ear. In an instant, Wang Hu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He quickly opened his mouth, fawningly saying, Boss Lin, I'm just your dog. Is there anything about me that you don't know? How could I possibly deceive you? Wang Hu, I've told you many times. Lin Tianke said coolly, don't treat me like a fool. I'll give you one more chance to recount everything to me. If there is even half a lie, you know the consequences. Bear in mind, Lin Tianke was exceedingly cunning and would certainly pick up on Wang Hu's half-truths. After being mercilessly uncovered by Lin Tianke, Wang Hu no longer dared to continue lying. Deflated like an eggplant frostbitten, he quickly recounted every detail of the matter. It seems, my nephew is quite extraordinary after all. After hearing the entire account, Lin Tianke did not become angry but instead spoke with deep significance. To be honest, Wang Hu didn't care how pitiful he and his associates were. Bluntly speaking, people willing to work for him were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Wang Hu was only able to speak to Lin Tianke because Lin Tianke considered him somewhat capable. Judging from this incident alone, Wang Hu could be considered exceptionally stupid. Such a waste of space might as well not exist. What Lin Tianke truly cared about was Lin Yuan alone. After all, if he intended to completely take over the Lin group, then Lin Yuan was his biggest obstacle. If Lin Yuan were merely a second-generation rich guy with no capabilities, he might still let him off the hook, giving him a few billion yuan so he could live extravagantly. However, Lin Yuan's current performance had clearly surpassed Lin Tianke's expectations. Whether it was his operation selling group shares or his abilities shown during gaming, they all made Lin Tianke feel a sense of crisis. He didn't think that Lin Yuan's selling of all shares was merely for the sake of gaming. If it really was, the cost of playing games would simply be too high. Moreover, Lin Tianke himself also played this game and, with his keen business acumen, quickly realized that this game was far from simple. Just from the perspective of the reality level of this game, it already showed no difference from the real world. In time, this game might even develop into a second world. Any leader with foresight would never miss the opportunity to develop within this Lord world. Frankly speaking, Lin Yuan now made Lin Tianke feel threatened. If it came to action, he would unhesitatingly eliminate Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan was his own nephew, it wouldn't make a difference. In Lin Tianke's heart, there was only a desire for power left. Had he truly valued family bonds, he wouldn't have designed such a car accident to harm Lin Yuan's parents. As for anyone who stood in his way, Lin Tianke didn't intend to let any of them go. At this very moment, Wang Hu also discerned that the relationship between Lin Tianke and Lin Yuan, uncle and nephew, seemed less than amicable. Given that he was as shrewd as ever, if he couldn't even figure this out, all his years of experience would be wasted. After hesitating for a while, Wang Hu tentatively asked, "Boss Lin, if you need help, I can deal with this kid for you." Lin Tianke replied without mercy, "With your bunch of misfits." After hearing this, instead of feeling ashamed, Wang Hu became excited, because Lin Tianke's words implied that he also intended to deal with Lin Yuan. Thinking about this, Wang Hu immediately lowered his voice, saying, "We alone obviously can't achieve anything. But if Boss Lin supports us from behind, it will be different." Lin Tianke smiled lightly, asking, "Do you think I'll help you against my own nephew?" Wang Hu said seriously, "It's entirely up to Boss Lin. Out of respect for our past relationship, I will instruct finance to transfer 500 million yuan to you." Lin Tianke said calmly, "But after this money is transferred, we won't have any connection anymore. And the grudges between you and Lin Yuan are none of my concern. Even so, he is still my nephew." Upon hearing these words, Wang Hu first slightly froze, then quickly reacted, and his face involuntarily revealed a hint of joy. "All right, I understand." Wang Hu certainly understood Lin Tianke's implication. The latter's unspoken meaning was that he needed Wang Hu to act against Lin Yuan on his behalf, but he himself would never personally get involved. Even if he had already conceived murderous intentions toward Lin Yuan deep down, he still called him nephew on the surface. If there was ever an epitome of hypocrisy, it was none other than Lin Tianke. And once again, Wang Hu was presented with only two options. Either accept the 500 million yuan to act against Lin Yuan, restricting his development as much as possible, or simply take the money without doing anything. After all, Lin Yuan wasn't some pushover. But choosing the latter meant incurring Lin Tianke's boundless wrath. Thus, how to choose had already become clear. Should this task be accomplished neatly, perhaps his worth in Lin Tianke's eyes might rise further. Moreover, he had originally planned to deal with Lin Yuan. With Lin Tianke's assistance, Wang Hu's confidence had grown even more. After dealing with Wang Hu and his crew, Lin Yuan did not rush to leave. Li Bingshu looked at him and curiously asked, "You're not leaving?" Lin Yuan ignored her and instead began looking around, finally fixing his gaze on the corpse of the bone spirit mage. Ordinarily, even the corpse of a boss would typically only remain for 10 minutes. Once the time was up, it would vanish automatically. Yet, the bone spirit mage's body hadn't disappeared yet, clearly suggesting there was something unusual about it. Before Li Bingshu could figure out what Lin Yuan intended to do, the latter had already stepped forward, heavily stomping on the skull of the bone spirit mage. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering bones, the skull was instantly crushed into pieces by Lin Yuan. Then, a bone-white irregular crystal immediately rolled out from the shattered skull. Chapter 46, The Hidden Plot of the Bones Land. What is this? Li Bingshu looked with astonishment at the bone-white crystal and asked curiously. Lin Yuan wasn't too surprised. He calmly picked up the bone-white crystal and explained indifferently. Nothing special, just a unique item used to activate a hidden plot. Hidden plot? Li Bingshu paused slightly and asked instinctively. How do you know about it? Did you forget that I'm a reborn individual? Lin Yuan said. All right, stop asking questions and follow me. After hearing this, Li Bingshu didn't hesitate at all and quickly caught up with Lin Yuan's pace. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingshu still asked suspiciously, "Are you really a reborn individual?" Lin Yuan glanced at her and said calmly, "I don't intend to repeat the same thing twice. If you're not willing to believe me, it's fine." Then Li Bingshu questioned again. "If you know this crystal can initiate a hidden plot, why didn't you come to this bone forest?" "Because I didn't remember." Li Bingshu, your answer is so straightforward. Actually, what Lin Yuan said was indeed the truth. Even though he was a reborn person, he was not omniscient or omnipotent. Especially for some early game affairs, there was no way he could remember them clearly. It was only after seeing that the bone spirit mage's body hadn't disappeared that he remembered there seemed to be a hidden plot in the bone forest. And this bone-white crystal within the bone spirit mage's skull was the key to initiating the hidden plot. Subsequently, Li Bingshu, who was like a curious baby, asked, "Since you're a reborn person, what about my past life? I must have been doing pretty well, right?" "That isn't true. You had a miserable time, having been reset many times by others. In the end, you cried and begged me to take you in." "Li Bingshu, I suspect you're lying to me." "I'm telling the truth." "So Chinese people don't lie to each other." "You damn liar." "All right, I did lie," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Actually, I didn't take you in. I just watched as you were reset by them." Li Bingshu, you're such a dog. Humph, now I know, in the past life, you must have been my suitor, falling under my charm, but I didn't accept you. Li Bingqiu proudly lifted her snow-white chin. So when you were reborn, you found me first, went to great lengths to become my boss, ordering me around, trying to make up for the regrets from the previous life. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Your imagination would have made a good novelist. Hehe, I guessed right. Li Bingqiu raised her head and revealed a brilliant smile. However, just as she was about to continue, Lin Yuan interrupted her words. All right, we've arrived. We've arrived. Upon hearing this, Li Bingqiu instinctively turned her head and was startled so much that she instinctively stepped back. What appeared before her was a desolate graveyard, surrounded by dozens of tombstones standing haphazardly. To say the least, as a woman, Li Bingqiu's psychological endurance was decent. Despite being frightened, she regained her composure rather quickly. What is this place? Li Bingqiu blankly asked. Truly never expected there would be such a place in the Bones Forest. Lin Yuan didn't respond, but started searching among the graves on his own. Although Li Bingqiu didn't know what he was looking for, she didn't ask either, quietly following behind Lin Yuan. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Lin Yuan finally stopped in front of a gravestone. This gravestone bore no epitaph, and it was unknown whose tomb it belonged to. All that could be seen was an irregular groove. However, Li Bingqiu soon realized that this groove might perfectly fit the bone-white crystal Lin Yuan had just obtained. Could it be? Just as Li Bingqiu was guessing, Lin Yuan directly pulled out the bone-white crystal and inserted it into the groove on the gravestone. Immediately, a deep sound echoed. This gravestone actually slowly sank into the ground. All around, chilling winds blew, sending shivers down their spines. Instinctively, Li Bingqiu moved closer to Lin Yuan, swallowing saliva. What's happening? Do I need to ask? The hidden plot has been triggered. Get ready for battle. After saying this, Lin Yuan immediately ordered Artoria and Kalin to stand in front of him, while instructing his troops to prepare for battle. Shortly after, the soil around them began to heave. One skeleton after another clawed its way out of the graves, coming back to life and encircling Lin Yuan and Li Bingqiu. Moreover, these skeletons were clearly not ordinary low-tier ones. Among these skeletons, some wielded dual swords, others gripped massive axes, and still others, despite their bodies being completely rotted, wore black armor that showed no sign of rust. Protect Lord Lin. Artoria shouted a command and rushed forward first, mercilessly slashing with her longsword. A brilliant holy light suddenly erupted from the sword's edge. Holy light slash. However, the skeletons before Artoria immediately raised their shields in defense. The rusted great shield somehow managed to block the holy light slash. Artoria's attack only succeeded in reducing the skeleton's health by about 1/10. And there were dozens more skeletons like it. Witnessing this scene, Li Bingqiu quickly grasped the situation. These skeletons don't seem ordinary. Even if they aren't bosses, they must be at least elite-level monsters. That's expected, Lin Yuan calmly explained. In the backstory, all the skeletons buried here are adventurers who died at the hands of the Bone Spirit Mage. After killing them, the Bone Spirit Mage experimented on their corpses. Although they were all failed experiments, these corpses still transformed into powerful undead creatures with attributes that rival those of a boss monster. That's reasonable. So the Bone Spirit Mage buried their remains here, and once the trap is triggered, they launch an indiscriminate attack on any intruders. Chapter 47. Level 45 Boss, the Skeleton Giant. So that's how it is. Li Bingqiu nodded slightly and said, then these skeletons, can you deal with them? Lin Yuan smiled faintly and replied, if I can't handle them, then no one else can either. As soon as he finished speaking, the 200 flame mages behind him attacked at the same time. Upon the completion of their incantations, a total of 200 burst fireballs simultaneously bombarded the skeleton holding the heavy shield. Despite its formidable defense, it was still unable to withstand such an attack. Amidst a dazzling explosion of fiery light, the shield-wielding skeleton was instantly killed, leaving nothing but scattered bones on the ground. However, the strength of these skeletons before their eyes was not limited to this. Before these flame mages could select their next focus fire target, a shadowy figure swiftly lunged toward them. With one swift stroke, it effortlessly decapitated a flame mage. Although these flame mages had high burst damage, they were not without weaknesses. The biggest flaw of this unit was their extremely fragile bodies. Once they were engaged in melee combat, they would have no chance to retaliate. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally recognized his opponent, a black skeleton armed with dual daggers. Before Lin Yuan could issue the command to focus fire on it, the black skeleton transformed into a blur once more. This creature's speed was too fast, making it impossible for the flame mages to lock onto it. Even the time spent chanting their spells was more than enough for it to escape from its original position. However, if they chose to ignore it, the flame mages under Lin Yuan's command would be wiped out within a short period of time. After all, in Lin Yuan's eyes, flame mages were quite precious. Though both the heavy armored skeleton knights and the flame mages were 5th tier units, their values differed significantly. The former was a renewable resource and could be summoned after each battle using corpses from the battlefield. Flame mages, however, could only be recruited from the Mages Guild after the weekly recruitment list was refreshed. Realizing this, Lin Yuan immediately ordered, all flame mages, disperse your positions. Each flame mage must ensure there are 2 heavy armored skeleton knights nearby to provide protection. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan made the tactical arrangement. In this way, even if they couldn't completely eliminate the skeleton assassin, they could at least slow down its killing efficiency. Sure enough, under the protection of the heavy armored skeleton knights, the situation for the skeleton assassin became more difficult. Even if it tried to make a forced assault against the flame mages, it would inevitably suffer attacks from the heavy armored skeleton knights. Under such circumstances, the health points of the skeleton assassin were continuously dropping. However, these skeletal creatures did not fear death. They carried out their orders like machines, showing no concern for their own lives. In just 2 or 3 minutes, over 10 flame mages had fallen to the skeleton assassin's hands, and yet its health remained more than half full. At this rate, Lin Yuan estimated that he would lose at least 30 or 40 flame mages. This also made Lin Yuan realize an issue. His current lineup struggled somewhat when facing assassin-type units. Had he chosen control-based frost mages earlier, it would have been a nightmare for assassins. Still, every unit had its unique characteristics, and Lin Yuan did not regret his choices. Fortunately, it was at this moment that Artoria finally freed herself up. Just as the skeleton assassin prepared to make another move, Artoria didn't hesitate to raise her longsword high. Holy restraint. Sacred light instantly enveloped the body of the skeleton assassin and immobilized it on the spot. And the surrounding flame mages, naturally leaving no mercy, quickly completed their chants. Burst fireballs immediately rained down upon it. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of burst fireballs instantly bombarded the skeleton assassin. Its originally significant portion of health bar didn't last even a second before being depleted. After taking down the most troublesome skeleton assassin, dealing with the other skeletons wasn't so challenging anymore. With the heavy armored skeleton knights in front as the vanguard, all Lin Yuan needed to do was order the flame mages to focus fire and eliminate them one by one. In no time, under these circumstances, the skeletons fell one by one before Lin Yuan. Although quite a number of heavy armored skeleton knights had fallen on Lin Yuan's side, he didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for it. Finally, under the combined firepower of the flame mages, the last skeleton crumbled into a pile of bone fragments. At this sight, Li Bingqiu blankly asked, "Is it over?" However, Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Sure enough, as soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, another bizarre phenomenon occurred before their eyes. All the bones scattered on the ground seemed to be drawn by some kind of force, flying in one direction. Ultimately, what was unimaginable happened. These bones reassembled and formed a colossal skeleton giant standing about 6 to 7 meters tall. Seeing the skeleton giant towering over them as high as 2 or 3 floors, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. The next second, the attributes of the skeleton giant were revealed before them. Skeleton giant. Platinum level boss. Level 45. Health points 350,000. Attack 1470 to 2280. Defense 1050. Skills: Bone Smashing Strike, Death Impact, Soul Hammer. Comprised of the bones of countless mighty warriors, the skeleton giant wields destructive power. It will mercilessly crush all foes underfoot and toss broken corpses in every direction. Li Bingqiu clearly did not expect that the skeleton giant before them would turn out to be a platinum level boss at level 45. Not only is its level 5 levels higher than the Bone Spirit Mage, but its hit points reach an astonishing total of 350,000. Heavy armored skeleton knights, charge. Faced with this formidable boss, Lin Yuan wasted no time in ordering the heavy armored skeleton knights under his command to initiate the charge. Even the skeletal knights riding bone horses still appeared tiny like dwarfs before the massive skeleton giant. "You can't stop me." A thunderous roar erupted from the skeleton giant's mouth. Instantly after, the enormous axe in its hand swung forward with great force. These heavily armed knights had no chance to even close in before being hurled far away by the sheer might of the axe, crashing onto the ground hard and shattering into pieces. Even against 5th-tier heavy armor units, this skeleton giant could effortlessly perform instant kills. Chapter 48. Hidden Plot Ends. Mysterious Coffin. However, as he looked at the scene before him, Lin Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest. This was because he had never believed that these heavily armored skeleton knights alone could take care of the skeletal giant in front of them. If it were truly that easy, then this platinum-level boss would be too worthless. Lin Yuan's real goal was merely to buy time, creating space for the flame mage to unleash attacks. Just as the skeletal giant was forcibly held back, the flame mage wasted no time and launched an offensive. More than 100 explosive fireballs hurled directly towards the direction where the skeletal giant stood. Boom, 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 boom. -389. -374. -286. Blood-red damage numbers floated up from the top of the skeletal giant's head. It must be said, the flame mage's damage was indeed quite substantial. A single round of focused fire reduced more than 40,000 of the skeletal giant's hit points. The skeletal giant's health bar immediately dropped by a visible margin. Damn, humans. The skeletal giant suddenly lifted its head, the soul fire within its eye sockets blazing intensely. Following this, in midair, there materialized out of nowhere a dark green heavy hammer. Before Lin Yuan could react, the hammer slammed downward into the void. Dong! Accompanied by a profoundly dull sound, all troops under Lin Yuan's command entered a state of dizziness. Clearly, this was the skeletal giant's skill, Soul Hammer. This skill, although dealing no direct damage, forced all enemy forces involved in the attack into a mandatory stun status. And the duration of the stun lasted a full 10 seconds. All of you belong in hell. The skeletal giant swung its enormous axe again, cutting down another group of heavily armored skeleton knights. 10 seconds was more than enough for the skeletal giant to reach the flame mage. But, just at that moment, a group of 4th stage knights charged directly toward the skeletal giant, managing to block it just in time. Originally, after the troops under Lin Yuan's command were stunned, Li Bingqiu directly led her own troops to reinforce up front. She did this simply to give Lin Yuan enough time. Never expected you'd actually be somewhat useful. Lin Yuan glanced at Li Bingqiu and smiled lightly while speaking. Of course I am. Li Bingqiu raised her head with an air of pride. I'm smart, alright? After several seconds, Lin Yuan's troops finally recovered from their stunned state. The heavily armored skeleton knights initiated another charge. The flame mage began chanting spells once more. Despite the skeletal giant's fierce attacks, they still could not break through the circle formed by the heavily armored skeleton knights. In such circumstances, all it could do was to helplessly watch as its own HP plummeted wildly. 300,000, 250,000, 200,000, 150,000. Finally, under the relentless focus fire from Lin Yuan's forces, the skeletal giant's bloodline dropped below 100,000. You cannot escape. The curse of death. The soul fire in the skeletal giant's eye sockets burned fiercely again. Subsequently, black energy ripples spread instantly around. These black energies appear to have extremely potent corrosive properties. All heavily armored skeleton knights who came into contact with the black energy quickly crumbled apart completely. This was the skeletal giant's ace move, Death Shock. Just one round of Death Shock killed over 100 heavily armored skeleton soldiers. Even Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated that its skill could explode with such terrifying power. Fortunately, even this skeletal giant seemed unable to continuously activate Death Shock. Another batch of heavily armed skeleton knights charged forward again, surrounding the skeletal giant once more. At this moment, even Li Bingqiu standing beside Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Your skeleton troops are just too cheap. They're just indestructible. If I were the boss, I'd already have been driven crazy by you. That's not true, Lin Yuan chuckled as he replied. It's purely an advantage in numbers. So how can you say I'm playing unfairly? As the two were talking, the skeletal giant's HP had already dropped below 50,000. Subsequently, with the flame mage's next round of concentrated fire, the skeletal giant's HP was finally completely depleted. Its massive body crashed onto the ground with a thunderous crash. It's over. With the giant skeleton finally dead, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It had to be said that this skeletal giant was indeed quite formidable. During this battle, Lin Yuan had lost no fewer than 400 heavily armed skeleton knights. His skeletal forces had been directly reduced to just half their original size. Even for him, this was already quite a significant loss. Afterward, Lin Yuan stepped forward and cautiously felt around the skeletal giant's corpse. However, as expected, he didn't find anything. Strictly speaking, this skeletal giant was a special boss that only appeared during hidden plot missions, so it wasn't unusual for it not to drop anything. But Li Bingqiu wouldn't have any of it. She complained with dissatisfaction. This boss is way too stingy. It could have dropped at least one strategic artifact just for show. An esteemed platinum-level boss who doesn't even drop a single hair after dying. How does that make any sense? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then, he spoke indifferently. There's no need to dwell on these things. The reward from this hidden plot is far more valuable than just one or two strategic artifacts. Li Bingqiu blinked in surprise, looking startled as she asked, What? Is the hidden plot over already? Of course. Look over there. Lin Yuan turned around and pointed toward the direction of the tombstone. A dilapidated Nanmu coffin slowly broke through the soil beneath the tombstone and emerged before their eyes. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately moved forward. Wait for me. Realizing what was happening, Li Bingqiu quickly hurried after him. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the coffin. Staring at the coffin before her, Li Bingqiu's eyes involuntarily lit up with curiosity. What exactly is inside this coffin? You'll know if we open it. After saying that, Lin Yuan extended his hand to personally open the coffin. Chapter 49, A Perfect Skeleton Life. Screech. With a slight sound, the coffin in front of them was directly opened by Lin Yuan. At the moment the coffin was opened, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but hold her breath involuntarily. Subsequently, the scene inside the coffin also appeared before their eyes. There was clearly a skeleton in the coffin. However, the white bones on this skeleton were as pure and smooth as jade, without any flaws. If skeletons had beauty and ugliness, then the one in front of them would definitely be considered extremely handsome. Besides this skeleton, there was only a broken sheepskin scroll left in the coffin. Lin Yuan extended his hand without hesitation, picked up that sheepskin scroll, and quickly scanned it. Li Bingqiu asked with curiosity, What's written on it? You can take it yourself. After finishing reading, Lin Yuan casually threw the scroll to Li Bingqiu. To be honest, even if he didn't browse the scroll, he could roughly guess its content. Because what was recorded on this sheepskin scroll was entirely the confession of the bone spirit mage. After hiding into the skeleton forest, he never gave up his study on skeletal magic. Due to his own great power, all adventurers who pursued him into the skeleton forest died at his hands and became his test subjects. His ultimate goal was to create a truly perfect skeletal creature. In his view, a perfect skeletal creature not only needed to have strong powers, but also the wisdom of humans. Otherwise, no matter how mighty a creature might be, it was still equivalent to a wild beast. Such an outcome was naturally unacceptable for the bone spirit mage. The reason why the bone spirit mage stubbornly wanted to create a perfect skeletal creature was because only through this could he prove that his research direction was correct. Sometimes, the line between genius and madness is very thin. In the process, the bone spirit mage experienced countless failures. Even those skeletal creatures transformed from the bones of powerful individuals remained mindless beasts with nothing but strength. Once they lost his control, they turned into monsters knowing nothing but killing. Failure after failure made the bone spirit mage disheartened. In the end, he even tried connecting the bones of many strong individuals together, creating a skeletal giant with terrifying strength. However, the most critical issue was never resolved. How to make the skeletal creature gain intelligence became a riddle he could never solve. Finally, through an accidental opportunity, the bone spirit mage obtained the corpse of a top-tier powerhouse. Possessing this corpse was almost like obtaining a treasure for him. The bone spirit mage spent countless valuable materials and utilized all his capabilities to refine this powerhouse's body into a skeleton. He named this skeleton Ugthar, the name of the god of death in ancient mythology. It can be imagined just how much expectation the bone spirit mage held towards this skeleton. However, to his surprise, this skeleton did not produce its own consciousness like other skeletal creatures when refined. This highly anticipated skeleton seemed to him merely like an empty shell. Soon, a bold conjecture arose in the bone spirit mage's heart. If this skeleton was viewed as an empty shell, did it mean that transplanting a live person's consciousness into it would allow it to gain intelligence? In this way, he could meaningfully create a skeletal life form that was both immensely powerful and possessed human thought. A perfect skeleton. However, how to transplant a living person's consciousness into this skeleton became another difficult challenge for the bone spirit mage. It was precisely under such circumstances that an even crazier idea arose in the bone spirit mage's heart. He would transplant his own consciousness into this skeleton. Keep in mind, he himself was different. The failure of his magical experiments had already transformed him into a skeletal being. It was exactly due to this that his consciousness was entirely stored in the soul crystal within his skull. As long as this soul crystal could be transplanted onto this skeleton, perhaps the latter could possess intelligence, and he would attain rebirth in another form. Although the plan seemed good, the bone spirit mage lacked the courage to execute it. After all of this was mere conjecture. If the experiment failed, he would fall into the abyss of eternal doom. All the efforts he had made before would be reduced to nothing more than a fleeting cloud in the sky. It was precisely because of this that he dared not take the gamble. Therefore, the bone spirit mage had arranged such a setup, burying this skeleton here and setting up a mechanism which could only be opened with his soul crystal. In this way, even if he died one day, someone would discover his secret and find this buried skeleton. Likewise, only by embedding his soul crystal into this skeleton would there be a possibility for its revival. Although the bone spirit mage had already perished, he could return from hell under another identity. This guy, he really is insane. Even after reading through the content on the sheepskin scroll, a touch of shock flickered across Li Bingchu's eyes. He's a madman, but also a genius, Lin Yuan said indifferently. He spent his entire life striving for one thing, to create a perfect skeletal creature. Soon, his ideal will come true. After saying this, Lin Yuan directly reached out and took off the soul crystal originally embedded on the tombstone. Subsequently, he gently placed it on the forehead of the skeleton in the coffin. The next second, an incredible scene appeared. The soul crystal transformed into countless ghostly white threads, fusing into the skull of the skeleton. Watching this strange phenomenon, Li Bingchu couldn't help but flash a look of astonishment, having no idea what was happening. Time flowed away second by second. About 20 or 30 seconds passed. Finally, the skeleton moved. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones grinding against each other, the skeleton slowly sat up. Its eye sockets ignited with eerie green flames of the soul, and with a cold gaze, it looked straight at Lin Yuan. Human, was it you who awakened me? Chapter 50, Skeleton King, Ugthar. It was me who awakened you and gave you a second life. Lin Yuan faced the skeleton's gaze without hesitation and said calmly, "Therefore, from now on, you will fight for me. And I am your only master." After Lin Yuan's words, the soul fire in the skull's eye sockets immediately flashed violently. Finally, the flickering soul fire gradually calmed down. Then the skeleton opened his mouth with confusion. "Who am I?" Lin Yuan smiled, as if he had known all along that he would ask such a question, and answered indifferently. "Your name is Ugthar, the death spirit god in ancient mythology, and even more so, the future skeleton king." Ugthar was the name given by the bone spirit mage to this skeleton. In a sense, Lin Yuan could also be considered to have inherited his legacy. "My name is Ugthar?" Upon hearing this name, the skeleton seemed to have been activated. The look of confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated. Subsequently, he directly knelt on one knee before Lin Yuan and declared firmly, "Great master, from now on, Ugthar shall fight for you." Seeing this scene right before her eyes, Li Bingchu was completely stunned. Can it really be this easy? She tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "What exactly is going on? Did you just subdue this skeleton like that? Or what?" Lin Yuan turned his head and whispered in a voice only Li Bingchu could hear. Actually, there are two endings to this hidden storyline. The current him, although possessing the consciousness of the bone spirit mage, has lost all his memories. If we let this guy know his real identity, then he will choose to kill us. Let me add, this skeleton's strength is equivalent to that of a level 50 diamond tier boss. After hearing these words, Li Bingchu's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. She obviously hadn't expected the skeleton before her eyes to possess such formidable strength. A level 50 diamond tier boss meant he was more powerful than the previous skeleton giant by more than just one level. Subsequently, Lin Yuan continued slowly. As for the second ending of this hidden storyline, It involves allowing him to accept a new identity. This way, he will recognize you as his leader and choose to serve you loyally. Li Bingshu couldn't help but widen her eyes. There are operations like this? Lin Yuan smiled without saying anything. Though this choice might seem simple, for those players who don't know the correct answer, they might not necessarily be able to make the right choice. After Uxer chose to recognize Lin Yuan as his master, his attribute panel appeared before the latter. Hero, Uxer. S-Class Hero. Title, Skeleton King. Level 1. Health, 750 of 750. Mana, 150 out of 150. Attack, 140 to 230. Defense, 70. Strength, 90. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 85. As Lin Yuan had anticipated, this skeleton named Uxer was indeed an S-Class hero. His basic attributes fully met the standard of an S-Class hero. However, what Lin Yuan truly valued wasn't Uxer's basic attributes, but rather the skills that he hadn't yet awakened. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately opened the auction house and began checking the price of hero experience books. Each Shuji hero experience book provided 1,000 points of hero experience, with a market price of about 500 gold coins. Each Dongji hero experience book provided 5,000 points of hero experience, with a market price of about 3,000 gold coins. Each Gaoji hero experience book provided 20,000 points of hero experience, with a market price of about 18,000 gold coins. The higher the level of the hero experience book, the more expensive it became. Especially Gaoji hero experience books, where each point of experience was worth 1 yuan when calculated. After all, every hero has a daily limit on how many hero experience books they can use. Such an exorbitant unit price naturally isn't something ordinary lords can afford. But for Lin Yuan, it wasn't much of an issue at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly purchased 100 Gaoji hero experience books with a snap of his fingers. Lin Yuan didn't even bat an eye as he spent 1,800,000 coins. For him, money was merely a string of numbers. The only thing that made Lin Yuan somewhat frustrated was that this Uxer, clearly a level 50 diamond tier boss, after being recruited by himself, became a level 1 hero. Could it be that this was the legendary scenario where turning dark made one 10 times stronger, while redemption made one 3 times weaker? Subsequently, without any hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately used the Advanced Hero Experience book on Uxer. Beep. You have successfully used the Advanced Hero Experience book. Your hero, Uxer, has gained 20,000 hero experience. Beep. You have successfully used the Advanced Hero Experience book. Your hero, Uxer, has gained 20,000 hero experience. Beep. You have successfully used. The system prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Yuan's ears. The white glow of leveling up continuously illuminated Uxer's body. With such an enormous amount of experience, Uxer's level rose all the way to 17. Moreover, Uxer instantly comprehended 3 skills. Hero Uxer successfully comprehends skill, Bone Throne. Hero Uxer successfully comprehends skill, Bone Magic Blade. Hero Uxer successfully comprehends skill, Summon Bone Giant. Afterwards, Lin Yuan directly opened Uxer's attribute panel and began examining the detailed descriptions of these 3 skills. Skill, Bone Throne. Passive skill. Description, skeleton troops under Uxer's command will gain a plus 20% increase in attack, defense, attack speed, and movement speed. 10% of all damage dealt by skeleton troops will automatically be converted into true damage. Upon seeing the description of this skill, a flash of excitement involuntarily flickered through Lin Yuan's eyes, causing his breathing to become slightly labored. He wasn't mistaken. What he had been eagerly anticipating was precisely this skill. Bone Throne, an absolutely divine passive skill. Even heroes of the same race possess their own specialties. Take undead heroes as an example. Like Vampire Count Dracula, who excels at commanding vampires. Lich Master Claire, who excels at commanding necromancers. Walking Corpse Rage Stronger, who excels at commanding zombies. Only when a suitable hero is paired with the appropriate troop type can they unleash their greatest potential. As for the Bone King Uxer that Lin Yuan had just subdued, there was no doubt that he was absolutely the most skilled hero in commanding skeleton troops, possibly the only one capable of doing so. Chapter 51, God Tier Passive Skill, Bone Throne. The passive skill, Bone Throne, not only allows for a significant increase in the attributes of skeleton units, but more importantly, this skill can convert part of the damage dealt by skeleton units into true damage. It should be noted that the majority of skeleton units do not have particularly high ranks. Because of this, the damage output of skeleton units is generally low as well. Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, many lords favored the use of the skeleton C tactic. Skeletons are easy to produce and convenient to amass in large quantities. Even without special artifacts like the skull of the Skeleton King, ghost race lords could still use Raise Undead to transform corpses into skeleton warriors. However, skeletons transformed through Raise Undead were always of the lowest tier and could not be fused or upgraded into higher tier skeleton types. Even so, it was often sufficient. Once the number of skeleton units reached a certain threshold, they could still achieve results similar to how ants overwhelm an elephant. Besides, being a cannon fodder unit meant that even if skeleton soldiers died, no one would feel any remorse. Hence, numerous ghost race lords managed to quickly build up their advantage early on in the game using the skeleton C strategy. However, by mid-game, the weaknesses of this tactic began to show. As the ranks of other units increased, skeletons appeared increasingly weaker against higher tier units. Even when facing just a 4th rank heavy knight, the attack of skeleton units would fail to penetrate the opponent's defenses. In such circumstances, numbers had little to no meaning. Therefore, the Skeleton Sea strategy was eventually abandoned by most Ghost Race lords. Still, exceptions exist. Some Ghost Race lords continue to use and innovate upon the Skeleton Sea strategy. They leveraged the abilities of heroes or artifacts, thereby granting their skeletons greater combat power. What was a cannon fodder unit for others became, in their hands, an army capable of surrounding and slaughtering dragons. The ghost hero Uxar was perfectly suited to lead a skeleton horde using the Skeleton Sea tactic. Under his leadership, the skeleton units not only gained attribute boosts but also possessed true damage. What is true damage? It is the kind of damage that ignores defense. That means even a first-rank skeleton, when facing a 9th-rank dragon, can still penetrate its defenses and deal damage. It's no exaggeration to say that whether angels, demons, or dragons, given enough skeleton units, nothing was impossible to kill. Ever since he saw the description of the Bone Throne skill, Lin Yuan had already made up his mind. From now on, his skeleton forces would be under Uxar's command. Lin Yuan believed that with this hero paired with the artifact, Bone of the Skeleton King, his skeleton armies would surely unleash their strongest potential. Afterwards, Lin Yuan reviewed Uxar's other 2 skills. Skill, Bone Magic Blade. Active skill. Description, Uxar extracts one of his own ribs as a blade and casts bone magic onto it, transforming it into the Bone Magic Blade. When wielding the Bone Magic Blade, Uxar gains a 35% attack bonus, 25% critical hit rate boost, and 25% critical hit damage boost. Simultaneously, enemies struck by the Bone Magic Blade will be inflicted with the Bone Curse, causing all their attributes to decrease by 10%. Upon seeing the introduction of this skill, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but momentarily pause in surprise. It must be said, Uxar was truly a fierce individual, using his own rib as a weapon. However, there was no doubt about the potency of this skill. Not only did it provide significant personal enhancement to Uxar, but it also allowed him to curse enemies, reducing their power. It was undeniably powerful. As for the third skill, Lin Yuan didn't even need to read the description, he could roughly guess it. Skill, Summon Bone Giant. Active skill. Description, upon activation, this skill summons a bone giant that completely obeys Uxar's commands. Moreover, the specific attributes of the bone giant depend on Uxar's hero level. Bone Throne, Bone Magic Blade, Summon Bone Giant. Not one of these skills was wasted. Uxar indeed deserved his S-tier hero status. This made Uxar the 3rd S-tier hero Lin Yuan had recruited. Finally, Lin Yuan's massive skeleton army found a suitable commander. As for Li Bingqiu beside him, he was utterly stunned into silence by Lin Yuan's maneuvers. If I'm not mistaken, this guy was only level 1 just dozens of seconds ago, right? Li Bingqiu blurted out in a daze. Where do you get so many hero experience books? Of course I bought them. Lin Yuan glanced at her and explained with a casual tone. It didn't cost much, just less than 2 million. Li Bingqiu. You call that not spending much? I'm sorry, my poverty has restricted my imagination. Having money really does mean you can do anything without restraint. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directly showed Li Bingqiu the attributes of Uxar. Even though Uxar was only level 17, his basic attributes were already almost catching up to her Rose Knight Kaling. Even Li Bingqiu had to admit, compared to S-tier heroes, A-tier heroes were indeed somewhat inferior. Li Bingqiu took a deep breath and said, Congratulations, you've acquired another S-tier hero. S-tier heroes aren't really that special, Lin Yuan remarked. The key lies in suitability. Choose according to your own development route. After hearing this, Li Bingqiu felt like she wanted to complain endlessly in her heart. However, she managed to hold herself back. Because Lin Yuan indeed had the qualifications to say such things. Consider this. The guy could give away recruitment tokens for S-tier heroes as if they were trinkets, simply because he had no use for them. And just at that moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. If it weren't for you bringing me here, I might have never recalled this hidden storyline. Li Bingqiu paused for a moment and then teased him with a smile. So what? Is the boss planning to give me a raise? What's the point of a raise? Lin Yuan smiled, then changed the subject. I have a method that can help the heroes under your command upgrade from A-tier to S-tier. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but be startled and instinctively asked, Is there really such a method? Chapter 52. Fengkong Spending, Lightning Fast Upgrade. Lin Yuan spoke up. Of course. You go to the Imperial Light City, find the swordsmanship master Olet, and let the hero under your command pass his trials. As long as they can succeed in passing the trial, he will then take your hero on a quest for training. The training will last about 3 days. After the training concludes, your hero will be successfully upgraded from A rank to S rank. Upon hearing this, an excited glint immediately flashed across Li Bingqiu's eyes. She had no doubt about Lin Yuan's words. After all, Lin Yuan had proven multiple times that whatever came out of his mouth was true. If this was the case, then she must firmly seize this opportunity. If she could indeed upgrade her Rose Swordsman from A rank to S rank, it would certainly be a qualitative leap in her power. However, Li Bingqiu soon thought of something and asked, Will the difficulty of this trial be great? There is definitely some difficulty involved. Lin Yuan continued. The most important thing is that this trial targets only heroes. In other words, even if the forces under your command are very strong, they cannot participate in the trial. Oh, I see. Li Bingqiu tentatively asked, Do you think there's a chance the Rose Swordsman could pass the trial? Lin Yuan cut straight to the point. No chance. You're so direct when you speak. Pouting slightly, Li Bingqiu said, Since it's not possible, why did you ask me to attempt it? I just said it's impossible, not that there's no way. After saying that, Lin Yuan directly handed a vial to Li Bingqiu and said, As long as your hero consumes this bottle of potion, you will have a chance to pass the trial. This is Dark Elixir. Upon seeing the familiar potion in her hand, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but pause slightly. It was indeed the Dark Elixir Lin Yuan had given her. Shouldn't you know the effects of the Dark Elixir? Lin Yuan calmly said. After consuming the Dark Elixir, the hero will enter a state of demonization, receiving a 50% increase in all attributes, and their attacks will carry 10% dark attribute damage. The effect lasts 15 minutes. However, the Dark Elixir is a double-edged sword. After its effects wear off, the hero will enter a weakened state for 8 hours, with all attributes dropping by 70%. Moreover, continuously consuming the Dark Elixir in a short period can have irreversible impacts on the hero. The high price of the Dark Elixir is not without reason. In her previous life, the Dark Elixir could be considered a divine-level elixir during the early to mid-game phase. Many people would allow their heroes to consume the Dark Elixir when exploring new dungeons or killing boss monsters, allowing them to obtain much greater strength within a short period of time. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Li Bingqiu finally understood his intentions and spoke up. I understand now. Thank you for reminding me. Lin Yuan added. Hopefully, the next time we meet, your hero will already be upgraded to S rank. Also, in a few more days, the Dark Elixir will be available on the market. It has been several days since then. There should be some stockpile by now, right? Li Bingqiu immediately nodded. That's for sure. Since you've decided, I'll arrange things later. Good. Lin Yuan continued. One more thing. Find the location marked on the parchment scroll as soon as possible. This matter is equally urgent. Alright, bear in mind, the parchment map obtained from Chun Bei was an opportunity Lin Yuan had never heard of in his previous life. Thus, he had to seize this chance and ensure it does not fall into someone else's hands. Over the following few days, Lin Yuan focused his attention mainly on Ugsar. After all, compared to Artoria and Kalen, Ugsar's level was still too low, but the potential of this hero was undoubtedly extremely powerful. So, under such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to elevate Ugsar's level as quickly as possible. Whether it was clearing wild monsters or venturing into dungeons, Lin Yuan always appointed Ugsar as the main commander so that he could get the lion's share of the experience. Honestly speaking, for an ordinary lord, cultivating one hero exclusively was already quite difficult, let alone cultivating 3 heroes simultaneously like Lin Yuan. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's biggest advantage was money. Every day, advanced hero experience books were purchased to the maximum extent. Each hero's daily usage cap was 100 books, and Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, purchasing 300 advanced hero experience books every day. Ugsar, Artoria, and Kalen each received 2 million experience points, evenly distributed. Under such circumstances, the speed of leveling up for these 3 heroes was rocket fast. However, behind the rapid leveling lay Lin Yuan's ever-flowing expenditures. One advanced hero experience book cost 18,000 gold coins. 300 books a day amounted to 5,400,000 gold coins. At this spending rate, even 1 billion wouldn't last more than 20 days. Fortunately, during this time, Lin Yuan's Dark Elixirs finally went on sale at the auction house. Many lords immediately realized the significance of the Dark Elixir. Thus, these lords quickly swept the market clean of the Dark Elixirs. The price of the Dark Elixir kept soaring. It rose from Lin Yuan's set price of 2,000 gold coins to 10,000 gold coins. And it showed no signs of stopping. In Lin Yuan's view, there were only 2 reasons for this situation. The first reason was rarity. The second reason was that there were still too many wealthy people in the game. A large number of players had already realized the immense value hidden behind this game. In their eyes, Lord Era was no longer just a game. However, with the massive influx of Dark Elixirs into the market, their inflated prices would soon cool down and return to normal levels. Even so, Lin Yuan could still make substantial profits through the Dark Elixir. A pure profit of 1 billion per year was no joke. But considering Lin Yuan's current spending rate, even 1 billion a year seemed insufficient. Fortunately, his investments did bear fruit. Through Lin Yuan's crazy investment of resources, Artoria's hero level had already reached 40. Kalen's hero level had reached 37. Even Ugsar's hero level had climbed to 31. Chapter 53, Sheepskin Map, Mysterious Canyon. In this situation, Lin Yuan had already given up on continuing to spend money to enhance his hero's level, because it was no longer necessary. Though he was rich, he wasn't at the point where he could recklessly squander his wealth. Take Altolia for instance. After leveling up to level 40, Altolia would need several million experience points to ascend just 1 level. Spending several million to gain 1 level was too low a return on investment. Moreover, the levels of these 3 heroes under Lin Yuan's command were already satisfactory to him. So, from now on, he only needed to upgrade them gradually, without being overly eager. Afterward, Lin Yuan stood in his domain and looked around. All the structures within the domain, such as the pikemen barracks, archer training camp, mage guild, and other troop recruitment buildings, had been upgraded by Lin Yuan to the highest level. This way, Lin Yuan could ensure that he could recruit the maximum number of troops each week. Regardless of which period of the game it was, the strength of an army was always a crucial measure of a lord's power. However, the further into the game's later stages they went, the longer it took to upgrade buildings. Like now, the Lord's Manor in Lin Yuan's domain would need at least 7 days to be upgraded from level 5 to 6. Once the Lord's Manor reached level 7, he would then be able to build the Griffin Cliff. Keep in mind, as a 6th tier unit, Griffins are one of the few flying units available for humans during the game's early and middle phases. And once the Griffin Cliff is upgraded beyond level 5, Lin Yuan will even be able to expend resources to upgrade Griffins to Royal Griffins. The attributes of Royal Griffins can rival those of 7th tier units. Unfortunately, all Lin Yuan could do now was daydream about it. After all, his Lord's Manor wasn't even upgraded to level 6 yet, let alone recruiting Royal Griffins. Calculated, there are 5 more days before the real transformation arrives. Lin Yuan glanced at the date and couldn't help muttering to himself. The reason for his sigh was that in 5 days, all of Earth's humans would be teleported into the game world. This Lord's realm would thereafter completely replace the real world. Furthermore, when that time comes, there will be earth-shaking changes in the game itself. Thus, before the transformation occurs, he absolutely must be fully prepared. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Yuan was deep in thought, a sudden communication sound interrupted his thoughts. He picked up the call, finding out it was Li Bingshu who called. Boss, we found it. As soon as the call was connected, Li Bingshu's excited voice came through from the other end immediately. But there was a look of confusion that flickered across Lin Yuan's face. What have you found? The location marked on the sheepskin map has been located by us. Li Bingshu opened excitedly. Absolutely correct. The terrain recorded on the map matches what we've surveyed perfectly. Lin Yuan paused slightly, asking instinctively, how did you find it? It was those Subang hunters who discovered it. Li Bingshu explained. I let each of them take a quick look at the sheepskin map and promised them a reward of 1 million if anyone could find the place marked on the map. Boss, I hope you don't blame me for making this decision on my own. There was no doubt that hiring Li Bingshu to assemble a team of dungeon hunters was absolutely the best decision Lin Yuan had ever made. During this time, this team not only provided him with several unopened dungeons, but now also delivered an unexpected bonus. I wouldn't blame you, and you've handled this matter well. Lin Yuan said, collect 2 million gold coins from me later, 1 million as their reward, and another 1 million as your bonus. Li Bingshu grinned. Boss is generous. Alright, stop flattering me. Send me the coordinates of that location right away. It was understandable why Lin Yuan appeared somewhat impatient since he didn't know if he was the only one with the sheepskin map. So, it was best to act quickly and avoid being preempted by other players. Under Lin Yuan's urging, Li Bingshu quickly sent over the coordinates. Subsequently, Li Bingshu tentatively asked, Boss, should we come too? Although we may not be able to contribute much, at least it adds more people and more power. After hearing this, Lin Yuan hesitated slightly before replying. Bring Chun Bei and Lin Mingming. Don't bring the others. Lin Yuan was fairly familiar with these 2 individuals. Even if he brought them along, there wouldn't be any conflict of interest. Moreover, Lin Yuan also intended to let them follow him for some training. Although Chun Bei and Li Bingshu were both promising, flowers in a greenhouse would never grow as they should. Alright, I understand, Li Bingshu responded. I will bring them there as soon as possible. 6 hours later, guided by the coordinates, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of a canyon. The canyon before him was majestic and expansive, winding and circuitous. Its steep and deep strata resembled countless volumes of books, stacked layer upon layer. If viewed from above, the canyon's twists and turns resembled a labyrinth standing on the face of the earth. It must be said that this location wasn't exactly close to Lin Yuan's domain. Even traveling at full speed, it took him a full 6 hours to reach here. By the time he arrived, Li Bingshu and the others had been waiting for quite a while. In fact, even before Lin Yuan could greet them, Chun Bei rushed over like a crazed fan, immediately bursting into howls. Boss, we've finally met again. Since we last parted ways, my longing for you has been as ceaseless as the rushing rivers. One day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns apart. Having seen the vast ocean, no other water compares. Having seen the clouds of Wushan, no other clouds impress. Can you act normal? Lin Yuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Sorry, I got too excited and couldn't control myself, letting my emotions run wild. Chun Bei grinned sheepishly, clearly embarrassed. Only then did Lin Yuan notice that the hero accompanying Chun Bei was now the S rank, or commander. And Rose Swordswoman beside Li Bingshu had also advanced from A rank to S rank. Her presence transformed dramatically. Clearly, she had passed the trials. It seemed that during this period, both Li Bingshu's and Chun Bei's strength had significantly improved. As for Lin Mingming, there was no noticeable change. At this moment, Li Bingshu began explaining to Lin Yuan. The canyon before us is the exact location marked on the sheepskin map. If this really is a treasure map, then the treasure must be hidden somewhere within this canyon. Chapter 54, Surrounded by Enemies, the Demon Spider Queen. Let's go take a look inside. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately led his troops into the canyon ahead. Li Bingshu and the others quickly followed his steps and walked into the canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, sudden gusts of eerie wind swept around them. From the depths of the canyon came rustling sounds. Lin Yuan immediately raised his hand to stop everyone who was about to move forward and whispered, "Be careful, prepare for battle." It has to be said that Lin Yuan's reaction was quite sharp. Just as he finished speaking, in front of them appeared one pair after another of blood-red eyes. This is hellhounds. Li Bingshu looked forward, but after clearly identifying the features of the blood-eyed creatures, she quickly corrected herself. No, not quite. These are Cerberus from Hell. The Hellhound is a 4th-tier unit of the demon race. Cerberus, on the other hand, is the upgraded version of the Hellhound. Its attributes even comparable to 5th-tier units. The critical issue here is that the number of these Cerberuses in front of them was simply overwhelming. They were packed densely, with no end in sight. Boss, let me handle it. Chun Bei volunteered and immediately ordered his troops to charge. The orc commander roared, directly activating the skill Boiling Orc Blood. After this skill was activated, all the orc units were bathed in blood-red light. Clearly, the skill Boiling Orc Blood significantly boosted the attributes of the orc units. Remember, the orc race excels at direct confrontations. Under the enhancement of Boiling Orc Blood, these orcs displayed unparalleled bravery. Even Lin Yuan had to admit, Shun Bei indeed had talent. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before he became one of the top-ranked orc lords in the whole Huaxiao region. And Li Bingshu, along with Lin Mingming, weren't just standing idly either, they joined the fray too. Rose swordsman Kylan charged first, rushing into the beast cluster. Her long sword swung fiercely, and Hell's Cerberus fell one after another. Apparently, Li Bingshu had completed the trials set by Swordmaster Olette as per Lin Yuan's instructions, thus elevating Kylan from Class A to Class S. All her attributes improved drastically. Under Kylan's command, the human forces performed exceptionally well on the front battlefield, their impact no less impressive than Shun Bei's vast orc army. As for Lin Mingming, she naturally played a slightly inferior role. In terms of both hero level and troop numbers, she lagged behind Li Bingshu and Shun Bei. However, this little lass had no envy. After all, she positioned herself purely as support, simply boosting her teammates with buffs. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan himself didn't have to exert much effort. Nearly 1,000 units of Hell's Cerberus were wiped out completely by the trio consisting of Li Bingshu and company. Both Li Bingshu and Shun Bei had grown to become fully capable lords able to hold up their side independently. Nevertheless, even though so competent, Shun Bei still acted like Lin Yuan's devoted lackey. Even after the battle ended, he thoughtfully collected all the corpses of the Hell's Cerberus. Lin Yuan glanced at him and joked, "If I don't pay you some salary, my conscience might bother me." Shun Bei laughed and replied, "It doesn't matter whether or not wages are issued. Boss Lin Yuan's leg will definitely stay clung to." Judging from his behavior, Shun Bei had obviously decided to stick with Lin Yuan permanently, impossible to shake off. But this was actually a good thing for Lin Yuan. Subsequently, turning his gaze toward the mountain of bodies in front of him, Lin Yuan directly used the ability of the Skull King's skull. Following which, a black magical circle appeared, out of which skeleton after skeleton emerged. 1,000 bodies of Hell's Cerberus converted into 4,000 first-rank skeletons. 4,000 first-rank skeletons could be combined into at least 250 fifth-rank heavy skeleton knights. In other words, the conversion rate was approximately 4-to-1. This ratio left Lin Yuan rather satisfied. After expanding his own forces, Lin Yuan spoke up. "Let's continue deeper into the canyon. We encountered so many demon beasts just as we stepped into the canyon. This place seems more perilous than we imagined. Getting our hands on the treasure indicated on the parchment map certainly won't be easy." Shun Bei, however, spoke with great confidence. "What's the big deal? Even if there are more demon creatures here, we can just sweep through them with our army." Li Bingshu glanced at him and said, "All right then, let's pull back for now. You take your army and clear this place, then call us back." No, dear sister, I was just trying to boost morale a little." Shun Bei immediately changed his expression at lightning speed, plastering on a broad smile. "I'm just a little brother tagging along with you guys. If you leave, it'll be useless leaving me alone here." As they talked, they continued to move deeper into the canyon. About 10 minutes later, the second wave of demon beasts finally appeared in front of them. "It's the fire demons and ice demons." Li Bingshu cast a scouting spell and quickly announced, "There are 700 units of each kind. These demons won't be easy to deal with. Whether fire demons or ice demons, both were upgraded versions of Tier 5 great demons. Ice demons excel in control, while fire demons excel in damage output. If these two kinds of demons work together, it would not simply be the sum of their powers, but something far more dangerous." At this moment, Lin Mingming suddenly cried out in alarm, "Watch out behind us! Demon creatures are approaching from the rear." Upon hearing her words, everyone looked slightly surprised before instinctively turning their heads toward the rear. Dozens of enormous spiders had somehow crept up behind them without notice. These spiders were not only massive, but their abdomens were also swollen grotesquely, as if there was something moving inside. Seeing these giant spiders, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. Drawing on his knowledge from his previous life, he naturally recognized these demon creatures at once. If his memory served him correctly, these large spiders were the 7th-tier unit of the demon race, the Demon Spider Queen. This unit wasn't a standard one, but rather a hidden unit of the demon race. Only by obtaining the construction blueprint for the sinister spider nest and building it within their territory could they qualify to recruit Demon Spider Queens. And the Demon Spider Queen unit was considered by many to be one of the most nauseating units of the demon race. The reason being its characteristics. While the Demon Spider Queen itself didn't possess particularly strong combat abilities, it could produce spider eggs endlessly. These spider eggs would only need a few seconds to hatch into smaller spiders. And the newborn demon spiders themselves possessed attributes equivalent to a 5th-tier unit. If that were all, the Demon Spider Queen might not have been so repugnant. However, the crucial part was this. These demon spiders had the ability to self-detonate. In the face of the Demon Spider Queen, most players would instinctively want to eliminate the source. But as soon as they prepared to attack the Demon Spider Queen directly, these demon spiders would self-explode, causing significant damage to surrounding enemies. Ordinary lords had no special means to counteract such a strategy, and it usually cost them dearly to kill the Demon Spider Queen. Precisely because of this, people regarded this unit as extremely repulsive. Staring at these dozens of 7th-tier Demon Spider Queens, Shun Bei furrowed his brow and asked, When did these big spiders sneak up behind us? Lin Yuan pointed at the rock walls on either side and calmly replied, "Don't forget, spiders can crawl along the rock walls." Li Bingshu clenched her teeth and whispered, "That means we're under attack from both fronts." Yet, Lin Yuan showed no sign of fear, smiling lightly as he reassured them, "Don't worry, I can handle this kind of small situation." Chapter 55, The Architectural Drawings, The Sinister Spider Nest. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directed with methodical precision, "Shinbei, your orc army is too cumbersome. Do not participate in the battle. Stay put and protect the rear lines. Li Bingshu, you wait for the opportune moment on the flank with your troops. Once I've created a suitable opening, that's when you strike. Lin Mingming, you don't have any special assignments, so just focus on buffing everyone's forces." Although Li Bingshu and Shinbei were famous lords in their previous life, they had yet to fully mature in this one. In terms of combat experience and tactical thinking, Lin Yuan was several levels ahead of them. Thus, under these circumstances, naturally Lin Yuan took charge of commanding the forces. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately ordered Ugther to lead his heavy skeleton knights into a charge. "I shall make you feel the terror of death." Ugther drew out one of his own ribs, transforming it into a bone magic blade. At the same time, he cast a bone summoning spell to call forth a skeletal giant. He then led the skeletal giant and the group of heavily armored skeleton knights behind him into a charge toward the blaze demons and frost demons. At this moment, the demon creatures also chose to attack without hesitation. Frost Inferno, Hellfire. Suddenly, countless sharp icicles grew from the ground. These icicles pierced directly into the bodies of the heavy skeleton warriors. Though the damage wasn't significant, the terrain was forcibly altered. Moreover, the cold emanating from the icicles significantly slowed down the speed of the heavy skeleton knights. Watching this scene, Chunbei finally understood why Lin Yuan didn't want his ogre troops to join the fight. After all, orcs are renowned for their bulkiness. While they possess formidable strength, their movements are slow. If they entered the area covered by Frost Inferno, they'd be no different from live targets. Lin Yuan did not want him to suffer unnecessary casualties, which was why he decided to keep his forces standing by. Before the skeleton army could shake off the influence of Frost Inferno, Hellfire started burning beneath their feet. Compared to Frost Inferno, the damage dealt by Hellfire was considerably more severe. Each burn stripped away a portion of the health of the heavy skeleton knights. Under these conditions, before this group of heavy skeleton knights could even approach the enemy, they would likely be decimated by over half. However, Lin Yuan would never stand idly by watching his army march to certain death. This charge of heavy skeleton knights was merely a feint used to draw fire. The true trump card stood behind him, a host of blazing mages. After days of recruitment, Lin Yuan's force now contained more than 400 blazing mages. Blazing mages, annihilate them. With Lin Yuan's order given, these 400-plus blazing mages simultaneously began chanting spells. Next, hundreds of fiery blasts coalesced into formation and rushed straight towards the demon creatures with a whistling sound. Boom, 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 boom. With a thunderous roar, these fiery blasts turned the area in front of them into a sea of flames. This concentrated attack killed more than 200 blaze demons and frost demons. Keep in mind, there were only about 1,400 blaze demons and frost demons combined in total. The blazing mages' assault amounted to wiping out nearly 1/7 of the demons. More importantly, the formation of these demons was forcefully shattered. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Li Bingshu. "The opportunity has come." "Understood." Li Bingshu nodded understandingly, immediately ordering Kylan to command her human forces to attack from the side. Her unit advanced like a knife cutting through, quickly breaking into the enemy's ranks. The situation became much more chaotic. And before these demon creatures had time to organize an effective counterattack, the second round of attacks from the blazing mages came again. Hundreds of blazing fireballs bombarded once more. Under such pressure, it wouldn't take long before these demon creatures completely collapsed. On the other hand, the demon spider queen had already begun madly reproducing demon spiders. Her swollen abdomen split open. Round spider eggs continuously rolled out from the fissure and hatched within seconds, rushing furiously in their direction. Keep in mind, the demon spider queen's reproductive capability was quite terrifying indeed. In just a matter of dozens of seconds, hundreds of demon spiders had already been reproduced. Vast waves of demon spiders surged forward like tides. Under such circumstances, it was imperative to stop the horde of demon spiders. Otherwise, once the demon spiders got close to the troops under their command, they would detonate instantly. The damage that would cause would be immeasurable. The heavily armed skeleton knights riding skeleton warhorses immediately charged toward the demon spiders. Boom, 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 boom. Next, these demon spiders chose to self-detonate. After their self-detonation, countless dark green toxins sprayed out from their shattered bodies. The corrosiveness of this dark green toxin was extremely strong. Even if the heavily armored skeleton knights were clad in heavy armor, any contact with the toxins would instantly corrode them to the point where not even bones remained. However, Lin Yuan had already planned how to deal with these demon spider queens. With a wave of his hand, he directly issued an order to the green dragons behind him, commanding them to attack the nearby demon spider queens. To tell the truth, ever since Lin Yuan summoned these 10 ninth-rank green dragons, they rarely participated in battles. After all, these green dragons were irreplaceable resources. If several of them were accidentally lost, he would truly feel the pain. Still, now it was time for these green dragons to play their part. These 10 green dragons flapped their wings, and their massive dragon bodies immediately soared into the air, quickly flying to the very top of the group of demon spider queens. Then, they opened their huge mouths. Wind elements converged within, forming burst wind spheres which shot downward at the demon spider queens. Boom, 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 boom. The destructive power of these burst wind spheres was extremely terrifying, and what's more, it dealt AoE damage. One burst wind sphere could injure 2 or even 3 demon spider queens directly, easily reducing their health by a third. This was the suppression brought by higher tier units. Even if the demon spider queens were 7th rank units, so what? They faced nothing less than 9th rank green dragons. What's more important is that their abilities have no effect on the green dragons. Because the green dragons are flying units, the demon spiders hatched by the demon spider queens cannot reach the green dragons. Even if they choose to explode, the poison liquid will not splash onto the green dragons' bodies. Although the demon spider queen unit is quite nasty, they met their nemesis this time. Amidst the roaring sounds of the green dragons, one by one, the demon spider queens perished under the barrage of the burst wind spheres. The demon spiders they hatched became fewer and fewer, unable to pose any threat to Lin Yuan's troops anymore. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan's forces successively triumphed on both battlefields. The blaze demons and frost demons were all wiped out. The demon spider queens were annihilated completely, and the price paid by Lin Yuan was merely a few hundred heavy skeleton knights. Only half of the heavy skeleton knights were killed by the blaze demons and frost demons. The other half of the heavy skeleton knights died in the self-explosion of the demon spiders. It's enough to see how disgusting the demon spider queens were. Lin Yuan spoke up. All right, clean up the battlefield. Remember to pile up the corpses together so I can convert them conveniently. Chun Bei grinned. Big brother, don't worry, this small matter, leave it to me. Mingling with Big Brother is smooth sailing. There's no need to exert any effort. All we need to do after the end is clean up the battlefield. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I just don't want you to lose your troops unnecessarily. When it's your turn to take action, you must still do your part. That's for sure. Chun Bei immediately responded. As long as Big Brother gives the word, even if all our troops die, I will definitely follow you into battle. Just as Chun Bei was still expressing his loyalty, Li Bingchu's voice suddenly came over. Lin Yuan, come take a look, these demon spider queens dropped something. Lin Yuan immediately turned around and asked, what did they drop? Seems to be a construction drawing. Li Bingchu immediately handed over the recently picked up drawing to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at it, and his eyes lit up right away, because this was none other than the construction drawings for the Sinister Spider Nest. Construction drawing, Sinister Spider Nest. Special item. Description, this construction drawing can only be used within the territory of the demon race. On the premise that the Lord's Mansion reaches level 7, using this construction drawing will build a special structure, the Sinister Spider Nest. Resources required for construction, 50 million food, 50 million wood, 50 million stone, 20 million silver coins. Lin Yuan said, this blueprint is a good thing. When the time is right, put it on the auction house, and it will definitely fetch tens of millions at least. After hearing this, Li Bingchu's face couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Tens of millions? That valuable. Of course. The Demon Spider Queen is a 7th rank hidden unit with great functions. Countless tactics can be developed around this unit as the core. Lin Yuan calmly said, no demon race lord would pass up on this architectural blueprint, so it's certain to fetch a high price. Unfortunately, none of us can make use of it. Chapter 56, Three Forks in the Road, Demon Cave. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Li Bingchu finally understood the value of this architectural blueprint. Subsequently, she asked, then, do I need to hang this blueprint on the auction house? Not necessary for now, Lin Yuan said. This is a 7th tier construction blueprint. No one can make use of it at this stage. Moreover, I'm not short of tens of millions. If there's an opportunity, see if we can trade this construction blueprint for something useful to us. Money, to Lin Yuan, was merely a number. What he truly wanted was something that could enhance his strength. Right at this moment, Lin Mingming's voice rang out. Brother Lin Yuan, there are 2 more architectural blueprints here. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but pause for a second. There were 2 more architectural blueprints? He had originally thought that getting 1 architectural blueprint would already be a pleasant surprise. Now it seems that there were indeed plenty of good things on the bodies of the demon creatures in this canyon. Let me take a look. Lin Yuan immediately extended his hand and took the 2 blueprints from Lin Mingming. Construction Blueprint, Ice Magic Tower. Special item. Introduction. Assuming that the City Lord's house has reached level 5, by using this construction blueprint, a defensive structure, Ice Magic Tower, will be built. Resources required for construction, 20 million food, 20 million wood, 15 million stone, 5 million silver coins. Construction Blueprint, Flame Magic Tower. Special item. Introduction. Assuming that the City Lord's house has reached level 5, by using this construction blueprint, a defensive structure, Flame Magic Tower, will be built. Resources required for construction, 20 million food, 20 million wood, 15 million stone, 5 million silver coins. Both of these construction blueprints are blueprints for city defense structures. One should know that buildings are categorized into barracks-type structures, function-type structures, resource-type structures, and city defense-type structures. City walls and arrow towers all belong to the category of city defense structures. Once enemy forces attack a territory, these defensive structures will naturally play their corresponding roles. In Lin Yuan's past life, every famous big shot turned their territories into impenetrable fortresses. After all, territory is each lord's base. If the territory falls, it's almost as bad as being dead. However, in the early stages of the game, very few people would upgrade city defenses. Because during the early stages of the game, there are rarely invasions of territory. In such circumstances, wasting too many resources and time on city defenses is completely not worthwhile. However, after seeing these two blueprints, Lin Yuan revealed a trace of joy in his eyes. These two types of city defense blueprints might seem useless to others, but to him, they were rare and valuable things. Moreover, these two blueprints would soon come into play. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. I can just use these two blueprints. Can you leave them to me? Li Bingqiu shrugged and said, You're the boss. It's your decision. Lin Mingming also softly said, I have no problem with that. Qinbei grinned and said, How could anyone object? All of us are slacking off. Only the boss is doing all the work. Even if you take all the spoils, I wouldn't mind. I won't go that far. Lin Yuan smiled and said, You can keep the materials from these demon creatures. You should still be able to sell them for a fair bit of money. After distributing the spoils, the group continued advancing deeper into the canyon. Soon, a three-pronged fork in the road appeared before the four of them. All three roads led to unknown darkness, looking incredibly deep, with no end in sight. Boss, which way should we go now? Qinbei turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. It was obvious that these three paths were made for them to choose among. The truly correct path might likely be only one. How should I know? I don't read fortunes. Lin Yuan calmly said. However, I can go take a look. After hearing these words, Qinbei couldn't help but slightly pause. That would be too dangerous. There's no danger. Lin Yuan said. I'll go check it out. I didn't say you guys should come too. After speaking, he directly took out the deceiver's mask from his backpack and wore it on his face. The next second, under everyone's gaze, Lin Yuan's appearance transformed directly into that of an ice demon. Witnessing this scene, everyone present involuntarily widened their eyes. Qinbei was even more startled, exclaiming, Holy crap, boss, you've got these kinds of skills too? It's just a small trick. No need to make such a fuss about it. Lin Yuan said, You all stay here. Let me go ahead and check the situation first. Remember not to act rashly before I return. Qinbei immediately started nodding vigorously. All right, no problem. After giving some instructions to everyone, Lin Yuan immediately set off alone towards the left fork in the road, quickly disappearing from their sight. This fork in the road wasn't short. At least, after walking for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan still hadn't reached the end. However, throughout this journey, he hadn't encountered any demon creatures. Just at that moment, the road in front of Lin Yuan suddenly opened up. Moreover, he very clearly noticed that the land beneath his feet had already turned a dark red without him realizing it. Furrowing his brows slightly, Lin Yuan continued forward. About 10 seconds later, the scenery before him suddenly became much more open, resembling a vast valley. The dark red expanse of land was incredibly broad, easily as large as 3 or 4 soccer fields combined. However, what truly shocked Lin Yuan wasn't the size of the valley. Instead, it was the numerous caves scattered across the surrounding rock walls. Inside each cave, fierce demons with grotesque features lived. These demons had single horns on their heads, wolf-like heads, human bodies, but their lower halves were equipped with hooves, looking incredibly bizarre. Their eyes were crimson like blood, their fangs sharp like knives, and their tails bore thorns, making them look ferocious and fearsome. If Lin Yuan's memory served him correctly, these demons should belong to the 6th tier class. Before Lin Yuan could carefully investigate further, a fiery long whip ignited in flames and suddenly struck right before him. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, this fiery whip left a charred mark on the ground directly in front of Lin Yuan. At the same time, a chilling voice rang out. Low-level demon, this is no place for you to step foot. Chapter 57. The Evil God King, the Frost Demon King. After hearing the voice by his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be startled, instinctively looking up. In front of him appeared an incredibly large demonic creature. Although it looked very much like a human, it had a pair of ram's horns on its head, and its skin was an eerie shade of crimson. This demon's body was immensely robust, wielding a long whip ablaze with flames, and wearing around its neck a necklace made of skulls. Under Lin Yuan's investigation, the attributes of the other immediately appeared before him. Evil God King. Diamond level boss. Level 50. Health points 500,000. Attack power 1870 to 2500. Defense power 1250. Skills: Hellish Scourging, Devil Gate, Evil God Blessing. An extremely terrifying demonic creature, commanding countless devils. Its whip burns with hellfire and possesses the ability to bring devils back from death. Upon seeing the attributes of the Evil God King, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. The towering demon holding the whip before him turned out to be a level 50 diamond level boss, the Evil God King. From the attributes alone, this guy seemed more powerful than any boss Lin Yuan had previously faced. Its health points reached an astonishing 500,000. One should know that even the skeleton giant in the past only had 350,000 health points. Though Lin Yuan concealed himself well and hadn't been detected by the Evil God King, the other's previous movement clearly intended to drive him away. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally dared not linger here for too long. He hurriedly scanned the surroundings once and then retreated without hesitation. Seeing Lin Yuan leave, the Evil God King also retracted the whip, showing no intention of continuing the fight. Soon, Lin Yuan returned to Li Bingqiu and the others nearby, removing his mask and resuming his original appearance. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Qinbei immediately approached, asking anxiously, "How about it? Any findings?" Definitely some. Lin Yuan spoke seriously. At the end of this branch road is a level 50 diamond level boss, the evil god king. Diamond level boss. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, everyone present involuntarily drew in a breath sharply. Subsequently, Lin Yuan added, apart from the evil god king, there are at least over 1,000 devil creatures gathered there. These devils are all 6th rank units, extremely difficult to handle. Lin Yuan's statement wasn't out of humility. If it were just one evil god king, they might still be able to manage. But if adding over 1,000 6th rank devil units, that would be quite another story. Even though flame mages possessed strong destructive power, it applied mainly to low rank units. Once facing 6th rank devils, under the situation where it took 3 or 4 fireballs to kill a single devil, the advantage of flame mages would vanish. What's more, judging from the introduction, the evil god king seemingly possessed the ability to revive devils. In Lin Yuan's view, should they rashly take on the challenge, even if they achieved victory, they would certainly pay an enormous price. Li Bingshu bit her lips, asking, so what do we do now? After her words, both Qin Bei and Lin Mengmeng directed their gazes toward Lin Yuan. Evidently, in this team, Lin Yuan had already become the cornerstone-like figure. Not yet in a rush. Lin Yuan said, we've only explored one path. I'll explore the remaining 2 branches first, and then we'll plan accordingly. Li Bingshu nodded, saying, that works fine. Thereafter, Lin Yuan put on the deceiver mask again. However, this time, he didn't transform into the frost demon, but directly changed into the likeness of the evil god king. It must be said that deceiver mask was indeed highly effective. Now, Lin Yuan, externally, was completely identical to the evil god king. Whether it was the ram's horns on the head, the crimson skin, or the muscular build. Even the whip in his hand, burning with hellfire, appeared simultaneously through illusion. Beside him, Qin Bei stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, holy cow, is this the evil god king? He looks so majestic. Lin Yuan did this not because it looked impressive, but to ensure his own safety. Even among demon species, there seemed to be a strict hierarchical division. In the eyes of the evil god king, low-rank demons like frost demons had no right to step onto his territory. Since that was the case, he might as well transform into the evil god king's form to scout the way. Alright, I'm off. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and started walking towards the right fork in the path. There was no telling where this particular road would lead. As for the middle path, it might have something special about it, so he decided to leave that one for last. With the experience from the first fork, Lin Yuan felt much more at ease this time around. If everything went as expected, this fork should also lead to somewhere. Before reaching the end, he shouldn't encounter any dangers. Thus, Lin Yuan quickened his steps this time. In less than 15 minutes, he successfully arrived at the end of the fork. This time, what appeared before him was even stranger. Beneath his feet, it was no longer the dark red earth, but instead a frost-covered land. The frigid frost had even spread into the path. Living here were creatures resembling giant apes, massive and imposing. These frost demons seemed slow yet extremely strong, with 2 curved horns atop their heads, thick arms, and entirely covered in heavy frost. Like the devils, these frost-covered demons were also 6th rank units, frost giants. After Lin Yuan's arrival, all the frost giants slowly turned their heads to fix their gazes on him. Then, an icy voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Evil God King, who allowed you to leave your territory? Lin Yuan looked up to see a frost giant wielding a massive club, slowly walking toward him. Its pale blue eyes fixed on him with intense pressure. Frost Demon King. Diamond level boss. Level 50. Health points 600,000. Attack power 1570 to 2280. Defense power 1550. Skills: Frost Hell, Frost Strike, Frost Armor. An incredibly terrifying demonic creature, the ruler worshipped by the frost giant race. The ice covering its body is as hard as steel and possesses the fearsome power to freeze everything. Another diamond level boss. Chapter 58. Dare to deceive the boss. At this right-hand crossroad, Lin Yuan directly encountered the second diamond level boss. The stats of this Frost Devil King before him were no less impressive even compared to the Evil God King. Although the Frost Devil King's attack power was slightly lower, his health points and defense were above those of the Evil God King. Most crucially, judging from the tone of this Frost Devil King, it seemed he knew the Evil God King. This time, Lin Yuan was the one who felt awkward. After all, he had only intended to use the Evil God King's identity to gather some information. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan ultimately decided to continue with the act. He raised his head, mimicking the Evil God King's tone, and spoke solemnly. Why can't I come here? What? You don't welcome me? The Frost Devil King's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he coldly said, you should be guarding that key properly. Your leaving your post without permission is unacceptable. When the Demon God returns, you'll have to face his punishment. Key. Demon God. Lin Yuan quickly picked up on the keywords in the other party's words. To obtain more information, Lin Yuan immediately chose to continue the conversation along these lines. Relax, I'm keeping the key safe. No need for you to worry. Lin Yuan opened his mouth indifferently and continued. And think about it yourself. Why do you think I've come over to see you? To be honest, the amount of information he currently possessed was far too little. Making up a reason on the spot would create too many loopholes and could easily expose him to the other side. Thus, rather than doing that, it was better to take charge and let the other side guess. This way, not only would he not expose himself, but he might also obtain more intelligence. I know, I don't like guessing games. The Frost Devil King frowned deeply and, after remaining silent for a long time, slowly spoke. Could it be that you've come by the order of the Demon God? That's right. Lin Yuan nodded and indifferently said, "It's the demon god who asked me to come here to retrieve your key." Honestly speaking, the reason Lin Yuan was able to fabricate such an explanation entirely came from his own deductions. Firstly, this so-called Lord Demon God must undoubtedly be the ruler of both the Evil God King and the Frost Devil King. Secondly, the Evil God King and the Frost Devil King were located at two different forks of the road, yet they shared many similarities. Therefore, Lin Yuan deduced that the Frost Devil King most likely also held a key. However, no matter how accurate the deduction, it was still just a guess in the end. Precisely because of this, Lin Yuan had already prepared to run away once he voiced this statement. Fortunately, his inference turned out to be correct. After hearing what he had to say, the Frost Devil King couldn't help but frown. "You mean the demon god wants me to hand over the key to you?" Upon hearing this, a glint of joy immediately flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. The underlying meaning of Frost Devil King's words was essentially indirectly acknowledging that he indeed had a key in his possession. Lin Yuan pretended to remain calm and said, "Yes, unless you want to defy the demon god's will." After staying silent for a moment, the Frost Devil King finally moved. He slowly turned around and spoke gravely. "Fine, wait for me a bit. I'll go get it for you." Soon, Lin Yuan watched as the Frost Devil King entered a large ice cave. Clearly, the key he held was stored within this ice cave. Frankly speaking, Lin Yuan wasn't without thoughts of escaping during this opportunity. But after hesitating for quite some time, he ultimately chose to abandon this idea. After all, this represented a rare opportunity for him. If he could truly obtain the key from the Frost Devil King's hands, then Lin Yuan could almost effortlessly achieve his goal. Furthermore, he could employ the same method to deceive the Evil God King. If the Evil God King were stupid enough, he might even manage to simultaneously trick both keys into his possession. As for what the use of these two keys was, he could investigate them slowly later. A few minutes later, the Frost Devil King emerged from the ice cave and walked back in front of Lin Yuan. In his hand, there was now an ice blue key. "The key is here," the Frost Devil King said solemnly. "But I want to know why the demon god wishes to reclaim the key in my possession." Lin Yuan sneered and said, "Then you can ask the demon god yourself. I'm only responsible for executing his orders." The Frost Devil King looked at him suspiciously and gravely said, "It has always been the demon god who takes the initiative to contact us. We have no way to contact him ourselves. How am I supposed to ask?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Damn, I've blown my cover. However, even in this situation, Lin Yuan still forced himself to remain calm and said, "Then do you want to defy the Lord Demon God's orders?" His words once again caused the Frost Devil King to fall silent. Clearly, he held absolute loyalty to the demon god. After a moment of silence, the Frost Devil King finally spoke. "If that's the case, then let me take a look at the key you are guarding. Something so important, you should be carrying it with you at all times, right?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan inwardly wanted to curse aloud. How had this giant block of ice become so smart at such a critical moment? At the same time, Lin Yuan understood that the Frost Devil King had already started to suspect him. His plan was no longer feasible. Since he couldn't trick the key into his hands, his current priority was to retreat safely. Thinking this over, Lin Yuan very calmly said, "Something so important is naturally stored within my territory. There are countless demons guarding it there. It's safer than me carrying it around with me. However, if you wish to see it, I'll go back and fetch it for you." With that, Lin Yuan turned and left immediately. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt as though each second lasted an eternity, cold sweat seeping through from his back. After he had taken more than 10 steps, the Frost Devil King finally realized what was happening. He looked at Lin Yuan with icy eyes and sternly asked, "You're lying to me. You're not the Evil God King. Who exactly are you?" There were too many suspicious points in Lin Yuan's words, too much inconsistency, and the fact that he couldn't produce the key he was supposed to guard, leading the Frost Devil King to completely uncover his identity. Fortunately, the Frost Devil King's reaction was just slightly delayed. By the time he had figured it out, Lin Yuan had already escaped a considerable distance. And after hearing the Frost Devil King's accusation, Lin Yuan dared not hesitate any longer, unleashing his full speed to flee outward. Chapter 59, The Treasure Chest on the Platform. Huff, huff, huff. After escaping from the crossroads, Lin Yuan felt as though he had used all his strength and began to pant heavily. Fortunately, the Frost King seemed to have been restricted by something and did not choose to pursue him out of its territory. However, even if the Frost King had chased after him, Lin Yuan would not be afraid at all. After all, a single 50-level boss was something he could deal with. Just like the Evil God King, the truly tough opponent wasn't the Frost King, but the more than 1,000 Frost Trolls within its territory. It was actually regrettable that this Frost King hadn't pursued him. If only he could kill it, then he would be able to obtain that Frost Key. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's disheveled state, Li Bingchu couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what happened to you? Did something happen?" Chen Bei also chimed in, asking, "Could it be that you encountered another diamond-level boss?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, "This guy really has an accurate guess." Subsequently, Lin Yuan did not choose to conceal anything and directly recounted the entire event. After listening to Lin Yuan's narration, the three people in front of him involuntarily widened their eyes. "To be honest, I don't even know what to say." Chen Bei slowly raised his thumb. "Boss, in my heart, you're simply amazing. Crazy good. I've never thought there could be such an operation. Daring to deceive even a boss. Too extreme." Lin Yuan sighed slightly. Unfortunately, in the end, it fell short. If only we could have deceived the key out of his hands, it would have been perfect. To be honest, if he could only get that frost key, Lin Yuan would have absolute confidence that he could replicate the method and successfully deceive the evil God King. Unfortunately, since the opportunity was missed, it wouldn't come again. But no matter what, Lin Yuan must secure the keys held by the evil God King and the Frost King. Since deception didn't work, he would have to use force. However, before acting, Lin Yuan still wanted to figure out the purpose of these two keys. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan immediately looked up and stared at the middle fork. If everything went according to plan, the place where this fork leads should hold some uniqueness. That was also why Lin Yuan chose to explore it last. Everyone, I'll go first. Lin Yuan spoke. Once I return, we will discuss further actions. After finishing his statement, Lin Yuan, without hesitation, proceeded unswervingly towards the middle fork. Compared to the other two forks, the middle one appeared narrower. The narrowest part could barely accommodate 2 to 3 people passing simultaneously. However, this path was much longer than Lin Yuan had imagined. He walked for nearly 30 minutes before reaching the end of the fork. And this time, what stood before him were not grotesque demon creatures, but rather a clearing. In the center of the clearing, there was a platform. Lin Yuan remained highly vigilant, checking around carefully to ensure there was no danger before cautiously approaching the platform in the center of the clearing. The height of the platform wasn't low, being at least 3 to 4 stories tall. Thankfully, steps were built onto the platform. Lin Yuan directly climbed up the steps, taking one step after another until he reached the top of the platform. At the top of the platform, there was just one treasure chest. Worth noting was that this chest possessed 2 keyholes. One keyhole glowed crimson, while the other showed a shade of icy blue. Evidently, both keys needed to be inserted simultaneously into the keyholes to open this chest. Undoubtedly, the 2 keys required to open the chest were precisely those held by the evil God King and the Frost King respectively. In other words, if Lin Yuan wished to open the chest in front of him, he must defeat these 2 diamond-level bosses. After confirming his inner suspicions, Lin Yuan immediately chose to head back. Half an hour later, he returned once again to the side of Li Bingqiu and shared this intelligence with them. Li Bingqiu opened his mouth meaningfully. Then it seems that the treasure marked on the parchment map is very likely to be this chest. And if we want to open this chest, we must defeat those 2 bosses. Lin Yuan nodded and calmly replied, "It appears that way now. So are we going to take action?" Chen Bei, with an excited expression, spoke up. Right now, no one in the entire world has ever defeated a diamond-level boss. If we succeed, it would be a first kill. Admittedly, Chen Bei's words did remind Lin Yuan of something. If they could really kill these 2 bosses, then perhaps they might also receive a first kill reward. However, the final decision still lay in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and solemnly spoke. "If we decide to challenge the boss, your troops may suffer heavy casualties." "What does that matter?" Chen Bei responded nonchalantly. "If soldiers die, we can always make more." Li Bingqiu also nodded in agreement. Chen Bei is right. Opportunities always come with risks. Having to pay some price is normal. Even Lin Mingming softly chimed in. "Whatever you decide, I have no objections." Seeing that all of them had resolved their determination, Lin Yuan stopped hesitating any longer. Although diamond-level bosses were powerful, they weren't impossible to handle. In that case, let's take action. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and finally locked his gaze on the right fork, speaking solemnly. "Let's start with that guy." After Lin Yuan made the decision, everyone led their troops into the fork before them. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan once again arrived at the Frost Valley. However, this time, he was not alone but accompanied by thousands of warriors. That Frost King quickly noticed Lin Yuan's arrival, frowning deeply and opening his mouth. "You actually dare to return?" Lin Yuan said matter-of-factly. "I just went back to my territory to get the key. Why shouldn't I dare to return?" Clearly, the Frost King hadn't expected Lin Yuan to give such a response and instinctively asked, "Where's the key then?" "Of course it's a lie, fool." Lin Yuan curled his lips and lightly clapped his hands. Immediately after, over 400 flame mages rushed out from the rear fork and swiftly began chanting spells. In an instant, hundreds of explosive fireballs simultaneously soared toward the direction of the Frost King. Chapter 60, Head-on Clash. The Mighty Frost King. Boom 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 boom. With a series of thunderous explosions from fireballs, hundreds of burst fireballs directly struck the body of the Frost King. However, what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that this round of concentrated attacks only managed to reduce the Frost King's health by less than 40,000 points. Compared to the Frost King's total of 600,000 health points, this damage was utterly insignificant. When the flames dissipated, Lin Yuan discovered that an ice frost armor had already covered the Frost King's body at some point. Clearly, Lin Yuan's sneak attack had failed. The Frost King had already reacted before the fire mage made his move. But, the victory in this battle would not be determined solely by whether this single ambush succeeded or not. Lin Yuan immediately cancelled the transformation effect of the Deceiver mask, reverting back to his human form, and ordered in a low voice, "Ugsar, surround him for me." After the command was issued, Ugsar immediately led the heavily armed skeleton knights towards the Frost King's location to encircle him. The heavily armed skeleton knights were highly mobile. In just a few seconds, they completely surrounded the Frost King. "Damn humans!" A roar of anger erupted from the Frost King's mouth. Subsequently, he directly drew an ice hammer from behind and swung it down fiercely. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the powerful blow of the Frost King created a massive crater in the ground. At least 7 or 8 heavily armed skeleton knights were killed instantly by this one strike. Facing such a high-level boss, even 5th-rank heavily armed skeleton knights were nothing but fodder. However, Lin Yuan had already foreseen the Frost King's strength. This battle was bound to be extremely fierce. For our lord, Ugsar cried out loudly as he immediately drew his rib bones, transforming them into a bone magic blade. At the same time, he summoned the skeleton giant as well. But even in front of the Frost King, the skeleton giant seemed less dominant. As soon as the skeleton giant was summoned, the Frost King swung his hammer with full force directly at the skeleton giant. Bang! Under this terrifying power, the skeleton giant was forced to retreat several steps backward, its health also decreasing accordingly. Meanwhile, large numbers of frost trolls also surged out from the ice caverns, roaring as they surrounded Lin Yuan and his party. Boss, leave these frost trolls to me and Li Bingqiu. Chunbei stepped forward upon seeing the frost trolls, volunteering to hold off these demon creatures for Lin Yuan. Because only in this way could Lin Yuan focus entirely on dealing with the boss. Even the two of you combined can't handle so many frost trolls. Lin Yuan turned his head and said gravely, I'll have Kalen help you. You see, these frost trolls were all 6th rank units, and there were quite a number of them. Even with the combined forces under Chunbei and Li Bingqiu's command, it would be hard to withstand them for long. Soon enough, Kalen led several hundred heavily armed skeleton knights over to provide support. In no time, the swarm of frost trolls clashed head-on with the army of heavily armed skeleton knights. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, one frost troll swiped its claw, sending a heavily armed skeleton knight flying off its mount. Moments later, another frost troll joined the circle, trampling the fallen skeleton knight's skull with its enormous hand. Without the attribute bonuses from the bones thrown, it took at least 4 or 5 heavily armed skeleton knights to take down a single frost troll. By such calculation, it would require at least 4,000 to 5,000 heavily armed skeleton knights to stand against more than 1,000 frost trolls. In other words, even combining the few hundred heavily armed skeleton knights led by Kalen with the troops under Chunbei and Li Bingqiu's commands could merely prolong the fight for some time. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan had to quickly eliminate this Frost King before redirecting his main forces to aid Chunbei and the others. Right now, under the joint attack of the skeleton army and the fire mages, the Frost King's health was steadily declining. In less than 5 minutes, it had dropped from an initial 600,000 to 450,000. However, under the coverage of the Frost armor, the Frost King's defense had reached astonishing heights. Just then, Artoria raised her longsword high, consecutively unleashing 2 skills. Spirit of Knights, Shield of Honor. After these 2 skills were activated, the attributes of the human troops immediately received a significant boost. Even the heavily armed skeleton knights gained defensive enhancements from the Shield of Honor. Observing this scene, the Frost King instantly tightened his grip on the Frost Hammer and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Simultaneously, a roar filled with rage erupted. Plunge into the hell of frost. As the voice echoed, freezing cold frost rapidly spread out in all directions. Crack, crack. In an instant, all the surrounding heavily armed skeleton knights were instantly frozen into ice statues. Next, the Frost King stomped fiercely with its right foot. All the ice sculptures shattered instantly. This skill from the Frost King had directly killed over 100 heavily armed skeleton knights in mere seconds. Indeed, the power of a diamond-level boss was truly terrifying. Originally, under the influence of Frost Hell, the extreme frost continued to spread further. However, at this critical moment, Artoria didn't hesitate to act. The holy light imbued with sealing power immediately radiated from the tip of her sword and surged toward the Frost King. Without doubt, this was Artoria's skill. Sacred Seal. Under the effect of Sacred Seal, the originally ongoing Frost Hell was forcibly interrupted. Artoria also successfully drew the attention of the Frost King. You damned human. Infuriated, the Frost King released an icy blast from its hammer, unleashing full force as it angrily swung down towards Artoria. Frost Strike. Pang! With a dull booming sound, the strike from the Frost King shattered Artoria's Shield of Honor. Though the shield blocked most of the damage, Artoria was still affected by this skill. Instantly, a thick layer of frost covered her body, reducing her movement speed by 70%. In such a situation, facing the Frost King's next attack, Artoria would have no way to evade. Chapter 61. Imperial Light Annihilation / Skeleton King / At this moment, Artoria finally took action. She raised her head and stared straight at the Frost King without a hint of hesitation, directly activating the additional skill of the Green Dragon Armor. The Roar of the Green Dragon. Roar. In the instant this skill was activated, a lofty dragon's roar immediately spread out in all directions. After all, the Green Dragon Armor is a diamond-level strategic treasure. Skills associated with treasures at this level cannot be weak. The most important function of the Green Dragon's roar is to weaken the strength of the enemies. Upon activation of this skill, the roar of the Green Dragon would radiate in all directions, and all enemies who hear the roar would feel the pressure of Dragon's majesty. Their attributes would decrease by 10% to 35%, and their received damage would increase by 20%. As a diamond-level boss, the Frost King only had its attributes reduced by 10%. But those ordinary frost trolls were not so fortunate. Their attributes were directly reduced by 25%. With a quarter of their attributes forcibly diminished, the combat capability of the frost trolls dropped significantly. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this skill not only weakened the Frost King's attributes, but also alleviated enormous pressure on the other side of the battlefield. It's not over yet, you fool. Without giving the Frost King a chance to react, Artoria's icy voice once again echoed in his ears. The blade in her hand glowed brilliantly once more. Artoria took a deep breath, raised her long sword high, pointing the blade directly at the heavens. A golden light immediately condensed into an enormous shadow of a great sword in the sky. This golden shadow of the great sword emanated an extremely powerful presence, and it furiously swung down toward the location of the Frost King. Boom! The golden shadow of the great sword instantly pierced through the body of the Frost King. Minus 31,456. Blood-red digits representing damage emerged from above the Frost King's head. Just one skill managed to strip off over 30,000 of the Frost King's health. It was evident enough just how powerful this technique was. Moreover, atop the Frost King's head appeared a small golden sword mark. This very skill was none other than Artoria's new ability learned after upgrading her hero level to 40. Imperial Light Annihilation Slash. As the fifth skill Artoria had comprehended, the destructive power of the Imperial Light Annihilation Slash was exceedingly formidable. After use, it could cause 500% skill damage to the opponent while ignoring their defense. Furthermore, when the Imperial Light Annihilation Slash hit, it would leave a special mark on the target, lasting for 5 minutes. Within the duration of the mark, all damage dealt by Artoria to this target would receive an extra 50% increase. Under the fierce attack from Artoria and her troops, the health points of the Frost King started to drop rapidly once again. 400,000, 350,000, 300,000, 250,000. Leader, is your side almost done? We can barely hold on here. Chen Bei's urgent voice soon reached Lin Yuan's ears. After hearing that, Lin Yuan couldn't help but turn his head and look. Of the hundreds of heavily armored skeleton knights led by Kalen, only a few dozen remained now. Chen Bei's and Li Bingchu's subordinates had suffered heavy casualties as well, and it was clear they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Even Kalen, a mage hero, had moved to the forefront and activated Life Siphon, absorbing life force from the frost trolls while bearing their damage to restore her own health. Seeing all this, Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said decisively, "Hold on a little longer. The boss has less than 200,000 health left." Chen Bei glanced at the Frost King's health bar, gritted his teeth, and firmly stated, "All right." He understood clearly that even if they won this battle, he himself would surely be grievously wounded. But Chen Bei paid no heed to it. He had already said that he was willing to brave boiling water and scorching fire for Lin Yuan, unhesitatingly. A man must take responsibility for what he says. Thus, before exhausting every last one of his soldiers, Chen Bei would absolutely not retreat. The last 10,000 remains. Lin Yuan locked his gaze intently on the Frost King's health, which had finally dropped below the 100,000 mark. Once again raising the Frost Hammer in its hand, the Frost King evidently prepared to unleash Frost Hell. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had foreseen this and promptly ordered Artoria to use Holy Seal. Even before the Frost King could release its skill, it was forcibly interrupted, nipped in the bud. At the same time, over 400 Blaze Mages unleashed another round of focused attacks. In conjunction with Artoria's damage, the Frost King's health plummeted below 50,000 points instantly. Following that, Wugsarl took a step forward, and the Bone Demon blade in his hand emitted an ominous black glow. After leveling up these past few days, he too had grasped a new skill, Skeleton King Slash. This skill inflicted 230% of the base skill damage on the enemy, while dealing true damage equivalent to 8% of the target's lost health. S-class heroes' skills were always formidable, and this, Skeleton King Slash, was no exception. Judging by its characteristics, this skill was particularly suited for finishing off a near-dead boss. Bear in mind, the Frost King had already lost 550,000 hit points by now. Thus, 8% of his lost health amounted to 44,000 points. Add to that the base damage from the Skeleton King Slash, and the total damage exceeded 50,000 points. The reason Lin Yuan waited until this moment to have Wugsarl use this skill was precisely to end the boss's life right here. Go to hell. The soul fire within Wugsarl's eye sockets burned fiercely. A grotesque expression appeared on his skeletal face, almost human-like in its savagery. A pitch-black blade of light shot forth from the Bone Demon blade, instantly cleaving through the Frost King's body. Minus 54,465. A blood-red damage number suddenly erupted from the Frost King's head. Its remaining health, already as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, dropped to 0 at once. The massive figure then crashed heavily to the ground. Chen Bei, Li Bingchu, and Lin Mingming immediately turned their gazes toward the scene, and their faces involuntarily revealed expressions of joy upon witnessing what had transpired. Thus, the Frost King met his ultimate demise. Successful conquest of the diamond-level boss. If everything went according to plan, Lin Yuan and his team had achieved the world's first kill of a diamond-level boss. Chapter 62, Special Reward, The Time Gate. Sure enough, after the Frost King fell, the world announcement prompt tone quickly sounded in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the team led by Chinese Lord, Lin Yuan, for being the first to defeat a diamond-level boss and receive the reward. Random Platinum Grade Strategic Chest X25, Advanced Resource Pack X2000, Equipment Reinforcement Stone X1500, Hero Recruitment Scroll X30. Special Reward obtained. Time Monument X1. It has to be said, the reward for the first kill of a diamond-level boss is indeed incredibly rich. The basic rewards alone are worth at least tens of millions. After all, one platinum-level strategic artifact is worth no less than 6 or 70,000. That calculation shows that 25 random platinum-level strategic chests are worth at least tens of millions. In addition, there are large amounts of resources, a great number of equipment reinforcement stones, and 30 hero recruitment scrolls. However, none of this meant anything to Lin Yuan. What truly interested him was the special reward named Time Monument. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately opened his backpack and began reviewing the introduction of this item. Time Monument, Special Treasure. Description: placing this treasure within the territory activates its effect. After the activation of the Time Monument, the time required to build any building will be reduced by 50%. The refresh time for all troops will also be shortened by 50%. This tablet records the secret of time. Upon seeing the introduction of this Time Monument, Lin Yuan first slightly froze, then involuntarily showed a trace of ecstatic joy on his face. He clearly had not expected that this special treasure could possess such a powerful effect. Shortening the construction time by half means that Lin Yuan can build higher-level buildings within a shorter period of time. Having the refresh time of troop types implies that Lin Yuan can recruit more troops within the same amount of time. This Time Monument is undoubtedly an absolute artifact. Before Lin Yuan could recover from his euphoria, Chun Bei's voice sounded in his ear again. "Boss, if you don't come save us soon, we're really going to be wiped out." Chun Bei's tone even carried a trace of resentment. Only then did Lin Yuan remember that while he was examining the properties of the treasure, Chun Bei and the others were still engaged in fierce battle with the frost giants. And the situation on their side was indeed very dire. Even Lin Mengmeng, who served as auxiliary support, had forcibly directed her troops into the fight. "Sorry." Lin Yuan apologized sheepishly and subsequently ordered 2 heroes, Arthuria and Yugaisel, to each lead their respective forces to rapidly head to the battlefield nearby. Though these Ice Frost Trolls, being 6th-tier units, possessed extremely impressive combat power, after the death of the Frost King, they appeared to Lin Yuan as nothing more than disorganized soldiers. Arthuria and Yugaisel rushed successively into the enemy ranks. These 2 S-grade heroes have hero levels of 40 and 33 respectively. Facing these Ice Frost Trolls was naturally effortless, like cutting through melons and slicing vegetables. Moreover, flame mages aren't just for decoration. Although 1 tier lower, a single round of explosive fireballs easily wiped out dozens of Ice Frost Trolls. Within 10 minutes, the remaining Ice Frost Trolls were completely eradicated by Lin Yuan. Beside him, Chun Bei chuckled heartily and sincerely remarked, "Indeed, it still requires the boss to act. The moment the boss acts, the battle becomes simple right away." Lin Yuan glanced at him, lightly laughing. "All right, your army is almost dead, yet you still have the leisure here to flatter." After saying that, Lin Yuan directly initiated a trade application to them. Chun Bei asked curiously, "Boss, what are you doing?" "Do I need to ask?" "Of course, it's about distributing the spoils of war." Subsequently, Lin Yuan looked at Lin Mengmeng and said, "Mengmeng, this battle caused heavy casualties for Chun Bei and Li Bingqiu. Therefore, in terms of dividing the spoils, I might favor them a bit. Do you have any objections?" You see, Lin Yuan has never been someone who likes to beat around the bush, preferring instead to speak his mind openly. Besides, sometimes putting things straightforwardly helps to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Although Lin Mengmeng contributed a lot in this battle, her casualties were undoubtedly the fewest. Fortunately, Lin Mengmeng is a sensible person. She immediately shook her head and smiled, replying, "Big brother Lin Yuan, I have no objections. Brother Chun Bei and sister Bingqiu lost so many troops this time, so it's only normal to give them more spoils. Even if you didn't say that, I would have given up my share." After hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod. That's good. Although Lin Mengmeng doesn't possess the gaming talent of Chun Bei or handle everything as comprehensively as Li Bingqiu, she is still a suitable choice for a companion. At the very least, she understands and isn't greedy. Under Lin Yuan's distribution, Chun Bei and Li Bingqiu each received 10 random platinum-grade strategic chests, 600 equipment reinforcement stones, and 10 hero recruitment scrolls. As for Lin Mengmeng, she only obtained 5 random platinum-grade strategic chests, 300 equipment reinforcement stones, and 5 hero recruitment scrolls. However, to her, this was already a fairly generous reward. After the trade was completed, Chun Bei quickly realized something wasn't right and spoke up. "Something's off, boss. You gave us all the rewards. What about yourself?" Chun Bei wasn't stupid either. With a rough calculation, it was clear that Lin Yuan had given away all the first kill diamond-level boss rewards to them. But Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. "These rewards mean nothing to me. All I need is the Time Monument." After saying that, Lin Yuan directly displayed the attribute details of the Time Monument. After reading the description of this special treasure, Chun Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement, almost drooling. Damn, this thing is truly a divine artifact. With this item, the boss will definitely be ahead of other players by a huge margin. Initially, Chun Bei thought the rewards he had received were already quite substantial, but compared to the Time Monument, they paled into insignificance. Even so, Chun Bei harbored not an ounce of jealousy in his heart. In his eyes, this was all due to Lin Yuan. If not for Lin Yuan, they wouldn't have been able to secure the first kill on this diamond-level boss at all. Even Li Bingqiu nearby nodded in agreement, chiming in. What Chun Bei said is correct. With this treasure, indeed we can pull far ahead of other lords. Alright, since the rewards for the first kill have all been distributed, it's now time to check out what good stuff the boss dropped. Lin Yuan slowly turned his head and focused his gaze on the Frost King's corpse. In his mind, The drops from a diamond-level boss wouldn't be anything less than extraordinary, right? Chapter 63, 2 Diamond-class treasures. Very soon, Lin Yuan began to rummage through the Frost Demon King's corpse. You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a special material, fragment of the Frost Hammer. You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a special item, Frost Key. You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a diamond-class treasure, Frost Great Axe. You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a diamond-class treasure, Extreme Frost Armor. The system's prompt tone kept ringing in Lin Yuan's ears. Subsequently, Chunbei quickly approached with an excited look on his face and said, "Big brother, let me see what good stuff you've found." "It's nothing much." Lin Yuan smiled and calmly opened his mouth to say, "Just 2 diamond-class treasures." Chunbei slightly paused, instinctively saying, "My goodness, 2 diamond-class treasures, and you're saying it's no big deal?" "Big brother, how high must your standards be?" In fact, even for Lin Yuan, diamond-class strategic treasures were considered rare good things. The reason he said this was just to joke around. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directly displayed the attributes of these 2 treasures to everyone. Frost Great Axe. Quality, diamond. Attributes, strength plus 350, attack plus 580, critical damage plus 35%. Additional skill, Frostwell. This skill is a passive skill. The hero holding this strategic treasure will inflict 15% frost attribute damage during attacks, and upon hitting, reduce the enemy's speed by 20% for 3 seconds. Extreme Frost Armor. Quality, diamond. Attributes, strength plus 200, constitution plus 400, defense plus 650, damage reduction plus 10%, frost resistance plus 100. Additional skill, Extreme Frost Field. After activating this skill, the Extreme Frost Field will cover a range of 100 meters. All enemies within the coverage range of the Extreme Frost Field will be affected, reducing their attack speed by 15% and movement speed by 25%. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. The attributes of these 2 treasures can meet the standard of diamond-class treasures. However, neither Frost Great Axe nor Extreme Frost Armor could match Lin Yuan's previously obtained Green Dragon Armor. After all, the Green Dragon Armor itself grants 30% magic immunity. When embedded with the Green Dragon Gem, the magic immunity can reach up to 50%. Based solely on this feature, it already wasn't comparable to ordinary diamond-class treasures. Like the 2 diamond-class treasures dropped by the Frost Demon King, their common characteristic was to cause a slow effect on the enemy. However, to be honest, slowing could only be considered as soft crowd control at best, not particularly effective. But regardless, the practicality of diamond-class strategic treasures certainly exceeded that of platinum-class treasures. Lin Yuan directly equipped Extreme Frost Armor onto Woodsair, instantly elevating his attributes. Woodsair's own defensive strength was not too powerful, but after equipping this diamond-class treasure, his weakness was greatly compensated for. Next, Lin Yuan traded Frost Great Axe directly to Chunbei. Chunbei paused slightly, instinctively rejecting the trade. "Big brother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Lin Yuan glanced at him and spoke faintly. "Such useless talk should never be said again. The reason I gave you this treasure is simply because you are the most suitable one. If this treasure suited Li Bingqiu or Lin Mingming better, then I would not hesitate to give it to them. Since we're already part of the same team, we should consider how to make the overall strength of the entire team stronger." What Lin Yuan said was all heartfelt. This game has never been a solo game. No matter how strong one person's abilities may be, they are ultimately limited. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't mind sharing some of his own benefits with his companions. Moreover, this Frost Great Axe was indeed very well suited to Chunbei's Orc Commander. After all, the characteristics of the Orc Commander were high attacks, sufficient damage, thick blood volume, and poor mobility, making it easy to get kite. But with the Frost Great Axe equipped, things would be different. Every attack can reduce the enemy's speed by 20%. If the enemy is slowed down, isn't that equivalent to speeding oneself up? Poor mobility and slow movements? So what? With this Frost Great Axe, I'll still chase you down and slash you. Big brother, there's nothing more to say. Chunbei accepted the treasure with a determined look on his face and said, "Same as before, if there's anything you need from me, just let me know. Chunbei, will definitely be the first to charge for you, even if all the troops die." Lin Yuan smiled and teased. "Alright, we don't have many soldiers left anyway. We should take some time to recuperate." This battle was indeed extremely brutal. Chunbei and Li Bingqiu's troops had nearly 80% casualties. Even Lin Yuan didn't fare much better. The heavy skeleton knight forces were almost completely wiped out. The close combat units such as spear infantry, knights, and dark elven swordsmen were also almost entirely annihilated. Counting it up, the only force Lin Yuan had managed to preserve in significant numbers were those 400+ flame mages. This group of flame mages was practically Lin Yuan's lifeblood. It was precisely due to their formidable firepower that Lin Yuan could fight through battles without being halted. Until all the other forces were gone, this unit wouldn't suffer even the slightest damage. At this moment, Li Bingqiu suddenly asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "What else can I plan? Go back and recuperate, of course." Li Bingqiu questioned, "Aren't you going to continue the campaign against the evil God King? In our current state, how can we challenge the evil God King?" Lin Yuan responded helplessly, "Look at how few troops we have left. The evil God King doesn't even need to act himself. His group of 6th-rank evil spirits alone could wipe us out completely. He wasn't exaggerating at all. At this moment, they had no forces capable of holding the front line. As soon as they engage in a confrontation with the evil God King's legion of evil spirits, their troops would be instantly crushed. Subsequently, Lin Yuan took out the frost key and said, "Anyway, there's no rush at this moment. After all, we've already obtained one key, and to open the treasure chest down the central forked road, we must collect both keys. In other words, regardless of the circumstances, we hold the initiative. Besides, I don't believe there is anyone at this stage, besides myself, who could defeat a diamond-class boss. You see, in the game, Lord Era, pure human wave tactics are also ineffective. Boss battles come with a limit on the number of participants. During any given period, no more than 10 lords can simultaneously participate in the campaign against a boss. Therefore, trying to grind a boss down purely with overwhelming numbers is virtually impossible. Precisely because of this, Lin Yuan felt so confident. In Lin Yuan's perspective, unless the top 10 lords in China, other than himself, join hands, there might still be a chance to successfully campaign against the evil God King. But lords at this level often belong to different factions. Gathering them together is no easy feat. Since that's the case, why not take some time to recuperate until the troops recover, and then come back to deal with this evil God King? Chapter 64, Money-Powered Leveling Up. Soon, Lin Yuan returned with everyone else. As for the time to wage war against the Demon God King, it was set for 7 days later. This is because only in the new week will the troops in the camp refresh. And recruiting from the territory is also the best way for Li Bingqiu and the others to replenish their forces. Moreover, Lin Yuan found it coincidental that 8 days later would be exactly 1 month since the game server opened. By then, all of humanity on Earth would be pulled into the game, and the Lord Era would enter a whole new era. Lin Yuan, who had already experienced all of this in his previous life, not only showed no fear towards the coming of the new era, but was full of anticipation. This time, he was bound to rewrite his own destiny with his own hands. After Lin Yuan left, a figure slowly came out from the nearby bushes. After cautiously looking around, they made a call. "Boss, they're gone." Wang Hu's voice quickly sounded from the other end of the communication. "Were you discovered by them?" "I don't think so," Feng Chong replied. "I've been very careful. After they entered the canyon, I didn't dare follow anymore." "Didn't you hear the world announcement just now? The diamond-level boss must have been killed by them inside the canyon." Saying this, Feng Chong couldn't help but swallow his saliva before continuing. "Boss, or we should give up. These people can handle a diamond-level boss. There's no way we can defeat them." "What nonsense." Hearing this, Wang Hu instantly got angry, viciously saying, "The thing Mr. Lin hates most is people like you, who are complete wastes. No matter how strong they are, there's always a limit, right? Just 4 of them. Would 100 men surrounding them suffice? If 100 isn't enough, how about 1,000? Mr. Lin has given me 500 million, and I'm definitely going to make sure they get wiped out." Wang Hu's tone was extremely cruel. His menacing expression was akin to a wild beast ready to devour someone. It's because of this ferocity ingrained in him that he managed to rise to power. Even if he's just a dog under Lin Tianke, he's a mad dog that bites. Even Feng Chong was stunned by Wang Hu's intimidating presence, quietly asking, "Boss, what do we do next?" Wang Hu didn't reply immediately but asked, "What's the casualty situation of those few guys?" "They went after a diamond-level boss, so logically, they should have suffered casualties." Feng Chong nodded and said, "That's correct. I saw their team took quite heavy losses." And what?" Wang Hu pressed. Feng Chong hesitated for a moment before replying. "To be honest, I didn't catch it all clearly, but apparently, they seem to plan on entering this canyon again 7 days from now." "Going back in once more?" Wang Hu paused briefly, rubbing his chin as he began to contemplate. Logically speaking, the bosses within the canyon have already been defeated. There's no reason for Lin Yuan and the group to re-enter. Unless, there are still unexplored areas within this canyon. At this realization, Wang Hu's eyes lit up, and he spoke in a low voice. "Feng Chong, stay where you are and don't move. I'll bring people over soon to see what secrets lie hidden in this canyon." After parting ways with Li Bingqiu and the others, Lin Yuan quickly returned to his territory. The first thing he did upon arrival was place the Time Stone Monument within his territory. Once placed successfully, the effects of the Time Stone Monument came into play. All construction times were shortened by 50%. All unit refreshing times decreased by 50%. With this kind of progress, Lin Yuan would need less than 10 days to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 6. Upon constructing the Griffin Cliff and recruiting the 6th-tier Griffins, Lin Yuan's aerial force would rapidly grow stronger. Facing other lords, he would be able to hold an absolute advantage. After all, during the early stages of the game, not every lord could own flying units. For those without flying units, the powerful Griffin army would undoubtedly become their nightmare. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan spent the majority of his time leveling up in the wilderness. He chose to do so mainly to utilize the Skeleton King's skull and convert more skeleton soldiers. After all, he needed sufficient troops if he wanted to challenge the Demon God King with confidence. After all, the evil God King is not only immensely powerful himself, but also possesses the ability to resurrect evil ghosts. This fact alone means he is more troublesome than the Frost Demon King. However, even while farming monsters in the wilderness, Lin Yuan fully utilized his wealth. He directly hired 100 players, paying each of them 5,000 per day. Their tasks were quite simple. One group was responsible for finding dense monster spawn points. The other group, on the other hand, attracted the monsters' hatred and lured them all to Lin Yuan's location. Keep in mind, Hiring 100 people at 3,000 a day totals up to 300,000 a day. In 7 days, that would be 2.1 million. It's fair to say, this was truly burning money. But for Lin Yuan, it was absolutely worth it. After all, this greatly improved his efficiency in monster farming by cutting out the time he needed to search for and lure the monsters, increasing his efficiency by at least 2 or 3 times. To be honest, Lin Yuan had considered another method. That was to directly buy monster corpses from other lords. After all, his main goal in monster farming was merely to convert those monster corpses into skeleton soldiers. However, such an idea was quickly dismissed by Lin Yuan, because after the monsters die, their corpses disappear automatically within a few minutes. Thus, Lin Yuan's plan naturally fell through. But after continuously farming wild monsters for 7 days, the skeleton army converted from monster corpses was already somewhat well formed. At this very moment, a full 80,000 first-tier skeleton soldiers stood before Lin Yuan, resembling an army awaiting inspection, stretching endlessly far and wide. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let a smirk curve his lips. His efforts these past few days had not been wasted. Subsequently, Lin Yuan immediately took out the Skeleton King's skull. As the artifact's power was activated, one by one dark magic circles lit up beneath these low-tier skeletons in front of him. The process of fusion and transformation began. Chapter 65. Re-entering the canyon. To subdue the evil God King. 80,000 first-rank skeletons quickly converted into 40,000 second-rank skeleton warriors. Subsequently, the 40,000 skeleton warriors transformed again into 20,000 heavy skeleton warriors. 20,000 heavy skeleton warriors became 10,000 skeleton knights. Finally, the 10,000 skeleton knights transformed into 5,000 heavy skeleton knights. Before Lin Yuan's eyes, the quantity of the skeleton army diminished at an alarming rate. However, through fusion and transformation, all that was left were far more powerful high-tier skeleton soldiers. The full 80,000 first-rank skeleton soldiers had eventually merged down to only 5,000 fifth-rank heavy skeleton knights. And this was Lin Yuan's result over the past 7 days. However, even though all skeleton soldiers had been converted into 5th-rank heavy skeleton knights, Lin Yuan still showed no signs of stopping. Because, for Lin Yuan, a 5th-rank soldier type could no longer meet his current needs. Sometimes, quality was the decisive factor. 5th-rank soldiers facing 6th-rank soldiers would definitely be at a disadvantage. Just like in the previous battle, when faced with the 6th-rank frost trolls, the heavy skeleton knights could barely put up a fight. Thus, by any means necessary, Lin Yuan needed to enhance the quality of his troop types. The treasure ability of the Skeleton King Skull was once again activated. Before him, the heavy skeleton knights underwent another fusion transformation. After the fusion was completed, the soul fire in the skeleton knight's eye sockets changed from its original deep green color to pitch black. Black soul fires flickered eerily within the skeletal eye sockets. Furthermore, apart from that, around these skeleton knights, there coiled wisps of black fog. After undergoing fusion transformation, the 5th-rank heavy skeleton knights successfully transformed into 6th-rank dark skeleton knights. With these 2,500 dark skeleton knights, there shouldn't be much of a problem subduing the evil God King, right? Looking at the skeleton knights before him who emitted dark energy, a hint of confidence flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Subsequently, Lin Yuan wasted no time, leading his army straight towards that canyon. By the time Lin Yuan arrived, Li Bingqiu and the others had already been waiting outside the canyon. Sorry, made you wait. Lin Yuan gave a sheepish smile and spoke. It's fine. We didn't arrive much earlier either. During this speech, Shunbei's gaze was captured by the dark skeleton knights behind Lin Yuan. Shunbei couldn't help but ask, Big brother, these don't look quite the same as the skeleton knights you brought last time. It was understandable why Shunbei felt curious. After all, the aura of these dark skeleton knights was just too overwhelming. Compared to ordinary skeleton knights, they might as well be worlds apart. Lin Yuan explained with a light laugh. These are dark skeleton knights, 6th-rank soldiers, naturally different from before. 6th-rank soldiers, and there are so many? Shunbei couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath of cold air. This is too exaggerated. Even after resting for these 7 days, their military forces had only recovered by about 50%. But despite having suffered greater losses than them, Lin Yuan had grown even stronger now. One cannot help but admit, with special treasures at hand, one really can do as they please. In fact, if possible, Lin Yuan would have wanted to convert these dark skeleton knights into even higher-ranked skeleton kings. Unfortunately, it wasn't until he attempted it that he realized this special treasure also had limitations. Under the situation where the Lord's rank hasn't reached the required level, higher-ranking skeleton troops could not be fused or converted, meaning that with Lin Yuan's current Lord rank, at most, skeleton soldiers could only be fused and transformed into dark skeleton knights. However, in actuality, this was indeed quite reasonable. If it were truly without limit, then at the beginning stage of the game, Lin Yuan would have been able to convert 256 first-rank skeleton soldiers into 9th-rank skeleton emperors. To possess a 9th-rank soldier at the early stages of the game, what does that imply? That would be absolutely unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Subsequently, Lin Yuan said, Alright, since everyone is gathered, let's go straight into the canyon. Shunbei nodded with excitement, saying, After killing the evil God King, let's hope for more diamond-grade treasures to appear. Clearly, the Frost Giant Axe dropped last time by the Frost Demon King had already given Shunbei a taste of the sweet reward. With that strategic treasure equipped, The strength of the orc leader had practically undergone a qualitative leap. Chunbei had thoroughly understood the value of diamond-grade treasures. Following this, Lin Yuan said, "Since everyone's here, let's head into the canyon directly." Chunbei nodded, his face filled with excitement as he opened his mouth and said, "Once we kill the evil god king, let's try and get a few more diamond-tier treasures." The three of them followed behind Lin Yuan and quickly entered the canyon, arriving once again before the three forked paths. The path on the left led directly to the demon cave where the evil god king resided. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan led the three of them straight into it. After just over 10 minutes, they soon arrived inside the demon cave. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into the demon cave, the evil god king immediately sensed their presence. "Humans, who gave you the courage to step foot here?" The evil god king's ferocious and brutal gaze quickly locked onto Lin Yuan. "Who gave me the courage?" "Myself, of course." Lin Yuan didn't bother with idle chatter. He simply waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Take him down." Ordinarily, in 7 days, the recruitable units within the territory would only refresh once. However, under the influence of the Time Stone Monument, the refresh time for units was halved. This meant that during these 7 days, Lin Yuan had managed to recruit all the units in his territory twice over. The number of flame mages had reached 700. Following Lin Yuan's order, the 700 flame mages simultaneously began chanting their incantations. 700 fiery flame orbs coalesced, hurtling forth like meteors in a rain of fire toward the direction of the evil god king. Boom, 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 boom. Blinding flames erupted directly upon the evil god king's body. Even his massive form was forced to retreat several steps due to the terrifying impact. Just this single wave of concentrated attacks had reduced the evil god king's health by over 50,000 points. Cursed humans. The evil god king steadied himself, anger flashing in his eyes as he roared, "Kill them all." In response to his words, one head after another of hideously grotesque demons emerged from the cave, rapidly swarming forward like a tide to encircle Lin Yuan and his companions. Chapter 66. A crushing battle, extremely easy. Staring at the dense legion of vicious ghosts before him, Lin Yuan's face did not betray a hint of fear. Because, for him now, 6th-tier units were no longer anything impressive. Perfect. Let you all serve as the test subjects, to gauge the power of the Dark Skeleton Knights. A smile curved on Lin Yuan's lips. He then decisively issued the order without hesitation. "Ugsar, lead your troops forward and charge." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, Ugsar wasted no time, immediately drawing his bone demon blade and leading the Dark Skeleton Knight Legion into an aggressive charge. After all, under Lin Yuan's command now was a total of 2,500 units of Dark Skeleton Knights. In terms of numbers alone, they were at least twice as many as the ghosts before them. If this still could not create an overwhelming advantage, then the Dark Skeleton Knights would be unworthy of their title as 6th-tier units. Soon enough, the Dark Skeleton Knight Legion formally engaged with the Ghost Legion. Faced with these hideous ghosts, one of the Dark Skeleton Knights instantly raised the spear in his hand high. The spear tip burned with black flames. Hiss! The flame spear shot out like an enraged dragon, instantly piercing through a ghost's body. And that ghost's health points dropped by 1/3 in an instant. Just as the ghost was about to retaliate with its cruel visage, 2 more spears burning with black flames struck it from different directions. Hiss hiss. With 2 soft sounds, 2 more wounds opened up in the ghost's body, wiping its health points clean. Seeing this scene, Chunbei's eyes couldn't help but flicker with a trace of surprise. He couldn't help asking, "Boss, both being 6th-tier units, why do I feel the Dark Skeleton Knights are stronger? Is this some sort of hidden unit?" "Of course not." Lin Yuan smiled, then explained, "It's because both Ugsar and my treasures enhance the attributes of skeleton units. Therefore, even when facing the same level of troops, the Dark Skeleton Knights can display greater power. One must know that just the treasure, Skull of the Skeleton King, alone boosts all attributes of skeleton units by 30%. And Ugsar's passive skill, Bone Throne, provides another 20% boost to all attributes. These two combined already equate to a 50% attribute advantage. Under such conditions, the Dark Skeleton Knights were completely capable of overwhelming similarly tiered evil spirits. Meanwhile, on the other side, Artoria was jointly encircling and annihilating the evil god king alongside Kellen. Simultaneously, Chunbei and Li Bingqiu had placed their forces at the very front to secure the safest possible firing space for the Blaze Mages. Foolish humans, suffer the punishment of hell. The evil god king roared deeply, and immediately the whip in his hands ignited with scorching hellfire. Following closely, the whip transformed into streaks of afterimages, lashing wildly toward all directions. Units below the 6th tier were completely unable to withstand such ferocious attacks, being wiped out instantly upon contact. Even Artoria lost nearly a quarter of her health in an instant from Hell's whip, hurriedly activating Glorious Shield. Fortunately, until this point, the boss battle remained entirely free of any uncertainty. The evil god king's health continued to steadily drop. 40 million, 30 million, 20 million. Under the relentless attack from the Blaze Mages, the evil god king's health plummeted rapidly. Even Chunbei himself couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "I thought this would be a fierce battle, didn't expect it to be so effortless." Li Bingqiu nodded in agreement, chiming in. "Indeed, it is far easier than last time." When the evil god king's health dwindled down to 15 million, he finally unveiled his ultimate move. The evil god king lifted both arms high, opening his mouth with a deep and frenzied voice. Descend upon the world, destroy everything. The Gate of Ghosts. Boom. Right as the evil God King finished his sentence, a massive bronze door emitting sinister energy rose slowly from beneath the ground. Behind the bronze door lay a realm of dark and lifeless gloom, seemingly connecting to the depths of hell. It was clear that this bronze door was the ghost door summoned by the evil God King. All ghosts who had died in the battlefield would resurrect within the ghost door. Subsequently, wave after wave of ghosts emerged from the bronze door, like demons reincarnated from hell, charging fiercely toward the troops under Lin Yuan's command. It had to be said, although the evil God King's attributes were inferior to those of the Frost Demon King, his methods were indeed more insidious. Had it not been for the ample preparations made, successfully merging and converting 2,506th-tier Dark Skeleton Knights, there would have been a high chance that the evil spirits capable of infinite resurrection through the bronze door could not have been managed effectively. Disregard these evil ghosts. Focus all firepower on the evil God King. Lin Yuan wasted no time in issuing direct instructions. Even if these evil ghosts could infinitely resurrect themselves, breaking through the blockade set up by the Dark Skeleton Knights would not be achieved easily or quickly. Currently, the evil God King's remaining health was only at 150,000. After just 1 or 2 concentrated rounds of attacks, he could be completely annihilated. Such judgment capabilities, Lin Yuan still possessed. As the evil God King's health dwindled below 50,000, Lin Yuan decisively chose to recall Ugsar without hesitation. Facing this critically damaged evil God King, Ugsar simply raised the Bone Demon blade in his hand and unleashed the Bone Demon Slash technique. After all, from the start of the boss battle until now, the evil God King had already lost a full 500,000 health points. The special effect of Bone Demon Slash is that it can inflict true damage equivalent to 8% of the enemy's total lost life points. In other words, against the nearly defeated evil God King, the base damage dealt by Bone Demon Slash would already be as high as 40,000 points. Adding on top of this Ugsar's inherent attack power, this lethal skill instantly cleared out the last bit of the evil God King's health. With a boom, the towering figure of the evil God King collapsed with a thunderous crash. Following the death of the evil God King, the ghost door emanating malevolent energy also dissipated. Once the ghost gate disappeared, the remaining ghosts naturally ceased to pose any significant threat. Dealing with them was merely a matter of time. Looking at this scene, everyone involuntarily showed signs of joy on their faces. And Lin Yuan took large strides, walking directly to where the evil God King's corpse lay to check what items the boss had dropped. Chapter 67. Unlocking the treasure chest, the mysterious black egg. In a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan, because they all wanted to know what good things could be obtained from the body of the Demon God King. Unfortunately, since this wasn't a first kill, the reward was bound to be less. As Lin Yuan explored the corpse of the Demon God King, the system notifications continuously sounded in his ears. You have successfully explored the Demon God King's corpse and obtained special material, Demon God King's heart. You have successfully explored the Demon God King's corpse and obtained a special item, Infernal Key. You have successfully explored the Demon God King's corpse and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Demon Pendant. You have successfully explored the Demon God King's corpse and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Hell Ring. Just like the Frost Demon King, the Demon God King had dropped 2 diamond-level treasures. However, what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that both items dropped by the Demon God King were accessories. Subsequently, Lin Yuan directly displayed the properties of these 2 treasures in the chat window. Demon Pendant. Quality, Diamond. Attributes, Strength plus 150, Attack Power plus 210, Critical Strike Rate plus 15%. Additional skill, Demon Grip. Upon using this skill, a huge demon hand will appear, gripping the enemy target and immobilizing them for 3 seconds. During the immobilization period, the enemy loses 15,000 HP per second. Hell Ring. Quality, Diamond. Attributes, Intelligence plus 180, Magic Attack plus 300, Spell Penetration plus 10%. Additional skill, Gate of Hell. After using this skill, a Gate of Hell will be summoned, continuously summoning hellish creatures. The tier of the summoned creatures depends on the user's hero level. Treasure items like these accessories, though not as strong in attributes as weapons or armor, are still indispensable strategic pieces. Then Lin Yuan said, these 2 treasures happen to be useful to me, so I'll take them first. No problem. You're the boss, you make the call. Li Bingqiu shrugged, showing no objection. Chunbei immediately responded, of course, I already got a diamond-level treasure. It would even be embarrassing for me to take another. I agree, Lin Mingming quietly asked, but, can I have the Demon God King's heart? I think I might have a quest that needs it. Absolutely no problem. Lin Yuan smiled and directly traded Demon God King's heart to her. Though it could be considered a rare material, Lin Yuan has never been stingy. If Lin Mingming finds it useful, let her take it. Thank you. Lin Mingming's eyes sparkled as she sincerely spoke. After the ownership of these 2 treasures was confirmed, Lin Yuan immediately equipped Altria and Kylon with them. Of course, the Demon Pendant was given to Altria. Since Altria already possessed a control-type skill called Sacred Restraint, equipping her with Demon Pendant and combining it with Demon Hand would only improve the effect. As for Hell Ring, Lin Yuan naturally kept it for Kylon. Among the 3 heroes under his command, only Kylon needed intelligence attribute and magic attack bonuses. After equipping these 2 treasures, Altria and Cylon's stats increased significantly. A satisfied expression couldn't help but appear on Lin Yuan's face. In Lord Era, nothing is more fulfilling than watching your hero get stronger bit by bit and seeing your army grow bit by bit. However, for Lin Yuan at this moment, there were still more important matters awaiting him. Now, both the Infernal Key and Frost Key had been acquired by Lin Yuan. This meant that Lin Yuan now qualified to open the treasure chest. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan did not hesitate a single bit. He immediately left this place and then directly led the group into the Middle Fork Road. 30 minutes later, Lin Yuan and his team smoothly arrived at the end of the Fork Road. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped onto the high platform in front of him. The previous treasure chest was still placed atop the high platform. Apparently, during the time Lin Yuan was away, it was highly probable that no one had come. Alright, I'm about to open the treasure chest. Although Lin Yuan's tone was calm, it could not conceal his inner excitement. After all, this was the treasure guarded by 2 diamond-level bosses. It couldn't possibly be too bad, right? The feelings of Li Bingshu, Chun Bei, and Lin Mingming were no different from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan directly took out the 2 keys and inserted them into 2 different keyholes. Then, he turned both keys simultaneously in a clockwise direction. Click, click. With 2 crisp sounds, the treasure chest was successfully opened by Lin Yuan. For a moment, all eyes were focused on the contents inside the treasure chest. What appeared before them was a pitch-black egg, emitting an incredibly sinister aura. The black egg was covered with dense and eerie magic patterns, looking extremely terrifying. Is this supposed to be the treasure? Just some kind of egg? Chun Bei stared wide-eyed, completely disbelieving. Li Bingshu also stood there stunned, blankly speaking. What the hell is this thing? After a while, Lin Mingming stepped forward and softly said, "This egg seems to have life. My elven shaman has told me that he sensed signs of life within this black egg." The elven race indeed possessed an unparalleled talent for sensing life. Since the elven shaman had perceived it, there was little doubt that this black egg contained life. However, among those present, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the most shocked. Upon seeing this black egg, his pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme, because he could identify exactly what kind of existence this black egg represented. If he hadn't seen wrong, it was nothing less than the egg of an abyssal demon. One must understand that in Lin Yuan's previous life, he had experienced the abyssal invasion. At that time, the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent had quietly opened. Countless abyssal creatures invaded the continent, causing mass devastation and resulting in countless lords meeting untimely deaths. Even among those close to Lin Yuan, many had perished at the hands of abyssal demons. With such deeply engraved memories, how could he possibly forget what a demon egg looked like? However, if he hadn't remembered incorrectly, the rank of a demon egg should correlate with the number of magic patterns on its surface. 1 magic pattern meant the egg could hatch a first-stage demon. 2 magic patterns corresponded to a second-stage demon. 4 magic patterns to a third-stage demon. 8 magic patterns to a fourth-stage demon, and so on. If a demon egg were to contain a 9th-stage demon, then there would be at least 256 magic patterns covering its surface. Still, this was not the truly astonishing part, because the number of magic patterns covering this particular demon egg far exceeded 256. Chapter 68. The 72 Demon Gods, Astaroth. Boss, do you know what this thing is? Chun Bei was almost accustomed to it now. Whenever he didn't understand something, asking Lin Yuan would always be correct. This is a demon egg, capable of hatching into an abyssal demon. Lin Yuan explained in a deep voice. Moreover, the more devilish patterns on the egg, the stronger the abyssal demon conceived from it will be. Is there such a claim? Chun Bei slightly froze, instinctively looking at the black egg inside the treasure chest. Densely packed demonic markings covered this devilish egg, making one feel claustrophobic just by looking at it. My goodness, seems like this demon egg isn't ordinary. Chun Bei involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and spoke. Let's count how many magical marks are on this egg. I'll do it. Li Bingshu stepped forward, taking the initiative to say, I'm more meticulous than Chun Bei and won't make mistakes. Alright, go ahead then. With Lin Yuan's permission, Li Bingshu immediately bent down and began meticulously counting the patterns on the black egg. Time flowed bit by bit. Even Chun Bei began to get somewhat impatient. Sister Bingshu, are we done? If we keep counting, the flowers might wither. But Li Bingshu didn't even lift her head, replying, if I make a mistake because of your interference, then you can count them yourself later. After hearing this, Chun Bei closed his mouth immediately, not daring to utter another word. A few more minutes passed, and Li Bingshu finally stood up. Lin Yuan looked at her and asked right away, are you done counting? Yeah, I'm finished. Are you certain about the number? I am sure. Li Bingshu took a deep breath and answered solemnly. There's a total of 1,000 magical marks. I couldn't have made any mistakes. 1,000 magical marks? Although Lin Yuan had mentally prepared himself, after hearing this answer, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. After all, a demon egg with 256 marks could already produce a 9th-tier demon. Even in his previous life, Lin Yuan had never seen a demon egg with more than 400 magical marks. The owner of this demon egg traded it for 2 legendary strategic artifacts, and that demon egg eventually hatched into a deep abyss dragon. That deep abyss dragon possessed an extremely high growth potential as well as nearly limitless capabilities. Under the cultivation of its master, it quickly grew stronger. Later, the master allowed their hero to tame this abyssal dragon. This way, their hero evolved from an S-ranked dragon rider to an SS-ranked abyssal dragon rider. It must be noted, upgrading a hero from S rank to SS rank wasn't an easy feat. Even from this alone, it wasn't difficult to see the extraordinary power of that abyssal dragon. However, the demon egg that hatched the abyssal dragon only had over 400 magical marks. The egg before Lin Yuan currently has a full 1,000 marks. Lin Yuan stepped forward, slowly cradling the demon egg, muttering softly to himself. What exactly could this egg nurture? Before he could react, the space before their eyes suddenly tore open into a massive black crack. Li Bingqiu and the others had never seen such phenomena and were instantly startled. Of all present, only Lin Yuan remained relatively calm, because within the spatial rift, he sensed the aura of the abyss. Never thought that in this lifetime, I'd so soon encounter an entity from the abyss. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, fixed on the black fissure in front of him. In the next moment, an enormous purple face appeared before them. This face did not resemble a human face, but rather that of a demon. On this purplish demonic visage sprouted 6 blood-red eyes, emanating a highly sinister aura. Is it the boss? After realizing, Chun Bei quickly became alert, preparing to order the troops under his command to attack. However, Lin Yuan directly stopped him, calmly stating, "No need to fight. This fellow cannot reach us." Upon seeing the massive demonic visage, Lin Yuan immediately recognized its identity. The demon before him was none other than Astaroth, one of the 72 demon gods from the abyss. According to legends, his body was pitch black, releasing foul-smelling toxic gas, with his right hand tethering a hell dragon and commanding dozens of demon legions. As for the so-called 72 pillar demon gods, they were the most terrifying 72 monarchs within the abyss. Each demon god possesses unimaginable power. The next second, Lin Yuan directly cast a detection spell. Astaroth's attributes then appeared before him. Astaroth, Abyss Boss, level 135, health, attack, defense, skills. One of the 72 demon gods, possessing Zhuang's strength that brings disaster and destruction with his existence alone. Due to Lin Yuan's current lord level not being high enough, all he could detect was Astaroth's level. As for the other attributes, they were nothing more than a string of question marks. It's worth noting that most Abyss bosses don't have a rank division. However, Astaroth's strength is at least equivalent to a legendary level boss of the same level. Fortunately, no matter how powerful Astaroth might be, he cannot act against Lin Yuan and his group, because the channel between the Endless Abyss and Eternal Continent hasn't been opened yet. Thus, Astaroth can only tear open space to communicate with Lin Yuan. Human, leave the demon egg behind. At this moment, Astaroth finally spoke, and his aim was none other than the demon egg in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan raised his head and stared straight at him, opening his mouth to say calmly, "Why should I listen to you?" Astaroth spoke solemnly. "Taking it will bring you endless calamities." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've heard someone threatening so refreshingly. But the key is, you seem to have no way of dealing with me now, right? Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Even if I take this demon egg, what could you possibly do to me? So, be practical, make your offer. If the condition is satisfactory, perhaps I would consider leaving the demon egg behind." Chapter 69. The Dark Maze, the Deceit of the Abyssal Demon God. After Lin Yuan's words, Chun Bei and others were momentarily taken aback. They too had cast a detection spell towards Astaroth, realizing just how terrifying this demon before them truly was. But what they couldn't believe was that Lin Yuan's audacity went so far. He had directly demanded tribute from the Abyssal Demon God itself. This is a level 135 Abyssal boss after all. One could only say, this guy really doesn't fear death. You are the first human to dare speak to me like that. Astaroth narrowed his eyes dangerously, his voice deepening as he said, "Do you know that killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant?" "Is that so?" Lin Yuan laughed loudly, spreading his arms wide. "If you truly can kill me, then come at me." After hearing this, Astaroth's expression darkened instantly, because right now, there was indeed nothing he could do to Lin Yuan. "Human, don't get carried away." Suppressing his anger, Astaroth spoke in a low voice. "When the abyss passage opens, you will surely pay for your actions." Lin Yuan scratched his ear, lazily responding, "Is that so? Then I'll wait until that day. Until then, I'm keeping this demon egg." 3 legendary level treasures. Seeing Lin Yuan's unwavering attitude, Astaroth began to grow visibly agitated. Under no circumstances could he allow Lin Yuan to take the demon egg. What he referred to with legendary treasures naturally meant legendary tier strategic artifacts. It should be known that in the era of lords, equipment is divided into 9 ranks: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, and mythical. Legendary grade artifacts are treasures far more precious than diamond grade ones. As long as you leave this demon egg behind, I will give you 3 legendary level treasures. Lin Yuan glanced at him and calmly responded, "Sure, show me those 3 legendary treasures first." Astaroth solemnly replied, "In the name of the Abyssal Demon God, I swear that when the infinite abyss connects with the Eternal Continent, I shall personally deliver these 3 legendary treasures to you." After hearing this, Lin Yuan coldly smirked. At the end of the day, you're still trying to freeload. Promises, how much value do they hold anyway? If you have nothing to offer that matches in worth, then our transaction has no further reason to proceed. Having said this, Lin Yuan turned around, clearly intent on taking the demon egg with him and leaving. "Hold on." Astaroth's voice rang out again beside Lin Yuan. Clenching his teeth, he spoke quietly. "You want sincerity? Fine, I'll show you enough sincerity." With these words, Astaroth's visage within the spatial rift vanished in front of everyone's eyes. Replacing it was a map formed from black mist. Astaroth explained, "This map marks the location of an epic treasure. As long as you find it, the epic treasure shall belong to you. Human, I've shown my sincerity. I hope you will keep your word and leave the demon egg here." After these words left Astaroth's mouth, Li Bingqiu and the rest revealed expressions of astonishment. An epic strategic artifact? This was something 2 ranks higher than even a diamond artifact. Even calling it a divine artifact at their current stage would not be an exaggeration. For a moment, all eyes in the scene turned toward Lin Yuan, wanting to see what choice he would make. But right at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. Astaroth furrowed his brow, countering, "Why are you laughing?" "Of course, I'm laughing at your stupidity." Lin Yuan coldly sneered. "What makes you think I would deal with an abyssal demon like you?" Astaroth hesitated slightly, then roared in furious indignation. "Would you dare deceive me? Are you not also scheming against me?" Lin Yuan chuckled softly, speaking in a calm tone. "Do you really think I don't know what place the map points to? It's the dark maze, filled with dangerous dark creatures. Even if there truly exists an epic-level artifact there, given my current strength, I wouldn't be able to reach the end of the maze. So, you were actually planning to trick us into going there to die." Upon hearing these words, the faces of Li Bingqiu and the others changed. Apparently, they hadn't anticipated that Astaroth could be so insidious. If it weren't for Lin Yuan successfully seeing through his tricks, once we entered the dark maze according to the instructions of the Black Mist map, there would be no escape from complete annihilation. After his scheme was directly exposed by Lin Yuan, Astaroth simply stopped pretending altogether. "Human, I must admit that I underestimated you." Astaroth opened his mouth coldly and said, "I never thought that you would even know about the dark maze. Since you insist on opposing me, then prepare to pay with blood. On the day when the infinite abyss connects with the eternal continent, I will personally retrieve this demon egg and leave you with no place to bury your body." An overwhelming killing intent suddenly spread out from the spatial rift. It must be said, the strength of the abyssal demon god is indeed formidable. Even separated by 2 realms, he could still create an influence. However, Lin Yuan's expression had already turned calm, wanting to take back this demon egg from my hands. Lin Yuan smirked slightly at the corner of his lips as he opened his mouth. "Haha, I think you might not have this chance." After saying this, he directly turned his head, looking towards Artoria while stretching out his hand. "Give me the sword." Very soon, Lin Yuan took the sword from Artoria's hands. Next, without the slightest hesitation, he directly used the sword to cut open his own palm. Crimson blood immediately began to drip down from Lin Yuan's palm. Drip after drip landed on the demon egg. The very next second, a scene that no one had expected appeared. As the blood dripped, the magical runes on the demon egg directly burst forth with a crimson bloody glow. One strand after another of black magical runes transformed into blood-colored ones. Looking at this sight in front of him, Astaroth's face instantly contorted to the extreme. "How can a human possibly know?" Lin Yuan smiled and said, "You're asking how I know the method to bind the demon egg to its master, correct? Unfortunately for you, I do know. So, starting now, this demon egg belongs to me." Chapter 70. The valley is sealed, and those who come have ill intentions. In just a few short seconds, all the magic runes on the demon egg had completely transformed into a crimson blood color. After absorbing Lin Yuan's blood, this demon egg had officially completed its recognition of its master. Even if Astaroth took back the demon egg now, it would be futile. The demon hatched from this egg will forever recognize Lin Yuan as its only master. Speaking of it, this is similar to the blood drip acknowledgement often seen in fantasy novels. Though it seems simple, not many people would have thought of such a method. Lin Yuan knew about it only because he had experience from his previous life. "You despicable human, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Astaroth was clearly enraged to the extreme, continuously roaring and howling. An overwhelming pressure spread out from the spatial rift, even distorting the surrounding space. Such terrifying energy fluctuations made everyone present feel somewhat uneasy. Li Bingqiu muttered with admiration. "No wonder he's a boss over 100 levels. His strength truly is formidable." And Chun Bei turned to look at Lin Yuan. "Boss, are you sure this guy can't attack us?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Don't worry. If he could really move, do you think he wouldn't have directly taken this demon egg?" "You're right. Then I'm relieved." Chun Bei grinned, directly extending his middle finger at Astaroth in a standard international gesture of insult. "You fool. Eat shit. You will pay, just wait." With Astaroth's final roar of anger, the spatial rift closed completely right before their eyes. The hideous, demonic face disappeared from their sight. Lin Yuan looked at Chun Bei and asked with a smile. "Interview time. What's it like to curse the abyssal demon god?" "Of course, it's refreshing." Chun Bei grinned and responded. "Pure verbal abuse. Ultimate enjoyment. You're quite perceptive." Lin Yuan patted his shoulder with a smile. "I hope when the abyss invades, you remain this clear-headed." Hearing this, Chun Bei turned pale instantly. "Boss, when exactly will the abyss invade?" "Don't worry, we still have some time." "That reassures me." Chun Bei patted his chest and let out a long breath. "Still, even by that time, you probably won't be a match for this abyssal demon god," Lin Yuan added. "Especially since you've insulted him, he'll definitely come after you first." Upon hearing this, Chun Bei's face turned pale immediately, rushing toward Lin Yuan and hugging his leg while wailing. "Boss, save me. Stop acting so useless." Lin Yuan glanced at Chun Bei with disdain and said, "Even though this guy is one of the 72 demon lords, I don't take him seriously either. What Lin Yuan said was entirely true. In his past life, he wasn't without experience in battling against creatures of the level of the 72 demon lords. The primary reason Lin Yuan died during the expedition against the abyssal demon god Kungazat was due to Lin Tiang's betrayal. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan's rage burned once more within him. He was determined to make Lin Tiang pay dearly. Moreover, this day of retribution wouldn't be far off. Afterward, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Li Bingqiu, asking, "Can you still recall that black fog map?" Li Bingqiu hesitated slightly and replied, "It should be no problem." Her memory was always excellent, almost reaching the level of photographic recall. A few seconds later, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but ask curiously, "But isn't the dark maze marked on the map a trap set by them?" "For our current situation, it's definitely a trap," Lin Yuan explained. "But once our strength grows, this map will become crucial. Because inside the dark maze, there might indeed be an epic-level treasure." Even before his rebirth, Lin Yuan had merely heard rumors about the dark maze. He only knew it was an extremely dangerous place. At least an 8th-tier troop would need qualification to enter. As for where the dark maze was located, he didn't know. Nor did he know whether any lord had ever succeeded in clearing the dark maze. However, this time around, Astaroth actually divulged the exact location of the dark maze. And, judging by the situation back then, what came out of his mouth was more likely to be the truth. To be honest, Lin Yuan never initially considered doing a trade with Astaroth. Yet, even he himself didn't expect that there would truly be some unexpected gains. "I understand." Upon grasping Lin Yuan's intention, Li Bingqiu nodded and responded, "Once I return, I'll try my best to draw the map based on my memory, aiming for 100% recreation." Thanks for your efforts then," Lin Yuan said. "All right, since everything is done, let's leave this place." Just at this moment, Chun Bei suddenly moved closer, prodding the demon egg in Lin Yuan's hand with his finger, and asked curiously, "Big brother, when will this thing hatch?" At this point, the originally pitch-black demon egg had already turned into a crimson blood color. Furthermore, it rose and fell as if breathing. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan replied, "I don't know when this demon egg will hatch." However, a demon egg that could receive such attention from an abyssal demon god must not be simple. While they were speaking, they began to walk outward. Not long after, they reached the exit of the valley. However, upon exiting the valley, the scene before their eyes made them all frown. The previously open valley exit was now filled with all kinds of troops, black and dense, stretching endlessly beyond sight. There were hundreds of lords leading these troops. Their forces had completely surrounded the valley exit, sealed off without any gaps. Li Bingqiu furrowed her brow and whispered, "Lin Yuan, be careful. It seems like something's not quite right." A trace of worry also flashed across Lin Mingming's eyes. "These people seem to be here for us." Chun Bei, who was more hot-headed, exclaimed in anger upon realizing the hostile intent. "Big brother, these people don't look like good types. Why don't we strike first and fight them directly?" Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling Chun Bei not to be so impetuous. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for so many lords to gather here by mere coincidence. That meant someone must have deliberately gathered these lords here. So, Lin Yuan was curious about who wanted to target him behind these people. Although Lin Yuan had a great reputation, he hadn't made many enemies. Could it be that these lords had come solely for the purpose of killing and plundering? As Lin Yuan was pondering this, a figure slowly stepped out from behind the crowd. Following that, a familiar voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. "Friend Lin, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. I wonder if you still remember me." Chapter 71, Forbidden Level Magic, Wrath of the Green Dragon. Lin Yuan raised his head and stared ahead, noticing that the person in front of him was none other than Wang Hu. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out to be you, this insignificant jester." Lin Yuan chuckled, shaking his head and replied, "What? Have you not suffered enough from last time? Are you here again to ask for more pain?" After hearing this, Wang Hu's expression darkened instantly, clearly touched on a sore point. However, he soon laughed coldly and said, "Lin Yuan, you're indeed very arrogant, but you also have reasons to be so. Losing to you last time, I have no excuses. My skills were inferior. So, this time, in order to trap you here, I collaborated with 3 major guilds, Xiong Tu, Shin Xin, and Tian Go, to hunt you down together." Behind Wang Hu stood 3 people, a tall, bald, strong man, a lanky, middle-aged man, and a bespectacled, elegant gentleman. There is no doubt that they were the presidents of the 3 major guilds Wang Hu mentioned, Xiong Tu, Shin Xin, and Tian Go. The lords gathered at this location are naturally all members of these 3 guilds. However, these lords' strength was obviously not very powerful. The vast majority of their troops were 3rd-tier units, and only a few people owned 4th-tier units. In Lin Yuan's opinion, their only advantage probably stemmed from sheer numbers. Seeing that Lin Yuan had remained silent all along without uttering a word, Wang Hu couldn't help but smirk. "Lin Yuan, realizing fear now, isn't it too late?" "You misunderstood." Lin Yuan shook his head and solemnly responded, "I just feel that it's tough for you, able to find 3 guilds that even I haven't heard of before." Before Wang Hu could even react, the bald giant behind him stepped forward and angrily shouted, "Young man, do you want to die?" The lanky middle-aged man smirked, saying, "It's normal for the young to be unaware of their own limits." The elegant man adjusted his glasses, smiling as he spoke. "You two should not underestimate him. Whatever, this kid still ranks among our nation's top 2 or 3 lords. Being somewhat prideful is also natural. However, the era of lords is not a one-man game. No matter how strong he is, under our triple guild's combined assault, he'll still have no choice but to admit defeat quietly. Brother Zhao is right. Wang Hu laughed loudly. As long as we manage to clear him out today, after success, all of you will benefit. To be honest, until then, he wasn't particularly close to these three presidents. At most, he only had some connection with Zhao Ming, the president of Tiange. Fortunately, money makes the devil turn the millstone. To prepare this raid plan, Wang Hu directly prepaid each of them 5 million. And once successful, another 5 million would follow. Adding up both amounts, it totaled exactly 30 million. To be honest, Xiongtu, Shin Xian, and Tiange were far from top-tier forces. They could merely be considered mid-sized guilds. However, the price Wang Hu offered enabled the hiring of 3 mid-sized guilds to do his bidding, already pushing the limit. After all, Lin Tianke only gave him a total of 50 million yuan. To prepare this plan, he directly dumped 30 million into it. Wang Hu paid such a huge cost solely for revenge against Lin Yuan, to completely erase him. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over them and couldn't help but laugh. Since you're all so confident, come try your luck then. Let's see if it's you clearing me, or me turning the tables to clear you. Ha! Are you crazy? Don't you see how many of us there are? The bald, strong man burst out laughing. President Zhou Chun, President Zhao Ming, let's make a move. After finishing his words, he waved his hand directly. Xiongtu brothers, follow me in charge. Zhao Ming smiled faintly and casually said, President Chu Xiong, what an impetuous nature. But we from Tiange have no cowards either. Let's go with them. Rush forward with confidence. For any losses incurred, I'll compensate you. Zhou Chen took a quick look around and lightly chuckled, opening his mouth to say, when entrusted by others, remain loyal to the task. Brothers of Chun Xian, it's also our turn to contribute. After the 3 presidents had given their orders, within a moment, hundreds of lords led their troops towards Lin Yuan's direction and launched an attack. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. To tell the truth, developing to where you are now and producing these troops hasn't been easy. I can offer you a chance, stop now, and I won't make things difficult for you. Idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? The bald strong man Chu Xiong sneered and spoke. Now that you're the fish on our chopping board, you dare to say you won't make things difficult for us. Brothers, annihilate him for me. Kill. In an instant, more than 100 lords from Xiongtu roared in unison, their voices shaking like thunder. And Lin Yuan sighed slightly. After all, he had already given these people a chance. Since they didn't cherish it, then it wasn't his fault. Looking at the dense army in front of him, Lin Yuan directly took out an item from his backpack. This item was precisely what Lin Yuan had obtained earlier from clearing the Green Dragon dungeon. It was a forbidden-level magic scroll, Wrath of the Green Dragon. As a reborn individual, Lin Yuan still understood the power of forbidden magic scrolls to some extent. The biggest feature of forbidden-level magic is its immense power and wide coverage. Using it in the current situation would be perfect. With this in mind, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and immediately chose to activate it. In the next second, the magic scroll in his hand transformed into a beam of emerald light, shooting straight into the sky. A terrifying magical fluctuation also spread towards the surroundings. Zhao Ming was the first to sense this unusual fluctuation, and his expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Be careful. Everyone, disperse your positions immediately, now right away." Although Zhao Ming keenly realized that something was off, his warning was destined to have no effect whatsoever. For one thing, forbidden-level magic has an extremely fast casting speed and wouldn't leave them much time to prepare. Secondly, on this open space, members of the 3 major guilds along with their troops were gathered together. In such circumstances, asking them to disperse was practically impossible. Just at this moment, the forbidden-level magic was finally fully unleashed. In the sky, a massive green dragon shadow formed, emanating an overwhelming aura. Everyone instinctively tilted their heads upwards, dumbfounded as they stared at the green dragon shadow before them. Roar! But at this very moment, accompanying a roar, the green dragon shadow directly opened its enormous mouth, and scorching dragon flames surged forth with overwhelming force, instantly sweeping toward everyone. This was the forbidden-level magic. Wrath of the Green Dragon. Chapter 72. A true dimensional reduction attack. Boom 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 boom. The scorching dragon flame, like a natural disaster, swept across the land. Dense strings of damage numbers appeared above the heads of their troops. How could these 3rd and 4th stage units withstand the power of a forbidden-level magic spell? Under the sweep of the dragon flame, the forces under these lords almost instantly turned into charcoal. In less than 10 seconds, a clear patch of empty land appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Within this area, there was no living thing left. Only the bodies that had turned to charcoal remained on the ground. For a moment, whether it was Wang Hu, Feng Chang, or the presidents of the 3 great guilds, they all stood dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with an expression of disbelief. For them, this was utterly devastating. Before this, they had never imagined that in less than half a minute since the battle started, a single forbidden-level magic spell could lead to them losing a 1/3 of their men so quickly. Feng Chang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and opened his mouth to say softly, "Boss, I told you not to mess with Lin Yuan. This guy is simply a monster. Shut your damn mouth." Wang Hu glared at him viciously and then quickly walked forward, approaching the 3 presidents. "Presidents, there's no need to worry. This kid does indeed have some tricks up his sleeve, but once he runs out of them, he'll be at the end of his rope." Chu Xiong gave him a cold glance before speaking heavily. "Younger brother Wang, you did not disclose this information to us before." "That's right. Your negligence has caused significant losses to our people. Zhou Chun immediately chimed in. After this matter concludes, you must compensate for our additional losses. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu inwardly cursed the old foxes for trying to raise the price at the first opportunity. Nevertheless, he still forced a smile and said, "Don't worry. As long as you three can help me get rid of Lin Yuan, money will not be an issue. Besides, this is also a great chance for your three great guilds to make a name for themselves. What kind of fame is it when mobilizing hundreds of people leads to being ambushed and losing such a batch?" Zhao Ming sneered slightly, then shifted the topic saying, "However, if I'm not mistaken, the guy just now likely used some sort of extremely powerful magic scroll. There's no way he still has that level of magic scrolls." Wang Hu nodded affirmatively without delay. "That's right. President Zhao's insight truly is sharp. We need to strike while the iron's hot, in order to take revenge for those brothers who've fallen." Subsequently, Wang Hu gritted his teeth and spoke heavily. "As long as we completely wipe this kid out today, I'll add another 10 million yuan to each of you." Chu Xiong lit up immediately, asking in return, "Is that 10 million per person?" Wang Hu forced a laugh. "President Chu, aren't you being a little too greedy?" Chu Xiong let out a chuckle in reply. "Just joking around. Even if it wasn't 10 million per person, what they'd receive would be no less than 3 million. For guilds at their level, that sum was certainly nothing to scoff at." Despite being initially intimidated by Lin Yuan's forbidden scroll magic, after guessing his strategy, the three great guilds again began stirring up preparations for an offensive. After reorganizing their troops, the remaining lords from the three great guilds once more charged toward Lin Yuan. "These people sure don't know fear." Lin Yuan chuckled and turned around, looking at the group. "Are you guys ready for the fight?" "Of course." Chun Bei clenched his fists, grinning cruelly. "I've had enough of these bastards." Li Bingqiu also nodded. "They do indeed deserve a lesson." Even Lin Mingming tightened her fists. "We must make them understand. We're not easy targets either." Hearing Lin Mingming's words, Lin Yuan nearly burst out laughing. It was undeniable. This little girl was indeed oddly adorable, even when she made threatening statements, giving off an innate cuteness. Subsequently, Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. "The enemy's main force is mine to deal with. If you want to fight, go ahead. If not, just watch from the side. It works either way. I should be enough on my own." "How could that work?" Chen Bei retorted instantly. "Boss, that's just not right. It's rare to have the chance to stomp on weaklings, and you actually want to hog all the fun. As for these waste of space fellows, I could take down 10 alone without breaking a sweat." Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk. However, Chen Bei wasn't wrong. All along, Chen Bei had been fighting tough battles with him. Compared to Lin Yuan, Chen Bei indeed still had a significant gap, but that didn't mean Chen Bei wasn't powerful. After all, in the previous life, he was known as the brutal tyrant of the beasts. Moreover, in this lifetime, he had directly chosen to follow Lin Yuan, greatly accelerating his growth rate. Whether it was S-class heroes or diamond-grade treasures, Lin Yuan had already fully prepared them for him. Under these conditions, Chen Bei's strength far exceeded that of ordinary lords by several levels. Fighting 20 might be a bit exaggerated, but taking on 10 alone, that was absolutely no problem at all. "Since it's like this, then I'll let you do your thing." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "No problem." Chen Bei was extremely excited. Immediately, he led the army of beastmen under his command and charged into the enemy formation. The beastman commander roared and activated Beast Blood Boiling right away. For a moment, all attributes of the beastman units received corresponding boosts. A beastman berserker howled and swung an axe, actually cutting down a 4th stage knight in one fell swoop. Looking at this scene, the lord's face practically turned green. You see, he wasn't just any regular lord. He was one of the elite lords of the Starry Sky Guild. After all, being able to recruit 4th stage units at this stage already put him among the top performers among the lords. But here was the problem. His cherished 4th stage knight had been instantly killed with one axe swing by that ugly beastman berserker. Was this even reasonable? Before he could figure it out, on the other side, the beastman commander began his massacre once again. They also understood the principle of capture the king first. Therefore, when the beastman commander appeared, he immediately became the target of the 3 major guilds. More than 10 lords immediately commanded their heroes to surround him. Unfortunately, most of their heroes were B-class or C-class heroes. As for A-class heroes, there was only one, whose hero level was merely 27. Seeing the scene before him, Chen Bei was almost laughing until his mouth reached behind his neck. Now he understood what true dimensional reduction combat meant. In fact, this was the current state of normal lords. These 3 guilds, to be honest, were merely medium-sized ones, recruiting mostly civilian players. For such people, an A-class hero was already the exclusive domain of tycoons or lucky ones. As for S-class heroes, they were nothing more than unreachable legends. Under the double suppression of hero tiers and hero levels, the battle quickly turned one-sided. The beastman commander roared and swung his axe, its edge heavily chopping onto the round shield of a dwarf hero. Even though blocked by the shield, the beastman commander's strike still caused half the dwarf hero's health to vanish. The latter's figure flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the more than 10 other heroes surrounded him from all sides. Unfortunately, most of them met the same fate. They were either smashed away by the giant axe or died beneath its blade. For the beastman commander, dealing with these heroes was just like killing minor monsters. 2 axe swings were enough to take one down. After continuously slaughtering 5 or 6 heroes, the beastman commander's blood volume decreased by only 1/10. Chun Bei's army of beastmen moved forward as if entering a land without enemies, like a sharp knife piercing through the enemy lines and mercilessly slashing inside the opposing force's main army. However, the number of the current troops was too vast. Even though a third of their forces had been annihilated by Wrath of the Green Dragon, the remaining force was still quite considerable. Despite Chun Bei's individual combat power of the beast army being extraordinarily strong, they could not possibly match up against over 100,000 soldiers. Nevertheless, this did not affect Chun Bei's arrogance at all. Chun Bei directly flipped off the three presidents, sneering coldly and mocking. What? Is this all you can do? With such capabilities, you dare to show your face in public? You're making me laugh harder than a grandmother climbing into bed. It must be said that Chun Bei's tongue was indeed venomous. Upon hearing this, the faces of those three presidents turned black instantly. Li Xiong lost his temper first, shouting, I want to see exactly what skills you have that allow you to talk so arrogantly. Having finished saying this, he immediately mobilized his own forces and surrounded Chun Bei. As the president of the Grand Plan Guild, Li Xiong naturally possessed some abilities. His initial race was the dwarf race, and his hero was an A-class hero, the Mountain King. This hero had a thick beard, clad in scale armor and fur, wielding a huge and intricate dwarf shield, with extremely astonishing defensive power. Soon, the Mountain King began to engage in combat with the Beastman Commander. Under the ferocious attacks of the Beastman Commander, the Mountain King quickly fell into a state of suppression. However, this A-class hero still possessed some skills, as despite being suppressed, he continued to hold his ground through his formidable defense against the Beastman Commander. Even so, Li Xiong's expression remained grim. He had originally thought that among these individuals, only Lin Yuan would be difficult to handle. As for the other three, they were nothing more than unknown little figures. But what he hadn't anticipated was that aside from Lin Yuan, the person before him also possessed an S-class hero. Even his fully platinum-grade artifact-clad Mountain King proved utterly powerless against the current Beastman Commander. Fortunately, Zhou Chen quickly noticed his predicament and immediately spoke up. Li Xiong, I'll help you. After uttering those words, Zhou Chen promptly dispatched his hero. In no time, sharp spears whistled through the air, plunging toward the Beastman Commander one after another. -263, -269, -299. Bursts of blood-red damage numbers floated above the Beastman Commander's head. This was Zhou Chen's A-class hero, the Shadow Spearman. Dressed in black, his face masked, wielding two spears tightly, he relentlessly hurled them at the Beastman Commander without pause. Faced with the combined assault of two A-class heroes, even the Beastman Commander began to feel the strain. With the Mountain King restricting his movements, all he could do was endure the assaults from the Shadow Spearman. Even with his thick health bar, it couldn't withstand such continuous attacks. In less than half a minute, the Beastman Commander's health had already dropped by half. A faint smile appeared on Li Xiong and Zhou Chen's faces. What good are S-class heroes? As long as they work together properly, even they can be restricted until death. However, at this very moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang out beside their ears. Do you two think you're celebrating too soon? That voice came directly from Li Bingqiu. Together with her voice, Rose Swordsman Kellen charged into the battlefield. It must be known that since passing the hero trial, Kellen had now become an S-class hero herself. Though not equipped with diamond-grade artifacts, she still wore a set of platinum-grade treasures, which could already be considered top-notch. More importantly, compared to the Beastman Commander, the mobility of the Rose Swordsman was undoubtedly far superior. Kellen dashed towards the Shadow Spearman with incredible speed. Within just 10 seconds, she already stood right in front of him. Warriors like Kellen in light armor were undoubtedly the nightmare of fragile ranged fighters like the Shadow Spearman. Under Kellen's sword dance, the Shadow Spearman's health began plummeting drastically. Li Xiong's expression changed instantly, and he immediately wanted to send the Mountain King to rescue him. But how could Chun Bei let him off so easily? Beastman Commander, cut him down for me. With Chun Bei's roar, the Beastman Commander swung his axe again, triggering the passive effect of the Frost Giant Axe. For a moment, frost enveloped the Mountain King, slowing him down by 20%. Li Xiong showed signs of anxiety and immediately turned to Zhao Ming. President Zhao, don't just stand there. Help us. Two fools. Zhao Ming cursed silently in his heart, then spoke sternly. What are the two of you thinking? There's absolutely no need to go toe-to-toe with their heroes. Since our troops outnumber theirs, we should simply surround them and kill them off. In Zhao Ming's eyes, these two were nothing short of complete idiots. Not taking advantage of their numerical superiority but instead choosing to duel the enemy heroes. Wasn't that the definition of stupidity? The worst part was that they couldn't even win against the opponent. In any battle, losing morale is the most taboo. And now, before Lin Yuan had even joined the fight, they had been forced into such a dire situation, delivering a heavy blow to their own side's morale. But now wasn't the time for complaints. If they were to simply watch their leaders' heroes fall under the enemy's hands, their morale would sink even lower. Therefore, regardless of anything else, Zhao Ming had to intervene. Go save them. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ming immediately issued orders to his hero. And Zhao Ming's hero was none other than the human